Turns your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. We can win the day if we unite. Come on. Yeah. Hey, we can win the
What
day.
just happened?
Aegis Flames is what happened! Oh my god! Oh my goodness, the steal!
Zynus is single-handedly shutting down Zeta Division. Oh my god! One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming! It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite are your world champions!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
It seems like only yesterday that we were introduced to the 24 teams that have battled it out over the course of this regular season. But by the end of this weekend, we will see which of the teams will qualify for Worlds in California this year. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for the playoff or play-on weekend of the Unite Championship Series. I'm Wonder Chef, and of course, I'm joined by Spraggles, Zoinks, and Kellosaurus. We'll start with Spraggles. How you doing today? Excited for the weekend?
Unbelievably excited. Whether it's a playoff or a play on, I am here for it. You're right. It really does feel like the league just started, but we are going to find out who is heading to Worlds very soon. Cannot wait.
Oh, I know. It's unbelievably fast. It truly feels like it was just the start. Zoinks, how have you been feeling about the general passage of time?
You know, I'm a big fan of it. I love when things are, you know, how I expect them to be. Unlike last week where it's just chaos triggers all over the place. How was I supposed to expect anything? But now that we're headed into the playoffs, we have the path paved before these teams. What it takes to be a champion is going to be winning 4 matches. If you're starting out in our bracket today, I cannot wait. We've never had a chance to actually host this style of playoff format before, and I think it's going to be so fun to cap off these regional leagues with some really intense matches.
Can I just say, Chef, I love the difference between how are you doing and how do you feel about the general passage of time? Like, very different questions to start.
You know, I feel like Zoinks would have a good answer for it. You know, we got to throw him the difficult questions every once in a while. You know, keep his brain going. Got to wake him up early in the morning. But Kello, how are you doing as well? I'm gonna give you the easy one here. No passage of time questions.
Oh, I see how it is. Give us like the hard questions and Spraggles and I the easy questions. Well, you know what? Passes of time, it is a bit of an illusion to me, so I'll let you off the hook this time. But you know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. And I suppose, yeah, these past 5 weeks have flown on by, and now we're in the playoffs, play-ons, play-in. No, it's not the play-ins. Definitely not the play-ins. It's playoffs. Okay.
Well, they're definitely playing, and they're playing for something. So, Spraggles, why don't you tell us about the passage of money, as we're going to see what else these teams are going to be playing for aside from these awesome world spots that we're going to talk about a little bit later, because there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, of course, these teams are playing for those world spots. That's one of the biggest things here, worlds and travel. But take a look at some of this do-re-mi on the line. First place and second place, $10,000 separates these teams. So even if both teams happen to be heading to Worlds, there is a lot to play for. Heading down 26,000 for third, 18,000, 12,000. And then once you get to 6th, 7th, and 8th, everybody's earning the same amount. I call it communism, but what are you going to do?
I still think we're going to take away, you know, the $1,000 from third place and give it to the casters. Yeah, that's still bugging me as well. But Zoinks, why don't you take us through what matches we're going to be playing through today, because it's a little bit different than usual.
Yeah, so instead of our regular season matches, we are in playoff bracket time. We're going to be seeing the first 2 matches of every one of these ladder brackets, the first 2 steps, if you will, from all 3 of our regions. So 2 from EU, 2 from Latin America, 2 from North America. And some of you might be saying, oh, wow, a nice light schedule. Casters can kind of take it easy, let their hair down a bit. We'll be out of here early. No. It's best of 5s the entire day. This is going to be a gauntlet that I am so excited for. Best of 5 Pokemon Unite is the best form of competitive Pokemon Unite, in my opinion. So I cannot wait to see this broadcast schedule play out.
Well, maybe we'll go to best of 7, best of 9. You know, we'll keep raising the stakes over time. No, we certainly won't. We'll be all best of 5s today. Yeah, I know. I knew you'd be about that. But of course, we're going to be starting off with EU. We can talk about the other 2 regions later, and Europe already has a Worlds qualifier. So, Kello, why don't you talk to us about how the EU bracket kind of ended from the regular season?
Yeah, so we have our top 5 locked in there. BH3 Esports coming out on top, earning themselves that comfortable spot already in the grand finals, but also that world qualification spot. Kamai up next in second place. Team Peps in third place there. So while they will not be playing that first set, they are waiting for whoever ends up winning from this first one to see who they verse. But yeah, they're one of the other teams that ended up locking in their world qualification spot through the EUIC. Otherwise, up first, we do have Volticons UNITE and Los Caracaros, who were in that 4th and 5th seeding spot.
That's right. And basically, the bracket is going to play out exactly in the order that we're seeing here, where we are going to get a chance to see the 4th and 5th seeds play against each other, Volticons and Los Caracaros, which I believe was a match that we actually got a chance to see very recently, towards the end of the season. But of course, the winner of that will move up to fight Peps, the winner of that will move up to fight Kamai, and BH3, already qualified for Worlds, is sitting happy in that grand finals. But obviously, we've seen there's quite a bit of money on the line. Of course, Team Peps as well, uniquely in EU, will be fighting for that. So we're going to be seeing these first 2 matches, left side of this bracket today, and then the rest of the matches will happen, of course, tomorrow. So you really want to catch all of the action because it is an elimination match for every single match that we will be watching. It's going to be very exciting to see. And I mean, these teams as well have proven themselves so much over the course of this season. I don't think we have a single, even questionable team still playing within these top 5s of any of these regions. So I'm really glad that we do get a chance to watch them all and watch them all in a best of 5 format. But I do believe we are going to be moving on to our first match of the day. And this is where we're going to have to say goodbye to Spriggles and Zoinks, who are going to be going hanging out, maybe talking to some of the other teams. And it's going to be Kello and I who will be what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. Kello and I will be taking the first match of the day. So goodbye to them. I think Spriggles is actually still waving somewhere off in the distance. But Kello, of course, we're going to be playing with first match. Excited. Los Caracados, Volticons.
Yes, so as we have the passage of time, you know, these two teams, this is not the first time that they have gone up against each other. They went up against each other during part 1 of the season and then part 2. So I guess this would be their 3rd matchup, unless I think there was also, I don't know, you know what? I'm pretty sure we end up having some interviews, so that'll end up clarifying my question there. But, you know, that's the thing. In terms of these two teams, obviously they have come in that 4th and 5th position there. But first up, we do have Los Caracados as that rank 5, coming out of the season with the 6 wins and 8 losses. But Nayet, Jose, Bertolo, Girari, and Relly, for those of you that aren't familiar with them.
And a really fun team, extremely fun team, one that I've been really enjoying watching the entire season. And I'm going to say that a lot about kind of every team that we're going to watch over the course of this weekend with EU, but they'll be the first that I will talk about. And I'm not going to be the only one talking about it because we had a chance to talk with them, well, Zoinks did in particular. So let's see what they had to say to Zoinks earlier today.
I get a chance to talk with Neon from Los Caracados about their incredible season and now what they are looking forward to in the playoffs. So Neon, I'm going to start off with a question. The end of your season looking pretty good, entering into the playoffs at 3-2, so a bit of an upswing. What's been the secret to your team's recent success?
Just to be honest, just not play together maybe, but we have had a small break. Maybe that's the secret. We have very good vibes. I think that's the main part. Just the vibes are really good.
That's awesome. I love going into the playoffs with good momentum and good vibes. You can't really spell it out any better than that. Well, my question today is, you're at the bottom of the bracket. You got a long run to make it to that championship game. Obviously still possible, but I got to ask, in your mind, what do you think is going to be the most important part for your team to get done correctly if you're going to make it all the way to that championship game?
I think the most important part is that we beat Volticons. We have lost to them so many times this season. Only time we beat them was in the play-ins, when we beat them in the winner and the grand final before the reset. But ever since then, we always lost to them, and we always play bad against them. So they seem like an nemesis to us. I think if we can beat them, we have a chance against everyone.
All right, if you can beat the bracket team, you can beat anybody. That's so exciting. Naya, one last thing. Anybody you want to shout out before you start this playoff journey?
Yeah, I want to shout out my whole team. All of them, Jose, Jurawi, Bertilo, Relly, also Reigns. Thank you guys for playing with me. I love you guys. It's been a great run, and let's go to Reds together.
An amazing regular season. Can't wait to watch your team in playoffs. Great luck to you and Los Caracados.
Thank you.
What a sweet interview. What a sweet ending at the end. The shout out to the entire team. I love that. That's awesome. But I mean, it's a great team full of just great people in general. Like I said, I've been really enjoying watching them over the course of the season, and I hope that we get to watch them play for years and years at this point. They've been doing quite well, but of course they did say that they were playing up against a different team that was a little bit of a nemesis for them. Not one of the two teams named Nemesis that we've had in the series before, but their own personal nemesis, which is Volticons. And I have been a huge Volticons fan this entire season. Tibby, Snow, Jellyman, Fizzy, and Daddy Leon, the swaggiest player maybe in at least EU. I would throw that out there.
Yes, and I love that they have that Cubone plushie there with them, but they did end up ending their season there with the 7 wins and 7 losses. And yeah, as you mentioned, I suppose this team being somewhat of a nemesis towards Los Cardocados, Volticons actually ended up winning both part 1 and part 2 of the season against Los Cardocados matches 2-0. So with Los Cardocados not having any wins, like that's the thing, Volticons, well, we'll have to see how confident they are heading up into Los Cardocados again with another interview. So let's throw it back to Zoinks.
All right, everybody, I'm here with Charlie King from Volticons UNITE, who are coming into the playoffs after a 7-7 regular season. Charlie, congratulations. You're going in at the number 4 seed into this playoffs. What's your secret to success in this regional league so far to make it in that number 4 spot?
There's not many secrets. There's just playing better with as a team and kind of figuring out how we need to mix ourselves with each other. It's a lot about playing together and kind of getting used to each other's habits and continuing on with each other and being good friends. I think it's really brought us far into this league. Of course, we need to push this a little bit further now to make that Worlds invite that we're so really much want.
Only a couple of wins are going to separate you from that one. Your first opponent today is obviously going to be against Los Cardocados, which you have a great record against. In terms of that matchup, how well do you think you played? Do you just think you got the advantage in a couple of player spots, or do you sort of have the download on this team?
I mean, we have to never underestimate another team, of course, because they can always come up with something new. We saw that with the same team, Cardocados against BH3, bringing out this comfy palm mod that was suddenly being popularized. So we can never underestimate them, but we feel like we got a good feel for how they like to play and how we need to play to kind of counter it.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the counter strategy emerging in just a few moments. So good luck to you and the rest of Volticons Unite, and have a great playoffs.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for that, Zoinks. But yes, Chari King, you know, they're going in. They're not underestimating any of their opponents that they're going up against, especially Los Cardocados. Yes, they may have beat them once, but it doesn't mean things cannot change. So really great to see it in terms of their preparation heading on into this next match. But I suppose while we are seeing these teams that we've seen all season, I suppose it's going to be a bit of a different look today, potentially, considering, well, we only just had a patch last week. So I guess it's going to be, well, we're going to end up seeing a switch of the meta. What do you think about that, Chef?
Definitely. I think that some teams it'll affect a little bit more or a lot more, and some teams it'll be a little bit less impactful. There are some Pokemon that got some pretty nice buffs. Zoroark and Zeraora, for example, are some of them, and we've seen some of those from some of these teams a lot, but maybe not as much in the EU region. So I think a lot of the NA and Latam teams, especially, you know, some of the Zeraora players, are going to have a really good time this weekend. Maybe they won't. Maybe the buffs aren't quite enough for them. But we've also seen some pretty significant nerfs to some of the meta Pokemon. However, I wouldn't say any of them are like completely out of the running right now, unless, I mean, I just have a completely wrong read on it. But we might see a little bit less as far as like some of the defenders like Blastoise. Some of the key moves of theirs were nerfed, and then Snorlax got some buffs. So some defender changes as well. But we'll see as we go into draft number 1. Again, these are all going to be 3 out of 5 sets. So lots of time to try and figure out your opponent's styles, make the adaptation.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. But, you know, you want to go all in these first couple of matches. You don't want to really start off on the wrong foot there. And, well, we can already see these bans trickling on through. We have Mega Lucario, Psyduck, and Mega Charizard. Why they're being banned out on the side of Volticons Unite. Otherwise, we have Scizor, Scyther being banned on out. Blissey and Machamp on the side of Los Kato. So this was one that I was curious about. Psyduck, I know it didn't end up receiving those slight nerfs, and whether it was still going to be quite strong, considered quite strong and ban-worthy, but I suppose Volticons Unite have picked that one up, which means they get to lock in Sir Fetched up first. And I know this has been a pretty powerful pick in those past couple of weeks of the season.
It has, and I believe it maybe got a nerf this time, or was that last patch? I can't remember, but it was pretty minor. Okay, yeah, it was last time then. It was 2 times ago. Okay, but after that, it was still used quite a bit. Didn't make that much of a difference. I'm really excited, by the way, to see on the other side over here, Jirari picking up the Trevenant again. It's a Pokemon that they've really popped off with early in this season. We didn't get a chance to see them play it as much over maybe, I don't know, last 2 events, but they are just an awesome playmaker with this Pokemon. And combine that with a Blaziken that really uses displacement well to like push people into overheats or displace and displace. I'm very excited for that comp of Vaporeon. It's one that I feel like we haven't seen as much maybe recently, although it was banned so much of this season.
Yeah, it has been banned. I feel like it is a reliable pick, but in terms, I want to go back to Los Kato-Katos' first pick. Funnily enough, in terms of their stats, Jose, Blaziken was their most picked Pokemon throughout this season with a total of 6 pickups, and Jirari, they ended up playing Trevenant a total of 10 times this season as well, on 10 picks. So both of these 2 top picks, it looks like they're just bringing their most comfortable Pokemon, their best Pokemon out to the table straight up first. But we have an Espeon being locked on in, which I'm really, really excited to see, considering this was one of the ones also affected by the Revival Stars patch. And Naya picking up the Hooper, but you're saying ooh on the side of Volticons Unite. Why is that?
Well, we do see Delmaz, which is one of the most fun Pokemon to watch, I think. And it can be quite literally hit or miss. There's actually quite a few skill shots on the side of Volticons, so I'm just excited to see where that goes. And before we do get to the end of this draft, I just want to point out the way that the maps are going to work today. First map of every set will be everybody's favorite Rayquaza, and then Kyogre for the second one, and then Groudon for the third, and then fourth and fifth, we go back to kind of our normal rules of the losers do get to decide whether or not they want the side choice or the map pick or etc. So great to see that we're going to see a lot of the different maps this time, but Rayquaza for the very first map of the day, that's gonna affect a lot, I think, of what these choices are.
Speak for yourself when you say it's everybody's favorite. Rayquaza is not my favorite. I don't know. Any other hands up in chat? Who's I know. No, I didn't know. No, I did know. I don't know. I'm actually curious. Well, who is tuning in on chat? Rayquaza, is that one of your favorites? I wonder if there are anybody out there. I mean, there surely are. But yes, that is going to be no choice for that. And I guess that's a thing. Depending on which map we end up having here, I'm wondering whether that's going to end up shaking up their picks later on down the track. But so far, Rayquaza, these are the the 10 Pokemon that we are going to have locked on in. I'm really excited to see, yes, same, this Delmice, how this goes, whether we are going to have that anchor shot to go and drag those opponents, go and get those isolations in, and whether it can just be that all-rounder, I suppose. But here we go, Chef headed on into our first set, our first game of the day. Volticons Unite over on the purple side and Los Kato-Katos on the orange. And
we do get a chance to see Center Zacian. That is relatively unexpected, but of course, I didn't really get a chance to think about the fact they have like 8 top path Pokemon on their team. They don't even have 8 Pokemon on their team, but 8 of them can be top path. There's just a lot of options of how they could have split this up. Yeah, they could just all top. We got a
5-0-0.
we had a chance to see a team go all bottom during the last broadcast that we had, right? It was Citadel, I believe, but it didn't work out for them. So maybe that's not the best strategy, but we are going to see some pretty early aggression probably from this Zacian. I would have to assume it's going to level up really early. We're also going to see the Espeon, who I think is going to be a really impactful Pokemon over the course of this weekend, which I do love to see, but it's going to be leveling up pretty early. So I would assume a lot of aggression just in general over the course of this early game.
Yes, and we can already see that is going to be a 4v2. Well, currently a 4v1 up in the top path with only Vaporeon left remaining. And fortunately, they cannot stop the dunks of Aeos Energy raining on through as Los Caracados are now at 39 points. But we can already see Volticons Unite. Well, they managed to get in some points of their own, but now that their pockets are empty, Los Caracados, they're now going to scatter.
Ooh, look at this, going all the way into the center enemy area. And oh, they've just barely evolved, and they're going to need that to maybe even try to get out of there, but no chance. So much damage, and that's going to get Jose even closer to evolving to that Blaziken. They are for sure going to get this buff as well. That was exactly perfect amount of experience. You love to see it. If you're Los Caracados, maybe not so much if you're Volticons. A little bit of a scramble as well. Everybody kind of going towards the center, trying to intercept them as they're going to be going for these Altaria birds, but it looks like not a huge fight. Jarawi maybe trying to make an attempt to step in, but going to get punished for it? Maybe no. Oh my goodness.
Wow, but Jirari being able to go and survive there up against that Zacian was incredible. But now they only have Fizzy caught between 3 members. They are going to go back to safety onto that pad, which means Los Caracados do need to go and back away as we do have those members spawn on and in, but also some wild Pokemon popping up on the field. A great anchor shot to go and take away that Indeedee, but still it ends up being Bertolo to lock that in as that SP.
Right, I mean, Psyshock is so good at getting final hits on things. Ooh, we're going to see some aggression up top as well. Really trying to push down this top path, and the experience is just not going the way of Volticons right now. I don't think they're going to have a good attempt to eject, but an overheat didn't quite work out. This is going to be a goal zone that's going down, but I'm excited to see the combinations with like maybe Trevenant into the Psyshock from the Espeon. It's kind of similar to like the Machamp Espeon combo that we saw from Reject a lot at ACL, right?
Yeah, all I can think about is the amount of crowd control they are going to be bringing with that Wood Hammer, the Horn Leech, and then when you think you're about to get out, you might as well get Psyshocked as well and then stunned into place. So we'll have to see those combinations carry on further. But otherwise, Jose was able to solo down that Regieleki up in that top half. And because that tier 1 is broken, that's heading towards tier 2. But it looks like Los Caracados, they're not going to focus on that. Instead, they're looking to pivot down into that bottom half.
I love how aggressive Los Caracados has been, and look at this. Again, it's going to be so hard to defend this. I don't even know if they're going to really attempt. Ooh, big Unite from the Espeon. A nice hook to pull them in. But Jarawi's still going to be standing on that front line. So hard to take down. They've got them super low. A chance to go back in using the Unite from the Surfetched, and they're going to use that advantage to get a lot of experience back for that team. Really nice counter push from the side of Volticons. Just needs to pick up this goal zone. Oh, no, maybe they're actually going to not even attempt it, trying to keep it up and maybe give them even less experience. An interesting choice, but they do need some points here. They're getting a little bit far behind.
I suppose it's a matter of, okay, we won that fight. We managed to go get that Regieleki, pivot towards that bottom and defend that pad well. Only get in those little dunks, just in case Los Caracados do want to continue pushing on forth. But it looks like the Volticons Unite, they managed to do the perfect math and left that on one dunk. Otherwise, we have another fight rolling up here.
Oh, we do. Well, kind of a little quick one right there. Looks like, again, we're going to see maybe an attempt to try to push back. But Los Caracados, it does seem like their attempt to be super aggressive might be kind of stopping now. I love the fact that they're really pushing their advantage basically this entire time that they had it from that very first kind of victory at the start of the game. But I think they're starting to say, okay, well, hold on a minute. They're really, starting to even up the damage. I like that great Wood Hammer, by the way. The Psyshock did a lot of damage, but the fact that it's going to be a pretty tanky Pokemon meant that they weren't able to get as much as maybe they wanted right there.
No, we do have 5 seconds left until a basement Reggie does end up spawning on in. It is a 3v3 down in the bottom path as we do have Talonflame coming on in to try and create some space. It's going to be a Reggie steal, so that is really going to be juicy for whoever gets a secure. But there goes the anchor right into the zone with Espeon, who ends up getting united, and Reggie steal ends up going to Hooper in their unbound form of all those Pokemon to Los Caracados.
Ooh, I mean, hey, the beam is a great secure. I'm not sure exactly what it was in the chaos of that moment, but that was a really nice coordination and a great usage of that Delmas Unite. Okay, a big kind of return KO. It does seem like we are seeing the Talonflame get KO'd a decent amount. It's a pretty hard Pokemon to not get KO'd a lot, but it's kind of giving a lot of EXP to the other side. I do love that hook back. Jarwi, wow, nice. He's able to get out of there with the Phantom Force and get a berry, so they will be able to survive. Fizzy is starting to land a lot of really important anchor shots, and the double double side shock. So much damage followed by the fly. That is disgusting. A great way for them to start pushing back.
Yeah, that is going to create some momentum, but in from the back line comes that Zacian is going to charge up their sword, but unfortunately they end up missing all of those hits. Liquidation has locked onto Jirari as they try to make a quick escape, and they make it back to safety onto that pad without getting knocked out. And now things are starting to ramp up. We have a minute 30 until that final stretch. We don't have any level 13s just yet on either side, so it looks like either side are going to retreat, secure whatever wild Pokemon they can before making another attempt at a push.
Maybe an attempt to see if anybody was defending up top, as there is a weird little scuffle going on with the Blaziken. It looks like the Blaziken is outnumbered up there, but most people just sitting down here on bottom did manage to land a nice little anchor shot. And oh, the overheat from the tall grass. It was a good attempt. I love that attempt, but unfortunately didn't quite work out. They were a little bit over their heads. They are going to finally break with a pretty small overdunk, this tier 1 gold zone on the bottom. This fly trying to catch somebody, but they might get caught in return. Oh, a nice turnaround. I mean, a KO just for some experience before the end of the game. They will be able to respond in time.
Oh, that's rough. That Inteleon also ended up utilizing their Unite move, not being able to come away with that KO on Talonflame. They're going in with that with less resources. Otherwise, I guess because Volticons Unite are outnumbered here, Los Cardocados are able to go and take that Regirock for free with 20 seconds remaining until the Rayquaza ends up spawning in. But meanwhile, we can see on that minimap that Zacian has managed to lock in that Regieleki, and it looks like Los Cardocados, they're just going to use that tier 2 as a buffer, prioritizing this positioning in the tall grass instead.
That Regieleki going in, actually the 20 points was enough to push the lead to Volticons, so that's huge for them. They can play a lot more patient. They have a lot of range damage on their team. They have the chance to kind of fit, quite literally fish with these anchor shots, exactly like that, see what they can hook. But the lead, I mean, is huge. For any team that can play defensively like this, you've got to love it. It's got to be probably those Cardocados that makes the initiation if they start to realize that, okay, we just barely lost that lead, but so far everybody just playing a little bit safe. Safe though against, oh my god, against something like that is very scary.
Yes, and that is going to force Naya out of the tall grass as well, revealing their positioning to Fizzy there as they are just going to hold on out. Otherwise, you can see on that minimap, Talonflame is looking for a backhand. Zacian ends up dunking down bottom because Blaziken's also going a dunk, which means they're going to be able to take that 100 and now take the lead. And now the move is on as that Liquidation's going to lock onto that Trevenant, but they are able to make it on out and survive that. As we can see on the picture-in-picture, we have 2 fights going in at once.
We do. The Unite being popped from the Hoopa. Everybody coming all the way back to the center area from the side of those Cardocados. And now they are all just together. Everybody is split up on the side of Volticons. The Unite coming out from the Surf Edge is going to catch at least the Blaziken. Hoopa doing still a ton more damage. And KO even attributed to the tree here. But can they stop Snow on the Zacian? Is going to be doing a lot of damage and getting a lot of healing back. The Fly not going to be able to catch another Hunterberg going down on bottom. And at this point, Volticons, they need to maybe take down this Rayquaza. I'm not sure if they have that many more options, but they're so incredibly low. Do manage to do a lot of damage in return, but wow, still somehow Talonflame alive.
Yeah, and here comes back the Inteleon Unite move to go and give them some vision. Huge Trevenant to go and push them back, but it still ends up being Inteleon on that top side to lock it in for Volticons Unite. The question is, do they have enough time to go and get these points and go and take the lead? There goes the 82 along with the 100, and Chef, I think that was enough.
I actually have no idea. I think they got 2 Hunterbergers on the other side, but there was like a 20-point lead.
Oh,
it's going to be super close. It's going to be super close. We have to see.
Oh my gosh, wait! It's a tie!
It was
Wait, who got it first?
It was Volticons, right? No, it was Los Cardocados. Because
wait, Los
got the last score.
Cardocados!
Yeah, so Los Cardocados wins. Los Cardocados wins off the tie. That's how close this was.
Oh my goodness, no way. We just ended on 378 to 378. So far, we don't even have confirmation on who is victorious. But yeah, I guess if we retrack it back, we ended up having that Talonflame dunking that top path. And then we had Los Cardocados going and breaking down that bottom tier 1 pad. And then Volticons Unite ended up getting that 82 and 100 up next. And there were no other dunks after that. So in theory, Los Cardocados Kadokados, they should be the victorious ones here unless we have missed something. I mean, the highlights will definitely demonstrate it to us here, as we're not going to actually look in to see who's victorious just yet. Let's go see if we can backtrack and calculate that one ourselves. Holy macaroni.
I know. First match of the day. And for anybody out there who isn't as familiar with Pokemon Unite or how this works with a tie, the team that reaches the point score first wins on a tie. So if you are the second team to score, if you catch up to the other team, you lose in that situation, which is exactly what happened right there. We did just get confirmation from production that Los Caducados did win this first game off of that tiebreaker. Wow, incredible. And I mean, what a weird way that things played out. But I do have to say, this particular moment, I loved the fact that we saw the I don't even know what to call it, but the wild like double back cap strategy from Los Caducados, and then they pulled everybody back with the Hoopa Unite to kind of coordinate in the center. And I mean, obviously extremely well played by both of these teams, but I thought that play was really kind of what led to them being able to be the first ones to that tie.
Oh my gosh. You know what? If there is a way to start off the playoffs weekend, this is definitely one way to start off with a bang. The fact that we ended up having a tie just really goes to show the growth of these teams and just also how close they were. But after all of that, Relly on the Talonflame was the one to pick up the MVP with the 6-5-2 KFA. Being able to, I suppose, dealing off that finishing blows in terms of that damage. With that 34k damage dealt, but also 39 damage taken. That is a lot of damage taken for a Talonflame.
Yeah, I was saying that it seemed like they were going down quite a bit, and they were, but in the end, they used the mobility of the Talonflame really, really well to be able to kind of sneak in some scores, which led to this wild back and forth that you can see on the graph right here. So I do like the way that they ended up using it in the end. It was just a little bit scary, you know? I mean, it's a hard Pokemon to keep up. You got to decide whether or not you want to play like more aggressive and all in, or whether you want to use fly to back up, and then at that point you kind of are not doing all that much damage. So just a tough situation, but in the end it did work out. The points obviously down to the single point mattered. You can see the Heatcraft as well, where they they were flying pretty far all over the place.
And this is the thing in terms of, yeah, every single point matters, right? So I suppose if we really recap what happened during that match, well, we're going to have another highlight here. We see it's, 196 to 378 as that Inteleon locked on in. So Los Caducados, well, yeah, they ended up having that points advantage first, and the two dunks at the bottom just weren't enough. So I'm wondering, here we see Daddy Leon, they've ended up going through that chokehold rather than going down that L bush, where there were actually more AOS energy that they could have picked up. So that would have been enough. But the thing is, would have they had enough time? I mean, I guess it's more, okay, we got to get that dunk in first, because then they would have broken it. So suppose if they ended up filling up their pockets, they would have only ended up getting that 100 points, and then they wouldn't have been able to get the second 100 in. So it's just so mind-boggling at the series of events that ended up happening there.
Right. I mean, I certainly wouldn't by any means, even with 2020 hindsight, say that they played any of that wrong at all at the end, right? You would have had to have really just somehow known that you were exactly going to be at the tie and found basically like one AOS energy somewhere, and it wasn't too much that you would end up, like you said, breaking the goal zone. But at that point, I mean, we saw the game end right as they scored, so I don't even know if they had time to do that. I think both teams played extremely well, and obviously they're both here to win, and hopefully they don't get gassed from game number one, because they've got a lot more games to go. Of course, being Rayquaza as well did really affect the end of that match quite a bit, but we're not going to be going back to Rayquaza unless one of the teams picks it way later in the set. So maybe going back to a little bit more standard game style as far as picks and how you want to play the late game, because there was a lot of secure on board in that last game, and there was a lot of kind of interesting strategies more around the final objective than maybe we usually see.
Yeah, and I guess that's a thing in terms of that Rayquaza in comparison to Groudon and Kyogre. Those buffs cannot be transferred over to your opponents if you end up getting knocked on out. And I mean, even then, Rayquaza was secured within those last 15 seconds anyway, so there wouldn't have been enough time for buffs to be stolen and to make it across the map. But I guess, you know, in terms of just how these end up playing out, especially on that Rayquaza map, this is where I feel like those overdunks really can make a difference. I know about, I think it was like the 4-minute mark, we actually ended up having Volticons Unite. I believe it was Daddy Leon on the Vaporeon who ended up breaking that bottom tier 1 pad, but it was left on 1 point, but I think it was only 12 points that ended up going in there. So I suppose it's not really, yes, you are creating that space, but then it's also not capitalizing on the amount of points that you can actually get into that goal at that certain time, which are definitely things that end up stacking in and coming into a play, which ends up affecting the final result. But you know what? Enough about game 1 there, because we're going to hop over to game number 2. It is going to be the Kyogre map this time round. We have Volticons Unite in that first pick position once again, locking in that Farfetch, but they have gone and begged out Mega Lucario, Psyduck, and Mega Charizard once again, and same bands for the side of Los Cardocados, being that Scizor, Scyther, Blissey, and Machoon.
Ooh, and okay, so we didn't get a chance to talk about this quite yet, but Moltres is going to be the first time that it's out of the competitive quarantine, essentially, as it's been a month now since its release, and our last event, it was not a month yet, so this is going to be the first time that we're going to see it on a broadcast. It's certainly a Pokemon that I have way less experience with, so I'm excited to see exactly what it's going to bring. I wasn't sure if any team was going to actually bring it, but we'll see what they can show off from Volticons.
Yeah, you and me both in terms of that experience with the Moltres there. So I'm excited to see how this legendary bird comes into play. I know we ended up having that Zapdos come out last week, and it made some pretty incredible plays, especially for evil geniuses there, playing that Zapdos there and being able to take the win. So I suppose in terms of its Unite move, it can also affect opponent goals there. So yeah, wondering to see how this ends up working out. But ooh, okay, we actually have Naya locking in this Anchor this time around, along with Bertolo taking away this Inteleon. So a bit of a switch up here. And oh, we have a Greninja being locked on in, even though I believe it was one of those Pokemon that did end up receiving some nerfs as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of set of changes that it got. Surf was nerfed pretty decently, but we haven't been seeing 100% Surf, right? So I'm assuming we're probably not going to see Surf as well from this kind of comp. But also, they did kind of change how the auto attack works, and there was some like awkwardness to it before, and I know it's a change that people have wanted for a really long time, I believe, but it's a little bit confusing, so I'm not going to try to explain it because even I honestly don't fully know. But I do think that some people really did like the change to how the enhanced auto attacks work, so let's just leave it up to that. Someone in chat is smarter than me and will be able to explain it. I'm very excited though. The Galarian Rapidash is one of my favorite Pokemon to watch, so we've got some really unique picks going into this game number 2.
Yeah, I think it was something to do with those wild Pokemon hits. And I know I was watching some videos myself in terms of actually seeing a Greninja go and shred down that final boss in the middle. So I think it's a bit quicker now because of the crit damage that it does end up receiving now, which it wasn't. So I don't know. We'll have to see how that ends up faring out into play here with Chari King on Volticons, locking that in. But yeah, I'm really excited to see these two comps. We do have some similarities, but also some switch ups here. I feel like at the core, Los Cardocados, this is very similar, but yeah, having the Anchor this time around along with Inteleon and Rapidash over on their side. Excited to see this Rapidash head out onto the field and how that ends up faring out.
It's I do believe that it's been one of the higher win rate Pokemon over the course of the season. We do have a small pause at the start of the game, by the way, so hopefully we just get to jump back in a moment. But I do believe that the win rate for Galarian Rapidash has been super high, but it's not been picked all that much. And there are a few players, I think, just in general over the course of the season that have been really good with it. And we've seen some of them from EU, but it's just so good at chasing down these like strong ranged attackers that are maybe a little bit hard to catch because it can just catch anything that it wants to. It can be anywhere that it wants to on the entire map. But I've said this before, it kind of came out, Galarian Rapidash, in a tough spot where it was just far too good. And so nobody liked seeing it. And then for a long time, it was just far too weak. And then nobody liked seeing it on their team. And now I'm glad that it's in a spot where we get a chance to see it, because I think it's one of the most unique Pokemon added to Pokemon Unite, and it really feels like a unique experience to play it.
Yeah, you are actually right on the ball there. It is one of those top 3 Pokemon that have the top win rate. I mean, at the stats that I am currently looking at this way in terms of the overall season. So ended up having the 69% win rate. I'm wondering, can you guess who were the top 2 Pokemon with their overall top win rate?
Yeah. So for clarity, I do not have the stats in front of me because I'm always bad at opening them.
Take a guess.
My guess for one is going to be Inteleon. Is that one of them? Wait, no.
No,
okay.
But they are top 10.
Okay.
But no, not one of the top 3.
Is this in general win percentage, or is this
Yes,
over
overall.
10, like with 10+ wins? Do you know?
Yeah, both of these Pokemon have over 10
amount of wins.
Yes.
Okay.
So they do qualify.
Who could it possibly
I'll give you a clue.
Okay.
I'll give you a clue. In second place, they have a total of 55 wins.
Whoa. Okay, that's pretty good then.
So somebody that's been played a lot.
Yeah, played a lot with one of the highest win rates. I'm gonna guess Snorlax.
No, wrong. I'll give you another clue.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Well, with these actually
There's
encounter
counter rates. Okay,
so
yeah. Oh, okay. I can still guess. Okay, if I don't get one in this next guess, I'm gonna give up.
I'll give you a clue.
Okay.
It's a Mega.
It's a Mega. Oh. Well, I don't feel like. Well, certainly not Mega Charizard Y, because we've seen that lose a lot recently. Mega.
Let's throw one out into the woodwork.
Yeah, is it Mega Gyarados?
There. There. It was Mega Gyarados. Okay, so maybe we have had some updates. Anyways, we have had some updates there. So Rapidash was actually in the second. So according to my stats, yeah, my bad. But otherwise, the top pick, which is correct on both sides here, is that Mr. Mime. Top win rate there. 72%. So I think mine might be a little outdated there. My bad. But it was close. We were close.
Yeah, well, Zoroark also doesn't have 10 wins or anything like that, so maybe it wasn't counted in some of that. But I mean, that is that I would have never guessed Mr. Mime at all. Okay, but the pause is done. I can finally stop guessing things that I just got completely wrong, as we're gonna go into game number 2 of Volticons versus Los Catacados, and we're gonna be making some pretty big changes as far as the comps, in case anybody forgot from the moment that we were in draft. Excited to see all these new Pokemon, Moltres and Galarian Rapidash, up on this top path.
Yes, going on in with the bird. Oh, it's actually really cool to see Moltres out on the field. I didn't realize. I mean, it makes sense. It is a giant legendary bird, but just how big it looks in comparison to all the other Pokemon.
I think visually it is so cool. The attack with its wing in particular, the animation of that, which we're going to see right there, getting a KO on this Galarian, Ponyta still. I think that Moltres is a beautiful looking model in this game. So huge shout outs to the people who made it. But right now it's looking like a pretty scary Pokemon just in general to fight too. It's doing a lot of aggression, being able to poke down pretty well and already hitting level 4. So that's got to be, you got to be pretty happy with that. Does seem like there was a little bit of an invasion, maybe an attempt here. Nayat trying to see if there was anything in that center area. I don't think they were able to find anything. Not sure.
Oof. Yeah, but that was a great blaze kick coming in from Jose to go and get Tibby up against the wall, but nonetheless, they are able to go and take down that Ponyta and allow Farfetch'd and that Hooper to go and dunk in some points. So while we do have some AOS energy going at the top path for Volticons Unite, looks like Los Catacados managed to find some success down in that bottom path instead.
Oh, look at this. This top path is just so aggressive. All right, now it's going to be able to get out of there just barely, but I mean, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it, but I mean, the fact is Galarian Ponyta still was rough, but the fact that it's also in the top path is pretty rough. We are going to see a lot of aggression down in this right side center area. You can see on the picture-in-picture, and they're doing a pretty good job of fighting them out now. A great wood hammer, but even if they do manage to get that KO, it's not going to be all that important. Finally, the evolution up top into that Galarian Rapidash is going to be pretty huge. Nayat so low.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ponyta is already a nuisance enough with that speed boost whenever it gets that hit. But now, as a Rapidash, that's going to be zooming around, looking to go and stack up their special attack specs. But meanwhile, we do have that Regidrago because it isn't Rayquaza. There's no Regidrago or Rayquaza. So now Regidrago is going to show up because it's that Kyogre.
Yes. So many things different. So many things different. We got a little taste of the past. I was asking at the start of today what everybody everybody felt about the passage of time, and Rayquaza really gets to show us the passage of time, you know, and how lucky we are to have these new objectives. But nice that Woodhammer was able to take, I think, a lot of that. We did see a KO up top as well. Moltres able to pick another KO up, and I'm really curious, or I was really curious, how they were going to end up playing this Moltres in general. It can do quite a few things. It's a pretty strong kind of, I don't know, like flex pick as far as I've seen so far, but they do seem to be doing quite a bit of damage with it and kind of playing it a little bit more in that role. As that's been, I mean, getting some pretty good KOs up top of this entire game. We are going to trade objectives, by the way, pretty uncontested from both sides.
Oh, but this goal is left on 16 points, so it's just a matter of whether Los Cardocados can go and break that before it crashes on in. But no, Regieleki is going to go and break that tier 1, only getting that 4 over dunk for Los Cardocados. But nonetheless, it is still going to create some space, as we do have Blaziken trying to make a run for it, but they're just not able to escape that leak.
Oh yeah, it's so hard to stop the Surfetched aggression, and that's one of the big reasons why it's being picked. You can see it just chasing down everybody. It has really strong defensive options in its kit, alongside the fact that it's, I mean, such an aggressive Pokemon. So a lot of times when you try to stop it, it just gets absorbed, and you basically have run out of options, and it just ends up right next to you. It's exactly what we saw a few moments. So Volticons doing quite a good job this time around. They're looking a lot more in the lead than they were last time. They had to catch up a little bit, but it's all about the early game so far, and we'll see now about the time that we saw things even out in the last game, if things will even out a little bit more in this one.
Well, we do have another fight brawling up in that top path. The block is going to go up and shield that Snorlax along with that Moltres as they do back on away. Otherwise, a Rapidash diving into enemy territory, just trying to hassle this Hooper as they are able to make a grand escape with such a little HP.
Ooh, I love how fast you just get to see Galarian Rapidash run around. I mean, you just follow it across the entire map. Okay, small KO there. I mean, our buffed Snorlax, by the way, just going to be in kind of the wrong place at the wrong time, but it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's going to be very difficult against this duo, though, to push down this top tier 1 goal zone. Moltres, like I said, it can be very tanky. Heat Wave, the move that it uses, that it fires exactly that one they use right there. Thank you. It does give it some health regeneration, so it's going to be very, very hard to take down. It's going to do a lot of burn to defend, but they're going to push in on the Greninja Unite to try and get into that back line. Just lots of Unites just in general, and we're going to see this Blaziken go down for sure. Volticon's winning yet another fight.
Yeah, taking down 3 members of Los Cardocados means they're able to go and secure that top tier 1 pad, but also look at shredding down this Reg Eyes for themselves. So that is going to give them that HP regen over time. But the thing is, jump pads are available now. Volticons Unite, well, I was going to say, I don't know if they're going to want to push this top tier 2 pad, but it looks like they're just trying to starve out Los Cardocados of those wild Pokemon. As we pivot down bottom, Jirari getting pushed up against the wall, but they're going to build a forest to go and get on it.
Manages to stay un-KO'd all the time. I don't know how. Look, they're going in with 25% HP. We'll see if they can survive this one. It looks like maybe they won't. Oh, okay. For a second, they might have. Regieleki, though, getting really, really low. We'll see who can actually find this last hit. It's just going to be the auto attack from the Inteleon. Exactly what they needed. They built so much space. Now they're going to try to pick up a few more KOs. It's going to be Blaziken going down next in return. I mean, we're talking about Pokemon that are very hard to take down. The Surfetched as well has been able to escape so many fights. A great wall. Naiad finally getting caught out. It looks like Galarian Rapidash as well will finally be falling, but not enough health on the side of Volticons probably to push this down. They've got to back up, got to get some sort of reset before they can find a way to take down that tier 1 gold zone, which, hey, they've got plenty of points. I don't even think you need it at this point.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's what I feel like what ended up costing them that last time round, not being able to go and capitalize on the overdunk being on that one goal. So I guess they're looking maybe to go and create a little bit more space to try and get in some more points, but they're going to go and try and take this fight up in this top path as Rapidash is looking for to just chunk away some more damage on that Snorlax. But there we go. We actually have Inteleon popping the Unite move right at that 3-minute mark.
Ooh, that's a little bit late, but they really, really want to win out in this situation, and they're doing a pretty good job of it. They just want to get some return EXP, a double KO streak from them, so clearly that was worth it. They're also going to be picking up this Regidrago, uncontested, and then it looks like they're going to be rotated up. They have a decision. They can try to push down this tier 1 goal zone, or they can just go up and try to take this Reggie. 15 points in, that's not going to be nothing, but they've got to be careful. A counter push here. It's getting really close to the end of the game. That hook could mean a lot, actually. Naiad, though, getting targeted down as Reg Eyes is getting prioritized. Only 25 seconds left to the final stretch.
Or even with an attempted block there, the buff does end up going over to Lost Kato's side. But the thing is, they have lost Jirari amongst the mix. Don't think it's too much of a threat considering they are going to respawn before we have Kyogre pop on in. But in terms of levels, it looks like they're pairing on out considering we have the two, each side has those level 14s being Surfetch'd on Volticons, Inteleon on the other side. But the thing is, it's in Lost Kato's park, considering, well, the left side, they are in the lead. Volticons Unite at 305 to 141.
Right, I mean, they had a lead last time going into the final stretch, but not this significant of a lead. Even a Hundo Burger like back cap wouldn't do anything, which is probably why we're just seeing this Galarian Rapidash just sit around here. They know they need to kind of win this fight. Moltres is going to be up top, trying to just catch some vision. A few other members down on bottom. So far, nobody going for anything super duper aggressive. They are going to at least find somebody jumping in, and then this Liquidation doing so much damage. They're going to pop the Unite to try and just stay alive. But Surfetch'd is going to be the first one to go down.
Oh, but look at this Rapidash living on 1 HP in a dream. Unfortunately, that dream just isn't enough as they end up getting taken on down. Liquidation has locked onto the Fizzy, but I guess thanks to those shields, they are able to go and sustain that, meaning Volticons Unite are able to go and pick up another 2 KOs. It's only the Blaziken left remaining, unable to fight on back, and now Volticons Unite have that opportunity to shred on down this Rayquaza, even though they have the lead. A great block from Snorlax to zone out that Trevenant, and there's just no chance for Lost Katos to try and make a steal.
I don't even know what they can do at this point. I mean, luckily it is going to be Kyogre, so if they can get some KOs, they can steal back some of these buffs. Honestly, well, okay, that's a pretty big KO. So at this point, maybe you do just push. If I was Volticons, I was saying I might have just backed up to begin with, just to, you know, deny the buff, use it to defend. But at this point, they've got more and more and more on board. Somebody can go up to score up top. I mean, even Galarian Rapidash could try to do that. But at this point, they're just going to fight. I'm sorry, not Galarian Rapidash. Galarian Rapidash is the other side. But yeah, at this point, it's pretty much over. I'm just kind of trying to find some straws of an attempted victory, but they're just so far behind as far as levels, and that's basically what Volticons has been doing the entire game. Last game, as close as can be. This one felt like it was solidly Volticons the entire way through to tie up the set.
Yes, I feel like Volticons Unite, they played that one really well, taking on those team fights, being able to break on those goals whenever they needed, but also retreating, and I suppose not overextending whenever it wasn't really necessary. I guess in terms of Lost Katos, you know, Volticons, they let them come to them, especially considering that is the plays of what a Rapidash needs to do, and it played out in their favor, but in the end, 801 to 141 points. So now, in this best of 5 set, each of these teams are 1 apiece. So yeah, even though usually, you know, it's like, okay, next game, that's going to be the be all end all, but no, we still have another potential 2-3 games ahead of us for this set alone.
Right, and like I said, I was really excited to see these two teams play because I feel like they are very, very close in skill to each other, and they're also teams that can really, I think, beat kind of anybody, you know. I mean, no matter who they're going to go up against in the future, I think that they always will stand a chance, which is really fun to see. Also, their picks are fun, their play styles are fun, so I'm glad that we are seeing it go, maybe not the full distance, but at least, I don't know, medium distance at minimum. Could go the full distance still, but I do want to talk about this Moltres. Like I said, I was really curious how they were going to end up playing it, if it was going to be more of like a tanky, true tank frontliner, or if it was going to be a little bit more of like a damage dealer. They did play a little bit more like a damage dealer, which is pretty interesting considering it's a kit that's very much based around self-sustain, giving itself shields, giving itself HP regen, but it did a lot of damage. I mean, we'll see it probably in the stats later. I was really happy with how they used it. It was able to really control the top path as well, pretty much the entire game, especially up against that little bit weaker Galarian Ponyta.
No, I feel like that's a really good point, especially considering, well, Moltres' traditional role is that all-rounder, but I guess considering their build that they did end up going in with, the Slick Spoon, the Cursed Incense, along with that Wise Glasses, I suppose it played more of a special attacker role there, but in the end there, it ended up being Chari King to lock in the most valuable player of this match with a total of 6 knockouts, 0 feints, and 8 assists. So, I mean, the fact that Chari didn't even get knocked out that round, neither did Tibby or Daddy Leon on the Moltres or the Hooper, just goes to show how well Volticons Unite really took the team fights this time around.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers are just so heavily in their favor. I mean, a 19 assist game from Daddy Leon. We do get to see the damage here, and you can see, I mean, pretty even damage from all of the damage dealers on the side of Volticons. So just really interesting, like I said, to see kind of how they were going to split up those roles. But I think once I saw that they were going Snorlax, I was like, okay, I'm a little bit more confident that this is going to be not as much of like a true like frontliner, which it can be played as. It certainly can be played as, but this is looking like a great way to use it. So I'm really excited to see if they're going to use it in the future. On the other side, though, I mean, we saw a ton of damage coming out from a few of their members. I mean, highest damage in the game coming out from Birdie, and I mean, close to second highest from Relly on that Galarian Rapidash, but unfortunately just wasn't quite enough.
No, in the end, yeah, I guess they ended up just falling down like dominoes come that final stretch, and it just allowed Volticons Unite to go and continuously take out the rest of the members to go and take down that Kyogre. But yeah, you mentioned it during that highlights, the fact that Volticons Unite, they had a great grip of the lead throughout the whole match, not allowing Los Cardocados to catch up at all.
And we can see here the average EXP per minute, one of my favorite stats, and I know one of just in general the cast's favorite stats, pretty high altogether with the 1621, and that's a big sign too. You can see where the heat map was, so much of it was on the bottom. Char King just basically farming a lot of the game. They weren't even in a lot of the early fights. I mean, not that they weren't in any of them, but a lot of the time they were kind of being the one that was prioritized to build the space for with those early fights to try and get a lot of that experience. So they were just taking a lot of the farm, and we did see a lot of people kind of equal up to them because the fights were going so well without them. But you love to see that when it's a little bit more of a hard carry. And also you do love to see, speaking of changes and new Pokemon and stuff, you love to see Greninja doing really well after the changes that we had a chance to see. Of course, it was Water Shuriken like we expected, maybe not as much Surf today, but Water Shuriken still a great option, and it showed off quite well here.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show in terms of the flexibility and how the meta changes as these waves of patches come and go. So to have a Water Shuriken double team Greninja, I suppose I feel like Surf is usually the more popular pick when it comes to Greninjas because of the sustain that it can bring. But you know, same Pokemon, different moveset, just being showcased here. But yeah, we're going to go on in to our third game here. This time round, we actually have Los Cardocados in that first pick position as we are now on that Groudon map. And Jiraiya is going to lock in that Snorlax up first, considering Scyther, Blissey, Moltres has been banned on out. And Megalocaris, Psyduck, and Surfetch'd have been locked on out by Volticons Unite.
So I was curious about that. They really didn't seem like they had an answer to Moltres, and it might be one of those Pokemon they haven't had enough experience against, or it just might be that it's looking quite good to them. But that does leave Machamp unbanned, and we haven't seen it picked within these first 3 picks so far, and it doesn't look like maybe even throughout the next 2, which is a pretty heavily banned Pokemon right now, so I'd be surprised if we didn't see it in this game. But, you know, there's a lot of interesting comps coming out, like I said, from both these teams. Volticons, though, they do have some pretty good opportunities now to switch around now that some of the bans have changed. Another pick that I don't think we're going to see it right now, but I'm just talking about it in the middle of the draft, is Clefable. Got some pretty nice buffs. So I would love to see some teams run Clefable, which we have seen over the course of the rest of this weekend. But we are going to see Delmiz going back once again to Volticons, and some pretty similar picks altogether, but some of these have been switching around a decent amount between the teams.
Yes, it looks like Bedalo is going to lock in that Inteleon for Los Cardocados this time round. And Naya, this is the third time they are going to be playing that Hooper. So trusting in their confidence of that. But, ooh, are we going to see a Pawmot game this time round? As I see Jose has hovered over that. But yeah, last 2 picks are going to be these 2 all-rounders, being Blaziken and Pawmot. So what are Volticons Unite going to answer back with here, considering that, well, they already have 2 all-rounders on their side?
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure. I mean, they don't really have that much range damage, but it doesn't look like they're really going to be flexing over to anything more. Oh, okay. The Zeraora buffed quite a bit in this last patch, so I was curious if we were going to see it. We saw a lot of the Zeraora players moving over to the Pawmot, but now, I don't know, we might see a chance to see it come back. Basically, almost every move that it had had was either damage reduction, or sorry, damage increase or cooldown reduction, or both. So, I mean, this is interesting. Also, the other interesting thing, I feel like we usually see Palmont and Zeraora as combo Pokemon, like with another Pokemon, and we could see the Trick Koopa with the Palmont. That was a combo that was pretty cool, but Zeraora is kind of just on its own.
Yeah, that is a really interesting call there, but I'm wondering whether, I feel like normally, traditionally, we've seen the Volt Switch and the Discharge Zeraora, but in terms of the most recent patch, we actually have Wild Charge being buffed on out this time around, increasing that damage. So, but I'm just wondering whether we are going to see a Wild Charge Zeraora, considering, I suppose, in terms of Los Cardocados, the only, squishes they have are going to be that Inteleon and that Hooper. I feel like a Wild Charge is probably going to be really tricky to take down the three frontliners there, being Snorlax, Blaziken, and Palmont. But I suppose only time can tell whether we are going to see this double separation paired up with Fizzy on that Delmise as well. So the Discharge and the Anchor combos, I mean, they could be insane.
Yeah, this is the first time I think we've had a chance to see the potential double pull comp. But I don't know if we'll actually end up seeing it. But game 3 here, not match point. Again, as a reminder, this is all 3 out of 5, all of today and tomorrow. So this is going to be just our normal game 3 between Los Cardocados and Volticons Unite.
Yes, down here in that bottom, up here in the top half. Let's go watch top. We have Torchic and Hooper going up against Zacian and Eevee, as they are just going to do what they usually do, try to get some experience. I think one thing I'm surprised at, Nayat, in terms of this Hooper, they're more playing it on the safe side the past couple of matches. So not utilizing this Hooper to actually go with an invade, even though they do have the experience share equipped.
True. Yeah, we have seen some really weird center area Pokemon, though, that are pretty hard to invade. I mean, this is going to be another one, the Zeraora, who's actually going to be pushing up here. Jose doing a great job of defending, trying to find any KO here. And yes, an eject button might be the one to get it from Nayat. And they will be able to get at least a double KO up top, though. I mean, that's a great split for them. 2 big damage dealers as well being the ones to go down.
Yeah, that is huge for Los Cardocados. A great start after all of that. They have still managed to keep Daddy Leon at bay, only at that level 3. So not being able to go and harass Los Cardocados with whatever moveset they end up selecting here just yet.
Yeah, they heard you saying, Daddy Leon heard you saying, like, oh, sorry, not Daddy Leon. Oh my gosh, Nayat heard you saying, oh yeah, no, they're not playing aggressive enough, and so they wanted to go and pick up that KO.
Oh, okay. Saying they weren't playing aggressive enough. I was just saying they didn't go and invade.
I know. Speaking of invade, a little bit far in. Oh, wow, what a catch! What a catch! And also, speaking of Daddy Leon, talking about support players from both sides, they managed to figure out that they were in that tall grass, stop them from returning, waste a little bit more of their time, and just backed up. They realized the KO wasn't worth it to them. Still an Eevee, by the way, which is a really tough situation. I mean, that's, that could have been huge, but they actually didn't get the evolution off of that. They didn't manage to get hit in.
No, but you know what? My question has been answered, as we do continue to have that Volt Switch Discharge Zeraora. So no Wild Charge being selected, but we do have Mew and Delmise putting some pressure on this bottom path as Snorlax, they're going to take a quick nap here, unable to go and stop that 30 dunk from Mew.
If we see a pull into a pull from Volticons this game, they're winning worlds. I'm just going to throw one out there. I'm going to freak out. It's possible, though. They're in the same place right now, both these Pokemon. We are going to see them pretty uncontested, though, as far as things go. It looks like we might see a little bit of a split as far as where objectives are, or which objectives each team is going to, as we're going to see just Jarawi probably kind of alone down here, just making sure this goal zone isn't easily taken. But now it's only at 6 HP, so they might even rotate away from that, try to pick up a few more points themselves. And top path, Los Cardocados is going to be taking the objective. Bottom path, Volticons taking the objective. Rich Ice up top.
Yeah, Reg Ice for Ree there, the Los Cardocados. Meanwhile, Mew and Zeraora are making quick work of this Regieleki. And because they did end up breaking that tier 1 pad, that is going towards tier 2. So it'll be interesting to see what Volticons Unite decide to go with these plays, as Zeraora has taken that speed Speed Berry up against that Snorlax, but they do have that block for that extra safety. So unable to go and make some big moves there to get some isolations and take them down. But still, Mew's going to pivot up towards the top as they're going to go and help the team while Zeraora is going to continue harassing this Hooper.
Oh, what a great pull. I love seeing the players good at that pull. Of course, that's going to be one of the tightest execution barriers kind of in the game. If you can pull that off. They did manage to get the K off of it as well, but they traded. Unfortunately, it's not going to be in their favor as Inteleon getting the attacker EXP is going to be getting the better out of that trade. And up top as well, it looks like Los Catacados is going to be being pretty aggressive. They've got a lot of damage going on here, and it's a gnarly little combo of both of their brawlers. Oh my goodness, just melted that Zacian.
Yeah, that is going to be sent back to the Pokemon Center, but I'm looking at this minimap. There are so many yellow dots, so much wild Pokemon available on either side. So, I mean, looking at Los Catacados, there's so much on their side, but they're going to take the central area birds up first, while Volticons Unite do make an attempt at contesting it, but it looks like they were unsuccessful that time around.
I just want to say it again. I know I'm going to say it a million times in this set, but I really love both these teams. Really, really awesome teams to watch. I mean, these have been great games, and look how close it is once again. 5 minutes left, and we're in a negligible point difference. I would say 17 points. Everybody now playing a little bit safer. It does seem like every game, once we get to that 5 minute mark, both these teams do play a little bit safer. But okay, hold on, Drew. Are we gonna maybe make an attempt to go in?
No, they are just going to put the pressure on with that heavy slam and block to back on out, as we do have that Regirock now spawned on in. But members, they have all of their resources on hand, as Regirock is getting shredded on down. It ends up being Rally on the Blaziken to get that secure. And what a great heavy slam power nap combination from that Snorlax to get those stunts. This goal is left on 1 point and 39 overdunk from Los Catacados. So really just continuing to hold that lead for that team.
And one of the biggest buffs, I would say, well, maybe I'm exaggerating, but I feel like one of the scariest buffs this entire last patch was the fact that Snorlax Power Nap, now the stuns from both the first like kind of usage of it and then the flip over are both extended almost twice as long as they were. It went up to a full second, I think, from like 0.6 seconds or something like that, like about half a second. So really, really big crowd control added to the side of Snorlax. And of course, half a second doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when you're in Pokemon Unite, half a second is an eternity. Trust me, it is the scariest feeling in the world, especially when there's damage like we see on screen right now going up against you. I mean, that's all it takes for an Inteleon to melt you, for an overheat to land on you. But like I said, pretty safe game. Not a lot of big objectives. This top tier one in the Northwest looks like it might be the only thing that can still be pushed down in this map.
Yes, a minute 30 left to go until, well, this time around we have Kyogre spawned on in. A great pickoff from Fizzy to expose that Blaziken. They're going to fight on back, knowing, well, I was going to say Hooper's by their side, but Hooper's actually going to get on out of there, leaving Aurelie to deal with these two who are now on the run.
I think this one's Groudon, by the way. I'm pretty sure, right? I think.
Did I say
it doesn't matter. They're all objectives. I think
I said Groudon, right? My mind. I said Groudon in my head. My mouth may have said otherwise.
Honestly, they're all Rayquaza, you know, like it doesn't matter which Pokemon spawns in center. They're all Rayquaza to me. But before, I don't know, Fire Rayquaza spawns in the center area, we've got just about 50 seconds left. Both objectives will be spawning at times that are very easily takeable. It looks like we're going to see this Regirock just absolutely burned down. They are going to have that buff for a little while still, so they don't need to worry about delaying it quite as much. But a very, very late Regieleki from the bottom side, which looks like Volticons might be trying to take, could be huge. We'll see if Los Catacados does decide to rotate down there or hold some sort of early positioning, but already we can see them moving pretty far forward.
Yeah, there's 20 seconds left to go until Groudon does end up spawning on in, and it looks like they're not able to make it on down there, as Volticons Unite are going to lock that in. There is still that tier 2 buffer there, as Liquidation's shooting across there, but thanks to that wish, Chara King on that Mew is now back to full HP.
Ooh, this is going to be an undefended Regieleki. They want to be here for the center fight. They do not care. They got that advantage last time, didn't quite win the game for them, or I should say 2 times ago. And now they just want to make sure that they don't lose in the same way that they lost before. Pretty big lead, though, not quite 100 points, so it's not going to be that significant. This still really has to be a 1 fight, and burning this down is scary. We've got some great secure from this Blaziken.
Oh, Snorlax goes in with a dive, able to get some stuns, but unable to make a true fight happen, as they are going to go in with that power nap, stunning Mew and Umbreon. A pushback from that Blaziken, the Umbreon into the wall, means they now have the numbers advantage, as Jirari is trying to continue to zone him out, but Anchor has found their way into the ground on him.
Oh, and it's Mew! Great crowd control on the Blaziken to make sure that it wasn't able to get any sort of overheat off from Fizzy, and that is huge. A full team wipe from Volticons with a beautiful secure as well from Mew. They've got so many points going in. A minute left. I mean, there's a chance for the respawns, but they are going to get so many Hundo Burgers in here.
Yeah, it's 244 to 341. So Los Caracaros still potentially can make a comeback if they're able to land some KOs and steal away these buffs. But another Hundo Dunk is going to go in the top side from that Zero Aura, as Zacian is going to transfer their buff to Hooper as they get knocked on down. But the thing is, time isn't on Los Caracaros' side. It's only 30 seconds remaining, and there's still 4 members of Volticons Unite up and running.
Well, a really important number here is 200 points will give them the lead back. So 2 Hundo Burgers. They do have some, I don't know, less than 50 in pockets. There's an attempt to back cap as well from this Umbreon, but a big power nap to get everybody off the goal zone. They're not quite able to score it again. The beam, Nayat finally is able to pick it up. We're going to see maybe, oh no, they could have maybe got a little bit more out of that. 5 seconds left. They've got to find a few more points, but there's so much defense on this goal zone. Can anybody find anything? And no, they cannot quite. It seems like certainly there were not enough points in, especially with that back cap. I think Volticons is holding on to this one.
Yeah, and I guess that's a thing. It was the Hooper that ended up having that buff, so being able to get that dunk in first before the little dunk from that Inteleon. But a great defense there from Volticons Unite, even though they ended up losing a few of those Groudon buffs themselves, coming out victorious with an end score of 503 to 336. So now they do have those 2-point advantage in this best of 5 match.
That was a pretty smart choice at the end. They didn't fully commit to trying to score even more than they needed to, and that was something that I was a little bit afraid of when we saw the win in the last game, the big objective win in the last game from Los Caracaros. Or no, I'm sorry, it was from Volticons. It was for Volticons. You can give away those buffs so easily and really overcommit and just give the team another chance to win, but we did get the chance to see them back up and make sure that they did not overcommit in that situation. Also, I mean, that play again, I mean, that's like that's a moment I would love to have slow-mo and be able to like draw over, you know, like it was so good. The amount of CC that was chained, quite literally chained from Fizzy onto Relly, onto that Blaziken, to make sure that they were not able to start up that overheating time to get that secure while the rest of the team burned them down, and then they got that final hit from the Mew. I think it was just such a beautifully coordinated final moment, and so that will be our MVP of the game. Of course, some great pulls, some great aggression, but I just had to talk about that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Volticons Unite did play a great final stretch there, but yeah, MVP snowed 10 knockouts, 4 feints, and 2 assists. In the end, 70k damage. But one thing I do want to point out on Volticons Unite, Chari King being well protected there. The only player across the 10 players there to not land themselves a feint. Even then, Fizzy only ended up fainting once during that whole game.
Yeah, that's actually pretty surprising. I mean, it's fully understandable, I would say, for like a Mew to be able to escape the entire game. It's pretty slippery as a Pokemon if played well, which obviously Charking plays extremely well. But Fizzy, you know, playing a little bit more of a frontliner, I'm surprised only 1 feint altogether. It's pretty easy to get caught out, especially against like a high damage team like this. You know, you get caught by, I don't know, liquidation and overheat, and it's just over for you. So pretty impressive from the side of Volticons. But they were losing. Honestly, they were losing at that 2-minute mark, and being able to come back is pretty huge. I mean, that is just such a well-coordinated play.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of Chari King, I guess, utilizing that Mew Solar Beam, just chip away some damage, but also just allowing Volticons to bush check whenever necessary. Same with Fizzy on that anchor shot, and you know, in the end, it ended up being Los Caracaros. I believe it was Jirari to go and make those plays with that Snorlax diving on in, and even though they ended up getting the stun of 2 of those members, I think it was the Mew and the Umbreon, I think for Volticons Unite to recognize that and continue to go and knock down Los Cardocados and take that win there. So well played to them. But yeah, we can see there that, well, Snow on the Zero Aura, while they were in that middle section there, they ended up focusing down in that bottom path. Also, the red, I'm guessing this is them at the end of the map, just sitting on jump pad, because it is bright red on that jump pad.
Yeah, they're playing pretty defensively. They just went home. They were just hanging out. But yeah, I mean, that's a pretty wild heat map, actually. They are all over the place and in the center so much. But I mean, it was great to see, again, a solo Zero Aura. I was curious how Zero Aura was going to do today, if it was going to be picked at all, or I should say this weekend. But a Zero Aura that didn't really have a big combination with it. It didn't have a Comfey alongside it. It didn't have something like a Machamp or something that really can like grab you as soon as they get the pull. I mean, they did have the Delmize, but it was kind of doing its own thing as well. So good to see. And I mean, highest damage in the game, most knockouts, just all over the map, everything just quite strong. So we'll see now what the answer is for that, as we're going to go to a game 4. Los Cardocados, they've got to make the adaptation.
Snow doesn't need any assistance in terms of a Machamp to go and grab out some Pokemons, because in the end, we actually saw them multiple times successfully drag their opponents with that Volt Switch Discharge combination. Machamp, nah, we don't need them. Snow can do it on their own.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the scary thing though is a lot of times if you do get that pull, it's not like a Machamp pull or a Buzzwole dunk where they're like CC'd at the end of it. Like, it pulls them back towards you, and then they're just kind of standing there still, right? They're like, oh, okay, I can do stuff. So it is kind of scary sometimes. You can like put yourself into a bad spot, right? I mean, it's scary. A lot of times you're like, where am I? What just happened? But yeah, it's always really nice to have somebody else to be able to like kind of establish the crowd control off of that. But there's so many options now that we got to figure out whether or not they're going to ban them. I'm really curious what's even going to happen as far as these bans. I mean, the Moltres on the table, the Zero Aura was a huge problem. There was something else in that last game that I can't think about, but there was something else that just seemed like it could have even been a potential target ban. Looks like they're going to be staying pretty standard, at least for their first 4 bans.
Yeah, this Blissey ban is a really interesting one. We've seen it being banned on out every single game so far around. So even though that's not what the pink blob that ended up receiving those buffs, it ended up being Clefable. But I guess Blissey just being too versatile this current meta. But once again, it looks like it's going to be pretty much I believe the same bans as last round. Yeah, same band. So Sizzle, Scyther, Blissey, Moltres on the side of Los Cardocados, and Mega Lucario, Psyduck, and Surfetch for Volticons Unite, which means Jiraiya is going to lock in that Snorlax once again. And I think, you know, Jiraiya did make some pretty great plays, being able to go and utilize that heavy slam and then utilize that block to give them shields. That way they can go and back away if necessary, or continue to push on back. So it is going to give the chance, though, for Chari King to lock in Mew again, and Daddy Leon's forcing Nayat to play a different Pokemon because they've locked in Hooper themselves.
Yeah. I mean, they did such a good job with it before. Just makes sense, it feels like, at this point. And, we are going to see the Blastoise, who, speaking of changes, got some pretty decent nerfs, I would say, overall, specifically to Hydro Pump and Surf. I think were the only 2 nerfs, but that's kind of the main build that we've been seeing, I think, a lot of the time. So that's pretty scary. We'll see if they end up going something like maybe like Hydro Pump Spin or something like that, which is something that we've been seeing a little bit more out of some of like the Japanese teams, or if they're just going to go with what they've been going with and think it's still strong enough. A lot of, especially early on, we get a chance to see kind of how everybody's dealing with all these changes, which is really fun, and that's why we're kind of talking about it a lot. But really interesting double picks at the end there. The Comfey for the first time in the set, so we might see Sweet Kiss plus Palmont.
Yeah, I know this was something that we ended up seeing a lot during ACL, and it seemed to work really, really well. And we did see a little bit during the week 5 of the regional leagues there. So seeing this combination is a lot of fun. But as that last pick, Snow has decided to drag out their Mimikyu. So I guess considering, well, there is that Inteleon in that back line there, maybe a chance to go and dive that with that Shadow Sneak. But also, I feel like in terms of that Shadow Claw, it does have some pretty decent sustain as an all-rounder to go and handle these fights up against, say, a Palmont. But Comfey on their side, that's going to be a tricky one to handle.
Yeah, they're I mean, as usual, there are a few different options you could go with the Mimikyu, so we'll see which ones they actually do end up choosing. But this is a pretty different game.
Do you think it's going to be Trick Room?
Yeah, I mean, Trick Room makes sense, and we've seen so much Trick Room, but also, I mean, Shadow Sneak against Inteleon can be like a game winner, right? So, I don't know.
But it's the damage reduction that you get as well from the outside pokes. If it is a snipe shot or a liquidation Inteleon, I suppose it's that damage reduction that you do end up getting from that from Trick Room. So, yeah, great point.
Yeah, I mean,
could be either one.
The thing here is it's not a situation where it's like which one will they choose? It's like which of their awesome options are they going to choose, right? Like either one is good if I'm being honest. So we'll see. It's always a surprise to us, and I love when there are Pokemon that get that opportunity. But potential match point here for Volticons Unite and Los Caracados. They might have only one more game in the regular season for them. I truly hope we get to see Game 5. But Los Caracados versus Volticons Unite, game number 4.
Yeah, that's the thing. When it comes to the playoffs, it's you've got to win your set or you are out of the running in terms of continuing that run for that world's qualification spot. But meanwhile, we do have Gibble and Daddy Leon on that Hooper, just putting the pressure up in this top path, not letting this Eevee evolve into that Leafeon. And I feel like Leafeon is just one of those really oppressive Pokemon right from the get-go as soon as they get level 4. So that is a great stall from Volticons Unite so far. But I bite my tongue because
the things are just going to change back and forth a lot with these two teams. And like as I said, I'm so glad that we got a chance to watch this set. We'll see though who gets the most experience here up top, and it's pretty evenly split, I would say. Nobody really jumping ahead. We got a level 5 and then 2 level 4s still. Nobody at least out leveling. So everybody's just going to be rotating down. Let's see if Los Caracados, Jose is going to be checking to see if there's any experience that they can steal away. There are a few Pokemon still up. You can see the one in the center, and then of course this all-important blue buff. But 3 members all the way down here. Yeah, you don't want to overcommit against that, give away all that early experience, and this whole time you're not getting experience yourself. So I do like that choice to just back out, maybe go and help that bottom path. We do see another buff spawn in that center area, and so we're just going to chill there with Mimikyu, getting a few more levels.
Oh, but look at that, the dive in from the Palm Plot and that Comfey on to the goal. Fizzy is still able to be left standing, but wait, Snorks is going in with another heavy slam, but thanks to that evolution, Fizzy is still left standing up, meaning Mimikyu's coming back in to finish the job.
That's you're never free of Mimikyu. It's got such good mobility. It can always find a way back in. You don't gotta be scared. Shadow Sneak is going to be the answer that makes it even harder to assume that it's gone, right? You can be it can be out of your vision, and suddenly you're like, oh nope, Mimikyu's back in. So they are gonna have to hit some pretty important targets, and there are a lot of really strong body block targets as well. So they're gonna have to avoid those. They're gonna have to basically be playing almost more of a sniper than normal Inteleon. Fizzy's gonna go down. Still not a Blastoise. A little bit unfortunate, but Chari at least is gonna have a pretty good job defending this this goal zone. Probably gets 30 points.
Yeah, while they do a good job of defending that goal zone, it does mean they let off all of those birds that spawned on in. So Los Caracados being able to go and pick up that Pormo evolution. But meanwhile, Volticons Unite, they have the numbers advantage to go and shred down this Regieleki. Even though they do not have the Garchomp on hand, Regieleki is still going to be taken pretty quickly up here.
Yeah, we'll see. They probably defend it. I don't know. Do you really want to try to push this in? Ooh, actually, they're in a position where you might be able to try and take advantage of this. We do see as well, by the way, Tibby coming in from the bottom, and with that Dragon Rush, they're going to try to get the kill, but no, great return, Unite. We will see the Regieleki go in. I mean, that was really well fought to kind of be like a 2.5 versus 1, right, if you include the Regieleki, but unfortunately, not going to be able to think it's too strong Pokemon like that. Getting that KO, though, is going to be some nice return experience. In the bottom, by the way, huge fight going on, too.
Yeah, I think that was really well played from Snow. Even though they were right next to that Leafeon, they held up until they had that backup from that Gabite, knowing that they could have more of an advantage going up against a Leafeon with the Unite. So letting Gabite eat that one up and send back to the Pokemon Center, a little bit of a sacrifice there, meant that Snow was able to go and get in some much needed attack weight stacks of their own. Otherwise, another dive in from that Mimikyu Mimikyu straight onto that Leafeon, but it ends up being that Electro Ball to finish the job. Play with me onto that Pawmot and Hooper as they get locked on down, taken on out, and a 2 KO streak for Snow, who's now at a level 10.
And that's going to be so important for both teams to kind of deal with that situation. Exactly what we just saw right there. We're going to see a bunch of points going into this goal zone. But the fact that this Sweet Kiss plus Pawmot is not the most survivable duo of two. So if they get targeted out by something huge like that play with me, like the Unite from the Mimikyu, then it can be just like game over, right? I mean, you lose both those Pokemon very, very quickly. But if they don't have that option, if they're not able to get some other kind of huge chain CC on it, then it's going to be very hard to deal with. So a lot of the final fights, I think, are going to be kind of dealing with that. Right now, though, with no resources really from the side of Volticons, they are getting a little bit run over trying to defend this goal zone, although 2 Unites popped, actually, Blastoise and Hoopa.
Yeah, they have resources there. It's Los Cardocados that don't have any resources available to them. So a great pushback, great timing from Volticon Unite to get those Unite moves on hand to go and successfully defend that tier 1 pad, but also take the Regieleki for themselves, which is going to be marching towards tier 2. So Los Cardocados do have to go and deal with that. But meanwhile, we have another basement Reggie that has spawned on in as well.
Don't think they're going to get there in time. Yeah, now we can see the HP. Oh, well, I would say they weren't going to get there in time, but they kind of slowed down on the take there. Okay. Wow, off-screen steal from Chari. Beautiful play with that solar beam. Certainly not the easiest thing to do. Los Cardocados maybe could have sped that one up just a little bit more, but they're going to continue to follow that up. Pawmot going to go down. They're going to get the classic 2-for-1 with the Comfey and Volticons. I mean, this was looking pretty even, but they took a little bit of a lead there. I mean, both in points, experience, everything. That is a really nice little steal into some free KOs for them.
Yeah, that was a great turn of events for Volticons Unite, letting Los Cardocados do the work in terms of shredding down that Reg Ice and being able to get that steal, break that tier 1 goal. Now that they have that advantage, they're going in with another fight as some Unite moves are going to be popped on out. Pawmot does end up getting stunned on out by Garchomp, but Garchomp ends up getting taken on down. Pawmot doesn't have their Comfey support just yet, so they do have to go and back away as we have a 3-person stun from a great old power nap from Nayat there.
That power nap is like the small increase, the seemingly small increase on the amount that it knocks you up for. It looks so long now. It is very difficult to deal with. I mean, they were just sitting there for such a long time, and I mean, they weren't really trying to follow that up with like a bunch of KOs, but if there had been a bunch of damage sitting around there waiting, I mean, they would have been just free reign. So wow, yeah, I mean, just seeing it in action from the top teams, that power nap buff is just gigantic. Weird little interesting KO right there, just kind of for free, taking just the Comfey only, as now we're definitely not going to be using more resources. 40 seconds left to the final stretch. Top Reggie will be spawning with plenty of time. Bottom Reggie, if you really want to burn it down, but this top Reggie, it's going to be lonely, sitting all by itself. Nobody wanted to play with it.
Yeah, I suppose considering there were some late Unite moves there that were used just before that 3-minute mark, members do have to prioritize getting these wild Pokemon in order to get those up and running before we have this objective spawning on in. Otherwise, a Reggie steal heading into the final stretch will be huge for whichever team ends up securing it. And it looks like Los Cardocados are not going to give it up for free for Volticons Unite, as here comes the fight. Hooper rings and bound, gets the secure for Volticon.
Oh, but the big power nap in the back line trying to just keep Jose up, and Jose goes down. It looked like maybe that'd been the Hoopa. No, it was the Mew in the end that got that hit. A nice Shadow Sneak, almost unnecessary. Almost all of those Cardocados is down. It's only Snorlax available. No Unites in general across the entire map. A Heavy Slam is what it's gonna have to be. Their Heavy Slam and Yawn. There's not gonna be enough time to try anything else, but no, they just go back. They're gonna try to defend, wait for everybody to respawn, steal away some of these buffs. They do not want to try the steal, as I mean, unlikely as it would have been, that could have maybe saved them something. But will Volticons continue to push, or will they back up? So far, they're at least backing up to maybe get some more points. We do see at least the Mimikyu sitting in that center area, and they are going to be found.
Oh, they are able to use that play rough with them to try and dodge some maneuvers. However, they still end up getting taken down because Los Caracaros still have some resources on hand. But now their frontline, Snorlax, has been wiped on out, along with this Poor Mud and this Comfey, which is now paving the way for Volticons Unite to go and empty out their Eos energy and get in some Hundo Burgers. This is their chance to go and take the set win.
Oh, now the points lead is maybe too much to handle. They no longer have any points in pockets too, so even if they get KOs, get those buffs, they're just not going to get that much Eos energy for it. We do see 50 in the pocket of this Leafeon, kind of one of the only members that has that many, but oh, they're just dancing around right there. And this one might be over, honestly. Another big KO, losing that Inteleon. Yeah, we're going to see a few members maybe sitting in center. They realize this is the end for Los Caracados. They're just hanging out. They, you know, have been, like I said, an awesome team to watch. Unfortunately, with 10 seconds left, it's certainly going to be the end for them. So a great run this season from Los Caracados, but Volticons with a huge final team fight will be moving forward in the bracket 3-1.
Yes, that was incredible from Volticons Unite. And that's the thing in terms of these two teams, clearly having that friendship between them there, as Los Caracados realized there was nothing else that they could do except just some friendly dances and hold it up in the middle. But in the end there, the final game goes over to Volticons Unite with an 833 victory. So congratulations to them to continuing on to their next round, which is going to be Team Peps. But first, we need to look at some highlights.
Right. I mean, what a close set, right? I mean, every single one of these games, maybe the second game where Volticons won just like the entire time, that one was a little bit of a wash, but every single other game was really down to the wire. I mean, this one really came down to this final fight that we are going to see probably here in a second. I forgot there was another fight in the center area, but really it all came down to the final fight and like really how they were able to enable that. The weird kind of split CC as well that they had because they engaged in kind of two different areas, right? A lot of people trying to get the buff on the left side, and then over here kind of on the right side, we get to see a lot of the supports and defenders kind of fighting each other. So really an awkward fight, but in the end, there was just so much solo power, I would say, from the side of Volticons that Los Caracados were not able to win either of those little skirmishes.
Yeah, and I guess that's a thing, heading on into the final stretch, just how valuable Registeel is to either side goes to show. Going in for that early fight, utilizing those Unite moves, going into that Rings Unbound form was Daddy Leon, who ended up actually getting this secure for Volticons Unite, giving him that power boost to go and take down the rest of the members of Los Caracados. But in the end there, Chara King on that Mew is going to land themselves the MVP of the match with the 4 KOs, 1 feint and 9 assists. And after all of that, they only ended up actually taking 14k damage, which I think is incredible to see from a backline. They were pretty much barely untouched that round.
Yeah, they have been so sneaky on this Mew, and throughout all of the history of Pokemon Unite, I guess once Mew was released, which was pretty early on, I think watching good Mew players has been one of the biggest treats, especially, I mean, the true best of the best like this. So being able to see exactly what they can do as far as being able to, you know, not get KO'd and do damage and steal objectives. I mean, that Solar Beam steal that we got to see this game was amazing. And they also, I mean, they were able to steal, I think it was them that stole Rayquaza, right? Or not Rayquaza, one of the objectives. I don't know. There was a lot of switching between the set, but all I'm trying to say is Mew is great, Chari is great, and you can see here, highest damage, I believe, in the entire game.
Yeah, 68k damage dealt by that Mew, and I guess that just goes to show the burst damage not only for the solar beams but also the secure or finalizing those KOs with the short hit move of the Electro Ball really worked out in their favor. But definitely a team-wide effort there across the board between Volticons Unite, as they are going to continue fourth. But not only that, they actually end up continuing their win streak against Los Caracados, having defeated them both in the part 1 and part 2 of the regional leagues 2-0. And yes, Los Caracados did end up taking a game off them this time round, but you know, overall set wins. Volticons Unite still continuing that through.
Right. Just barely though. You know, they've all been pretty close as far as the actual games themselves, right? As we can see, the tie in the first game of the day. And I know I keep saying a lot of really nice things. Yeah, that was about as close as you can get, I would say, quite literally. But I know I'm saying a lot of really good, nice things about these teams, but especially in EU, I really love all of our 5 teams that we have a chance to watch today. So I'll give one final shout out to Los Catacados. Like I said, I really hope we get to see that team more in the future. I mean, there's still the LCQ and hopefully, you know, potentially any of the other events to try and make it in. So great stuff from them. It's been a pleasure to watch them. But Volticons, oh boy, do I love Volticons. They have been from literally the day one. I think we got the chance to talk about who our teams to watch were, and Volticons was my pick, actually. They were playing just electric in an off-stream match, and they just continue that through the entire season. And now they're only, 2 sets away from qualifying for Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, that's a thing in terms of already having 2 teams from EU having their world qualification spots, being Team Peps, who Volticons are going to be going up next, along with BH3. You know, it's just that one step closer towards getting that world's qualification spot. So, you know, for the time being, they get to take a quick breather before going on and taking on another titan of the EU region. But yeah, it's been wonderful to see just the journey that these teams have had throughout the regional leagues. You know, I feel like getting to watch them pretty much every second week. You know, you just it's nice to see their evolution and their growth over the season.
Yeah, and it's all been upwards from all of these EU teams. Just really good stuff to watch, and it's going to be a little bit tough now for them. Of course, they are going to be going up against Team Peps up next, and it's going to be our actual just next match on broadcast. But Team Peps, of course, already qualified for Worlds, which doesn't really help, unfortunately, Volticons. They're still going to have to eliminate them if they want to qualify. Then they're still going to have to eliminate Komai as well. We get a chance to see right here. Is this the crowd control that we saw? What was this? I get a feeling that okay, we do get a chance to see the first game. Oh, I see. This was the end of the tie. Yeah. I see. Yeah. Oh, look, there was an attempt to score in the bottom left as well, just a few moments before, but they actually managed to KO the Hoopa, who's trying to get just a few points in. So right here, of course, this is the power of Rayquaza, right? If this was not Rayquaza, the shields would not be there. They would have been stopped, and almost certainly the crowd control of the Trevenant would stop them from having scored at least one of them. So Rayquaza being our first map every set today is going to be pretty big.
Yeah, and I think that is definitely something to consider for all these teams that are going to be playing on out. Obviously, Team Peps that are coming on in to go up against Volticons UNITE, but also those other teams from Latam and NA. So definitely, you know, take note. I'm pretty sure they would have been prepared for this nonetheless in terms of their drafts and what to expect heading on into these sets. But yeah, so far, I think it was a wonderful way to be able to start off our playoffs, but also our playoffs for the EU region.
Yeah. It's I mean, this is going to be great matches throughout the entire weekend, but EU in particular, I think all of these matches are going to be very, very close. We'll see when we get to grand finals, of course, being one of the only teams that's undefeated, but at least for these next few ones, it's going to be really interesting. Also being, of course, the only Team Peps that is able to qualify for Worlds and still only be playing for money here. So just how they're going to play is going to be really interesting. And an interesting thing to set up as well. Now, I'm gonna have to have production tell me if I'm correct on this or not, but I believe if Team Peps wins this next game, then Kamai automatically qualifies for Worlds, I think. So this next matchup that we could be watching, I think, is a Worlds qualifying match. Now, again, I'm not, don't you know, trust me on that. I do believe that's how it works. I think the spot moves down to third place if the top two do end up both being already qualified for Worlds, which is the case at this particular moment. So we'll see if that is the case. But Volticons and Peps, I mean, amazingly fun teams to watch as well. So I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, 100%. And I guess that's the thing with the playoffs. It is spread out across those 2 days, especially considering these sets are best of 5. So yes, this is going to end up being the final set that we end up seeing for the EU region and then head over to Latin America there. So Kamai and BH3, well, we don't even get to see them at all today. So I'd say, you know, it's prime time for them to at least scope out well, who they're going to be going up into next. But you know what, folks? EU isn't just done just yet. We still have match 2 to go, but we are actually going to throw it over to an interview with one of the players from Team Peps to see how they're feeling going up against their next opponent. So we'll be back shortly with Zoinks and
I think this might be
Sprockets.
our interview. I think.
Oh, is it?
Is this?
No.
Oh,
No, we're going to break.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Whoop.
I am here with Christo from Team Peps, the alternate and analyst for the already world's qualified squad. And I have just a couple questions for you. One, immediately, we are waiting right now to know what your next opponent is. Is there a team you'd rather face coming up?
Well, I personally am really stoked to face off against Los Caracados because some of my best friends are on it. And I believe that we are well equipped to face them. However, there's also the side of Volticons in which you have TV, Chari, people I really, really like. I guess it's hard to tell. I can't really speak for the team because just like me, everyone has their specific preferences. But preparation-wise, we are well equipped against both of them. And yeah, I guess but my preference would go to Volticons.
Amazing. Yeah, you want to beat your friends, which I think is very important. I want to talk to you really quickly about EUIC, where you guys qualified for Worlds. A legendary run. I'm wondering if you felt like going up against less EU teams actually made that run a lot better for Peps, or would you have rather faced off against your region? I think a lot of people maybe thought that Peps weren't going to do as well against their in-region rivals, but did amazing against other regions.
I guess you could say that, yeah. I mean, there's also a shock factor, you know, because we played something which is wildly different than most people did, and the European teams were, you know, well, much more equipped to play against us than, you know, Peru, Dignitas, or CSCM were. So I would say we got a bit lucky that our bracket at EUIC. Not really lucky, but I think it really helped in our favor that our bracket in UIC was also international teams instead of our home run, because that would be that would have been significantly to our disadvantage.
Okay, one last question before I let you go here. I know you guys have a lot of prep to do. What is the best region in the world?
It's EU, and there's no doubt about it. A year ago, I said we're gonna bring EU on top, and in August, that's what you're gonna see. I mean, I know we're the grand prize everyone wants to beat. You could see it right there, the beautiful yellow thing, and we're gonna get the next one.
I love it. Thank you so much. Good luck to Peps, and back to the show. I don't know when we're putting this interview in, but back to whatever's happening.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the playoffs, the play-ons, the play-in, the play-everything, and we have a world's spot on the line in a very interesting way that I think you wouldn't have expected at the start of this season, Zoinks.
Yeah, with the EUIC factor being a major one for a European time, for a European team this time around, with Team Peps winning EUIC, they're already going to be qualified for the World Championships. So Komai, the team that is currently awaiting their matches tomorrow, who are in second place in the overall season, therefore one step below the grand final in our bracket, are really hoping that Team Peps can come away with the win here, because that means they will automatically qualify for that World Championship spot, and then of course can play for the Regional League title champion a little bit later. Volticons, on the other hand, though, they have a chance to make things really interesting with a win over Team Peps and add even more stakes to the game tomorrow.
Yeah, and here we have Volticons. We just saw them moments ago. Tibby, Snow, Jellyman, Fizzy, Daddy Leon. A really impressive way to start the day, and there's something about this level of momentum. They're also playing into a team that doesn't need to win. Of course, they want to. There's money on the line. There's a lot on the line, but Peps is already qualified for Worlds, and like you said, Zoinks, I think the most interesting outcome from this would be Volticons moving forward, putting Komai in a really difficult spot. No question, everyone on Team Komai is watching, waiting. They have Team Peps banners. They've never been bigger Peps fans than they are right now.
Yeah, and maybe more afraid of Volticons Unite. We'll see how that actually plays out a little bit later on. But of course, this is the profile of our team. Peps team, they're already qualified for Worlds, but they did sweep Volticons Unite during the regular season. So Team Peps, not in the business of dropping maps to very many teams in our tournament in our regular season at all. However, Volticons Unite, they made sure to make that happen with Klaus, Sante, Potato, Bruv, and Marv in this squad. Obviously, you're already qualified for Worlds, which is a little bit of a pressure off, but at the same time, winning and being the regional champion just adds that much more credibility to your name, and you want to go into Worlds with as much, I want to say, infamy as you possibly can with the World Championships a little bit later this year.
Yeah, and there's no question that there are going to be a lot of teams watching this matchup. So there's some interesting advantages for Peps to do poorly here, you know, make themselves look like a non-factor heading into Worlds. They already have that spot. But with so much money on the line and the fact that players who play at this level don't like to lose, I don't think we're going to see anything other than a top-level game from Peps. It's just true that there's so many ways they could lose this and it not go that poorly for them.
It really depends on how you compartmentalize the season, right? Like, is the entire season, the entire point, just the World Championships, or is a lot of it becoming the regional champion as well? And I think for a lot of these teams, when we discuss with them in interviews, have talked about their prep for specific teams, for the specific weekends of season, you know, they know which 3 matches they're going to be playing out every given weekend. These teams are all in focused on these tournament matches. That's how they got to the top 5 placement and how they are set up in the playoffs now. So I think Team Peps are going to be all in focusing right now. I'm not even sure if the World Championships is a picture in their mind quite yet. They got to be focusing directly on this playoff bracket in front of them and beating some of their in-region rivals, because you do want to bring the Worlds factor into it. If you're going to go there and compete, you got to beat not only international competition, but you sometimes have to take down those in-region rivals as well. This is a great opportunity to really limit test what you are capable of before some future tournaments.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, not only do they have, you know, Worlds on the horizon, but if you are getting yourself prepared for that right now, you are facing off against a team with everything on the line. So Volticons is never going to be playing at a higher level than this unless they beat you and continue forward. So you're going up against a team that's going to throw everything at you. And this is a great test of where you are as a squad. As you can see, we are moving up through our bracket here in EU. Volticons taking down Los Caducados, but they've got to climb all the way to the tippy top of that mountain if they want to qualify. As we are heading into our first game, our map, Rayquaza, which will be the starting map for all of our best of 5s here. Team Peps will be our first pick.
All right, so we're gonna see that Blissey ban against Volticons Unite. We saw basically all of their match 1 of the day, so Team Peps doing a bit of their homework, watching that matchup. They liked that ban. They're gonna get that replica. Volticons Unite with a little bit more straightforward bans. However, they are banning away the Mew. Obviously, Zante, one of the best players on that Pokemon on the entire globe. However, Volticons used it to a lot of success in their matches. So I think if Volticons ends up on purple side of the draft screen at any point later on in this match, we could see that ban dropped, and Volticons actually have a really high priority first pick of that Pokemon.
All right, and we are snatching up Surfetched right away. We're just talking off broadcast, watching the last match, about how broken this thing is sometimes. I mean, just so unbelievably good, especially Detect. It just a low enough cooldown to give you an absurd shield and tank damage. It's very powerful. Something we did see in the previous set. I was wondering if we were going to again. Here is Moltres back onto Thea Sky Ruins. Obviously, if you take a look at that encounter rate, it is 1%. It just became available to play here. So this legendary bird now coming out in this match. This will be the second time we've seen it today. It looked pretty good earlier.
Yeah, it did, especially in the hands of Volticons Unite, right? Tibby, the exact player that was playing it in that last matchup. And let's see what they want to round out surrounding this Pokemon. I do think Moltres is extremely strong. I don't know if it was like Zapdos release levels of hyper carry, but it is still extremely strong factor. But Shari is going to be bringing out this Greninja yet again, a Pokemon that did achieve some recent changes in the balance patch, but kind of for all season, it has been an EU staple. Greninja showing up a lot in this region specifically, so I'm happy we're seeing it in playoffs as well.
I mean, something I'm unbelievably happy to see. These 2 gutter picks from Team Peps are signature Pokemon for members of the team. The question is, I mean, will Klaus give that over to Potato? I don't know if it's going to happen, but Potato's Garchomp is pretty legendary. Bruv on Mime is one of the all-time mimes in the game. So if you haven't seen a top-level Mr. Mime, you're going to see it right now. And Potato does take the Garchomp.
Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Obviously, Potato, a master of a lot of different all-rounder Pokemon, but of course, Garchomp just fits that playstyle. Potato loves to play this game on an island, spend as much time as they possibly need to power up and level up if they are solo pathing at any point in the game, which happens to be a lot with how Team Peps likes to play, rotating Klaus all around the map as frequently as they can. Potato leveling up for later. That is the story of Garchomp's path. So I think Team Peps building a composition that is very built to them. They're sticking to this double tank style of metagame as well with the Mamoswine and the Mr. Mime. It has been it's got them a lot of success. It's got them a little trophy on our overall standings for sure. So Team Peps going to be leaning into this strategy, whereas Volticons are going to bring out Leon on the Hoopa. A bit of a different change. It has been that Trick Phantom Force build basically no matter the surrounding composition on it. So I think we'll be looking at that yet again.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup here. I love kind of the throwback that we're seeing from Peps with some of their, extreme comfort picks on their side. And then, of course, on the other side here, Pokemon we just saw them win with. So this is going to be good. I mean, they're hot, right? They're just coming off a victory. You have to wonder how that's going to affect this next game as we're heading right into it. Zoinks, Team Peps, your purple team, Volticons Unite, your orange team, Team Komai, doesn't have a color, but boy, they want Team Peps to win because that would qualify them for Worlds.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the momentum, Spriggles. I was really curious about how this is going to play out. Obviously, Volticons Unite have a lot more at hand, but coming off of a pretty huge win against in-region rivals in Los Caricados. Yeah, that match does go 3-1 in their favor. They drop a single map, but the only map they dropped ended up being in a points tie. Right, so I mean, Volticon's really pushing Caricados to the limit in every single facet. See if they can do the same to Team Peps, who's going in on clearly a way better win-loss at 10-4. Top end of EU, so strong this year.
Yeah, EU's looking pretty incredible, and they're an interesting region because they often look good playing into their own region, but having some really strong success at some of our international tournaments as well. Of course, Peps winning the entire thing, beating kind of all the monsters of the game currently. I mean, taking out Dignitas, taking down Peru, beating EG, really impressive stuff.
Yeah. Oh, nice clean take from Team Peps. I like that setup from Brub. Really far forward light screen allows Zante to have a nice skill shot with almost no contest on that wild Pokemon XP. So great play, good setup by Team Peps. You know, they are used to playing with these set plays around Mr. Mime. If anybody is a teammate with Brub, you have a lot of experience in playing this composition. It's great work there.
Here comes Snow. Even though they were denied experience earlier, they were able to get that. Not only stacked, but evolved to Combuskin here. Potato trying to fight on pad. I think doing a great job of moving in and out and recognizing they really can't fight for too long, but they can keep grabbing the shield, keep grabbing HP. Moltres is trying to take it down, just very excellently played by Peps, keeping Gibble around.
Yeah, I want to give some flowers to Tibby in that situation on the Moltres too. It is a tough matchup there. Oftentimes Potato could buy a little bit more time with some fancy footwork, dodge some abilities, try to slow down even when you're on that Gibble, but Moltres just having so many huge, wide area sweeping attacks means that Potato just has to play completely off that goal zone, allows Tibby and Snow to get in some early stacks. So big impact already for Volticons Unite leveling up, but again, this is the Team Peps game plan that we have seen time and time again. Potato on an island, the rest of the team causing chaos elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think there really is a question. Nice big fight down here. Surfetch going to push forward after they take out Snorlax. We see Chari in some trouble getting caught right here. Espeon picks up the KO, a Pokemon that also recently received some buffs, which is kind of shocking with how well it did at ACL. But I think we're going to see a lot more of it. Speaking to your thought process on them being in an island, I wonder if that's the best possible way to play this role. I mean, we see a lot of players in the top path behave like this with some great results, right? They spend most all game off laning, getting insane amounts of experience. Every time they show up to a fight, they're a huge impact. And then, as you said, they are just back on that island.
And I guess the question mark is, where's the exchange coming from? Like, what is the value that they're creating elsewhere by having a 4-player path? And so far, it has just kind of been Team Peps getting these early Pokemon in an advantageous spot to fight. We're seeing this Espeon, this Mime, even the Piloswine, who already has access to Ice Fang, having some big impact. So Zonte on this Espeon, making it look really, really good. Middle of the map, though, we are seeing some of these teams rotate towards each other. Klaus looking to get some early damage. Tibby, the first one in position, though, does already have Unite move on the Moltres, but great disruption by Bruv. Wall and Confusion just buying time and space. Team Peps, never truly afraid when Bruv's on the case.
Yeah, Bruv now moving down towards this bottom path. 3 members of Volticons moving back and forth here, and it looks like everyone is just looking for value somewhere on the map, and oftentimes that's going to be some of this wild Pokemon experience, trying to steal some of that away. Bruv, level 8 right here. We have Unite moves on 2 members of Peps and 1 member right now of Volticons. Again, that Moltres. I'm really curious to see how that Unite move is going to affect things, Zoink, as Bruv is getting caught right here. I don't know if it's going to be hard for Mime to get home, but they are getting beat up a little. Another heavy slam pushing them around.
Yeah, geez. I mean, this Snorlax is going to be one of those main front force counters to this double defender. You're going to get caught by these walls. It's just sort of a given, but Snorlax, one of those Pokemon that can naturally tank a lot of that mage-style damage from the Espeon, utilizing things like that block and just buying time and space. It's going to be your job to actually force out some cooldowns and bait some of these attacks in, sort of withstand the early storm that Team Peps is going to throw at you.
Wow, small break right here. Bruv going down for it, but they wanted the positional advantage around this next fight zone. 15 seconds till our bottom objective. Moltres hiding in the tall grass. Multiple members of Volticons ready to pounce.
And look what it does. Now the Hoopa won't have the opportunity to rotate around. Obviously, we know they are playing that trick build of the Hoopa, so not exactly the same style. But Volticons will have early access to the Registeel. Team Peps could be just behind. Marvin Earthquake into the back line. Not in time to disrupt the Blaziken, who does secure the Registeel, but Team Peps are going to chase and force the fight immediately after. On the back of a Garchomp Unite move from Potato, who is level 10, by the way, here at the 5-minute mark. A fantastic team fight from Team Peps. They sweep 4 to 5 of the squad. Fizzy has to bail, but that collateral damage coming off of the Aselgor bounce will stop the recall, and Fizzy gets to take a little bit longer on the retreat home.
Wow, beautiful fight there. I mean, just really rough one for Volticons, huh? 4 members down, a huge combination from Peps, and you can see that double defender working very well for them. You know, when you don't have anything really stopping this Espeon, it is going to rain in absurd amounts of damage onto the side of Volticons.
Yeah, they're going to need to get this Greninja into that backline and sort of force some damage, but it's so difficult to weave your way through this Team Peps composition. Not only does this Mamoswine Mr. Mime cause you problems, I mean, Klaus's Surfetched is also going to be a huge threat you have to worry about. Ice Fang from Marv, at this point, is just going to be buying time. They don't have a lot of backup as Volticons are actually fighting this fight on 2 fronts. Goal zone scoring on the bottom side. We do have this Surfetch Unite move. They attempt to block some of these scores, but the damage combined with the block is too much to deal with, and Volticons Unite. Some great offensive pressure on this bottom tier 1.
Yeah, wow. I don't know if it's that Detect missed, like they weren't able to get their window there, or if they just broke the shield from it that fast. But Surfetch coming in, really providing no value. Snow making it out on absolutely nothing right there, picking up the KO. Volticons swinging right back at them after that horrible fight for them earlier. 189, 183 minutes on the clock. So we have a minute until Ray hits the center of the map. Interesting seeing Rayquaza at the start of all of our games here, as it's not been the most popular map this season, and it does have like some wild variability at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it caused some crazy moments for Los Colocados in that first matchup of our day, but Radis is already going to be focused. You see Mark basically take this same attack pattern every single one of these final fights. He's able to pick up that Greninja over top of the wall, but Snow in a perfect position to just hit with that overheat on the objective. They'll also take down Marv. Potato will pull away Fizzy, but again, that's what the Snorlax is in this battle for. Get pulled, get pushed, it doesn't matter. This big body defender can tank so much.
Wow, I mean, that was just such a great fight for Volticons there. It felt like it was starting to get set up just like we saw the one previously, but no one went down. It felt like they weren't even really tickling them, and you're right. So much of it was going into Fizzy, into the Snorlax right there. Block soaking up an insane amount of damage. Level 14 Blaziken, 13 Greninja. As we get ready for this Ray fight right here, we'll see how these teams want to play it. Moving in towards Bruv, but I don't know if we're starting this fight. No, they are.
Yeah, Mime dives in. They're actually going to be stunning up 3 of them all at once. So the first Pokemon will be down is Snorlax. They bait out a lot of resources, and now Snow has the opportunity to take out the other team's defender. Potato's in the backline with his Card Chop Unite move, but they're at half HP, and the Greninja's going to win that 1v1 battle. Chari taking them down, and now the Rayquaza pit is completely controlled by Volticons Unite. It's only Klaus on this Surfetch, and they are dispatched up as well. Volticons Unite bait out every resource, and then collapse onto the backline of Team Peps. What a fantastic fight from them, and they got a points lead and Rayquaza shields to work with.
And here we go. We have Marv trying to stop them right here. Obviously, they can break these shields, but it's too late for that top goal zone. Garchomp moving in right here, trying to catch him with a dragon combo. But no, we already have them scoring in the main goal zone. Zante with the defense. Can they stop them from putting more points in? We have Klaus also fighting back, but more are going in. 1 minute left on the clock. Surfetch goes down again. Finally, does Moltres go down? Yes, finally, we have a member of Volticons go down.
Yeah, oh, and now 56 points in from the Hoopa. At this point of the game, it is nigh on impossible for Team Peps to try to rally back and win this one. However, they don't know the current score in the game, so we might still see a final push from them, but Volticons making the intelligent play here. They're actually going to try to ambush out Bruv on this Mr. Mime, who will be absolutely exploded in that middle fight. Great ambush play out of the tall grass. Marv's Unite move forced out as well, and at this point, Volticons Unite are eliminating win conditions one by one out of the hands of Team Peps.
Well, I mean, what an impressive match for Volticons, really coming back after kind of getting beat up a little early in the game. However, it felt like, you know, from the about halfway point on, this was Volticons' game to lose, and they did not lose it. Peps, on the other hand, I gotta say, their Surfetch looked really underwhelming in this match. I don't know if it missed like every single detect or something. I never saw it get that huge shield and move in and fight. It was like they were just slightly off on the timing the whole way.
Timing was a bit uncomfortable. I also didn't love how they were trying to force some of these team fights. I think Fizzy Snorlax was just playing so phenomenally that it actually made it really difficult for Marv and Bruv to set up some of these fights where normally they're used to being the aggressors, right? This double defender composition is not used to playing the more retreat back off style. But you can see here with the Snorlax so far ahead in this fight, you have Marv throwing everything they have in the tank to get into these back lines. Of course, it does work out this one, but here again, you got the Mime and Mamoswine having to play sort of in the front, but no one there for the backup. And Volticons Unite able to just sort of pick them apart in a few situations. This is that major final fight though. Mime gets that huge stun, but the trick Phantom Force getting out that Pokemon that was in danger in that situation, just literally at the perfect time.
It looks like, I mean, I'm just looking at Klaus. It looks just like he threw the detect really fast. Maybe there was no damage coming at him. It's just unfortunate. Like, I feel like this is a time where it feels like Surfetch was extremely useless compared to some of these other games. Snow, player of the game here from Volticons, you know, a sentence we've said many times throughout this season. 8 knockouts, 6 assists, only going down 1 time. You know, Blaziken is just it can do it all. It really has no bad looks. It fights so well. It rips pretty well. It secures better than just about anything. Impressive first game from Volticons, and no one's sweating more than Komai right now.
Yeah, I suppose that's true, eh? Volticons one step closer. We talked about the momentum a lot at the start of the match, as Volticons Unite going to have the leg up due to already winning a very intense matchup earlier on in the day, and so far it seems like that might be the case. Pretty impressive stats across the board, obviously. 2 players at 69,000 damage plus with the Greninja and the Blaziken, but Tibby also putting out a ton of fireworks on this Moltres at the same time. Good looks for this Volticons team. I think really impressively played. Loved that Phantom Force trick timing from Leon there in the final moments to really save it. But yeah, I mean, Snow, just such a superstar. I feel like we've gotten to sing their praises all season long, which I'm going to admit, I think last year we kind of thought we'd be doing the same thing. Snow kind of having a chance to be this breakout player of the year. We've seen them in so many grassroots tournaments. Doesn't have the best season overall, but I mean, what a way to wake up for your sophomore season in the league. Snow crushing it right now.
Yeah, and this is big for Volticons. You know, they have an opportunity to still head to the World Championships through our playoffs here. Peps already sitting kind of pretty, but looking a little disheveled in that last match. I don't really know what was going on there. It just felt like kind of nothing was going right in their fights.
Yeah, so some tricky spots for them to get in. We'll see if they can pull themselves out of it in this next game. Obviously, a few things that you could be shaking up in the draft mode. I would like to see Team Peps, get Zante onto something maybe even a little more long range. However, that Espeon was looking pretty phenomenal so far. With the recent buffs, I don't think we're going to be seeing a lack of that Pokemon at all. I think Zante can be returning, but yeah, I think it's time for Klaus to switch up to a different Pokemon.
Yeah, or, this also could just be one of those matches that just did not go too well. We'll have to see how it's moving here. Team Peps is going to have first pick, so they lost that last one. They chose their side, and we have the map being Kyogre for game number 2.
Yep, so the sequence will always be Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon, and from that point on, the loser of the previous match will decide either draft pick side or map selection. And by far and away, we see most teams deciding to choose draft pick side. Team Peps are going to be changing up their approach here, Spraggles. That is a Surfetch ban, which obviously will make it impossible for their own team to select it as well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what they're trying to do. If they end up banning it, Klaus can't use it. Or, yeah.
Crazy. Well, there we go. Team Peps going to adapt at the same time. That will be a Hoopa ban, which I thought was so impactful for Volticons Unite. When we see this Hoopa taken away, Leon does have some interesting choices they move to. Far and away, the more popular option that Volticons likes to play off of is this Vaporeon. But we'll see if that kind of slow healing defender style will work with Volticons right now with how much damage Team Peps tends to put out.
First pick over to Peps. I'm wondering where they want to lock in here. There are a few powerful choices they can take. The question is, are they going to try to steal something away from Volticons? And if so, what is it?
Yeah. Snorlax is a very real option. So now you've banned the Hoopa and you selected the Snorlax. So I know I've talked about kind of if not this, then that in some of these situations. I know Fizzy does love to play this Delmise. Not a Pokemon that I think matches up totally well into the Team Peps playstyle, but we could see Volticons still try to force that play. Tibby is going to return to the Moltres, though. No surprise there. I thought it looked phenomenal in game number 1.
Ooh, we got a duck. I like seeing it. Even after some nerfs, I think this thing is still unbelievably good. And of course, once again, Moltres. This has looked pretty impressive in the hands of Tibby. I don't know if a lot of teams are sleeping on this or not. It just recently became, available for competition. So we'll have to see how they want to play this. Next couple of picks, Potato back on the Garchomp. Marv locking in the Umbreon.
Interesting. All right, so a little bit less on the aggressive side for the defenders of Team Peps, right? Bruv can set up some big plays, but Umbreon going to be a very passive style of defender for the most part, especially with this composition surrounding them. I have to imagine we're going to be looking at a Wish Umbreon with the Snorlax and the Umbreon together, but we'll have to see where that actually ends up going. Zante hovering the Gardevoir for a hot second. That would make me very excited. But Klaus is going to pick up the Dragonite. I have loved this pick in competition as of recently. Zante is going to add a bit more long range to this composition. Makes sense to me when you're not having as hard of engaged tanks. You're going to have basically the Snorlax and Umbreon playing Peel. I think the Inteleon makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I think Inteleon's good here. I also think this counter pick almost of the Scyther on the side of Volticons is extremely strong. It could take something like the Inteleon, even the Dragonite down pretty quickly if it can get to that back line. Obviously, Marv and Bruv are going to try to stop that as best they can. But with Greninja and Scyther, it could be tough for Zante. Obviously, if they are able to set up a really strong wall, Zante can do their job of just raining absurd amounts of damage towards their opponents. And then Klaus here with a classic setup for a Hyper Beam build, seeing that Razor Claw, Scope Lens, Muscle Band. Dragonite is always a threat. It is a difficult Pokemon to deal with. It has ludicrously good secure potential and solo rip potential. So at any time, this can kind of off lane. At the same time, it can be in the mix of big fights and still win an objective that the team wasn't really ready for.
It's pretty huge. I think the only question mark around Team Peps' competition right now is how's that early game going to go? You do have a couple of late game scalers. We talked about how that's a playstyle strategy around Potato, but now we're outing Klaus into that same mix. This Dragonite's going to take a bit longer to get up and running, get access to that Unite, which obviously improves their mobility tenfold. We'll see how it goes into this game number 2, Sprags.
That's right. Team Peps, your purple team. Volticons Unite, your orange team in our playoffs here. Huge game for Volticons. Already up 1. And their only chance of making it to World through the playoffs is going to be beating Team Peps, a team already qualified.
Yeah, I mean, this playoff bracket is so brutal, right? You have to go through every single one of your rival opponents to even make it to that championship game. Obviously, just getting there is that World's ticket. So Volticon's going to have all of their focus put directly on that. And the opportunity to interview Chari King a little bit earlier on today, they said that is, of course, the thing they're most focused is it's a prize in the Unite scene that has eluded most of the players on this team. And they are hunting for it this year.
Here we go. Snow with an early dive in right there. It's something that the Scyther can do. They made it there very quickly, hiding in the tall grass, picking up a KO, letting the entire team score. Great stuff for Volticons.
Yeah, it's the K opener for Tibby in this game. Is a pretty slow approach for Team Pep so far. However, they do have 3 players rotating towards the bottom side. So I'm going to carve up that early EXP. Again, Marv just can't really contest. And Leon will be operating with that bubble beam damage. Obviously going to have a few Pokemon that are doing out some auto attacks like the Scyther and the Greninja to be focusing on a little bit later.
Here we have Daddy Leon just making their way to the center of the map, trying to get some information for the team. Obviously, they want Scyther to get as much as they can, level-wise, as fast as they can. And Team Pep does have an issue. You know, Dragonite takes a long time to get online, and it's very underwhelming until it hits 8. Not terrible. Its auto attacks are pretty good, but boy, it is not Scyther, you know, at 5.
One of their auto attacks is pretty good, you know? I love when it's yellow. After that, it's a lot tougher. Good push by Bruv, though, kind of making a case for this engaged Snorlax big push in, but immediately countered by this Scyther. That's also another KO streak of 2 for this Moltres from Tibby on the top side. This new Pokemon being a recent addition, but a powerhouse addition to Volticons United. I think if Team Peps loses this game too, that has to be #1 priority, is getting Moltres in the fan base.
There we go. Nice secure here from Volticons. We do have Fizzy going down there for the side of Volticons, but that's big. You want that. You want the Regidrago for the whole team.
Yeah, I think Snow seeing if there's going to be any stragglers on the rotation. Fortunately, Umbreon, maybe not the best target to be focusing down, especially a mean look Umbreon. A bit of more of a risk. But with Volticons Unite's central area just starting to respawn, that will be an immediate retreat for the Scyther. Leon does grab the Snorlax, buys a little bit more time with Bruv, and I actually think that's going to be a great priority target for Leon to focus these Psychics into. That's Team Pep's Spearhead. It's a very round Spearhead, not normally known for being a good shape for spears, but watch out for Bruv to start a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and here we go. Regice just being hit right here. Here's Klaus getting ready with the Hyper Beam. They just ticked over to 8. Here comes the beam. Can they get this secured? Yes, they do. This is something Volticons is going to need to deal with. They're going to try to deal with it by Snow KOing everyone, but a beautiful mean look stops that.
Yeah, that Scyther Unite move is strong, especially if you can collapse, take down one target. You can reset cooldowns and go from there, but unfortunately, perfect mean look by Marv that plays out this peeling Umbreon extremely well. Fizzy gonna fall yet again. Just this Psyduck is not gonna be enough to defend this goal zone, and that is gonna be a lot of scores in for the squad. Team Peps might leave this goal zone up, but the points and stacks are huge for this team right now.
Yeah, really nice stuff here from Marv, just getting as many stacks as they can to make sure that their wish is even stronger. You could see them earlier running that float stone and the wish, just setting up lots of plays where they can position themselves for the team. Really nice.
Yeah, it's cool. I always found that a mechanic really fun with Umbreon is that it's a healing move based off of the physical attack stat of the Pokemon. It's kind of fun to see that collapse. So they're running float stone, they're running attack weight, trying to build those up as frequently as they can to get that HP up. Regieleki gonna be the next objective, and you guessed it, Dragonite already in pole position around that Pokemon. They're gonna start the rip, so will Inteleon, and with an early block out by Brub, there is gonna be very few opportunities to get in there. A Unite move for the Greninja was one attempt, but it'll be just shy from Volticons.
And here we go, Snow moving in, looking to make something happen here. We have Blastoise pushing forward with the Surf, big time Hyper Beam. They do end up going down. Snorlax, huge heavy slam, chasing down Volticons. They're gonna have to deal with the Regieleki. They're gonna have to deal with the Snorlax. The Hyper Beam, no, it goes wide and it misses Chari.
Oh, that's so tough. Yeah, that Hyper Beam kind of tracking the wrong target. Brub will eventually take down that Greninja, but the fact that this fight is even close, thanks to Leon, Sayaya Unite move on the Psyduck, reducing so much of that damage, and I believe also Buddy burying their Scyther. Snow having just a little bit of shields to get out. Klaus is not quite done though as the Hyper Beam will take down that Psyduck, and Team Peps might actually force another offensive push. No, it looks like with the sight of Blastoise, it'll be too much. Potato content to get back to the farm.
Yeah, I mean, Potato had a really tough start here, but they are coming back level-wise. Level 10 right now. Pretty even levels across the board here for Peps. Almost everyone with the same situation. But one thing that just seems to be working out again and again and again is Dragonite securing objectives. Every single objective so far taken by Team Peps with Dragonite's Hyper Beam.
Yeah, we got a couple other pretty major ones coming up, obviously, with the final Kyogre being the major boss fight in this one. But Volticons Unite might have a bit more time to adapt and deal with it. As so far, it seems that they have not found that answer.
And here we go. We see a possible fight breaking out. Hyper Beam goes for the Blastoise. Big time Unite move. Dragonite uses a full heal to peel away from it, but Blastoise continues to push, Zoinks.
Yeah, Fizzy and basically just trying to do the best they can with that Hydro Typhoon shield. They got a little bit of space to work with. They push into multiple targets, but now there is one less defender to stop this goal zone push. Klaus with the burn damage from Moltres. Won't have enough time to get that 50 points in, and Snow on the flank with this Scyther is going to take down Klaus. Another Sayayai to try to boost up the rest of the squad. Scyther is able to retreat, but they will have to recall. Brub on a final mad dash towards the goal zone will be felled by Chari King's Greninja. And now Volticons Unite are going to push to break this tier 1. Big siege, 40 points in, 31 point overdone.
Yeah, very nice stuff for Volticons right there. Honestly, when I saw them collapse on the Moltres, I thought it was definitely going down. That thing survived so much damage with the recovery in its kit, with the defense increases. I was kind of shocked there. I thought it was for sure getting KO'd.
Yeah, Moltres just tanky enough. Psyduck giving it that extra little bit of a step in some of these Unite situations. So big play for Volticons Unite. And even with a team fight win, this is still an extremely close match. 158 to 125 favoring Volticons at the moment. Regieleki is walking, but a basement Reggie is about to spawn in. And, well, this might be the only objective they give up away from the Dragonite, be that Regieleki, as Team Peps does have another chance to pick this one up. As you see Klaus taking the jump pad, rotating down towards the bottom side right now.
Volticon's moving down here, Zoinks. This could turn into a massive fight if these teams are not careful. Here comes Snow getting pushed back the block, knocking them back, but Volticons continues to move forward. Reggie Steele very low, the Hyper Beam, finally no! Stolen by Volticons!
Yeah, Snow picking that one up is so scary for a lot of reasons. It's a Registeel buff headed into the final fight. One of the only things that could make the value of this double defender composition a little bit less if they can carve through those huge HP pools and defensive numbers. Kyogres.
Kyogre hits the map. We see them chipping at it, but I don't think they're looking for this fight. They're looking to bring in Team Peps. The question is, how are they going to get them to move forward right here? Bruv taking a forward position, looking at their opponents. Garchomp charging up, getting a huge catch on Greninja.
All right, Greninja has to make a break for it. They do make it back to the goal zone. That will be Garchomp. Unite move in the backline as Fizzy goes down with already using the Unite move. Kyogre gonna be focused by Potato right now. It's about half HP, but Zante able to take down Tibby. And now the battle rages right in front of the Kyogre's face. Marv brought down solo as Snow takes down yet another target. Unite move from the Dragonite just to escape, gets to the Citrus Berry, and they're back up to about half HP. Snow has 2, trying to make it 3, but it's Potato who slows them, but only for a moment, and Bruv's Heavy Slam gets them out of the tall grass. They call out the rotation. Snow caught. Kyogre so extremely low. Fizzy is actually going to go for a contest of secure. Blastoise is not going to beat the Hyper Beam, and Klaus will pick up the Kyogre.
That situation, I could feel Klaus freaking out in that moment. He can't auto attack the Kyogre from just outside the pit. He has to run around with 0 HP and look for it, but this thing's not over. Zoinks, big time Heavy Slam, and we have Team Peps moving forward right here. They're still behind. Fizzy does go down though, and a Hyper Beam hits Tibby.
This is going to be up to Tibby and Leon to defend this goal zone, and that's going to be Bruv paving the way. Big block. Tibby gets around it. Bruv stopped just shy of scoring that Hundo Burger. The Kyogre debuff on these goal zones is only going to last for about 10 more seconds, but the buff will obviously last a whole lot longer. Umbreon stops it just a second away from scoring, but they will sneak it in with just a moment between cooldowns of the Scyther. Hundo Burger in as well for Team Peps on the top side.
Wow, what a play there. I mean, what a beautiful Dragonite Unite move around the top, onto the top of the pit. Snorlax jumping up, the Heavy Slam to push it away. I mean, that's like, it feels like what Dragonite was built for. We're finally seeing it here.
Oh man, I mean, such a tough choice for Snow on that Scyther. Do you hide in the tall grass, or you just path farther away, and do you lose vision? I mean, a tricky spot to be. They eventually try to hide in the grass, and Bruv with the perfect call out. Defender takes down the Scyther, and then in the end, that Hyper Beam on a sliver of HP. Also, tough choices for Fizzy there. In the end, it's Team Peps to have the ice in the veins and close it out. 387 to 158, tying this series at 101. And Spraggles, we got a fun one.
Yeah, we do. This is very exciting. We have some live audio from the Komai boot camp. Let's go, Peps. Wow, incredible stuff. They're really rooting for their in-region rivals right now to take down Volticons and secure their spot to Worlds. What a game. Speaking of securing, Dragonite all over this one, taking almost every objective in the match.
It took a little bit of a break near the end of the game, but they were just preparing for the Kyogre. That's all it was. So those last 2 Reggies, Volticons Unite able to pick up. But Matt, what a couple of amazing fights right around this 4 to 3 minute mark. We see Volticons Unite really coming alive. This is that Registeel moment, but the double hit from Scyther able to pick up that Kyogre. Potato down so low in this situation, but it's just Snow Scyther that is so fun to watch. Takes down that Inteleon first, brings the Dragonite down to about half HP, and secures the KO on the Umbreon, all in the same sequence of events. I mean, Potato slowing down this Scyther right here, one of the biggest plays of the game as well. I was giving Bruv so much credit. Potato deserves a lot too.
Yeah, Potato with an amazing play. Bruv also, by the way, picked up the KO on both the Greninja and the Scyther in that final moment. It was a double KO from Bruv. Player of the game, Klaus, Hyper Beam, Dragonite. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of huge plays made throughout that game, but what an important Pokemon. What a great pick for Peps.
Yeah, much better look in Game 2 than we saw in Game 1 from them. They will push forward. I'm interested to see some of these damage stats, actually, because I don't think it was a super high damage game. A lot of these fights over rather quickly. If they were, yeah, around those like 63, low 60,000, except for Zante on this Inteleon. The Liquidation Inteleon, an absolute damage farmer, 82,000 for this Intel. We talked about how Team Peps could have those early game struggles. I feel like Zante getting online so quickly was one of the reasons they kind of held on even in the early game.
Yeah, totally agree. They had an interesting team that needed to scale a lot on the side of Peps, right? But they did have some really good support for that in Bruv and Marvs. Nice game for Peps. Scary fight there at the end as we're getting ready for our next map here is going to be Groudon. As we said, you know, the first 3 of these best of 5 go in a specific order. Rayquaza, Kyogre, then Groudon, and then the team that loses will have an opportunity to pick the map or side. Next team picking first will be Volticons here. So they lost that last one. They are going to choose to get first pick. I wonder what they're going to try to take away from Peps.
Yeah, I'm curious if this Mew strategy changes at all. I kind of talked about it before even game number 1 about how it could be considered a first pick in this series. I just truly think it is that good for Chari and Zante as a pick. Like, you could consider dropping it out of the ban phase and picking it up first pick, but there are a lot of power picks in the metagame right now that you might not want to see go away. The one change, I think I do see Team Peps deciding to ban away this Moltres, though. I don't know if you think that's a good idea. Personally, I'm a big fan of Team Peps maybe considering that in the banning phase. The only question is, what do you drop? Now that spot, maybe you have to give up the Blissey now. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it is tough, right? I mean, you give up that Blissey and then you're dealing with a very difficult combo, you know, a hyper carry player being supported by a Pokemon like that. But Moltres has been a real problem, and specifically, it's been a real problem early. It's been really hard for Peps to deal with at the start of the game, which has given Volticon some strong positioning into the first few objectives. A counter to that, though, is getting a Dragonite online and making sure you have Hyper Beam ready to go. Even if you're not doing great at the objective fight, you're still securing an objective, which worked out really well for Peps. I am wondering how they're going to want to play this. I am wondering how these bans are going to evolve as we continue our best of 5 here. And I do love that both of these teams are swinging. You know, game 1 looked pretty rough for Peps, but game 2, they're right back in it.
Yeah, oh man, I love it. These best of 5s are just my favorite thing in the world. I've talked about it infinitely, about how much I love the drafts in these situations. Players really trying to outflex one another, and eventually you just go, listen, I don't want to play that 2 games in a row. That Hoopa was so annoying. It kind of ended us in a lot of situations. We got to change up to something else. So we'd love to see where we shift up. Now, we do want to talk about this stat. It's something that 4 players share the #1 spot for on this list. This is our average MVP score. Now, this is an in-game stat order for a few different things. Scoring, damage done, knockouts, etc., etc. 78, pretty good. And held by Klaus, Toast, Gatlu, and Rezu. 4 incredible players. We can see 1 player here between Snow and Klaus. Snow, 1 average point away.
And that is the difference maker when you really look at things in Unite. It's that 1 average MVP score point. As we know, the MVP score is decided in a mysterious way. We're not exactly sure what goes into it. I can tell you every time it happens in my solo queue games, it's wrong, but somehow here it's right. Volticons Unite is going to have their first pick. And we do see, you called it, Zoinks, instant ban here. First ban on Moltres.
Okay. Volticon's also bringing out some really interesting things, though. They're going to be banning the Garchomp. So maybe at this point, Volticon's kind of considering, all right, we're losing the Moltres, and we actually think that's our best answer into their Garchomp. Oh my gosh, look at how targeted these bans are. Dragonite as well? Team Peps have also banned the Surfetch, so I'm really curious where Klaus ends up in this game. Volticons have shown a few things from Snow that we could see. The Scyther, of course, Mimikyu being another option. Snow loves the Ceruledge, but with the recent nerfs, I don't think we're seeing that Pokemon, so curious where we actually end up with the remainder of this draft. Volticons could first pick the Mew. They could do it. I'd feel so good about myself. Would love to see Volticons first pick Mew.
I do, not only because I think it's the right choice, but also I want you to feel so good about yourself. I think they're going for Snorlax getting the priority, and now I don't know if you feel medium about yourself. I hope you don't feel bad, because I think you were onto something there.
I could use a win. All right, well, Team Peps first picks it, so at least I was right in the fact that it would be contested, but I'm sure everybody was. But either way, Potato is going to pick up the Zacian in this situation, a Pokemon that has just been phenomenal all season long. I feel like it's sliding a little bit off the popularity scale in EU as of recently, which is a bit surprising, but either way, it will be picked up by Potato. Is phenomenal at that Pokemon. Volticons could be going back to the well, which we haven't seen in a while either, in the Mega Lucario.
Yeah, Mega Lucario is a weird one, right? A few of the Megas are in this interesting spot where it's not like they're bad, but they used to be insane. You know,
Right.
where Mega Lucario, Mega Gyarados, both Mega Charizards. I think Y, obviously, given its ban rate, still holds that, you know, era of being kind of the best one in the game. But Mega Lucario, an amazing Pokemon. It's still even Lucario at the end of the day, which is great.
All right, well, Marv and Bruv will pick out the Suicune and the Blastoise specifically. So no Mime jumping back in this situation. I wasn't sure. Mega Lucario, one of those Pokemon that doesn't super mind the walls, right? Like the power-up punch giving you unstoppable is going to give you a little bit of room to work with. But Bruv returning to the Blastoise, this Pokemon, I mean, they're going to need to nerf this thing 10 times over, I think, for it to fall out of true competitive viability. And how do you feel about these final two picks from Volticons, Greg?
Both, I think, are a little odd. Like, look, Snow's Talonflame is amazing.
True.
I don't love Talon when I have to land on a Blastoise or Suicune. It's not the most fun. However, it does feel like it's a strong pick into something like Mew. You know, you're just able to take to the skies and not deal with a lot of its damage. And now we have Venusaur, which I think the thing that they really like about this pick, and as you can see the items moving around, we're taking a look at a long-range Venusaur here. The nice thing about this is there isn't a ton on the side of Peps that's going to dive into you. In fact, Suicune wants to fight at sort of a middle-ish range, and Venusaur perfectly counters that. So I like the pick as long as Klaus is not able to shut it down with Greninja. I love the pick.
It's also just really good to shred those special defenses with that poison status effect, right? And there's a lot of specially defensive Pokemon on the other side. Suicune, Mew, and Blastoise, I think all could really brag about that stat. So having a Venusaur to kind of be that shred option might be really, really solid in the favor for Chari. And I'm not going to lie, I wasn't in love with the Greninja we saw in that game number 2 from them. So seeing a swap in general, I think feels really good going into this game number 3. One thing though, you talked about it, how good that Talonflame is from Snow. I want people just to watch the mechanics we see from this player. One thing we were watching in the off-broadcast match that I couldn't help myself from thinking all the time was how good Snow is at not pressing their buttons sometimes. Pokemon like Talonflame's got a lot of combos. Watch how they play some of these fights when they save their fly for later on in the fights.
Well, here we go, Zoinks. Volticons, unite your purple team. Team Peps, your orange team. These are the playoffs, baby. When we are all tied up. Peps already qualified for Worlds. That means if Peps wins this thing, the next team up on the ladder, Komai, qualifies for Worlds. Team Peps could qualify 2 teams for Worlds by them winning.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it really depends on how you consider the passage of time. We'll get Chef in on that one to break it down a little bit later. But take a look at Leon, gets back on the Hoopas. This is one of the factors of changing up your bans mid-set. You do allow things yet again. So Leon will return to this pick that they are most well known for and feel the most comfortable on. Big early KO. Snow gonna take the K opener on the Fletchender to start the game. Marv on the Suicune only at level 3, does not have access to their big game-changing moves quite yet.
Yeah, Marv right now trying to see what they can secure here as we have Tibby being pushed back towards their side. Snow back at almost full HP, getting ready for this fight, diving in, taking a lot of that here, and it looks like I think all of it went over to the side of Volticons.
All right, well, a good situation for Volticons. Obviously, you're running that Mega Lucario. You got a little bit less tankiness in the early game in favor of more damage later on, but Zacian still actually being outpaced despite all of that due to all this dedication from the central area player in Snow in that bottom side path. That's a wicked seed bomb coming in from Chari. Boy, they need to buff that move. It really does 0 damage. And Daddy Leon gonna get some early damage onto the War Turtle as Bruv trying to play this one a bit aggressively, but with that HP that low, you gotta play it farther back.
That was a scary one, a bit of a nail biter for both sides there in different ways. I mean, you saw that very, very close to a KO on Greninja there from the Venusaur. We do have the Giga Drain here, so I'm a little surprised to see it. It's not a terrible choice, but at the same time, I really think they're going to be spending most of their time at very long range.
Yeah, it's interesting. You're not going to have access to that defense shred that I was talking about that they'd favor, but I guess you do have a bit better of an answer to this Greninja, or even, I suppose this Blastoise if it gets up in your face. But if anything you can count on, it is Snow picking up KOs all over the map as the Talonflame has swept through one, is now boasting the double buffs and rotating around to see if they can catch Klaus lacking. Who's not is going to remove themselves out of that fight, go down to the bottom side of the map as we are 20 seconds away from these Regis spawning in.
And here we go. We have Surf around this fight, which is very good for Peps, but they're a little too late to this. They end up sending Greninja slightly south, and because of that, they weren't able to contest any of that. Nice secures there for Volticons as we have Talonflame heading towards level 9.
Yeah, just one of those moments is exactly what I was talking about with that Talonflame Snow doing a really good job of engaging into that Birds fight without using Fly. They're not using it to engage. They instead are playing it more defensively, or if they want to close out a KO, they're going to rely on their other moves and abilities in the meantime. As a scary catch out as Brub calls the rotate into the tall grass, we have Fizzy trying to make some space, but the Talonflame secures enough for the Regieleki.
That was even coordinated by Peps. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They set it up, but the Surf was not able to take it right there. And Volticon steals with Fly from Talonflame. 7-0 right now. An incredibly close match, but it does feel like this Talon is outplaying the side of Peps.
Yeah, so far they have not found a way to shut down this Pokemon. I think in the past you'd be relying on Marv to kind of Ice Fang with a Mamoswine to shut this Pokemon down, or maybe a Hard Block with a Psyduck. Neither of those are going to be an option as Talonflame takes to the sky. Chases down, takes down the Greninja, and the Zacian quickly to follow. Solar Beam will be too early to secure the Regirock, but does apply a lot of damage pressure to the Mega Lucario. Does not matter. Suicune too short on the secure with the Whirlpool, and that will be a Regirock buff for the side of Volticons.
Volticon's in control of this game, it feels like, from top to bottom so far. Incredible fights, great secure. Look at the timing right there. Sure, hit it with your Solar Beam. We'll let that happen. Snow heading back towards their center area to go ahead and pick up some buffs. Big time Solar Beam right there. And now we're going to see if Peps can move forward. Talon would not be able to make it to this fight, but no, they take their foot off the gas, peel back, and just look for some experience.
It is so funny about how, when given this game the eye test, one team is clearly in the lead and dominating. We're almost at halfway points of this match, and there have been 7 points total scored. Very few scoring attempts whatsoever. It's just been a lot of focus on the KOs. Eject button for the Talonflame will chase down the Greninja. Unite Move does not pull them away as Klaus is able to Water Burst Shuriken into the backline. Zante will be forced into the Mystical Barrage of the Mew just to survive, but here comes the second wave of Volticon's Unite offense. They're going to dump the points in finally, and someone changes this scoreboard. Close combat for the Mega Luca will take down the Greninja, even as Fizzy teased them up the opposite direction. Volticons breaking the scoring silence with a 117-0 lead.
Yeah, Lucario may have close combat, but one thing this match is not is close combat, because Volticons is absolutely crushing them in every single fight. Finally, an objective for Peps. Can they make something happen with it? Unite Move on Suicune and Blastoise as Regieleki is walking. Big time eject button, Blastoise Unite Move, and yes, they're desperately looking for points, and they're going to get at least something.
All right, well, a small power-up punch, if you will, to get the Regieleki into the goal and finally get on that scoreboard. Actually, a nice break. They're going to get 2 scores in there. Klaus finally going to get involved with a big Unite move to try to take down 1. That block could make things scary, though, as Klaus is in position. That's a Unite move. Focus on the crowd control, trying to get Tibby in a position to knock out the Greninja, but eventually, it'll actually take down the Mew. So Volticons Unite with an investment of a Power Nap Snorlax for 1 KO.
Yeah, and there you go. Even though they had a little bit of a power-up punch, Volticon stayed steadfast.
Close combat. Close combat.
Close combat.
All right.
Tackle. All right, heading to the top half. We have Potato ripping through some of this here. And now we're just going to see what they're going to do in this top path. Registeel getting taken here by Volticons. This should be an easy KO as we have Talonflame sweeping through the center. Greninja trying to catch them, but no, just the objective going down.
All right, so another Registeel for Volticons Unite, who've been, like we mentioned, dominating this matchup so far. Objectives favoring them as well. Team Peps, the only one they've secured so far, being that Regieleki, has actually helped them out a ton, getting up to that 121-point scoreline. Potato just a level shy of Tibby, but Klaus wants to change that right now. Big push with the Unite move to chase them, and even with the Trick Phantom Force, the Mega Lucario will not be able to make it back to safety. No Unite move available means that Lucario will fall.
And here we go, Klaus, level 13 right now, moving through. Greninja always a factor in some of these big fights as we have Zacian heading down to the bottom path. Peps in a great position for this objective. Back in this game, things don't look too bad for them. And even though a lot of fights have gone the way of Volticons, Peps has not allowed themselves to fall behind.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Regieleki will be going towards tier 2 as well. Now, something that Volticons Unite is trying to play off of is they had very few Unite moves up until a moment ago. They're actually still hunting for one on Talonflame, but it's been a second so far, so I am soon they'll be getting that yellow pip very soon. They're going to allow that Regieleki to walk in. Again, just a full focus on positioning. They do not want to give Team Peps early access into this Groudon pit as we are 10 seconds away from it spawning in.
Yeah, the question is who wants to kick this fight off? Obviously, Peps is behind, but not by too much. The Greninja is a very high level. If they can catch anyone on the side of Volticons, they would probably want it to be this Venusaur. Get rid of that early. That way they can continue taking members of the team down and not have to worry about these very powerful beams. It is a level 13 Venusaur right now, and you can see them using the Trick Phantom Force just to heal Venusaur up so they don't have to head back home. Snow now peeling back with a Talonflame. Peps trying to get a lot of information as to exactly where they are, but time is ticking down. Zoinks, they are going to need to be the team to make a play, whether that's score or fight.
Man, this Suicune is only at level 10 right now. Spraggle's just extremely under-leveled for Team Peps. We'll eventually get to level 11. They're getting caught out. That is a full delete button. Heavy Slam, Solar Beam, and this is all the go button for Groudon. Mew is going to give them a little bit of a favor, but it will be Volticons Unite picking up the secure out of the Groudon. The Hoops Unbound Hoopa with a Hyperspace Fury will secure the major objective, and all 5 members of Team Peps will fall. What a call-out. Team Peps makes the fast call to pivot, but it's not quick enough. Volticons Unite catching out Marv, and they might just steal this game away.
Yeah, Volticons, I mean, I think they played that exceptionally well. They caught Marv so hard there, just took him down immediately. You don't get to use the extremely powerful Unite move that Suicune has in this fight. They then turn around and try to stop Peps from ripping. They take Peps off the board there. Another fight that isn't much of a close combat. A great win for Peps there in that fight. And now they're just so far ahead with only 25 seconds left. I think Peps is going to need to figure out what they're doing here, or Komai is still going to need to play for their chance at Worlds.
Yeah, that match will be happening in extreme speed, potentially. Potato, this Metal Claw, I didn't get to see it bounce back to the Venusaur Unite move, so I think I've still been waiting to cast over for many, many moons now. I've always wanted to see the Verdant Anger reflected by Metal Claw, but will not be the case today as Volticons Unite pulls ahead in this series for the second time so far, with wins in map number 1 and map number 3. Speaking of map, now we're heading into the Wild West. It will be team selection on which of the 3 maps we play out on, as we have seen looks on Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Groudon. So far, Team Peps only finding a win on the Kyogre map, but they'll be probably picking side anyway. So if I'm Volticons, I'm going Groudon.
Yeah, I mean, Volticons has a couple of options here. They looked fantastic in that match. There was that nice secure there from Talon, even though that was coordinated by Peps. Talon with the ability to steal that. Another beautiful fly. And a lot of these fights were just incredible for Volticons.
Yeah, I think they're just setting up this Talonflame so well. Tibby and Leon, just a really cool combo set for the two of them. You can see here, Zacian actually charging the Unite move, trying to land that gigantic sword swing onto the Groudon as a secure move, and they get knocked out mid-holding of the animation. Don't even get a chance to fire it, but I think if Potato fired it any early, they would not be securing the Groudon either way. So, big play. Snow gonna get the second Player of the Game award of this series, but this time on the Talonflame. Only getting knocked out 1 time, but applying 5 KOs and setting up their team with 6 assists.
Yeah, beautiful plays there from Snow. I think when the team is able to enable Snow to just go crazy in these matches, that is when Volticons is playing their best. It does take a village, as they say, but man, when Snow gets online and the team is there to support them, he really takes over games.
Yeah, it is so fun to watch. I love casting this player. Snow making a great case of why they should be one of the representatives for the European region at the World Championships. But if they want to make that happen, the road is still long ahead of them. They need to get another map win in this series to close it out and keep their chances alive. But after that, they would have to go up and play against Team Komai. But Team Peps is not out of this series yet. Still in this one, a map win earlier on our Kyogre map. And we'll be headed into game number 4 of this set. Volticons having to play a lot of Pokemon Unite today.
Are you ready to hear this, Zoinks? I don't know if this is going to make you feel good about yourself or not, but Team Peps will not be getting first pick. Instead, they chose map, which is Kyogre.
Okay. I would say I'm neutral. Obviously, I think I would expect a lot of these teams to be favoring side selection. However, if you got to play all 3 maps and you won on one of those 3 maps, I think the logical path to take is the one that Team Peps took in this spot. So they are going to be headed back to that Kyogre map again, where they got that game win earlier on in the day. Volticons Unite gonna have to change up their strategy about how they play this variation of Theia Sky Ruins.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. Clearly, this is a comfort zone for Peps. Not many teams are focused on map, right? Most teams are focused on side when it comes to the draft. But if you're also a good team at second pick, you kind of love picking map, honestly. I mean, you force your opponents anyway. So we'll see what Peps wants to do with this as we're getting ready for our next game here. Volticons, 1 game away from disappointing. Hey, someone up there's Gotlu from Komai, one of the highest average scores out there and the highest in EU. Obviously, Gotlu would love it right now if Peps can win this. They literally would secure Komai's spot to Worlds, but in their way is Volticons, having a great run so far, and this momentum can be a huge factor. They've already dispatched a team. Now they're playing into Peps. They're 1 game away from moving forward.
Now, Spraggles, you were talking about side selection and where they end up. Team Peps has some really interesting side selection records. When they are in first pick or purple side, they are 12-4 throughout the regular season. So Team Peps absolutely crushing it there. When they are on orange side, they are 9-6. So still a positive record, but obviously not as good of a spread. For the side of Volticons Unite, on purple, they are 9-12. Negative win rate, and on orange side they are 5-3. So they actually, while they select purple side more often, they actually have a better percentage win rate on that orange side. Very interesting.
That is really interesting. And, I know we see those stats every once in a while, and there are questions as to whether, look, when you're playing, does it matter what the percentage is, or does it matter what works for you? And we've seen both be a factor, right? We've seen Pokemon with a very high win rate or something like that not be a real factor in competitive. And we've seen Pokemon with very low win rates, but, something that a player handles very well be a huge factor. But some of these, bits of data are very fascinating. And I wonder if it's one of those things that these teams don't even realize has such an effect on their performance.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting. We're taking a look at the average knockouts for EU right now, Spraggles. You can see here Snow leading the league, or leading this EU league. If you're wondering where they're at overall of all regions, Snow is actually number 7, including EU, Latin America, and North America in average knockouts per game. Exactly where you can see here, 5 and some change, rounding up to that 6 average knockouts. So yeah, leading this league in terms of getting those last hit knockouts, but was doing great at the assists earlier on in the series in that game number 3 win as well.
Yeah, a lot of these stats are they're very interesting to look at and kind of see how these teams stack up into each other. There's also this issue of, depending on the teams you're running into, it feels like your assists, your knockouts, all of that could vary wildly, right? If you're playing into BH3, you might not be picking up all of these knockouts. However, if you're playing into some of the teams that didn't make the playoffs, that's when you can really, get your average knockout to be a lot higher here, as we're taking a look at assists. Komai leading the board there. Heading into our draft, Peps needs this, Komai needs this. We are going to be banning Garchomp first, and the targeted bans continue from the side of Volticons.
Yeah, we only saw for a moment there, by the way, just an assist. I'm kind of shocked not to see a single Peps member on that leaderboard, by the way. No Bruv or Marv, especially with how many defenders they play. Anyway, interesting things to be pulling apart. The Garchomp, Dragonite, Charizard ban, like you said, will remain. Sirfetch'd and Hoopa going to be the bans for Team Peps. So they're going to add Hoopa back to the ban block after another fantastic performance from Leon in that game number 3. We're going to be shaking it up, and it might be Moltres. So Pokemon like Mew, like Machamp are all still going to be available in this series, Spraggles.
Yeah, now the question is Volticons going to immediately snap up Machamp, or is this something that Team Peps expected and they'd rather grab something else? Snorlax's been such a power pick here, recently got buffed, an incredible defender. They grab it as first pick. You have to assume Machamp is going the way of Peps. I don't think they're going to want to give them that for free, but I don't know how much they've been practicing with it.
Machamp Mew in this situation?
Yeah.
Like, does that feel like a good back-to-back pick? Oh, another option I think about is that Blissey, actually, Spraggles. I know Team Peps, it's not exactly their play style, but something like Psyduck could be. But Volticons Unite will likely get to pick up that Blissey if they want it. Obviously, Snorlax already selected. Leon could go with something like that, or even the Umbreon if they wanted to flex away from it, but picking up that Blissey that's been banned against them almost permanently in this today of playoffs would be really exciting.
Wow, I mean, no Blissey taken from Peps and no Machamp here as it moves over to Volticons. We'll see what they want to do. They don't even care. They don't care about Machamp either. They're going to take Mega Lucario, but they will grab Blissey, a Pokemon that's been denied from them most all of today, if not every single game today. And now we are heading over to Peps here. They could get Machamp this low in the draft. That would be shocking.
Well, do you pick it into Blissey, though? Is the question, right? Like, that's like a really tough matchup for that Pokemon specifically, and it won't select it yet. Obviously, Klaus could play that Pokemon out of the central area. You know, not unheard of. However, we might want to see Klaus pick up something with a bit more firepower. Curious what you think about the Zoroark currently, by the way. If that's something that Klaus is like, they're holding it in their picture, and it did have some recent buffs. But anyway, we will see what goes on. Volticons Unite going to pick up the Urshifu, and Shari is going to return to that Greninja. I'd love to see something like the SP on there, but we'll see what Volticons is going to be bringing. That's a lot of damage, and Klaus going to go to the Blaziken. Not the exact same secure as the Dragonite, but does have a lot to work with in the kit.
Yeah, I really like this Blaziken pick right here, and I think you're right. You absolutely nailed it. Not only is playing into, you know, a block Snorlax not the most fun thing for Machamp. No, it's not going to stop it from running around, but it is just this difficult target to deal with that is also unstoppable. Now you have Blissey that could have been running Safeguard, which would have made it really difficult for Machamp. So somehow Machamp not banned, not picked by anyone as we're heading into this next match here. I kind of like what Peps has going for them. I think they have great secure around a fight, and they're almost kind of asking Volticons as to whether or not they're actually going to go for an objective here. So we'll see how it works in this game. A lot of picks I did not expect, but the Blissey getting picked up I think is a solid choice.
It's one of the few cases where the only thing I'm worried about with Team Peps is if these fights go extremely long. Obviously, they have Double Defender, which will give them just some more natural tankiness and staying power. They have the Mew Unite move, which is a great option to kind of extend some of these fights to give yourself invulnerability. But at the same time, you don't have access to something like Bliss Assistance, you know, which is going to give yourselves a huge amount of backup, or the Buddy Barrier off Snorlax with Power Nap to really get some big exchanges. So we'll see how it breaks down. Volticons Unite leading this series currently, Spraggles.
That's right. Volticons Unite, your purple team, one game away from moving forward in our playoff bracket. Team Peps is going to need to win 2 in a row. Already qualified for Worlds, but you know, them winning this or losing this actually means a huge deal to the rest of the teams here in EU.
Yeah, this could be a cornerstone matchup of how these playoffs actually end up playing out, as Marv is able to take both citrus berries after getting even just one stack in. Will delay Snow a little bit, or maybe even just do some early chip damage to help Snow clear this wild Pokemon a bit quicker.
Marv is pretty good at this early annoying Pokemon. I feel like Marv, and this is a really important Pokemon. You know, the early annoyer, many different Pokemon can play it, but only a few players do it really well. And Marv is one of them right here, as Snow moving forward on this Urshifu, trying to make something happen here, seeing if they can get a KO, kind of the classic water bear, diving into the back line of your opponents into their Flux Zone. Klaus moving forward to stop them right here, and they are able to jump kick away.
Yeah, nice cleanse by Snow to get rid of the mean look with the full heal, the perfect timing. So right before that eye opens up above their head, able to get rid of it. They didn't have the safeguard to work with, and I don't think they had any other access to Unstoppable. So nice play from Snow. They're going to get into the mix right now. This level 5 only has the Surgic Strikes. No liquidation quite yet, but it will be chasing down so many targets at low HP. But Zante able to push him away with that light screen knockback.
What a light screen right there. I mean, really into 3 members of Volticons. Very scary for Peps. Kind of scary for both sides there. It did feel like Volticons was sort of baiting them in, allowing the Urshifu to run up, but no one really takes a huge win in that fight at all.
Yeah, a miracle screen at the Stitch. Let's rename the move for just Zante alone. Nice play by them. And actually, kind of a unexpected early rotation from Team Peps from you to jump up. Normally, Team Peps is just allowing Potato to handle a lot of these situations completely alone. Tippy in a dangerous spot with that mean look, and Marv will close the gap and even get yet another stack in with their attack weight. They will not make it to the Citrus Berries this time around, though, as Snow will get that KO meter tied up on the top side of the goal zone.
Yeah, KO there for Volticons, but what a play. I mean, you would absolutely take that every day from Peps, what they were able to get there in the top path. Really nice stuff, and Peps starting this match off strong. Definitely within range of both of them. Huge rock tomb. Oh. They're able to take them right into the overheat. Peps in control right now. After you take out the center area Pokemon on Volticons, you are feeling great getting ready for this objective.
Perfect play by Bruv. I mean, just truly nowhere to go. And currently right now, Shari on this level 6 Frogadier. So they're playing the double team, which obviously will be paired up with that Water Shuriken a little bit later on. Red is still going to be cleared out by Team Peps, which the question now to me is how quick can they make this rotate, and do they focus on a fight on the Regieleki, or do they want to break this bottom goal zone? For the time being, though, it is Fizzy starting off a little bit of exchanges, but with Bruv setting up some major plays on the bottom side. They are on a way higher level.
Yeah, take a look at Bruv right here. Yeah, out-leveling the, top lane Pokemon on the side of Volticons right here. We have the Heavy Slam looking for Potato. Snow now level 9. They know they can fight if they want to, but they're going to look for the secure right here. The close combat ripping through it. Regieleki getting extremely low. Easy secure for Volticons. Beautiful zoning out from Fizzy.
Yeah, block to get 2 players away. Even with Team Peps going to jumping up into this team fight, they had the perfect chance to take down that Regieleki. Fizzy is going to kind of try to buy more space and time instead of retreating back towards that goal zone, as Team Peps will not have the Regieleki to work with since they lost it in that early exchange. They're also not going to double down on towards this top tier 1. Instead, play it farther back, wait for Volticons Unite to show up, and now they have the vision of what tall grass they're in. Rub with the call out.
Yeah, and here we go. Moving forward right here, we have the Unite move from the Urshifu. Are they going to be able to make something happen? Huge Unite move from Crustle. That shield is massive. Potato in some trouble, and they do go down. Bruv trying to peel back towards this goal zone, but they also go down.
Wow, all right, well, Snow in a unique position with this Rapid Strike Urshifu to kind of hit below some of those shields. Plus, it is a dangerous spot. That is going to be the Mew chasing down the Greninja. They are trying to chase down Shari. They will fall. Leon not there to support them in time, as they're kind of trying to force to focus on 2 players at once. Snow does get that Bliss Assist. It's a battle of martial arts between the Urshifu and the Blaziken, and it rages on. Another safeguard to buy them some time. Fizzy likely going down, but I did not expect the other exchange to end in a draw.
What an insane back and forth right there. I mean, truly, both of them taking each other to the limit, but somehow with the support from their squads, they make it out of that fight. We're going to have to see them clash once again before this match is over. We really do need to know which martial artist is the winner here. I feel like we just saw 2 ninjas leap into the air, and I don't know which one won.
Yeah, there was a live to fight another day kind of scenario. Team Peps, if they're going to take another battle, they'll have a bit of a bonus, as that Reg Ice is going to be helping out the squad. And Spreggles, I was just checking to see, like, do either of these players have the big root equipped for that HP recovery? Neither of them do. So Klaus and Snow both opting just for mostly damage items and going away from some of those more tanky options. But now with Reg Ice, that HP recovery will be on the side of Team Peps. Here comes the Unite move for Lucario there. We're in position. Blaziken's still going to get the secure.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Blaziken. I mean, it's what you expect out of them. Tibby, very low on HP, and actually walks into Regieleki. I know they were going to go for a quick close combat and get their HP back, but they end up going down.
Yeah, a few more Unite moves started this fight. Big long-range Bliss Assist is going to help out that Urshifu, but after they're already trapped in the mean look, so their damage mitigated a lot by Marv. Chari going to get the revenge, though, as Greninja takes down the Umbreon on the back line. Maybe looking for a bit of a sneaky back cap. It's Fizzy with that Gluttony speed bonus is going to chase down Zante, blocks them back towards the team. A jet button used. Mew still going to fall.
I really like the patience there from Fizzy, able to take that. They were trying to wait until the last possible moment right there, until Mew made the wrong play so they can grab them, and they did. We now have Peps attempting to defend on this goal zone. Bruv's Unite move really doing a lot of work there. We'll see if they're able to make it out. Chari right now in trouble getting chased down by Blaze again, but no! Not able to get them. Just so many near misses in this match, Zoinks.
That's like kind of a dream or a nightmare depending on who your Greninja player is, right? There's so many players at just a tiny bit of HP on the other side, but good work from Chari to understand they cannot get knocked out at that moment in time. They have to play it safer. They do retreat, but yeah, multiple members of Team Peps with maybe one more Water Shuriken lands and they go down. Volticons Unite instead just gonna rally back and try to earn some of this EXP. Currently, this Urshifu is still hunting level 13, so Snow a bit lower of a level than we've seen them, especially when Klaus on this Blaziken is about to hit 14.
I mean, you can see they have no information as to where Volticons was right there. So we have a lot of moves, a lot of moments, just waiting, seeing if anyone's moving in. 209, 194, 30 seconds left. This is one of those, you know, opportunities where the fight could start before we have Kyogre hit the map. Volticons, if they win this thing, they are moving forward right here, and their chances of going to Worlds is still alive. Rock Tomb catches no one. The block pushes back. 10 seconds now till Kyogre, and Team Peps have taken over the center of the map, Zoinks.
Yeah, they got Klaus exactly where they want him, with the Mew beside, and of course in position to get that huge overheat damage in. Chari able to Water Shuriken double team combo away. That will be Tibby having a recall, which means Team Peps might actually take this opportunity to get some damage onto the Kyogre. It is a block from the Snorlax to give them some HP. They have not used their Unite move yet. Fizzy displaying that patience you were talking about earlier and holding onto that Unite.
Wow, these Rock Tombs have been absolutely perfect as we have them move in. Crustle right now uses their Unite. The Mega Lucario moves forward. Solar Beam catches multiple members here. Blaziken moving forward, but the Bliss Assistant's looking for the save, Zoinks.
I can't believe they take down two, so now Potato and Bruv are both down. Kyogre's extremely low, but so is Chari on this Greninja. If they just take one straight hit, they might go down. Speaking of straight hit, Klaus gets in the mix, takes down one. Close combat for the Lucario will not secure the Kyogre. Instead, it will be Team Peps picking it up, but only two Pokemon will have the buff right now. Mew and I believe it is Umbreon have that buff. Everybody else just on the respawn. Currently, Volticons Unite are trailing by just 15 points.
It's a close battle, close combat, as you might say. 194-209, a minute left with some buffs on the side of Peps. They're already up, but I don't think you feel comfortable in a moment like this, even knowing you have that tier 1. You are going to look to send someone to score. Marv, with so few points, makes the score almost guaranteed if they can make it to a goal zone. But the question is, can they? And what is Volticons going to do? If Team Peps is doing their math right, they do know they're slightly ahead, but here we have the play. Marv looking for it at the bottom path.
We finally have information that Mega Lucario will jump in, but that is 44 points in for the Umbreon despite all of that. So the buff from the Kyogre working out in their favor. Zante not able to put in the Hundo Burger, but Bruv does find a way to weave in 42. Greninja and Urshifu and Snorlax on the top side pushing towards that tier 2. We'll see if they can even make it in time. Umbreon will get a few more points in. Urshifu and Snorlax not even going to have the time to score. Team Peps hold on to their lead.
Wow, Greninja actually stealing a buff, making it to the tier 1. That was a very scary moment there at the end, but Peps up over 100. It would not have mattered even if Volticons was able to put it in. All tied up in our best of 5. 2-2 for both of these teams ready to go here. This has been such a war.
Man, love these two teams and what they're bringing to the table today, Spraggles. It's so fun. The band's constantly changing, even our Pokemon selection. We got to see Snow's Rapid Strike Urshifu versus Klaus's Blaziken. What a battle that was. And in the end, it is Zante's Mew. Just again, this game-changing level of Pokemon that is able to secure the Kyogre in those final moments. What a wild turn of events there. You see the Zacian getting to work. Huge Greninja Unite move from Chari. One of the best moments of this series with that Water Burst Shuriken there.
This fight was incredible here. I mean, you see the Unite moves from everyone. There was Bruv hitting their Unite. Greninja moves in. The entirety of Crustle's shield taken away. It's hard to do. It's so unbelievably tanky. And then they're moving up here for this fight. Zante, as you can see, it was a Surf that stole it too.
Yeah,
wow.
That is That is absurd. Yeah, you can see Tibby on the Mega Lucario kind of focusing on taking out Klaus. But in that situation, it's Zante to take perfect advantage of it. Klaus getting your player of the game, and what a way to do it. Very different look on stats than their Dragonite game when they were awarded this same achievement, but 9 KOs on the Blaziken, far and away the biggest number for their team, getting knocked out twice with 2 assists with 66,000 damage. Far and away on their team, far and away in the lobby as well. Snow with kind of an uncharacteristic quiet game with only 2 KOs. We're going to be headed into our next map very soon for game number 5, Spraggles, and the map is not going to shift. It will return to Kyogre because Volticons are going to be choosing side, and they're going to choose first pick. Team Peps will be picking up that Kyogre, which means we're going to see an identical outlook, at least to how this match started in game number 4.
Well, look, if I'm Peps, I love Kyogre, all right? Yeah. It's all I want to see is the Kyogre map. That is where they are winning. So they are
going healers? Yeah, that's where we should go.
Yeah, no question. It's working out great for them as Peps having a really solid game. That was an extremely close one. What a fun matchup. I'm loving that this match is going the distance. I also kind of love that Komai is sweating so hard here. It's not like their tournament is over, right? But can you imagine just going, please, Peps, will you please just win this? Like, look, we're ready to go. We'll beat whoever comes next. Sure. All of those things. But can you please just make it so that we don't even have to do that? We can just get our, spot at Worlds right now. Sleeping easy tonight. We'll see if it happens here. Peps needs to win.
Oh, man. Such a good match. I think that was Klaus's best game out of the 4 as well. I liked what they were bringing on Dragonite, but obviously objective secure versus just what feels like team fight dominance. I'm always going to pick the latter. And in that game, we saw such great stats from them with the Blaziken hitting at 6 minutes into the game, hitting that level 13. So just a powerhouse by the end of the match.
Well, Zoinks, the action doesn't stop here as we are jumping right into our final draft between these two squads. Volticons has everything on the line. Peps has everything on the line for Komai right now. Volticons going with their bans, the classics. They're targeting the side of Peps. As we can see, this Blissey is now getting the target from Peps. The question is, does Volticons grab this Machamp, or do we see another Machampless game?
Yeah, we also can see the return of the Moltres. Yeah, okay, there it is. So Tibby gonna be picking up that Pokemon. That was what Team Peps had in that Blissey slot last time around, right? So we're gonna see the small flex from Volticons this time around and pick up the newest available competitive Pokemon. I don't believe Articuno is yet, so somebody please tell Mark. Maybe he's asking his team right now if it's in the game, if it's competitively available or not. But yeah, either way, Hoopa and Blissey gonna be their bans, kind of focusing on getting Leon out of their comfortable spots. That's going to be the big question mark, is what does Volticons decide to do in terms of Leon's Pokemon selection?
Well, I mean, I got to say, I love what Peps has so far. They took Snorlax and Mew. This feels incredibly good for them. Volticons now looking at their next couple of picks. They are going to take the Zacian away from Potato, and that feels very smart as well. And Daddy Leon on the Vaporeon. I love this Pokemon, but it has definitely fallen off. Potato now moving over to Mega Gyarados, and Marv picking up Umbreon.
Okay, very interesting. Because he has a big question mark in front of them. There's a Mammoth one, something like the Trevenant we've seen here before, but of course Blastoise, even despite some recent nerfs, could still be a very viable option. And Chari could again return to that Greninja. I mean, they had a great game on it this last game, I think, having some of their best stats that we've seen from them so far. Looks like Klaus will likely return to the Blaziken. Interesting note about Leon. We see here Team Peps' strategy is very focused on making this player uncomfortable. 2 bans directed towards them. Leon's stats throughout the season is really interesting. Hoopa and Vaporeon are tied for their most frequently played Pokemon. Hoopa and Vaporeon with 6 plays each in regular league matches. So Leon having a lot of mileage on these two. Vaporeon going to be the selection here. We saw it in their match earlier on today.
Yeah, and here we go. Heading into this next one, Potato on Gyarados. I'm interested to see this because this Pokemon was a very popular pick for a while, but after some recent nerfs, it feels like it's fallen off. Klaus, I really like them bringing Blaziken back out. I think it looked incredible. Bruv stealing away Snorlax. If I'm looking at these two drafts, while both teams have taken something from each other, I feel like Peps got the better of this one. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to get the better of them in the match, but I kind of think they picked them apart a little bit.
I agree. I think those first 2 picks were the major focal point for me on that draft. Snorlax Mew is just such a crazy duo to pick up early on. Might even see them play out that path together, obviously. But at the end of the day, we've watched and casted a lot of these regional league matches here at EU, Spraggles. And all the time, it feels like if Zante is on Mew, then Team Peps is going to be favored to win the game. It just feels like a very straightforward, simple equation. And lo and behold, in this game number 5, where it all matters right now for Team Peps, Volticons, of course, kind of Komai, we got Zante on Mew.
Well, here we go. Volticons unite your purple team. Komai Esports, excuse me, Peps, your orange team. Of course, if Peps does win this is a very interesting situation for EU. It would qualify the next team for Worlds. So Peps winning means Komai gets their spot to Worlds here. Volticons wins, they will move up our bracket and they will challenge Komai tomorrow.
Now, Volticons Unite right now feels like in a prove-it style game. They've been mid-table all season long in our regional league, having decent wins against good teams, tougher losses against bad teams, but of course the vice versa being true. That's what happens when you end at 7-7. But now they have a chance to prove that they should be considered one of the best teams in the region by taking out Team Peps, who was ranked 3rd overall. This would be huge for this organization and these players. Volticons Unite 1 game away from doing it. On the other hand, Team Peps 1 game away from being spoiler and cementing that the truth everyone so far has come to accept is accurate.
And here we go. We got the 850 fight here. Fizzy pushing forward right now. That's secured. I couldn't tell who got the last hit on the big Altaria right there. But even though there's been a lot of pressure in the bottom path, things haven't been going too poorly for Peps.
Yeah, no, they're feeling awesome. Another mean look attempt cleansed by Snow's full heal. That's going to be a big cooldown that they're not going to have access to any longer, as Umbreon is going to be roaming around the middle of the map, as Marv often tends to be doing. Klaus, Zante, Bruv, and Marv here with a 4-player push on the bottom side, leaving poor Mega Gyarados, aka currently a Magikarp, to fend for themselves alone on the top side, as Leon actually roams the area, and somehow Fizzy picks up a KO in all of that.
That was a beautiful play there from Fizzy, taking down the Combuskin. Nice fights from Volticons, and while this has all been happening, the Vaporeon from Volticons has been in the central area of Peps, taking away all their experience. We finally do have a Gyarados in the top path, however, it looks like he's having a lot of trouble into this Moltres.
Leon's level 7, like, is tied for the highest level in the lobby by clearing out that entire central area. Ooh, Fizzy with an aggressive push on this Piloswine into that tall grass, looking to see if they can find somebody with an Ice Fang. They will not. Regidrago going to be focused down. Snow will absolutely be, well, their team will absolutely be taking it, as Vaporeon will secure it with the Hydro Pump. Leon really trying to pad those level 9 at blank stats on this Vaporeon.
And here we go. Fizzy getting pushed back right here. We have Snow hiding in the tall grass. Are they going to choose to push in and fight? Maybe they will now that Fizzy moves in. Overheat right into the Zacian's face. They saw it charging. They didn't care. They're looking for the KO and they get it.
Yeah, I don't know in the battle between rock, paper, scissors if sword beats kick, but either way, Snow does take that secure onto the enemy Pokemon. Regieleki will be available. Bruv going to try to play spoiler in terms of secure. That Hydro Pump last hit will get the stun, but that is a lot of time still on the clock with that HP bar for Regieleki. Bruv waiting in the wings with this heavy slam. Will not secure. Instead, it will be Regieleki. Take it by Zacian and headed towards that tier 1. Team Peps with a consolation Regice on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, not bad for Peps here. They obviously lost the fight, so they're finding value elsewhere on the map, which you do appreciate as a team. Getting some stacks here in the top path. Potato, only a poor level 6, the lowest level in the match. And now, of course, we have to boo him. Boo! Yeah. Boo!
We've seen this one before, don't worry. Potato is a master of playing this part of the series. This mid-game being lower level, it always feels like at some point a switch flips and Potato comes alive. Hopefully that for Team Peps fans, that'll happen again. Of course, by Team Peps fans, I'm referring to Komai.
Of course, Komai right now freaking out here as this match is not starting off terribly for Peps, but not going exactly the way you want. However, they are fighting back here in the bottom path. They've broken the goal zone. Clearly not an incredible break there, but you see the timing. They knew exactly where those birds were going to be and when.
Yeah, and want to make sure they're popping up close, get that quick EXP. Now, one thing that Volticons Unite has been relying on has been the early dominance of this Zacian as well as the Moltres. So, you know, Snow and Tibi respectively doing a great job of leveling up, but now it feels like Team Peps is starting to get their offensive minds grooving. They got some good ambush knockouts, and now they're rotating towards the top side. Tibi is going to be brought down before they're even within smelling distance of those citrus berries.
And here we go, pushing forward towards this fight. Huge Unite move from Marv, as we're going to look for some KOs right here. The Gyarados goes Mega, but they're also looking to score. Goal zone is broken, pushing forward. Massive overheat. The fish keeps swimming upstream, looking for another KO, looking for another score. Moltres coming to push him back. Greninja with the water shuriken, and they're running him down. If it wasn't for the mean look, I wonder if Moltres continues the chase, but either way, Volticon finally stems the tide.
Yeah, big bounce back, but they do lose a lot of ground in that situation. Another tier 1 gone, and more Team Pep scores rain in. It's be a 3-on-3 fight around the Registeel. Good early damage from Chari. We find the Vaporeon. Unite moving into the backline to give them some space, and Fizzy with an Ice Fang is going to slow down Klaus. They're still standing, but now there's a Registeel helping out the side of Volticons Unite. Damage buff across the board, as even the Snorlax with a block up is taking a serious amount of damage. 40 points in, leaves it at 2. That is a 48-point overdog. Major comeback for Volticons Unite. They've only broken one tier 1, but they've taken the points lead.
Wow, I mean, this match is so close. These teams are brawling here in the center area of Peps. We have the Blaziken looking for Fizzy. They missed them right there. Volticon's recognizing this fight's going to keep getting worse for them if they stay. Potato moving down to the bottom goal zone. Broken too fast by Snow. The mean look right into the Gyarados Unite move, taking him up through the current right here. And Ninja's coming in with a big-time Shuriken. Can Peps stop the Greninja? No. Taken down by Vaporeon.
Wow, okay. So Chari mostly just throwing that big giant water burst in for a little bit of extra damage in the mid. So obviously Registeel going to be helping them out with that favor as well. Now they are going to be trying to buy a little bit of time as Regieleki has spawned in. Klaus is around half HP, but that Wish is going to bring them back up immediately. Overheat secure. Yeah, Water Shuriken, not exactly a fair opponent for that one. As Moltres going to try to escape with that mean look, catching them with the tail end of their flight. Marv making sure having a very quick rotate home.
Gorgeous fight there from Peps. Incredible positioning. They recognized they had everything they needed to take it right there, even if Volticons moves forward towards them. You called it out. I love the early Wish there to give them some damage resistance, plus top them off on HP. 216, 191, level-wise, extremely close. And this best of 5 is coming down to this right here. What a matchup between these two squads out of EU. I would love it if both of them could make it to Worlds. And you know what? There is a way, because Team Peps already has their spot.
Yeah, there is a possibility. Man, EU is such a fun region to watch this year. I have to say it has been a blast casting this regional league, and it could be the end of the road for either of these teams in the next couple of minutes. Bruv gonna try to create a little bit of space with the Snorlax block. They're taking a ton of damage right now, though. Regice is secure for Team Peps, but there's a few already falling. We're about 20 seconds away from the Kyogre to spawn in, so they will spawn in with plenty of time, but Volticons Unite, without spending a single Unite move, will pick up 2 knockouts worth of experience.
Yeah, some nice experience, but we have an objective for Peps, and now we have Volticons. Extremely aggressive positioning here at Kyogre. It all comes down to this for Volticons. Their entire season rides on this moment. How will they start this fight? Will they get caught? Marv looking for their moment, looking to see if they can grab someone with a mean look. Nice big solar beam, but Zacian's able to heal up. Fizzy caught right here. They move forward towards Moltres.
Wow, okay, so that's a Mega Gyarados into the back line. They're going to Unite move right on top of the Greninja, try to focus on them. Tibi, on the other hand, is going to join the fray right in the midst of it. Bruv going to soak up so much damage with that Power Nap and rotate to try to separate these two teams. Fizzy caught in the mean look, but he's going to take them down with that Ice Fang. With the help of Moltres selection results in a KO onto the Umbreon. Mega Gyarados is just trying to run with the waterfall as Potato's going to make it all the way back to the tall grass. They have to clear this Claydol before they can even try to recall. Moltres still fighting in the midst of this map inside of the tall grass, and there will be the Mega Gyarados down. Potato is KO'd for over 15 seconds.
They're ripping right now. They're going for it. I'm pretty sure they've zoned them out, and they have it down to half right now. We have Mew trying to move in, but it's taken down by the Moltres. Klaus right now looking to make their moment in massive overheat, but it's not enough. The Wish keeps them hanging on, but now Bruv hiding in the tall grass. It really doesn't look like Peps can do this. Can we get the heroic secure here from Bruv? The block. No, it goes down to Volticons. Volticons, they push forward. It could all be over for Peps, which means Komai is not qualified just yet. 40 seconds on the clock, and the points rain in. 486, 191. I think so. I think Volticons move forward, Zoinks.
Game number 5, a team ranked 4th in the league, 7-7 match record. They go up against the Giants in Team Peps. This EU team that's already secured their spots for Worlds ends the season at 10-4, has swept Volticons Unite in every single exchange they've had. But when it matters most, this scrappy Volticons Unite team rises to the occasion, and in game number 5 will best Team Peps and move on to play in day 2 of our EU Regional League playoffs.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a more exciting best of 5. You couldn't ask for a better way for this to go, in my opinion. I want to see Volticons. I want to see Komai. I want to see these teams fight for their world spot tomorrow, and that's what we got. Game 5 goes to Volticons. What an incredible match for them.
Man, phenomenal, and they looked the best they have potentially in those final moments of game 5. Tibby gets access to that Moltres again, maybe one of the mistakes that Team Peps makes in that draft screen, because it looked ridiculous, especially in the early moments of this series when it took Chari a little bit longer to get online with this Greninja. It didn't matter. This Moltres was holding it down for them the entire time. Team Peps lining up a lot of good fights with this Snorlax, with this Umbreon, enabling this Mega Gyarados. But in the end, it's Volticons Unite kind of weathering that mid-game storm and finding a huge way to bounce back.
Here's that moment. Klaus was looking for Fizzy right there. Marv getting caught here was one of the worst things that could have happened for Peps. Potato now trying to peel back, and we can see the Blaziken moving forward, doing some serious damage. The recovery on it, trying to keep it around, but there was just nothing they could do in the end. Your player of the game, Chari. I mean, there were so many players. In a lot of ways, I feel like Daddy Leon was such an unbelievable rock star on the Vaporeon, but you could really shout out anyone on Volticons right here as they are moving forward to our second day of playoffs in EU. 6 knockouts, 13 assists. You're wondering where the assists are. Well, here they are. 98,000 damage dealt.
I mean, running that bangle, making sure that healing a little bit more reduced, but 98,000 damage. I mean, Chari, what a game to have a huge burst in. Tibby actually out-damaging them with 112,000 damage on this Moltres. I think we were asking if this Pokemon will be a relevant factor in our playoffs now that it is competitively available for these regional leagues. I think we got our answer in Tibby. I don't know if Komai is going to want to allow that Pokemon into play tomorrow in the day 2 of playoffs when those two teams have their matchup.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It feels like a huge power pick. The only thing scary for Volticons is, did they kind of let the cat out of the bag already? Look, you're going to need to play your absolute best strats as you move forward in this tournament, but all eyes are on Volticons right now, and I know Komai is formulating exactly what they need to do to take them down and secure their spot.
Yeah, man, what a look from this team. You can take a look at our score graph. That 216 jump around that 5.5 minute mark came from that Volticons Unite gigantic overdunk. Because of that Moltres high level point, they had 50 points in pocket, set up for a major play. Obviously, Greninja, I think, making that goal zone extremely weak right after. So big push by Volticons Unite in the final half of this game, and just a big push at the end of this series. This one went as back and forth as it possibly could. So phenomenal work for Volticons Unite to take down the number 3 team in the region in Team Peps.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting on a show here. EU is such an exciting region. This has just been such an exciting playoffs already. There was another way this could go, which would be exciting, of course, but I like that there's a lot of stakes on what's happening here tomorrow. I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah, I cannot wait. You see Chari's kind of heat map play by primarily in the bottom side of the map, not rotating to join the battles on the top as much. We saw Zante doing a bit more of that on the Mew, but either way, some interesting stats, a little bit slower to the level 9 and level 13 than we've seen in the past. But either way, Chari clutching up in so many other departments, 98,000 damage. Let's take a look at our updated bracket now, though, Spraggles, as we have more results flying in. Volticons Unite climbing that ladder. saying goodbye to Los Colocados and Team Peps, and only 3 more teams remain here in the EU bracket.
That's right. And of course, their opponents tomorrow, the ever-present, incredible Komai Esports. I mean, they felt like one of the teams that was a lock to be heading to Worlds, but they're going to be dealing with Volticons with an insane amount of momentum, taking down both Colocados and Peps. Just such an impressive run, but the mountaintop is still a ways away.
All right, well, after an incredible performance, we want to talk to one of those players. So I believe we have Chari King joining us after a huge win. Chari, I got to talk to you at the start of the day before your matches. Now I get to talk to you after winning 2 in a row. What a phenomenal game. I mean, Chari, how you feeling right now to be going into day 2 to play Komai for a world spot?
I mean, the team is, of course, very excited to play the Worlds. Is that the fact that we now have the chance to say, this is where we're going to grab our invite, this is where we're going to grab that win to make sure that we go to the finals and grab that world spot that we have as a team collectively said, yeah, we can get this. We believe in ourselves and in the way we're playing. We believe in ourselves so much that it is very much in our reach, and we believe we could probably do it tomorrow. And it's amazing.
Absolutely love it. You are on quite a run. And I guess my biggest question for you outside of Moltres, which I really do want to talk about because that looked phenomenal. My biggest question is, how do you keep this momentum? Because you're on a hot streak right now, but you've got the entire day. You have time to really dissect what's going to happen in your upcoming matches, but you're also going to cool down quite a bit. How does the team stay on fire like they are now?
I mean, I think most of us are gonna get a good night's rest, kind of be ready for tomorrow against against Komai, and I think as Snow did at the start, take a nice cold bath to kind of refresh the brain, make sure we're ready to fight anyone, and just play our hearts out like we've been doing every game we've been doing until now. We're gonna keep playing our hearts out until we make sure we're at Worlds.
Awesome. Oh, I love it. Chari, just more of a big picture thing right now. In our first interview, you talked about just how important for your team it's been that you guys are just great friends. Like, you've been building that up. Was it that way at the start of the season, or has it been a slow build where you've just been getting closer and closer and now it seems to be paying off incredibly? Or have you just been the best of friends since the start of the regional leagues?
I mean, from the start of this season at least, me and Sibi have been friends for a while. We started last season on a team we called April Foolers and the Guerrilla Tactics beforehand, and we played with each other a lot. And Snow and me have been very good friends for a while. He noticed me when I was first starting out, like, hey, this guy is actually kind of decent at the game. And then along the way, like, Leon came in, and it was just, Leon has been honestly one of the best people to team with, because he's honestly such a vibe. He's so nice to everyone. He talks so well to everyone. He makes sure everyone is like hyped together and play together, and like, he just makes jokes when we can. And then there's Fizzy. Fizzy's Fizzy. He's a great guy. We love him so much. There are some times where we have to be like, okay, let's calm down, Fizzy. We focus again. Like, but we love everyone on our team, especially Fizzy.
Especially because it did feel like Fizzy was being put in another category, but now I realize Fizzy's above everybody else. That's what I'm finding out right here. Well, that was really impressive. Congratulations on the game win, the match win against Peps. Congrats on being the MVP from that game. But my last quick question for you, I do want to know about this Moltres. Obviously, just became competitively available. Have you guys been practicing this a lot?
I mean, yeah, I think so. Tibi likes the pick a lot. It's similar to Serena, one of his other favorite picks. So he's been loving the pick so much, especially because they kind of function the same way with how you have to handle your autos and make sure that you have enough autos up for next move. And as you guys saw, probably Tibi was on fire for that throughout of all of his Moltres games, literally as he's a fire chicken.
Yeah, you're nailing it. You'd be a great caster, Chari. That's exactly the kind of joke that we would be making in that scenario. So, Chari, just want to say huge congratulations to you and the team for what you've already accomplished, but I think I'm not alone. I think you all have the same sentiment. You got a lot more to get done. So, good luck in tomorrow's competition. I know we all can't wait to watch you. Volticons versus Komai for a world spot is going to be such a fun matchup, and then potentially even a shot at the EU regional champion after that. So, congratulations and good luck to you tomorrow, Chari.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Yeah, what a series. All of our games so far today have been incredible. They've all been Volticons games, you know, so they've been some wild ones to watch. We, of course, are not done with our broadcast because we have Latin America coming up. It's going to be very exciting. We're going to take a short break, and we are also going to be hearing from some of our players and teams that are about to compete. Take it away, Kellosaurus.
And hello there, everybody. Kellosaurus here with an interview with Gohan from Infamous Gaming from the Latam region. First of all, Gohan, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I am confident right now. I want to win.
Ooh, you want to win. You have that drive going on into today's matches. So, I mean, I know at the end of week 5, there was some confusion, I'd say, amongst the casters there, ending day 1, losing to CACM, thinking that Infamous Gaming were out of the playoffs. But lo and surprise, at the end of day 2, Infamous Gaming ended up making top 5. I suppose, what was the team's reactions and those feelings after hearing that news that you do actually get to play this weekend and continue that run to getting a Worlds qualified spot?
Yeah, the first time we lose against CACM, we think we are out of the league because the difference of points. And then when we check the tier breaker, we are on lead against 2C and CACM, and if we win to 2C, we pass. Then we win, and we wait for the next day. And after the end of the day, we qualify for top 5.
Yeah, no, you didn't even end up playing at all during day 2. The results were in the hands of all of the other teams there. Yeah. And, well, I guess the results ended up going well in your favor. And you made it here today. But I guess after finding out that news, you've had 2 weeks to prepare. What have the 2 weeks looked like for Infamous Gaming in preparation for the playoffs this weekend?
We prepare, focus on Peru Unite and DreamX the most.
And then continuing on, if you continue through to tomorrow, you'll end up focusing that after those 2 have been taken care of. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so first focusing on the first 2 opponents up first, and then worrying about the other ones later.
Right now it's a step by step.
Step by step. I like that. I mean, I guess that's somewhat what the ladder brackets look like. Step by step. But thank you so much, Gohan, for coming in and chatting to us. All the best for your upcoming match up against Peru Unite. But yeah, we'll see you out on the battlefield.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello there, everybody. Kellosaurus here. This time we are with Anemo from Peru Unite, representing Latam. Now, Anemo, how are you feeling today?
Hello, Kello. I feel ready, so that's my team.
You're feeling ready? Well, that is a good sign to hear. But coming out at the end of the 5 weeks of the regional leagues, coming in that number 4th spot for the seeding, how was your team feeling about that? And how did you just feel about your performance overall?
Well, we actually were kind of confused about how we are here because our performance was not the best, but we are trying to recover, right? So today we are trying to show our best for everybody.
I suppose there was a lot of pressure headed on into these regional leagues, only coming off as the world champs. A lot of eyes on you. So I guess that isn't going to continue stopping here, but I guess, you know, you're one step closer towards getting a world's qualification spot once again. Knowing that there is a lot on the line here for today, what was yours and your team's preparation looking like for the past 2 weeks?
Well, we were actually practicing a lot. I think the screens are very important here, so we are trying to manage that. And also like something like personal, because we were kind of nervous about how our performance were going, so we were trying to fix that and also our skills.
Yeah, so learning from whatever didn't go well throughout the season, and making sure that those are fixed heading on into this week's matches, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, all the best for your upcoming game up against Infamous Gaming. Thank you so much for coming here and chatting to us, and we'll see you out on the battlefield. Thanks, Anemo.
Thank you, Kalo.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series of Regional Leagues. That is a wrap for EU for day one for now, with only 3 teams remaining. But now we are going to jump over to Latam. And I know Latam has been one of my favorite regions to watch this season because it has just been so close. But I don't know, Chef, how are you feeling knowing what's about to come with these matches?
Oh, I mean, I think we've all been waiting for Latam from basically day one of this entire season. Latam has been ridiculous. This is where all the chaos triggers, as they were named, were happening. It was all within this region where there were so many ties that actually set up some really interesting storylines. We get a chance right here to see how it turned out. And you can see, look at 5-9, 5-9, 5-9, all at the very bottom of the actual scores. So only one of them was able to qualify, and I will talk about that in a moment, but that makes Infamous Gaming the 5-9 that won the tie to qualify for that top 5 spot just barely. And in your interview, you talked about it. They thought that they were out. We thought that they were out. And unfortunately, we were given some information that they were guaranteed to be out, but that was not the case. And they managed to qualify through the closest tiebreaker that we have in this entire series. And Peru Unite, on the other hand, as well. I mean, the world champions, reigning world champions that are currently fighting to get their world qualification spot back after a bit of a spotty season. I mean, Anemo said it himself, you know, not the performance that they know that they can bring, and obviously we know that they can bring. They've proved it at the literal highest level possible.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, I feel like in terms of the Latam region as well, they're a team that have kept that the core players for such a long time. So coming out from the 2025 season, headed into 2026, the same. But yeah, I mean, just how close the standings were in terms of Latam. It has just been an absolute roller coaster. But at the end of the day, this is what our playoff bracket is going to look like. So up first, we do have Peru Unite up against Infamous Gaming, who did manage to make it into the playoffs, even though they didn't even play during day 2 of week 5. So it was pretty much in the hands of all the other results. And whoever does end up winning from this will progress on through to verse DreamHack. And then, well, tomorrow we'll have Stamina Esports and Force Gaming, the other 2 titans of the Latam region, to go for either of these 3 teams to make it on through.
Right. I mean, 2 teams that are 7-7 and then 1 team that's 5-9. So really close as far as records. And I do believe, who did Infamous beat in their final day? I think it might have been Peru, actually. Right? Or, I don't know. I'm going to have to look it up. It was a really good team, right? Was it? It wasn't Stamina, was it? I don't know. It doesn't matter. I know that Infamous had a really good win as their final set of the entire tournament. We can take a look back at that maybe in a little bit. But the point is that they are on kind of a roll, and they're in one of those spots where it's like they have nothing to lose because they thought that they were out, and they've been given another chance by virtue of tiebreakers, and they can just run through this entire thing. And if they don't if they don't win, they're exactly in the spot that they thought they were before. If they do win, hey, maybe they qualify with one of the most ridiculous stories into Worlds that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the thing. It's somewhat of a second chance for them to continue to be able to prove themselves. Sometimes, you know, that's all you need, a second chance in order to do that. But I guess in terms of results, you know, throughout the season, Infamous Gaming, yes, they have managed to slide their way into that 5th placed ranking with that 5 wins, 9 losses overall. I guess for those of you that aren't familiar with them, we have Gohan, Elachichu, Euro, Cebus, and Arimus. But Peru Unite have defeated them the 2 times they have gone up against each other during the region. So yeah, you can see swept by Peru Unite during the regular season. So they have not defeated Peru Unite at all. This is their chance.
Right. I mean, they've got to make a big comeback here. Okay, so they did beat some good team. Again, I'll look it up maybe during the match, but there was kind of an upset that it was like, wow, what a big win for them to have when they can't qualify anymore. It's just what we thought, and then turned out that it is what qualified them. But on the other side, you all should be familiar with Peru, our reigning world champions, Zynas, Draken, Tempo, Kia, and Anemo, who we had a chance to, or you had a chance to talk to earlier. I love that you can put a stat that just says defending world champions, but they were able to defeat every other region, being the very first Latam world champions that the game has ever had. A huge statement in front of the biggest crowd we've ever had, the coolest arena we've ever had. So they certainly want to be back, and it would be a shame if they weren't, but they have to fight very hard to be able to make it back into that world's qualifying spot after their current season record of only 7-7.
I feel like they've pretty much been at every single World Championships. I could be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure we have seen them in every single one during the run of the UCS series there. So we're heading into our draft, though. 2 supporter bans right off the bat there from Peru Unite, being Hooper and Blissey, and Umbreon has also been taken away by Infamous Gaming.
A lot of Blissey bans we've seen so far throughout the day. We did see a Blissey in the previous set, but altogether, I would say a huge amount of Blissey bans. I mean, banning a lot of supports right now, so we're going to have to really see how far these teams decide to go as far as supports. We could see some Comfey. I kind of feel like there's a good chance of that between these 2 teams. Maybe it's a chance to see the buffed Clefable, but okay, Moltres is out. I'm not sure if it's because of that last set that we saw, where obviously Volticons was just dominating with this Pokemon, or it's just something that Infamous is ready to try and get rid of just in general. But I mean, I would say Moltres has got to be potential on the banning block for the rest of the weekend for me, if not most of the time.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen so far of it in the EU region, definitely a warranted ban. So whether it is just from those, or maybe it could be in terms of scrims that they have done in preparation going into this week. But that does mean Draken is able to go and secure that Snorlax for themselves first pick. Otherwise, Euro and Gohan are going to go and lock it down this Surfetch and Eldegoss. And a fun thing about this Eldegoss pick as well, it's Gohan and Kia, who are the 2 support players on either side. Both of them, their top supporter picks have been Eldegoss. The other 2 top picks for both of them were Alcremie and Psyduck. So there is still Alcremie left here for KO. We'll have to see if they end up locking that one in or pivoting somewhere else. But we have some more picks coming on through here for Peru Unite.
True, we did see a lot of Alcremie in the last few events that we've had, but we haven't seen it yet today, I don't think, unless there was one last set that I've just completely missed. But we are going to see the Dragonite, which, speaking of last set, was doing quite well. We'll see if it ends up being the Hyper Beam, but I do assume that it will. And then Blastoise, who is still strong, still looking strong. Obviously got a few nerfs in that last patch, but you can never really go wrong with Blastoise until it gets really, really badly nerfed, which so far doesn't seem like it maybe ever will. So we're going to see a pretty solid comp, pretty normal comp, I would say, on the side of Infamous Gaming so far. And ooh, a Mega Charizard Y. That's a pretty big surprise to me. And honestly, the Miraidon as well. Not that it's not picked at all. You can see the 34% encounter rate, but it's an interesting one to pick when you already have the Mew as well.
I think what's just really interesting is seeing Kia pivot over to this an attacker, whereas I suppose traditionally they have played that supporter role. And well, looking at their items, you know, this is an attack Miraidon and it is not a support Miraidon. I guess it's just relying on that Snorlax to go and take on that front line. But that is going to leave the opportunity for this last pick for Infamous Gaming to lock in this Venusaur. And considering they do have that Slick Spoon and the double glasses build, it makes sense that this one would end up being that Venusaur, the Solar Beam, to try and counter the Chaos Mew here.
We're gonna have a lot of beams right now. We did, by the way, we saw them switch, so it looks like it may be a little bit more of a support Mew possibly, which does feel like it makes a lot more sense. But
double specs and an incense.
I mean,
that's still attack.
I mean, it is an attacker,
mean,
but yeah. Playing as far as the team role, playing a little bit more of like supportive, rather than, you can be an offensive support. That's technically what it is. It's something that we've been seeing for a while.
Psyduck?
Yeah, exactly. The hardest carry in the game, Psyduck, is technically a support. But anyway, point is that they did switch that off, which makes a lot of sense. But there's going to be a lot of beams in this game. This is really not the comp that I thought, or set of comps that I thought we were going to see in the first set here in Latam, as they're usually pretty aggressive, but there is just so much range. We don't usually see, I mean, even right now, like more than one longer range Pokemon in any given comp, not including like the support. But I mean, we've got the Mew, we've got the Miraidon, we've got the Venusaur that looks like it's going to be Venusaur. I mean, again, as well, I guess Miraidon could technically also be Electro Drift, but regardless, just a lot of range on the table, and we'll see how it plays out as we're going in Peru Unite versus Infamous Gaming.
Yeah, we are going to send that Dratini, which could potentially be another beam, Hyper Beam, just to add to the table there, heading into that central area. On the other side, we do have a Nemo on that Charmander, soon to be that Charizard, headed in over to that central area. So no invades from either side. Instead, all of these members are just going to stick to their respective lanes to try and contest whatever wild Pokemon spawns up here.
Yeah, not a lot of aggression is surprising to me, because it is a pretty slow clear, I would say, for both sides here, and maybe it's a little bit more of like an equal respect thing, right? I mean, Charmander in center and Dratini in center, both not going to be the most threatening, so maybe neither side wants to be like, oh, let's start this aggression early. They're going to wait. It's going to be some pretty heavy scaling in this late game from both sides, obviously not just from those Pokemon, but we've got a lot of evolutions needed on the side of Infamous Gaming in general, and then Peru, they're going to scale okay, even though they don't need to evolve. They're pretty good late game damage regardless.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Infamous Gaming are just really experience hungry, and well, you can't gain that experience if you go and get yourselves knocked out, because Peru Unite, having 4 members, are able to go and win that scuffle, go and empty out their Eos energy and leave that on 25 points.
That was a really good, like, little coordinated attack, and that is as well another double heavy slam. We're gonna see a lot of Snorlax this weekend. I mean, that buff that it got, the buffs that it got, I don't even understand really why it necessarily needed buffs, but we're landing some really great heavy slams that aren't even necessarily due to any sort of buffs. Oh my goodness, it's enabling just so many KOs. Oh, so close to getting that last one. Honestly, they might have been able to pick that up if they were really fishing for it. Maybe Draken himself would have been able to pick that one up, but not looking like it. They're going to go back and heal just a little bit. Regardless, I mean, this is Peru's early game so completely and dominantly right now.
I mean, the fact that they already have a Charizard at a level 8, so they have all of their fully evolved Pokemon online, whereas we still have a Dragonair and Ivysaur on a Wartortle on the side of Infamous Gaming, so needing to get some more experience across the board. But the thing is, well, there's not really any yellow dots over on their side, soon to be birds, but they are going to have to try and fight for it.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit tough, and the thing is, the fact that it's not evolved means that when they have to fight for it, it's not going to be easy, right? Especially when the other side even has their hard carry evolved already. And you can see right here, they're just getting bullied out. There's no other way to put it. Poor little Ivysaur doesn't stand a chance. Poor little Wartortle doesn't stand a chance. They're not going to be able to pick up the KO, it looks like, on the Wartortle, but 0 experience going to the side of Infamous Gaming. Maybe they can pick up that Bunnelby, but even then, it doesn't look like it. And they can't even stay defending on their own goal zone with how much range is on the side of Peru. At this point, I don't even know. Do you just give it up? They're taking some KOs, maybe. Aramis can come in and try and help.
I don't know. We do have Seabers going and pushing back Kia, but they're able to get on out along with a Nemo. Wartortle gets taken down once again. But Aramis, they're not looking for the fight here. They're just going to poke at this Registeel, hoping to just shred it down. But the thing is, here comes the Miraidon to shred out a bunch of HP. Oh
my goodness, this Miraidon is doing so much damage. I mean, it's just a ridiculous amount right now. And it leads to being, I mean, just such an enabler for a lot of these KOs that they're getting. Wartortle, again, getting very, very low. At this point, you just can't even get close. I mean, it's certainly one thing when like a team can't win a fight, but when you can't even get close to the fight, it's an entirely different other thing, because you can't even get close to the experience. You can't try to steal something away. You can't try to make a comeback. And right now, that's what we're seeing, is we're going to see an Nemo hit level 10 first in the game on what is probably the hardest carry in the game that we have. It's a very scary situation. Levels are starting to keep up a little bit on the side of Infamous Gaming. They certainly haven't given up or anything like that. They've got a lot to farm, but I don't know. It's tough.
I mean, that's the thing. They are late gamers. Now that they do have all of their Pokemon fully evolved, they've just got to go focus on these objectives. Hyper Beam ends up getting disrupted, though, because Snorlax on Dragon gets that block, meaning that Zacian is able to go and lock down another objective for Peru Unite. A Power Nap with the eject button to go and get the stun paves the way for Regieleki to crash on through. This goal is left on 5 points. It's just a matter of, well, who's actually going to go and break it, as, well, that still hasn't been broken. I think Mew here with the 40 points, right?
I think so, yeah. I mean, that's plenty of points to get an overdunk with, and that's a huge lead, too. 165 points for the side of Peru Unite. So at this point, Peru, they honestly just have to play safe, you know? They just need to not give up any big KOs, and again, with their range, it's very easy for them to just play safe. They don't need to overcommit to any sort of aggression. They don't need to, be in even a spot where they could get caught off guard, where they don't have vision. Like, the vision is entirely in their favor. So you see them playing pretty passively, even when there's literally just nothing on their field. They want to make sure that they're not being overly aggressive. Big next objective is his bottom Reggie, and that's going to be probably the next chance for Infamous to try and pick anything up. If they can flank around, if they can steal the Reggie, if they can just get even 1 KO in the fight, it'll be good for them.
I mean, the benefit is they still at least have that bottom tier 1 pad to try and contest for this basement Reggie, but it's really going to have to come down, I'd say, to Arimas here. The secure on that Dragonite, but also this Venusaur to go and chunk away some damage. Great surf by that Blastoise to push those birds over to their side. That way, they can go and get that much-needed experience for their team.
Oh, look at this again. So much damage from the beam. All right, so chance for Infamous. They're definitely moving in. They're trying to get something. Unite coming out from the Charizard Y, though. They will be able to steal away that Reggie. That's pretty huge, and they get the KO on the Charizard. Double huge. Maybe went a little bit too far into the action. Didn't need to necessarily risk that. And now we've got a big numbers advantage for the side of Infamous. They could potentially get the KO on this Snorlax, but this entire time that they're trying to take on that Snorlax, it's going to give them a chance to respawn, maybe try to make it back to this goal zone. Zacian not going to try to solo defend. We do have Kea at least trying to throw some Electro Balls. Not going to be enough. So score coming back to an evenish place, or close to evenish, and Infamous getting a ton of experience there. As you can see, they've still, I mean, I guess not quite even it up, but they're getting close.
No, exactly. It's still going to bridge that gap even further in terms of points, as it's 187 to 107. But even in terms of these levels, we now have that Dragonite at that level 12, looking for that much needed level 13, but also level 11s across the board. Yes, they did end up losing on this Regieleki, but with 3 members up here, they're able to go and defend. But the thing is, they have to worry about this bottom tier 1 pad. It's only Venusaur and Blastoise to defend.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a great duo to defend a goal zone, but unfortunately it's just not enough. They have a little bit too much of a cooldown on the beam to be able to really get that much, but they do manage to pick up a KO on the Zacian in return, only losing the Blastoise. That's again a pretty positive trade for the side of Infamous Gaming. Peru maybe giving up a few too many free KOs. We'll see if this Dragonite gets the score in. No, they actually just back up. They don't want to be the one to give away the free KOs, but it looks like it might happen anyway. Nice heavy slam's gonna finish that one up in the picture-in-picture.
That just goes to demonstrate the valuable asset that range can bring. Kea making their way up that flux zone, and only making it halfway, but then relying on that solar beam to just go and close that distance and interrupt that goal. Allowed them to go and keep that advantage of the tier 1 pad up in the top path, especially considering, well, Rayquaza is now
That's
here.
That's right. Game 1 going to be Rayquaza, so it could get a pretty quick burn down. We've got a little bit of an awkward engagement, but already just so much damage. I know I keep saying it, coming from the Rhydon onto Cebus. Nice little beam in return. I mean, this is just beam into beam into beam into beam, and so far, I mean, it's going to be who's going to engage through all this damage. Unite's going to be the first one to do it, and immediately they're going to get a KO on that Surfetched.
Yeah, Surfetched ended up going on in, automatically getting united by that Charizard, sent back home. Dragonite ends up getting pushed on by that block into the ground pit, lines up their Hyper Beam, but unfortunately it's just not enough for Infamous Gaming, as Peru Unite now have the Rayquaza shield. We have that Hydro Typhoon getting a great stun. The thing is, against 5 members, there's not much that can be done.
5 members with a Rayquaza shield too, not just any normal 5 members with a buff. So even if they do get the KOs here, they're not going to steal anything back. This is certainly going to be a ton of points in. Looks like everybody is just going to be crashing down this top goal zone. They're going to have a chance for more, or they could just back up, right? I mean, again, they don't have to worry about losing the buff, so overcommitting isn't as scary here, but they do know that they've got a pretty huge lead. At this point, it would take 200 burgers to steal back this lead. It does look like maybe Mew is going to be kind of waiting to sneak around and try to find some more points in that bottom path. They are one of the only ones with the shield left, and if they do get their Unite back, that could be a really good way for them to sneak in as well. At this point, though, nobody will be defending that, so we've got to see a huge win here with Infamous overdunking a ton.
Yeah, it's full send up into the top path as we already have Mega Charizard coming on out once again, landing those Fire Blasts, which are huge, and burning down their opponents. 2 members of Infamous Gaming have now been eliminated, along with the third. 10 seconds left, and I think it's safe to say that Peru Unite have gone and taken this game 1. But I gotta say, valiant effort there from Infamous Gaming with a rocky beginning to turn it around, to catch up in points somewhat, but also catch up in those levels. Unfortunately, that final stretch just did not work out in their favor.
Right. Honestly, like you said, they were making a big comeback. I felt like they had a lot of momentum coming into the final stretch, but then they ended up losing a member very, very quickly, right? We had a chance to see their Surfetched go down. I don't even really know exactly what the situation was, like why their Surfetched was out there, but they just managed to pick it off, and then there wasn't like a full engagement based off of that. So then after that, they had to fight a 4v5 that was like a fresh engagement, which was just pretty awkward, and you just tell they couldn't find their mileage.
Yeah, I don't know if they ended up using their Unite move into the Rayquaza pit there, and then were met with the Charizard and chucked up into the air, and well, there's not really much you can do when Mega Charizard has been unleashed and you are left all alone. I mean, the fact that Arimas managed to get into the Rayquaza pit though, but that Hyper Beam just wasn't, I'd say, whether it was timing or whether they just didn't have those Dragon Dance stacks on there, weren't able to go and to get the steal. But Drake, you know what, very much well-deserved MVP. I feel like their heavy slams were on point every single time throughout this game.
Especially the early ones too, right? Like we saw like a triple heavy slam at the top path to get the first KO of the game, and then we saw like a double heavy slam invading their center area, and then we saw like another double heavy slam as they went down to the bottom path. It was just like, okay, this is ridiculous. It's getting a little bit ridiculous, and that was a lot of what led to Infamous Gaming just falling a little bit too far behind, which is a very, very real threat when you have these 3 particular Pokemon that need to evolve 3 times, right? There's some that are a little bit easier. For example, like you can see like Blaziken get a little bit more mileage before it fully evolves, or you can see Inteleon get a lot more mileage before it fully evolves. But really, I mean, I guess Ivysaur is okay, but you're really not getting the full mileage out of these 3 Pokemon until they're fully evolved, the Blastoise, the Venusaur, and the Dragonite. So tough situation for Infamous Gaming. Honestly, if they'd maybe gone a comp that wasn't so dependent on not losing the early games like that badly, things could have been a little bit closer, because they were pretty decently close, like you were saying, as they were coming back in the late game.
Yeah, that's the thing. They are late game Pokemon, but the thing is, when you've already lost so much in the early game, there's a lot more to try and garner back, and that just makes it even more tougher, because we could see in this graph, Peru Unite, yeah, they had a great hold over Infamous Gaming. Yes, Infamous Gaming managed to get in that dunk at that halfway mark, but yeah, it still just wasn't enough to go and overtake them in points in terms of levels. But also, I think just in terms of the approach, as soon as Rayquaza came on in, Peru Unite definitely had better positioning going into that fight.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, and that's really what kind of led to the entire thing. But regardless, I mean, it seems like, I mean, there's certainly a fighting chance here. It's just Infamous needs to maybe change up a little bit of their strategy as far as not having to make a comeback maybe next time. But Peru playing extremely solid, exactly what we'd expect from them. So I do appreciate the fact that they are just kind of playing their normal game. We'll see what they end up choosing in the next set as well. The thing about Peru is that they're such a well-known entity that they get a lot of target bans, right? Especially, I mean, for example, like Anemo gets target banned a lot. So we'll see if there's anything that maybe becomes a little bit more of a target ban or a little bit less of a target ban, because it's tough. It's tough with them. And these teams have been playing against each other all season as well. So there's a lot of knowledge there.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I feel like in terms of the target bans, it's really those supporters. We ended up seeing the 3 supporter bans last round, along with that Umbreon, but we're actually going to look at the average MVP score for the Latam region. So Falbert there, taking that top spot there on Force Gaming. Otherwise, a Nemo taking that second place position with a 79 average on Peru Unite. Otherwise, the next 3 are going to be Force Gaming there with Angel Soto and Kai Lux.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent, I would say, here as far as who's getting a lot of MVP score, and by who I mean which team. I don't. we'll see them later, though. Of course, we'll get a chance, maybe not today, but considerably later, and I'm excited to see them play. But altogether, a lot of the stats for Latam in general are always really high. Average knockouts, we're going to see actually Reggie from CACM, highest average knockouts. Oh no, I'm sorry, this is just a huge tie.
All of them.
Yeah, it's just a huge tie.
Yeah, a 5-way tie with 6 average knockouts for all of them. And funnily enough as well, each of them represent a different team. So there are actually no double up. So I mean, the only double up, I suppose, is Angel there with the 5 average knockouts. But yeah, representation across the board there. But yeah, 5-way tie, geez.
Yeah, there's a lot of knockouts, I'd say, in the LATAM region. That's kind of the takeaway here. But draft going back up, and wow, look at that 4% ban on the Snorlax, which I was actually expecting more Snorlax bans today. I mean, right, like already one of the most influential defenders and then getting some really big buffs. I thought maybe we weren't going to get a chance to see that. Infamous as well, by the way, banning out the Charizard. Why?
I think this is also somewhat the benefit of a best of 5, right? It's okay if the first game, you end up getting a lot of information from that first game, but at least you have a little bit more leeway to go and make those adjustments come the following time round. But I guess, yeah, Peru Unite, even though they played that Snorlax being in that second pick position, it's just too much of a threat to give it to Infamous Gaming as that first pick. But that does mean Hooper is set free and Gohan is going to go and pick up that supporter, especially because supporter picks are scarce.
They are. Between these two teams, they're quite challenged, you know? Oh, okay, there we go. We saw Machamp banned a decent amount in game number 1 of the entire day today, not game number 1 of the set. But we saw it unbanned, and then nobody picked it. And also the Moltres, which was banned last game, was picked. So a lot of interesting picks here so far for Peru. I'm surprised the Machamp isn't being like perma-banned, because it was last time that we saw these teams, and not much has changed from that Pokemon, I don't think. So we'll see what they can actually choose to follow it up with. We'll see if they have any sort of other burst CC that they may choose on that team.
Well, I guess one way to get out of Machamp's grasp is using an agility by Mew, as that has been selected, or maybe going in with a Surf. Maybe going in, going out with a Surf, or whichever way, because both of those Pokemon have been selected by Infamous Gaming. But Peru Unite, well, they had some pretty great shred utilizing that Miraidon in the last time round. So going to lock in that Purple Dragon there for themselves.
Honestly, almost every Pokemon on Peru's side has been banned so far today, except for the Miraidon, which, I mean, honestly could have been banned, like you said, after how much damage it did in that last game. We are going to see, ooh, I like that shift over on the side of Infamous Gaming. They've got a pretty aggressive shift there. They are going to be able to try to hunt somebody down. We'll see, though, if they do go the multi-strike bear, or the rapid strike, or the single strike, because that could change their playstyle pretty significantly. But of course, first, before they decide that, we have to see what's picked on the other side, and Anemo getting the classic.
Yes, the signature Pokemon, the Scyther. I feel like obviously we have seen Anemo play a variety of different Pokemon throughout the season. And Pawmot, Cerulege, their top 2 picks. In terms of actually this season, we've only seen it 4 times being selected by Anemo. But I guess, you know, when there is a lot on the line in terms of making it one step closer towards getting a world championship spot, you just got to bring out the Scyther, the comfort picks.
Right. Another big thing about Scyther, though, is that Scyther is really dependent on being able to hit dual wing beats on people, right? Which is just a ground targeted skill shot. So it's not always going to be the easiest if it's a really mobile team, but Machamp is a perfect setup for that, right? For a while, we saw a big combination being the Buzzwole that we saw on the other side alongside Scyther, because it can really set you up very easily for that. But you do Machamp, you submission them, and and then wherever they're landing, you hit them with a dual wing beat. It's guaranteed it's going to be so much damage altogether from that combination of two Pokemon. So I do like that a lot. We got a chance to see Machamp plus Espeon work really well from Reject over at ACL in Japan, which is another kind of like kind of tough to hit, slower skill shot. Not that it's like the hardest thing in the world, but against good opponents, it kind of is. So if you can lock somebody down where they're going to be sitting, you can just burst them down. It's disgusting. I really am excited to see how that combo works.
So yeah, it's really going to come off whether they can actually pull off these combinations with this submission on Zynos. And, you know, I mean, it's Peru Unite after all. They are the 2025 World Champs, but we'll have to see how this one fares on out as we head on into game number 2. Infamous Gaming on the purple side, Peru Unite on the orange side with the 1-point advantage here. But it is best of 5, so there's still plenty more games to come.
Yeah, I mean, certainly more games. Guaranteed. Again, just as a reminder for everybody, yeah, every set today, best of 5. But we are going to see how well early this Moltres does. It was looking like well, okay. I'm going to say pretty good. I'll start off the opinion before I finish my sentence about the opinion. We obviously got a chance to see Volticons just absolutely running the game with this Pokemon, and it looks like Tempo may be doing the same thing for the side of Peru Unite.
Yeah, that's kind of nuts. Just being able to pick up a KO so earlier on and shut down Euro on this Buzzwole. They are running the attack weight, so are needing those stacks, but just not being able to break on through this Firebird is really going to shut them down. Otherwise, it is going to be 3v3 up in the top path as both central laners are going to battle it out for these birds.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Walking in, just getting immediately melted. Oh my goodness. Okay, they actually got back. Okay, I think that was, yeah, whoever was there going back, but they went back through. Squirrel went back through. Why? It's not safe for you here. Oh no, that's rough. They lose 2 members, potentially 3 in this push. And that's one of the scariest things about Moltres as well, is that, well, 2 scary things. One is that it does a lot of kind of accidental collateral damage, right? Like its autos hit really far around it. All of its skills are AoE kind of around it. And so if you're just pushing into somebody that's next to it, it's actually going to hit you, which is kind of what happened there. But also it's so survivable. I mean, both of its abilities give it different levels of survivability. One gives a shield, one gives healing, and wow, yeah, okay, good. Nice, great portals, by the way, may I say.
Yes, great portals. You've just got to make sure to return at the right time. And you know what? Euro did end up returning at the right time there. Not getting knocked out this time round. But yeah, I feel like it's a really interesting Pokemon. I know we've been doing a little bit of research ourselves. The burn that it ends up getting and those stacks. And it can get up to 50% extra damage depending on the amount of stacks that it can get built up. On that opposing Pokemon. So that's kind of wild. Otherwise, we have a Machamp on the run for it. Does end up getting punched back home by a Remus. But, I mean, so far, Peru Unite, they already have 2 level 8s over on their side. Infamous Gaming, well, they've only just tipped on over with that Urshifu to level 8. Here come the birds.
Oh, yeah. And again, it's just so hard to deal with anything with this beam doing so much damage to all of your frontliners. The submission combo is going to work out. I mean, big KO here for Kea on the Blissey, the one who's going to finish it off out of the 4 members there. We see another KO, by the way, up top. I mean, Moltres is just so good at these 1v1s, even against other Pokemon that are good at 1v1s. It's going to be very hard to challenge them, especially if you're melee Pokemon. I love that. The submission running into the wall, trying to find somebody, but finally it doesn't matter. They're going to get the pickup on the Reggie anyway.
Oh, but look at the Remus popping their Unite move and being able to go and knock down 2 members of Peru Unite, despite having that Reggie Steel buff. However, I was going to say one Pokemon that might benefit from that the most would be that Scyther, but they get completely obliterated. There comes the Moltres Unite as well.
Ooh, okay, yeah, the Moltres Unite is going to give a lot of stacks to that burn. A nice Mew Unite to kind of return over to this portal, but gets knocked out of it by the Egg Bomb, I think. I'm pretty sure that was an Egg Bomb that knocked the Mew away from the portal. Beautiful stuff from Tempo. I'm sorry, from Kea. Different person on the same team. But now they are getting pushed in return pretty heavily. We'll see. The Surf came in, but again, Tempo is just doing anything and finally goes down.
Yeah, ends up going down, and you can see everybody from Infamous Gaming ends up having that burn stack on them as well. So definitely need to shut down that Moltres, considering the amount of damage it's being able to output currently. Otherwise, Euro on the Buzzwell has reached that level 9, does have their Unite move on hand, but Anemo does also have that yellow dot above their heads. They are going to roll it out for the birds, but no KOs just yet, as we have that Regieleki spawning once again.
And we do need to be careful here. Ooh, nice. Good pickup on the Blissey. There's a good chance to be able to steal this away using that Unite, but it's going to be a Nemo to finally get the secure on the Regieleki. Not going to be all that important, though, compared to the fact that they're losing a lot of their high experienced members. Moltres going down as well, and this is starting to look like a pretty solid fight win for the side of Infamous Gaming. They did lose their attackers here, so it's only going to be the support and defenders. They're going to back up. Even if they get KO'd, it's not the worst thing in the world, but they've already got the experience that they wanted. So a really nice turnaround from Infamous Gaming. And one thing I was going to say is last game we saw Peru Unite give away maybe a few too many KOs in the mid to late game after they had a huge lead, and it feels to me like I might be saying the same thing about this game. They had a huge lead, they put themselves into risky positions.
Well, it looks like that Regieleki has now been dealt with as we have Peru Unite collaborating down bottom, because there is another objective. It's going to be another Regi steal that is going to go uncontested, as Infamous Gaming were focused on defending their pad against this Moltres.
I mean, that's a great little distraction, right? I mean, if Moltres can go in and check everybody and everybody has to back up to deal with it, then it just builds you that much space, which is really kind of a defender move. Again, you can kind of play this Pokemon like a little bit of a defender, like a little bit of a ranged attacker, which is really ridiculous to say, but also like a brawler. It really is a true all-rounder, and maybe in a kind of ridiculous way, it also supports your team, so you can just do whatever it wants as it's going to be pushing forward. And now they have to deal with the entire team. Hydra Typhoon trying to launch everybody to kind of maybe stop them from stopping them from getting through the portal. I know it's a weird thing to say, but unfortunately doesn't stop them as much as they wanted to. Surf will stop a few more scores, but in the end I do think this goal zone's going down pretty guaranteed.
Yeah, it is going down, and I feel like that was a pretty hefty overdunk. 46 points. I could be incorrect there, but yes, Nemo now at that level 13 mark because of those KOs and gaining that experience. There's a lot of wild Pokemon, I feel like, to be soaked up here by Infamous Gaming, but they're actually going to send this hoop up at the top path, and makes sense because they still have that Rings Unbound to bring the team in with the Machamp with a barrage blow, but they end up getting wiped out.
I mean, that was a huge Unite. I mean, they're all going to be relatively low, especially they can't go back to a portal because of the Unite. And we are going to see the secure from Infamous Gaming, but 3 members are going down, maybe even more. We're going to see the Unite onto the Moltres. It's a little bit of a late Unite, but you got to try something at that point. They are going to lose the Buzzwole as well. Only 1 member left from Infamous Gaming to be able to kind of fight if they wanted to try to continue anything, when obviously against 3 or 4 members, they're not going to even try that. So, I mean, that honestly could have been a really big win for Infamous had the Machamp not landed that absolutely disgusting Unite.
Yeah, it was a monster. It pretty much surprised me, came out of nowhere. But once again, we have another basement Regi. This time around, it is going to be a Reg Ice. Infamous Gaming not looking to go and contest that at all. Instead, just gather whatever wild Pokemon experience is available to their side. As you can see on the mini-map, they are pivoting actually towards this top path. There's 4 members of Peru Unite are down here. There's nobody to defend it.
Ooh, this is an interesting, really late push. I mean, this is an opportunity for Infamous Gaming to get kind of ambushed, right? They're showing their hand as to where most of them were, so now the vision was in the favor of Peru. Luckily, it does seem like they're going to be able to retreat a little bit safely. Peru wanted to make sure that there wasn't more scored into that tier 2, but they did even up the score, so really good stuff from Infamous Gaming. They've got a level 14. The level's still in the advantage of Peru Unite, and they've got the slight points advantage, so it's a little bit of a scarier situation than it was for them a few moments ago. The Hooper resets are going to be really nice for poking back and forth during this kind of neutral situation. As you can already see, Zynos and Tempo took a decent amount of damage from even just the Solar Beam.
I feel like Infamous Gaming playing towards the top side, knowing that Peru Unite do have that advantage of that bottom tier 1 pad if they do need to pivot on back. Otherwise, Seabus going into that tall grass is going to ward out Draken on that Machamp, as Mew is going to continue poking out with those solar beams, hoping to catch somebody off guard. Otherwise, another hyperspace hole. Nobody is going to take it, considering Zynus is able to go and cover that with their charge beam. These Thunders, though, chasing are so annoying.
Yes, they certainly are. All right, somebody's got to engage here. I mean, we're down to 1 minute left. Somebody's got to make a move. It's either got to be an engage, and it looks like it will be an engage. Oh. And immediately, we're going to see Machamp go down. That's absolutely huge. Hoop Unbound coming out. Huge stun on the entire side of Peru. They are falling. Tempo getting extremely low. Will be the next one to go down. Only 3 members left on the side of Peru Unite, as they are going to be able to get a nice Blizz assistance. Can Anemo clean this up? They're all getting really low. No, the Egg Bomb was not quite enough to stop them from getting through that portal. That's going to be 2 members coming back. A really, really low. Oh my goodness, great KO. I didn't even see where that came from. Onto the Hoopa. And so now Infamous Gaming down to only 2 members, and they're behind. Somebody's got to try to score. Somebody's got to try to do something here. Otherwise, Peru Unite, they're just going to hold on to this lead.
Yeah, Sebas is only at half HP, well now a quarter HP, and now 0 HP as Anemo comes on in, slices and dices for a 2 KO streak. They are going to attempt at making a dunk, but Buzzwole is able to go and interrupt it, but even then it doesn't really matter because Infamous Gaming are the ones behind in points.
And this is why Anemo's Scyther is the absolute classic. They were so far down in that team fight, but all that it took from them was a Bliss assistance onto the Scyther Goat, and Peru Unite holds on to the lead, cleans up like 3 to 4 members of the other side, and wow, what a big victory for Peru to now be up 2 games to 0. I mean, truly the Scyther master.
Yeah, that was definitely incredible, and they definitely didn't do it alone, and I think this is probably why we are seeing a lot of Blissey bans across the table here today. Blissey is just that enabler, especially when you have such a powerhouse like Anemo on a Scyther. They pretty much just became unstoppable. The unstoppable eggs.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to talk about all the egg bombs that were trying to launch people or effectively launching people out of the hyperspace holes. I mean, it's so awesome. It's such a difficult timing to make. It's very, very tight window, and they did manage to land it a few times. There was an attempt that could have been a complete wash, honestly. If that had landed in the very final hyperspace hole that they made, that was just going to be a complete team wipe, I think, for Peru. But they did manage to get back through. They did manage to fight back, and I mean, honestly, just looking at the next game, there are a few Pokemon again that you really need to look at, but the problem is it's just too many, right? I mean, you can see right here, I think this is maybe where this was where the Bliss assistance happened.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is it seems like Infamous Gaming had the advantage there. They managed to go and knock down 2 of those members, being that Moltres and the Machamp. Well, it was a Machamp. But then, yeah, I think from that back line, Anemo coming on out with paired up with that Bliss assistance and already being so low from targeting that Moltres, Anemo was just able to go up and clean him out. But after all of that, 7, 3, and 10 KFA there, 68k damage dealt, and even then for a Scyther, 58k damage taken. So it just really goes to show how much these teams really rolled it out during this match.
Yeah, but it's so important to look at the damage of these 2 Pokemon on the side of Peru Unite, the Miraidon and the Moltres, that had really high damage, and they weren't necessarily picking up a lot of the KOs, but it's really important to have a Pokemon that does a solid, consistent amount of damage so that something like a Scyther can pick up the KOs. They could be the one that finishes the damage, right? So not that obviously there wasn't obviously a huge amount of damage as well on the side of Anemo, but it was just this really nice combination of especially the Miraidon beams, just being able to get people just low enough that a 1 combo can take them out from Anemo's Scyther, and it's just a well-coordinated team. Obviously, Peru has more experience than almost any other team in the entire world playing comps like this, and they showed off a perfect way to do it.
Yes, they really did, having the advantage throughout that whole game in terms of points, not letting Infamous Gaming overtake them at all. Even though I feel like Infamous Gaming, they did have a much better game this time around in comparison to their first one. A much better early game there, picking up that Urshifu and that Buzzwole pick, only having that Blastoise as that late scaler. But yeah, in the end, I guess it just really comes down to those team fights. They, yes, they did somewhat catch up in levels, but they were still just behind. They were always just behind, and even when that opening was there, I guess just not having that. I'm not sure in terms of that final stretch whether they were actually equal level. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure Anemo was level 14 going into that fight as well.
Yeah. So they were just barely behind in level. Infamous was, so definitely the highest level in the game was Anemo there, and being able to blitz since the highest level in the game is huge. But now the question is, how many of these Pokemon can you try to get rid of? Right, you got to deal with the Scyther, you got to deal with the Miraidon, you got to deal with potentially that Machamp. The Moltres is a huge target that you really want to deal with. Blissey has been banned out a lot. Now, do you try to ban any of them? Do you try to steal any of them? Because right now, none of the bans are going that way. So all of those Pokemon still available for the side of Peru Unite.
I suppose if you can't ban on out, then you can try and steal it for yourself. I mean, in terms of Arimas has played Scyther as well. That is their most played Pokemon throughout the season, picking that up seven picks. But the thing is, they are in that first pick position. So if they do decide to leave that last and take that away from Anemo, it's that potential of getting countered. So potentially why they're not actually picking that up in that previous game. But one thing is, they are going to give Gohan this Hoopa once again.
Yeah, I do think that makes a lot of sense. We've seen just Hoopa doing really well over the course of today, and also being like the #1 secure. But this is a scary duo to hand over. Mew as well, we've seen doing really well and really not banned out at all. So it's one of those Pokemon that gets stolen away constantly, but seen quite a bit. And man, Moltres, we're just gonna have to see further throughout the course of this weekend what everybody's answer to Moltres is, because I mean, it has what 100% win rate on broadcast so far. And I mean, I guess there's no off broadcast, so it has 100% win rate so far over the course of these past 3 sets. So we'll see if that changes at all. There we go. I love stealing away the Miraidon. I think that was a huge part of Peru's comp both games.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're actually going to be two-phased at that, considering Mew ended up getting taken away from Infamous Gaming there. So just a matter of, well, what are Peru Unite going to round out with? And you know what, I was going to say, if they end up going with this Blissey pick, I feel like that is a great thing. But instead, they're actually going to lock in 2 all-rounders. Draken on the Machamp, and Nemo taking away the Urshifu from Arimas. So will we actually see the Arimas Scyther here?
Just completely flip comps. Honestly, I do really like this a lot. I think that they see the Miraidon and they realize that Miraidon is not really the best at escaping, right? And especially too, if you don't have hard healing, when you only have like the Hoopa portals, for example, you can really kind of sit and just repeat your damage on that Miraidon really well if you can dive it. So that might be why they chose this Urshifu. So we'll see if that is actually the case. They are going to be going the Dragonite, which has been pretty popular so far this weekend, and the Buzzwole, which was honestly working out pretty well for them in the last game.
I think, yeah, the downside with that Dragonite is it needs to get online. It needs to get that Hyper Beam and ready to go before those first objectives spawn on in. I know in this first game, when Infamous Gaming did end up picking it up, they obviously ended up struggling to get their levels. But this time around, it's only the Blastoise. So they don't have a Venusaur. So at least it's only the 2 late scalers that they need to try and feed this experience to. But yeah, they're really interesting to see how this one pans on out, considering, well, Peru Unite. This is a best of 5. They have the 2-up advantage here. This is going to be match point for Peru Unite unless Infamous Gaming can take a game off them.
We'll see what their answer is. I mean, I like this comp. It's kind of similar, I feel like, in general, both these comps to the matchup that we saw in game #1. However, I would say it's a lot more balanced this time. I think that Peru really won out in that first draft, but this time around, Infamous played a similar idea with maybe some stronger picks, especially for kind of the pace that Peru plays. I think the biggest thing, I talked about it during the draft, though, is Miraidon being stolen away. I think it's going to help their early game, and I think it's going to obviously deny how much damage they were doing that was enabling a lot of Peru's aggressiveness. So just getting the range and getting the early game is going to be really, really nice, especially when you've got some pretty scary options on the other side. The question for me still, I got to see Moltres. How are they going to deal with it? Will it be getting those early KOs against Buzzwole again?
Oh, I guess we'll have to wait and see as we head on into our third game here. Infamous Gaming over on the purple side, Peru Unite on the orange. We are going to have that Kubfu take to the central area. I'm curious whether they're actually going to end up getting... Oh, I can see on the mini-map in the middle there, whether they were going to get invaded, because we know it as, well, not exactly the best early game Pokemon.
What is the Squirtle doing? Are they lost? This is not your home, Squirtle. Oh, okay, well, they got sent home.
Where am I?
Yeah. In the meantime, though, we are still going to see the attempt to invade, but so many members of Peru expecting the invade that they are able to get 2 KOs on both members that were invading very, very quickly. I mean, that's a great sign for them. They should be able to evolve and get to the birds in time, I think, still. Maybe not. Maybe they're... Oh, yep, they are.
Look, it's just a sign of how bad Kubfu was in the early game. Not only do you need 1 team member backup, you need 2. I mean, they ended up sending both 2 members for that invade, but that isn't going to actually stop them. In fact, I feel like that ended up favoring Peru Unite even more, being able to lock in those KOs, but also stop their laners from gathering Pokemon, because Buzzwole and Miraidon are left at that level 4.
Yeah, honestly, my biggest question was, why was the Squirtle out there kind of just like wandering? I do assume that maybe they were attempting to try and invade, but I mean, Squirtle's not really an invade Pokemon, so it's just a weird place for them to be. Now, you want to talk about some scary invade Pokemon. It's these 2 that are now 3, I'm sorry, that are going into the central area of Infamous Gaming. You do not want to fight this. Even if you have the Hoopa here to support you, this is a trio that you maybe just give up against. No, okay, they got 4 now. They really want to try to fight this way back. A nice dunk, eject button out. But if they only lose this Blissey, it won't be the worst thing in the world, and that will be what they lose, as they're actually turning back down, and this poor Squirtle, still a Squirtle, can't help all that much.
I think, interestingly enough as well, this time around we actually have Kia running the shield, the safeguard build, rather than the eggs that we saw previously. And this is really going to, once again, just enable a Nemo to go in, dive on in with these team fights. But you know what? They don't even need any backup. They're able to go and take a 1v1 knockout. Well, it's a Squirtle after all.
1v.5, yeah.
0.5?
Yeah, I mean, at least as far as size goes. Oh, it's so rough. The Squirtle's still level 4. I mean, that is the biggest issue for Infamous Gaming right now. I think they need to just get some sort of experience here. Okay, they do manage to get in the birds. I thought maybe they were going to send them to the center area. Still, though, only a level 5 War Turtle. Not that great. They got to play a little bit safe. I do like the fact that they're checking this tall grass with the Phantom Force, but they do see that there was only 1 in there. Ooh, look at that. You cannot sit forward with that War Turtle.
No, you cannot sit forward at all. Otherwise, the Shred to go and take down that Machamp. But in return, we have 2 members of Infamous Gaming getting taken on out. Remus is not phased while the fight is brawling out against them. Charging up their Hyper Beam, but unfortunately, they were just a little too early. And Mew was able to go and finalize that final tick.
Oh, yeah, and now this goal zone, do they have enough that they want to break it? I mean, they had a 40. That would have been a pretty big overdunk. They choose not to quite yet, though. I do think they realize that they'd love to hold on to a little bit more of this experience advantage, which is, I mean, pretty significant at this point. Look at this. Level 8s are the mid-ground for Peru, and level 8s are the highest for Infamous Gaming. That is not what you want. Level 10, I mean, well, now level 9, but it was a 2-level difference. We'll see if they can fight for Regieleki, as, I mean, the Unite's coming out from the Moltres, making everybody back up, and okay, that's actually a pretty good turnaround, but the Bliss assistance doesn't quite keep them up either.
No, he wasn't able to keep him up, but they were able to dish out a fair bit of damage onto that Hooper and Buzzwole, who are needing to retreat. Nonetheless, Remus on the Dragonite is able to go and secure this Regieleki and try and give Infamous Gaming a little bit of momentum, as he is doing the little step-by-step towards that berry.
This is going to be tough to push in, even if you want to get this goal. Yeah, I mean, you got 40 points. Okay, they are going to get 140 dunk in. They could get the other. Yeah, okay, they're going to have to back up more than enough. But the question is, do they want to try to break it right now? Can only go for the 30, not going to go for the 40. It's a little bit safer, I guess. They really don't want to lose their damage dealer. Tempo getting melted, and that is a nice combination, and this is starting to look pretty good for Infamous. They won a lot of fights being down a lot of levels just now.
Yeah, they now have that level 11 Dragonite, level 10 Miraidon. And now that they have this Blastoise who has this Unite move, that is going to be a great resource to have. But Peru Unite, they still, I guess, have that... I was going to say, no, somewhat have that level's advantage, but math is not my strongest suit, as we have beams shooting across the map.
Yeah, they kind of did for a second, but we'll see what happens at the end of this fight. Oh, big Hydro Typhoon. I don't even actually know if that really hit anybody. That was a little bit weird, but 2 members already going down from Peru. They're going to push that advantage. I mean, Blastoise will be going down in return. Can somebody pick off Anemo before they do manage to secure it? They do get the buff on the side of Infamous Gaming. It was the Hyper Beam, which I think actually might have been a twofer. Yes, it was a twofer. He picked up Anemo and the Reggie. That is huge, and that is a Pokemon that you want to get all that experience. So we're going to back up now, maybe try not to overcommit. Really good fight wins, though, from Infamous. They're turning this thing around really heavily.
Yes, they are able to go and get that objective, and they actually did a really great call, seeing that multiple members of Peru Unite were there to go and defend and not give over any KOs. We even had that Dragonite use their Unite move just to go into the central area to take the rest of those birds rather than getting knocked out. They're just really focused on getting these objectives, I feel.
Can we push back in and steal this? The scary thing is you've got a Hyper Beam here, and we really kind of just got to watch that for the finish, and it does look like they were able to get it. Yep, Hyper Beam. That seemed like a pretty risky choice to try and just burn that down from the side of Peru Unite. They didn't really have an answer, and so they kind of just gave that up for free. Things starting to look really down for Peru Unite. They do have a 2-game lead, so they could kind of throw this in away, but they've got to be careful how they choose to engage, especially in the final fight, which at this point I think they need to regroup for. Unite coming out from Mew, they will get one more KO off of it, but nothing all that huge.
Nah, nothing all that huge. It is going to send Hooper back there, but meanwhile, we actually ended up having 2 members from Infamous Gaming go and dunk in some more energy into this bottom path. So a minute left to go until their final stretch, 172 to 89 points. So definitely a different story in this game 3 for Infamous Gaming to what we have seen so far. I feel like they've somewhat been unlocked. The button has been pushed, and they are really fighting for it, knowing this is their last chance to try and make it further towards securing themselves a world's qualifying spot.
And you know, the math was tough earlier, but they definitely have a level lead now. Oh my goodness, they pull in Gohan. They're going to be able to get a big KO there. I mean, that's a nice way to start off this last fight. I don't know if it's going to be the last fight, but with 30 seconds left, this could end up becoming it. We're no, 2 more members actually of Infamous Gaming. I was about to say 1 more member going down. Aramis needs to back up, needs to kind of regroup, because with 2 minutes left, I mean, not 2 minutes left, 15 seconds left, you can't not be there. If they know that you're gone, they can just burn this down. They've got the damage on the side of Peru Unite.
Not only do they have the damage, but they have the positioning here. They also have that Reggie Rock buff to go and give them some extra defenses. But Infamous Gaming, even though they ended up losing that bottom fight, they have made it into the Groudon pit in time, as they are looking for members to poke on out. Shifu dives on in, does end up getting pushed back by Cebus, who is now at half HP. They are actually going to retreat back to home base.
All the way back. I mean, this is interesting. Same supports as last game, but both teams giving up their healing, right? So we have Trick, which obviously gives you a little bit of healing, but then we also have the Safeguard Helping Hand build on the other side. So we can not poke forever like we did last time, right? All this poke damage is going to be a lot more permanent. We are going to see the Surf in. He's going to back up, play a little bit more safe. That was not the full engagement quite yet, but we're getting really close, and Infamous does have the lead, so it might be Peru's time to move.
Yes, and it looks like they are making the move as Anemo is targeting this Dragonite, trying to use their Dragon Dance to make it on out. Even with the Unite move, it just isn't enough. Buzzwole coming in with their Slam, but they end up getting taken on down, and Anemo is still thriving up and running as Draken is going to take another member out of Infamous Gaming. The fight is going to continue up towards this top path, but unfortunately, there's just no more members of Infamous Gaming to prevent the dunks that are coming in from Peru Unite. They don't need the Groudon there. They're just going to go and get these dunks for free.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they could actually be stopped right now. Can they get this last one in? That's actually huge. They managed to get the last Hundo Burger in. That puts them more than 2 Hundo Burgers in return up. So even if somebody was able to sneak over, they were able to sneak some people over, especially, I mean, maybe the Hoopa get their Unite back. They're going to take more than 2 full pockets. So it's going to be very, very tough. I don't know if there's any time for them to come back. And at this point, certainly no. 2 more members going down, and Peru, an excellent final fight, even from behind, means that that's going to be our first 3-0 set of the day. Infamous, unfortunately, after a great season, going home, but our world champions are still in the running to make it back to Worlds.
Yes, they still remain in contention for that world's qualified spot. The second one for Latam, the other one going to Force Gaming. But otherwise, yes, great set from Peru Unite there to just go and turn things around. But as I said, like, even though things were not looking in their favor, heading into that final stretch below in points and I believe behind in levels as well. Great turnaround from Infamous Gaming in the third round, but it just wasn't enough to take him out.
They were definitely down in levels before the final fight on bottom, but then they won a little bit of that fight, right? They didn't get the full team wipe, but I'm not sure who was ahead after this. I mean, I guess we can see right now, right? Pretty even. I would say pretty even. They were certainly behind in general, though, before that actually happened, but it was really right here. It was the fact that they were able to catch out the Dragonite alongside this west wall, and that was just the biggest carry on the side of Infamous Gaming, right? I mean, level 14, their biggest damage, their big secure. They couldn't just rip and flip. They couldn't play any sort of strategy they wanted to without that Pokemon, and they just kind of picked them apart piece by piece after that. So Peru knowing exactly how to play that team fight against that comp, and you can see our MVP here, Zyna's on the Mew, heavily contested Pokemon.
Yes, it was played on both sides there, but in the end, Zynu's being able to lock that in with the 7 knockouts, 0 feints, and 7 assists. But that Solar Beam and Electro Ball damage, I reckon up 73k overall. But yeah, I guess that's a thing. Moltres. This is a Pokemon that just... Are we going to see it banned out more? Temper played an incredible set with it. I feel like we need to see it banned more.
It is almost the highest damage in the entire game, and the most damage taken in the entire game, and actually it's below 1 for both of those, and the highest healing in the entire game, which it definitely is. So it's close to doing literally everything the best in the entire game. It only slightly beaten out by Zyna's on the Mew and Cebus on the Blastoise. So it can just do so much. Does everything that you want it to in every fight. It can dominate the early game. I think we got to deal with this. I think other teams need to start banning out Moltres, or just, picking it, obviously, if it's available.
Well, I mean, you don't want to give it to either side, right? So I feel like the answer would probably be banned, but as I think there's just so many Pokemon that you want to put on the ban table, it's definitely difficult to pick there, but we can see Zynu's really just focusing on that bottom path along with that central area as well for the majority of that. Otherwise, they ended up landing their first KO at that 44-second mark. That is really early.
I mean, there was just so much aggression from Peru in general, right? They're an aggressive team. They know how to hunt down for KOs. They're really coordinated in their early team fights, by the way, as well. And by early, I mean like as early as you could possibly be. Like there's like 8 minutes. 8 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, and they are already like coordinating their crowd control from their early game. It's just what they're good at, right? They've shown that they're good at it in many games, and that's really what led to them running away with a lot of these games. But I'm glad to see our world champions still having a shot. Obviously, I'll be quite sad if they don't end up making it back to Worlds this year. And of course, there's still the last chance qualifier for any of these teams, so it's not saying a permanent goodbye to any of them. And as well as NAIC, I have no idea which teams are heading to NAIC. So still a chance for all these teams, but this is certainly the place that we want to see them do well. But we'll see what they can do. They've got another match coming up right after this. We're going to have an interview with their opponents that Zoinks got a chance to do as we set up for this next match. So we'll see you right after this break.
All right, everybody, I am here with Lucky from DreamMax Esports, who is eagerly awaiting their next game in the Latin America playoffs to see if they can fight for their spot at Worlds. Lucky, you had a really incredible season, but a huge end of the season. A lot of big wins near the second half. What did it take for your team to kind of get it together and start having a lot of momentum for the playoffs here?
I think it was a shift in mentality. At the first of the season, we were kind of a bit lost in what we wanted to do. But at the end, as you can see, we figured it out. And we were able to sort out some issues. And, we were able to win some important games.
Good. Yeah, you win a lot of important games. I'm kind of curious, with a look back on the season, do any of them stand out? Do you have a favorite match that you played over the entire season? Or is it all a blur now over the 5 weeks?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a blur. I think my favorite game was against Stamina. I think it was against Stamina.
They're a fun team. Well, if you want to play against them, you're going to have to win this next one. You have to play either Peru or Infamous Gaming. Good to see that the team is rallied there and supporting you. But against Peru and Infamous Gaming, these teams from Latin America South, anything that you're preparing for specifically or on the lookout that either of these teams bring to the table?
I think we're definitely on the lookout against Stamina. I mean, I think those are the... what are we're most preparing for.
Okay.
But you know, if whatever happens, if Peru passes or if Infamous passes, I think we're gonna be ready for it.
Okay, awesome. Well, I can't wait to see the prep in action. Your match will be happening very soon, so good luck to you and the rest of the DreamHack squad, and we'll see you very shortly.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are globe-trotting, of course. We've been to EU. Now we are in Latam as our playoffs continue. The world champions looking for their shot to head back to Worlds right now, Zoinks.
Yeah, Peru Unite, but a team standing in their way is DreamMax Esports from Brazil. A team that had a shaky start to the league, but couldn't ask for a better half to the second part of the regional league season. They are currently 5-0 headed into these playoffs. So DreamMax untouchable in the second half of their matches, whereas Peru Unite kind of rocky the whole way through, but boy, do they look good today.
Yeah, they look fantastic today, and you can never count out Peru. It feels like they have this sort of tendency to put themselves in difficult positions and then end up winning the entire thing. We've seen them do it before. We've seen them have incredible runs before. Well, they're going to need one here in what is arguably, and I don't think it's much of an argument, the toughest region out there, Latam. Peru Unite, 7-7 in our regional league. And of course, you know these players. If you know anything about Unite, they are your world champs from last year, taking down Zeta Division in Anaheim.
Yeah, an exact same roster of 5 as well. I feel like we don't see that too often in Pokemon Unite. You know, one roster plays really well, has a good tournament, but then, you know, might have a single roster change or something like that. Even like someone like Luminosity had that. Peru Unite sticking with these 5 for years now at this point. So defending world champions, but certainly players who have so much experience with one another. 7-7 in this league and at rank number 4. Actually a very similar situation to Volticons out there in EU. And well, look at how well it worked out for them earlier on in the day. Peru Unite looking to capture some of that again.
Now we're taking a look at DreamMax here, a team, as you mentioned, had a really solid run coming in here. Obviously, they have a slightly better record than Peru, right? They are also 7-7, but depending on some of the games they took, they are ahead of them. You want the opportunity to head to Worlds, and I mean, there's no better way to do it than to take down the defending world champs.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to get it done. When I was talking to Lucky in that pre-match interview a little bit, they said they're willing to take on either of these teams, but a lot of their preparation has been focused forward. I know they are trying to prepare for their opponent that would be the next one if they can win this matchup in Stamina Esports, just a team I really know that they are trying to get another win against. Obviously having a good moment for them with some upset wins earlier on, and Peru, on the other hand, are looking to get their revenge against DreamMax. They split this season, so 1 win for Peru, 1 win for DreamMax, but the most recent matchup between these two teams was one of the most one-sided DreamMax victories we'd ever seen. They were able to shut down Peru completely in that regular season, so we'll see what happens when we get into best of 5 Pokemon Unite.
Well, here we go. And you and I were just talking about how good this best of 5 is for these playoffs. I absolutely love it as we're heading right into draft. DreamMax is going to be your first pick. Rayquaza is going to be our first map. We're going to bounce around here. Go Rayquaza, Kyogre, then Groudon. And then if this continues into our best of 5, the losing team will have a choice. The bans, Moltres is banned out very early. Clearly, everyone is on to this Pokemon. I was wondering how it was going to land here in the competitive scene, and it has been stellar.
Yeah, and I feel like Tempo is one of those players that kind of defies that rhetoric we have around new Pokemon releases. Tempo does love to pick up the new Pokemon quite frequently, play it a lot on ladder, get some in-house experience with it maybe, and then of course bring it into those tournament matches, and we saw that happen in their first set of the day when Peru was able to win. So DreamMax Esports not going to be a fan of that. Instead, going to pick up Kadu on this Zacian. Such a powerful Pokemon, sitting at only 34% encounter rate right now season-wide, but I think that's going to be climbing today.
Yeah, now we have an option for a Machamp here from Peru. A lot of teams would grab it. Mew being a very powerful pick always, but especially in the hands of Peru Unite. And we are locking in Umbreon here for Peru. Next couple of picks over to DreamMax. We're going to see what they want to bring in here. And I do have to say, some of these names are so good, like Draken, Zinus, Anemo. Kaduzera, however, has one of the all-time. I don't know what it is. There's just sometimes people have a name, Zoinks. Kaduzera has a name.
Oh, it's so good. I am a big fan. So excited to see the impact they'll have on this matchup. Obviously, the Zacian jumping in be interesting, but I'm actually kind of shocked to see this Blissey, Spraggles. It's a Pokemon that Caxola has absolutely played before, but in this situation, they have been playing non-stop Vaporeon since the mid-season break. They have been playing this Pokemon basically every single game. However, with Blissey not on the ban block, it looks like they will return to it, and then having the Safeguard Blissey in combination with that Machamp, this is going to be an extremely good team at pushing through some of the opposing crowd control.
Yeah, I would say that's exactly what they were going for, right? They're thinking, look, if we're grabbing this Machamp, we can grab Blissey at the same time. We kind of get Machamp, and then we get one of the #1 most annoying things that shuts it down. On the other side, I can't believe I didn't even notice we got this far in the draft before Charizard Y was taken. So incredibly powerful. Barely makes it into games, but here it is as a 4th pick from Peru.
They're going to add the Garchomp there at the tail end of the Peru Unite roster. So obviously Mew, a Pokemon that won't take too much to get powered up and into this scaling battlefield or anything like that. But Mega Charizard Y and Garchomp, that might not be the case. We'll see how long it takes them to be ready to join the fight. But this is an interesting answer to that Slowbro conversation, right? You have 2 Pokemon that when they use their Unite move, they can absolutely take over team fights. Lucky is now going to have a tougher decision to make when utilizing that Slowbro Unite move. Do I shut down the Garchomp? Do I shut down that Mega Charizard Y? Going to be a difficult decision, not to mention I think Tempo's really going to want to have access to that Livid Outrage Unite in which it gives them unstoppable. Something to move past the Machamp, move past the Blissey, or even a Slowbro Surf.
I want to point out here, we have 3 curse items on the side of Peru right here. Zinus, Kea, and Anemo, all running curse items so that they can deal with the recovery on the side of DreamHack. Of course, if that is Eggs Blissey, that is going to be huge. If that is going to be the Water Bear, which it looks like here, the Rapid Striker Shifu, that is also going to be a massive factor. If they can shut down some of this recovery, they can pick up some of these KOs in the bigger fights.
Yeah, even Slowbro to an extent, I suppose. Probably not why you're equipping those items, but at least will be a factor. But Spraggles, I think it's your turn.
Hey, DreamHack Esports, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. We are heading into this best of 5 here in Latam. The world champions, Peru, looking to continue their run and head back to Worlds this year. But DreamHack is on a heater.
Yeah, they have incredible momentum from the regular season, but Peru Unite picking up the momentum today with an earlier win against Infamous Gaming in 3-0 fashion. We'll see if DreamHack can put an early stop to that. And honestly, it might be one of their keys to victory in this game is, can you stop Peru early? I think if you lose this game number 1, it is going to be an extremely hard road with Peru just kind of feeling untouchable. That is a scary amount of confidence to play around.
Yeah, nice stuff right there. Actually, we had the secure on the side of DreamHack. The Blissey was able to pick that up. Still a chancey at this point. And now we have the Urshifu coming to the top path. Kea in some trouble right here. The headache's going to push them back slightly. We're going to see if they can pick up the KO, but no, nothing for Peru as Charmeleon makes it up here just a little late.
Yeah, that red buff going to slow for a second, but it said all they can do is contest some of these wild Pokemon. So far, a pretty big success. Electro Ball pails out a decent amount of damage. Born going to take even more, and you will pick up the KO. Big Electro Ball, Lucky with the flank on the Slowbro is pushed away. Zainu's highway robbery committed here in the top path.
What a beautiful play by Slowbro, running in, surfs up, KO on the Charmeleon, stealing away the buffs, and DreamHack with an amazing start. Great stuff.
Good look. Peru Unite bouncing back a little bit with that Mew play, but yeah, in the end, that is a major priority target getting KO'd. Big stuff from Lucky on this Slowbro, a Pokemon they have played a decent amount of times in our regular season. So a lot of practice, even in official matches on this Pokemon. And so far, it's paying off in a major way.
Yeah, in the center of our map right now, we have Charizard scrapping once again with this Urshifu, but Urshifu getting the best of it. Now 2 go down on the side of Peru, and everything is just falling the way of DreamHack.
Yeah, I mean, this is these 2 teams' style. They love these early aggressive fights. However, Peru Unite has drafted a composition that is not as well favored for it. They're buying time until the Charizard is able to Mega Evolve, and even the Garchomp getting to that final evolution, really hunting those level 9s. DreamHack, on the other hand, is able to push this agenda a lot faster with this Urshifu and Zacian core.
Yeah, and now we have the top path here. Tempo seeing if they can take any of this. Kaduzera ready to fight back. Are they going to try to peel some of this away? They do, actually, straight into Kadu. I like that play right there from Peru, but we don't yet have the level 7. It's still a Gabite. Big time headache pushes them back right here. Will the Bubble Beam be enough? They are going to have to peel away from this fight. The soft boiled right into the claw combo. Nice play, Peru finally showing some signs of life here in the top path.
Yeah, Tempo kind of limit testing with this combo, right? Is able to outweight the agility unstoppable from the Zacian and land that combo at the perfect time. So nice play up there as both Reggies getting some attention. Urshifu gonna secure the Regice. Got Azera still within range, but Mega Charizard Y and Gabite gonna deal with that one extremely quickly.
Yeah, nice stuff right here for Peru. They are able to push towards this top goal zone. Score a quick 32. We saw the attack weight earlier, so this is Anemo's opportunity to stack up and get incredibly powerful right here. Just delicately picking up a couple of Eos energy at a time to make sure that they can fully stack.
Yeah, even taking that 2 points with the Voltor, I mean, at this point, Nemo will almost assuredly have a full 6 stacks on their attack weight. As the middle of the map actually gets a little bit crowded. Kaduzera jumping into the fray, but they will be taken down. This Mew, such a tricky KO. One of the hardest Pokemon on the roster to take down, and Kea is not done yet. Pulls back the Slowbro, who's going to telekinesis the Charizard, but it will not buy enough time. The healing for telekinesis definitely getting punched down a little bit by all these cursed items.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question in my mind that that is a fight you want to take for Peru, especially when you see that big number 8 above Slowbro's head. If that's a 9 and it's a slow beam, things are a lot scarier for the side of Peru. But right there, that is absolutely an opportunity to bully. Level-wise, things are going well for Peru after a rough start. However, we still have some strong levels on the side of DreamHack and a full roster of Unite moves on both sides. The next fight could be explosive. Zoinks.
Yeah, this is going to be intense. Obviously, I think Peru Unite played that last one smart by not using some of these Unite moves, but we are in a dangerous spot now. Urshifu trapped in this mean look dish bomb, nowhere to go, and Mega Charizard Y will Mega Evolve with a KO onto the Urshifu. That Fire Blast covering half of the map as they get this offensive push. It will be a slow beam onto the Mega Charizard Y though, but Champ sets up the Unite move, but they're trapped in the mean look, cutting off their path into the enemy side. Garchomp with the Unite move to hit a few targets now as that Livid Outrage deals up the damage, and Solar Beam gonna finish off the Zacian. Peru Unite with an awesome offensive push, and they shut down DreamHack.
I have to say, I love the aggression there from Peru. They threw Anemo to the wolves. They knew it was going to eat a slow beam, but it's exactly what they wanted. Ready with the perfect counter punch uppercut to knock out multiple members of DreamHack there. As we have DreamHack now scattering towards the top path, seeing if they can make something happen. Peru is going to be late to this, so this should be a good secure as they push towards this goal zone, and with 80 points in it, they can actually get some real solid value here.
Man, look at how much time Draken is buying on this Umbreon. Wish healing, Regice giving them opponents. They're able to get all the way back to their own goal zone and get those citrus berries. Now it's Tempo's turn to buy a bit of time. Garchomp's natural lifesteal doing them a ton of favors as they stay up for way longer than I would expect, but a Bliss Assist might be a bit too much to ask. Charizard does have a second Unite move, which means we are Mega Evolving a second time as Nemo is able to hit level 14 and set up a KO streak of 4. DreamHack having a chance with that Regieleki, and it's shut down by the Mega Charizard Y.
I mean, you're seeing right now why this Pokemon is rarely let into any match. It is one of the strongest, if not the strongest Pokemon in the entire game, especially if a team decides to fight. The extra curse damage, of course, or I guess I should say the extra curse effect that they're applying to their opponents makes it harder for them to stick around, even with Blissey trying to keep them in the fight. Peru dominating the last few engagements. If they have a Unite move on this Charizard heading towards this final moment, this is going to be really tough for DreamHack because that could turn into a level 15 Charizard Y.
Yeah, I think I talked about the decision for Lucky on where that slow beam goes in this situation. I think it absolutely has to be into that Mega Charizard Y now, but still, that is not always going to be a sure success. There's a lot that Peru Unite was able to work with despite losing some of those major moments. That is an early pick on a Mew, though, and then will be an immediate delete. Zynus down. 40 seconds away from the final stretch. They'll have plenty of time to respawn, but a nice amount of EXP for the side of DreamHack.
Yeah, interesting. They're going for it right now. They're looking for Anemo, but Anemo takes to the sky. This could be the fight right here. Slow Beam grabs the Charizard. The Machamp Fists come in. They're looking for the Psyduck, and no, DreamHack went for it. Now we have 18 seconds until the Rayquaza hits the map. That is exactly basically when Charizard is coming back here. Wow, really aggressive from DreamHack. Will it pay off?
Yeah, do they have the chance to rip this thing? I mean, Zacian definitely one of the better Pokemon of the game, but Machamp maybe not not going to be able to post the same, but it is Rayquaza. They're going all in, but so is Tempo. Unite moves right into the base, and they knock up 2 players. That Blissey and the Zacian in a dangerous spot. Cynos with the invisibility from the Mew. They're held by the Slowbro, but still, the Rayquaza will go to the side of Peru Unite. It's Psyduck to pick this one up. Kea, the support player, is going to get the secure, and Slowbro's got nowhere to go. DreamHack with 4 players down. Blissey on a sliver of HP, and Peru Unite will start things off the race here.
Well, I love the play here, but geez, what a perfect moment for Peru. I think the biggest issue, Zoinks, is it was just slightly too early. I mean, I'm talking seconds too early. And because of that, Peru was able to come back and fight at the objective. 607, 130. They're looking for a couple KOs. They've already grabbed one, broken a shield. We're breaking another shield right here. And now Charizard takes him to the sky. This could be huge. If they could take Char, this would be massive. But no, instead, the level 15 monster burns through them.
Yeah, all right. Well, I think we're going to be looking at a face card of Anemo here very shortly as we get to the player of the game stage of this one. Anemo has now hit level 15, which feels like 10 minutes ago, and is scaling up their points even more. Peru Unite showcasing just the power level of this Mega Charizard Y. I think DreamHack maybe kind of kicking themselves about some of these banning phases, going away from kind of the rote metagame bans, going for a little bit more focused ones after watching Peru Unite win that series earlier on. Obviously, the Miraidon was a major factor for Peru Unite in their first series of the day. That Mega Charizard Y getting added back to the available Pokemon pool just proved devastating for DreamHack.
Yeah, that was really rough. I actually think the decision they made outside of the timing of it, which is really hard to calculate, right? I think it was the right decision. They had the opportunity to take Charizard off the board before Ray, and then they were going for a full rip. They have Zacian, one of the best rippers in the entire game. This was the call. I just think it's just, man, if they only had another, and I'm being literal here, 3 seconds, 5 seconds maybe.
Yeah, those margins so small. The fact that Tempo was able to just disrupt enough on the Garchomp in the middle of that fight, kind of pull Zacian and Blissey away from a position of easily securing that Rayquaza, felt so phenomenal. I know we'll be getting a replay package of that in just a few moments, but either way, great looks for Peru Unite. This did feel like a bit of a back and forth affair after that crazy Slowbro flank. Very big moment, but Peru Unite in a lot of these team fights, I thought, had the much better angles. They seem to be the team to watch. Of course, it got real scary right here on the eve of the final stretch in this moment when that slow beam was perfectly timed from Luck.
Yeah, that was just an amazing slow beam. And I mean, look at the combination here from the team right there. KOing multiple members. Ray getting low here. That Unite move from Psyduck could have been one of the biggest factors in this moment, reducing the damage output of DreamHack. Might have been the play there, but no shocker. The 12 KO MVP of your game, Anemo on Mega Charizard Y.
Yeah, well done. I mean, they are crushing it. 94,000 damage dealt, not to mention 12 knockouts, 5 assists, and getting KO'd 3 times in this matchup. Really fun one to watch, and what a start for Peru Unite. And I was talking about this. If you go big picture, I think the question of momentum gets a little scary here, Spraggles. Peru Unite has now won 4 games of Pokemon Unite in a row. That is so much momentum that is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is going to be quite tough to slow this team down. I do think you're going to have to come up with a different draft strategy. Specifically, you cannot let them have Mega Charizard Y. I do think that's a huge mistake, even though teams have allowed, other teams to grab powerful Pokemon like this before, almost baiting them into a certain playstyle. You could see they had what they, were looking for as an answer to it. They have the slow beam on Slowbro. They are looking to answer directly to what this Charizard is, but it was just too dominant all game.
Yeah, it was so good. So yeah, I want to talk a little bit about Anemo's stats here, Spraggles. So we're putting up 94,000 damage on this Mega Charizard Y. 12 KOs. They do go down 3 times though, right? At some of these more pivotal moments, that gets a little bit scary for the team. Peru Unite's able to rally back. They're still accustomed for it. Anemo is an interesting one stats-wise in the Latin America Regional League. I was able to dig up a little bit of the numbers on the back end, thanks to our stats team, and Anemo does crush it in damage region KO numbers. They're near the top of the charts in the Latin America region, sometimes even worldwide. One stat that they are second place in is most average feints per game in all of the Latin America Regional League, at going down 3.97 times on average. So Nemo is one of those players that goes all in at any given moment when they get the opportunity to do so. They're hoping to take down a few players with them, but they are going to have that dark side of getting KO'd. That's one thing that DreamHack might need to focus on headed into game number 2.
Well, I do think, a conversation we always have around Peru Unite is how unbelievably strong the support core is from that team. And they really let these players that truly feel like they limit test constantly win some of these moments. And Peru is such an amazing squad because I do think they are always playing to that edge. And it puts a lot of teams in an uneasy position as we're heading into our draft here for game 2. Kyogre, our map first pick, is going to be over to DreamHack. The band's looking pretty similar.
Yeah, and looks like DreamHack's gonna be sticking to exactly what they did in that last game. And well, this would be a swap. Last time they banned away the Inteleon and not the Umbreon. They could go for that opportunity now, which would shake it up a little bit for Peru Unite. I thought the Umbreon was a good shutdown to the Machamp that Peru Unite was playing. I thought DreamHack held that back quite well. So we'll see. This could be leaning into DreamHack's first pick, prioritizing the Machamp in this draft by banning away the Umbreon.
Very possible. Also, you do have to worry about this Charizard. If you have Charizard in your roster, you may want to take it away from them. No, we are prioritizing the Zacian once again. It feels like you're giving a lot over here to Peru, but let's see how they want to play with it. They could try to take the Machamp for themselves. That being said, they didn't have too much trouble with it.
Yeah, it's one of those strategies that we see from some teams where all their bans are very, very focused, right? This is one ban towards Zainus, one ban towards Tempo, one ban towards Draken, and then you first pick to try to force them into some awkward positions. Peru Unite aren't going to pick up the Mega Charizard Y, and I mean, at this point, DreamHack has not showed that they're going to put any priority towards it, so very likely Peru Unite will have a safe pick of that Pokemon a bit later. Just one will be on the Inteleon this time. We'll see if that changes anything for DreamHack.
And here we go, possibly locking in. No, it was maybe Eldegoss, but they decided to swap to Hoopa here, an incredibly powerful choice. Next couple of picks over to Peru. I mean, I'm not seeing anything on the other side that makes me not want to bring Charizard back here. It feels pretty good. They could take Machamp for themselves, though.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Or hey, both. Why not both?
Yeah, there you go. That feels really good. Okay, I love this, actually. This is real fun. How about we just take the Slowbro, get a 3 pink core at the top with the Blissey Mew Slowbro, and then add the Mega Charizard Y in for the damage. So that natural counter that DreamHack was maybe counting on in this final pick will now be removed. I thought maybe you hold Mega Charizard Y until your last pick to see if DreamHack picks up the Slowbro, but instead, just take it away as an option. Really like that look.
Yeah, I mean, boy. I know DreamHack has a lot of powerful Pokemon here. Don't get me wrong. It's not like they can't win this match, but I feel like handing them this Charizard again seems wild to me.
Well, I mean, it's a bit of a who's who of meta-dominant Pokemon right now on the side of Peru Unite. A Machamp, a Mega Charizard Y, Mew, Blissey. I mean, all of these Pokemon are absolutely crushing it in the win rate and certainly passing the eye test. On the side of DreamHack Esports, though, we do have some major contenders. We'll see if this recently nerfed Blastoise from Lucky will have any kind of difference maker. Obviously, a bit more of a focus on crowd controlling the entire team instead of just one. And if you can find a way to shut down this Mega Charizard Y before it has the opportunity to Mega Evolve, that's always going to be an opportunity you have available.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Blastoise does. Interesting item setup for it. It has a buddy barrier. It has a muscle band, focus band. Of course, there are a few different ways you can play this Pokemon. A lot of times when you do see a muscle band, we are seeing some type of rapid spin Blastoise, but you can play it on any build and get great value out of it. I'm curious to see what kind of Blastoise we have in this match.
Yeah.
Boy, if I'm DreamHack, I'm not loving my draft. And I'll come right out and say, I said it earlier about Peru, that they had a great draft, and that was, or sorry, not Peru, Peps, that they had a great draft, and it was a game that they lost. So the draft isn't going to be everything, but you gave them Char, you gave them Blissey, you gave them Machamp, you gave them a lot of power picks.
Yeah, this is scary. I think this is going to be a tough situation. I do think Tempo and Machamp here is an interesting one. Obviously, this Pokemon is so strong. Will match up extremely well into the Blastoise, in my opinion. But I am curious to see how well it'll do in some of these final fights. Obviously, we saw the Umbreon shut it down a little bit last time when it was on the opposing team. We'll see what DreamMax has for an answer. But we have Hoopa, you can see on the mini-map, headed into the enemy central area to try to steal away on Emo's early EXP.
Yeah, quick little invade here from Hoopa. DreamMax, your purple team. Peru, Unite, your orange team. Peru up one game right here. No, it's no problem at all. I mean, there was a lot going on right there at the beginning. And now we have an attempt at an invade. Can they take anything away from a Nemo? They get one right there. Nice secure. Almost get the KO too, forcing Kea to come down and fight them.
All right, Kixo, look, kind of showcasing their Pokemon pool a bit more. This excites me. I mean, this was a player that I felt like anytime I was casting a DreamMax game, I couldn't stop talking. That's crazy.
That was honestly highway robbery right there.
Our second highway robbery of the series. That's a little concerning. Somebody get these players off the streets.
Yeah, what's going on here? They're just allowed to roam the highways? Unbelievable. And here we go. Nice little play here. Somehow the slowest central area Pokemon almost, Urshifu, makes it all the way across the map.
Level 6.
Helps secure that. Is already level 6. Great start here from DreamMax. A devastating invade.
A good way to wake up. And hey, that is one thing that we could say positively about their composition is its early game looks fantastic, right? As long as you can get out of this Cup Boost stage. But right away, once you're at Urshifu, you have Zacian available. I think Drizzile's damage output is still phenomenal, even in the pathing phase. So right now, DreamMax certainly is off to a great start, but Peru Unite picking up that last hit and getting the evolution for the Machoke could be a major factor here.
Yeah, Hoopa having to peel away from this, but no, here comes the Zacian getting caught right now by the submission. We have Tempo going down as they peel back towards this fight, and it looks like DreamMax is just going to get away with this. Another beautiful engage from them. They're able to take a KO and head back to doing something that they'd rather do. Ton of experience on their side of the map. It should be time for them to look for it. Nice secure from Xynus. Mew always on top of those secures.
Yeah, that Electro Ball move, splash damage, missing HP execute. I mean, a lot in favor of why that Pokemon is so good at getting that job done. We'll see where they head next, though, as we have the Mew pathing all the way to the top side. This will be a 4-player push for Peru Unite for the 720 moment. But the Natsu is the first bird. It's going to be going down, and Hoopa caught out by that submission. I don't know if they expected all 4 players to be there, but now Anemo in position with this Charizard wants to get some of these stacks in, which last game they were able to get a lot earlier.
Ooh, nice move here from the Urshifu. A double KO from Zacian as they're pushing right back towards them. Not able to get any value out of the Machamp. Urshifu continuing to skate all over the goal zone. Surf trying to bring him back, but it's not enough. Big KO. We have Machamp running in like a weirdo, but they're not able to get much done against either of the carries. Looking for the Hoopa right here. Once again, a berry. They're trying to take it. I don't know who ended up stealing that, but it doesn't look like Hoopa got it.
Yeah, Hoopa sticking around for just a moment longer. This Magician buying them a whole lot of time. Now, Peru Unite, after defending against that push under their goal zone with, I mean, quite a few losses, they're going to focus on this Regirock. Tempo is at level 7. They have access to submission. Going to try to buy some time. Kadu, most importantly here, does not have their Unite move quite yet. Tempo going to go down, though, as an Inteleon hits with the liquidation. That's 2 out. Xynus and Tempo out of the picture. This Kea just has to count their eggs as they return back towards the goal zone, and there'll be a Regirock buff for DreamMax.
Yeah, nice little egg bomb right there to slow them down, but it's simply not enough in this top path. Bottom path here, we get the secure, and our picture-in-picture, you can see Slowbro ends up taking that for Peru. We do have a Unite move on the Charizard. We also have one on Blastoise on the other side.
Interesting. All right, here's the big push. Blastoise Unite move shut down by the Mega Charizard Y. Picked up right in the middle of the Hydro Typhoon. Blastoise got to wait a few seconds until they get that one back as Anemo laying out the damage for the backline with this Mega Charizard Y. Xynus gets involved with the Solar Beam, but DreamMax so far able to out-tank thanks to that Regirock buff. They're able to hold strong. That goal zone will be defended. Blastoise has another Unite move, which means Peru Unite has to play it careful. That counter only going to work once in Unite move cycle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really fun play to shut Blastoise down like that. But of course, if Blastoise can stick around a little bit, it gets down to about, what, 90% on its Unite move charge. It'll have it back pretty quickly. And now we can see Blastoise looking to possibly break the Skull Zone, just getting pushed back by Draken. In the top path here, we need Charizard to charge up its Unite. It's not going to have it for the next fight if it breaks out soon. And there we go. Big time KO. Mew in some trouble, having to run away.
Oh, and now we have a really tough situation where Nemo's actually caught between two players. Oh, big play by Tempo, though, with the Machamp Unite move. Is actually going to take one and make it safely back to the goal zone. So a clever little display of mechanics as Tempo able to take down one. Big investment, though. No Machamp Unite move with this likely Reggie fight around the top side of the map. We have Kexola trying to buy as much time, break the floating ankles of an Nemos Mega Charizard Y.
Nice little KO right there. Very good stuff. As we have Kaduzera. Looks like they're going to get pushed around. Yeah, not only pushed around, slammed back down to earth here from Charizard. Massive Fire Blast onto the goal zone. Bliss assistance on the Charizard to keep it healthy. The Hydro Typhoon knocks up a ton of players from Peru, but doesn't pick up a KO just yet. Finally, Draken going down on the side of Peru as we have DreamHack continuing the push. The Inteleon grabs the Charizard. The Hydro Pump into the wall right here, and Inteleon looking for a double.
Man, really interesting look for Peru Unite. They're playing this like front-to-back strategy with that Mega Charizard Y, and even with all that disruption, they didn't quite have the damage to carve through the front line of DreamHack Esports, which means they don't have a lot of staying power around that goal zone. Because DreamHack Esports gets set up for a great counterpunch. Now, that could have changed if Tempo was there on the Machamp, right? A Pokemon that get in the enemy's face and sort of create a little bit of space for the rest of Peru Unite. But of course, they want to focus on multiple areas of the map. But here's DreamHack with a quick rotation thanks to the Hoopa. Can they out-secure? No! It's a Registeel for the Machamp, but the DreamHack Esports squad are still forcing the fight. Tempo joining this battle. They're actually going to KO the Zacian with the tail end of the laser. Will take them down. Hoops Unbound claiming another member of Peru Unite.
And now we have just Slowbro fighting at this goal zone here, and I don't think they can stop DreamHack. They're going to try to slow them once again, but it's not enough. 35 points in, 201-91, up by over a burger here is DreamHack. 3 minutes on the clock. Once again, we are getting close to our moment here. They kind of botched it at last fight. They set up a huge play, but it was just too early. Can they do something a little better here in game 2? They're going to need to slow down the momentum of Peru. At least what they've done is slow down this Charizard, as it's only level 12 right now.
Yeah, it's a whole lot better than what, level 18 or whatever it was in the last fight that we had to deal with. Yeah, it was pretty impressive regardless. So we'll see if they can shake it up this time around. You see Draken and Zainu's getting some early forward positioning, while Slowbro and Mew, two Pokemon that are extremely safe even when in the face of multiple enemy Pokemon. Mew, thanks to its Unite Tempo, can actually say the same with that submission and is on the lookout to see if they can find someone playing a little early aggressive. Amnesia going to shake off some of that liquidation damage as both teams kind of fight for this positioning, but so far remain on their own sides.
Yeah, with all this tall grass around the pit, Zoinks, they are looking for members of the enemy team. There's so many more places to hide on the Kyogre map, and they've got to try to figure out exactly where they are. They get some information that Blastoise is in that bush, or at least an enemy Pokemon is in that bush, as we have Peru back towards their side, and they are behind on points. They're going to need to be the team to make a play here.
Yeah, it is difficult without this Mega Charizard Y in hand, but Anemo so far just waiting for those central area Pokemon to spawn in, try to get to that level 14 if they can before they join this fight, as they are playing it very, very patiently. Again, you said it, I'll say it. Peru Unite trailing by a lot of points in this situation of finally Anemo is going to fly into the battle.
Yeah, and here we have Charizard. They're looking for this. Machamp grabs the Blastoise. Do they go for it? Hydro Typhoon. They end up backing away, but they catch 4 members of Peru, but it doesn't kick off the fight. Zoinks, Machamp going back in, looking for another target, but nothing. Almost only a minute on the clock. They need to make a play. Eating a liquidation, the Inteleon Unite move, but still, no one engages.
Yeah, Machamp just has to back up. They take so much damage off that liquidation, but finally, you've baited out the Blastoise Unite move. You know there's very little stopping you from a full offensive push, and now the Blastoise is completely gone. Draken takes that KO with the Surf. Anemo yet to take to the skies, but the Hoops Unbound is going to be taken down already. Anemo going to claim that one. Kyogre barely touched. The clock keeps on ticking. Peru right now have a 5v3 advantage, but the 3 members of DreamHack Esports are the damage core, all have an ability to try to out-secure on this Kyogre. Finally, the Mega Charizard Mega evolves. Urshifu deals out a ton of damage, but it's actually the Bliss Assistance and the Barrage Blow for the Machamp to take them out on the reverse side. Anemo is almost KO. Zasha getting it there for secure. Slow Beam stops them, and Anemo will pick up the Kyogre. 20 seconds, if not less, to get these points in, and Blastoise is outer on the tier 1.
Beautiful play from Blastoise, but it's not enough. That's going to put them very, very close. They still need to score as they're pushing onto the goal zone with multiple members, and the points do make their way in. Peru is going to take game number 2, and wow, the ice water in the veins of Peru Unite to be that calm and collected around a fight as the time just kept ticking down. Slowly, the war of attrition just peeling back bit by bit from DreamHack until they were finally ready to engage, saving the Char Unite, saving the slow beam, and saving the match. 291-201, Peru now 1 game away from moving forward.
Peru Unite has now won 5 games of Pokemon Unite in a row against some of the best competition on Earth. Like, this team right now is having such a hot streak. This is going to be a very, very difficult freight train to stop for DreamHack, and so far the answers have not been there. In this situation, they gave them a draft in which Peru Unite dealt with a lot of power picks. DreamHack had a good early game. I think that's Zacian and Urshifu getting off to a great early start. Exactly what you want from them, but once it came down to some of these final team fights, it felt like Tempo's Machamp setting up major plays for this Mega Charizard Y was just too much for DreamHack to deal with.
Yeah, I really think this final fight, I mean, this is an expertly played final moment. Yep. You know, they were able to bait out the Blastoise Unite move and expend no Unite moves of their own. They finally wait for the Hoopa, still no Unites used. And then when your opponent's going to try to out-secure you, bang, slow beam right onto the Zacian. Perfect timing, amazing. Tempo, player of our game on the Machamp, and I'd happen to agree with that. What a playmaker for Peru.
Yeah, it is one of those Pokemon that when you are playing Mew and Mega Charizard Y, both Pokemon that need to play at medium to long range, you need somebody to kind of get your hands dirty. In this case, Tempo will put all 4 into the mix and get right into the fray. This Pokemon dealing 5 knockouts, also going down 5 times, but setting up 6 assists. Tempo on this Machamp looking extremely good. It is a power pick in the metagame right now for a reason, and Tempo just showcasing their wide array of Pokemon pool that they can play in this series. Reminder, they've played Garchomp in this series. They've had the Buzzwole banned against them time and time again, and Kadazera first picking one of their pocket picks in the Zacian as well. So Peru Unite just having a lot of opportunities, but Tempo showing that the Machamp is also a fantastic one for them.
And now we have DreamHack, their backs against the wall. I mean, this is their opportunity to move forward, their opportunity to try to seize the moment, win a spot to Worlds, and in front of them, what a tough opponent. Peru Unite, of course, you're defending world champs. I just feel like we're at a tough spot, down 2 games. I don't know if their mental can even, support them through this next one. This is a very hard position to be in for DreamHack.
Yeah, this is intense. And I mean, they're the team who's had the hot hand for multiple weeks now. 5-0 in recent matches against multiple opponents, including this team, including when you're able to dispatch Peru Unite in a 2-0 series in the second half of our season. The fact that you've kind of had your world shook 2 times in a row by Peru makes things real scary. Now, of course, these matches have been close, right? Like both of these games, you had a nail-biter game in game number 1. In game number 2, it's a bit more in the favor of Peru Unite, but you were in it up until that final team fight for sure. So this is, if there's a coach behind the play, or if there's someone who makes most of the shots for DreamHack Esports, you got to remind this roster, they are still in it and have been in it every step of the way. But now is the time you got to remember our 3rd map of our set in stone ones will be Groudon. DreamHack Esports will remain the first pick, and they will return to that Miraidon ban 3 games in a row now.
Yeah, and it looks like these teams are not shifting up their bans much at all. To be fair, these games are incredibly close, so I understand them wanting to continue with some of these strategies. DreamHack now has something thrown in front of them here. Do we do anything about Machamp? Do we do anything about Charizard? Do we do anything about Mew? And no, they decide once again to target the Umbreon.
Okay, interesting. So DreamHack Esports with the exact same bans. Peru Unite are going to duplicate their bans from game 2 as well. So Snorlax not going to be an available option. I mean, in this situation, it feels very fair to say we are very likely going to be looking at the Zacian for a third game. DreamHack Esports has committed their first pick to it multiple times. But again, you could keep the same bets or you could flex your picks as well. Obviously, that Mega Charizard Y, a very viable option as Peru Unite is showcased for multiple games in a row now.
Okay, and first pick's actually going to be Blissey. We're putting so much priority on the support. It is a difficult thing to deal with. If you have a Bliss assistance, you can really allow something to get out of jail for free in some of these really tough moments, or I guess not for free, you're paying with a Unite move, but you're changing the shape of the game. Zinus with the Mew, and they steal away this Zacian right away.
I love that pick from Peru Unite, but okay, DreamHack Esports maybe getting wise to their tricks. Enough is enough as the Mega Charizard Y gonna be locked into the second picking phase for DreamHack as well as the Machamp. So, all right, a total change in the school of thought for DreamHack Esports in Game 3. We're going meta powerhouses. Slowbro gonna be locked in for Draken, which has been kind of one of those answers to this Mega Charizard Y. Kea might pick up this Psyduck as well. A scary thing to see that player, that Pokemon combo.
Final couple of picks here over to DreamHack. They're going to be interesting, but I don't think there's a lot of bad decisions they can make, right? I think they've got a lot of good options. Final pick to Peru. This feels like, you know, you could be seeing a Scyther game or something like that, but you don't love it into the side of DreamHack here. We'll see what they want to bring out.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. That Blastoise, the Inteleon. Final pick for Peru Unite will be interesting. I was talking about Kea's Psyduck just a few moments ago, just took a look at it. Currently, as we headed into playoffs, Kea was at 50% win rate on this Pokemon in official games, 4-4, but a lot of minutes on the Psyduck. And Anemo will be on the Palmont, one of their most powerful picks. They have played this Pokemon by far the most in a regular season at 7 total times, and they are at 4-3 with this Pokemon, so above 50% win rate on the Palmont.
Palmont's a really interesting call here. I think I like it more than I liked the idea of Scyther and things like that. I just think you're going to play the Scyther or something, you know, like a dive Pokemon like that's a little squishy. You're going to jump into the side of DreamHack, and it's going to be a bit of a nightmare for you. So playing something a little more solid, something that can recover some HP, something that can live through some of these fights, I do think that is a solid option for Peru. We're going to have to see how it works out as we head to game number 3. But, you know, the tough thing for DreamHack, as you've said, this is the 5th win in a row for Peru. They're on one, and sometimes it's hard to stop a team when they are just cruising like this.
Yeah, I mean, evidently, it sure is, as no team has been able to do it yet today. Peru Unite is still going to close games in their best-of-3 series just previously against Infamous, but still always finding that edge. I think you mentioned it, the ice in Peru's veins right now seems to be running cold because their hands are hot. This team, I think, is so extremely strong. It looks like we're seeing, you know, Anaheim, Peru again. We're seeing a little bit of that world champion quality team for a second time, and I'm so excited about that. Peru Unite, they step up in big moments, and they keep to that narrative as we go into game number 3.
That's right. DreamHack, your purple team. Peru Unite, the defending champions, your orange team. They've got a ways to go before they win their spot to Worlds, and they need to take down DreamHack if they are going to do that. Already up 2 games. They're looking fantastic, Zoinks.
Yeah, they are looking so clean, but DreamHack Esports changing up a lot of things, right? They went back into the tool shed, and they got a whole new roster of items to work with. We got the Mega Charizard Y. We now have the Machamp. Inteleon's a bit of a flex. And of course, that first pick, Blissey. We'll see if any of these can pay off in a major way. As right now, Peru Unite seems to have the momentum in the early game as Tempo getting off to a great start.
Yeah, nice start for Tempo. Looks like they took the focus band off of that Machamp right there. We have the Psyduck peeling back. Supercell Slam moving in, and they're just going to create some pressure here. I don't think DreamHack is looking to fight, but if they do, I think Peru's got the better of this engagement. However, we do have Blissey online. That could be a massive factor.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Zinus will have some information too as they path through the middle of the map. They see the Squirtle there. Is Lucky's going to take so much damage, but does get a big pushback on the Tempo, who was getting that retreat. Electro Ball splash damage, not enough to take a KO quite yet, but Anemo with the Supercell Slam will jump into the midst of things.
Whoa.
And that's 3 members down. It's all over. Peru Unite absolutely crushing it here on the top side of the map.
Wow, wow, wow. What a start for Peru. What a fight. All of the resources from both teams just thrown into that engagement. Now they're going to see if they can steal something on the side of DreamHack. They do, and they are peeling away. Man, this is rough for DreamHack. I mean, just this is the worst possible start you could have with your life on the line in this tournament.
Yeah, this is the moment where we got to say something scaling late game. Who knows? DreamHack Esports is going to need a lot more answers than just levels, though, at this point in time. You've lost 2 maps in a row to Peru Unite, and all of a sudden, you just gave up 4 KOs at the start of this match and are sitting on a goose egg in terms of points. Bottom side is a chance to rally, though, as both teams kind of posturing up. Pamot going to take down that War Turtle. You see tempo here, but now Slowbro going to make some space with that surf, and just the poor Machop at the start of the game so far. Dustbone going to be shut down, and Peru Unite climb that score ladder even further.
Oh boy, I mean, this is just so tough for DreamHack, and you wonder if they're already beaten in their own heads, right? I mean, it's just going so poorly for them. They're behind in this series. These are the world champions, and this is the start of your match. Absolutely miserable situation to be in, but this is where champions are forged. If you can pull yourself through this, this would be massive.
Right, exactly. I mean, think about the moments in that game number 1. How Peru Unite was able to kind of claw their way back into the series after losing a devastating fight. There are certainly opportunities here. Pamot getting a KO to the Charizard of the central area. That's ridiculous. Zasha picking up one of them, a choke now, as Anemo is looking for even more, as that will be a Escavalier likely going in their favor. Slowbro gets vision of the Inteleon and the Blastoise, so the top side Registeel will likely be going over to Peru Unite. It seems Draken could buy enough time for any teammates, but unlikely, as Regieleki is almost gone already.
Yeah, Regieleki looking pretty good for the side of DreamHack. They are able to take it right here. Obviously, the Reggie buff went to the side of Peru. They're going to have to deal with the Lecky right now. Pamot down here in the bottom path, level 10 right now, ready to fight.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous level 10. Can't wait to see those level stats at the end of the game and how quickly they get to them, if we can understand what the clock means on them, of course. Anemo's already level 10, just far and away the biggest thing on the map right now.
Yeah, this is just really tough for DreamHack. They have a Unite move on Charizard, and that could be a massive difference maker. Machamp going down quickly. It feels like the Machamp on the side of DreamHack is not having the same value that we saw the Machamp having from Peru, right? It's just not able to set up the same plays, at least as of yet. They have a few options, right? DreamHack has a few lights at the end of the tunnel. It's not over for them, but wow. This is hard, Zoinks. This is a really tough spot to be in, and they're going to need to find everything inside them to win this game.
Yeah, and those options are, I think, slowly starting to shrink as these minutes go on. You lose a big objective, that could have been your way back into the match. Regieleki doesn't quite get into the goal zone. That would have been one of your only opportunities to get early game points. It's a lot of situations that Peru Unite just seems to be putting up perfect blocks at any given moment, and then you're like, well, fine, we'll just go back and clear our own central area and level up, and you turn around, and there's no wild Pokemon there any longer because Anemo has cleaned you out with yet another highway robbery.
You know, the moment we're in right now reminds me of what Peru had to do to even make it into this league. Peru was not one of the teams that had an org that invited them into the league, so they had to win their way here through a qualifier. They ended up losing an early match, making their way down to the losers bracket, and they needed to push their way all the way through, beat every single other team to qualify to play in the LATAM League, and now they are starting very low here on this bracket, and they need to climb all the way up so that they can earn their spot. They've done it before. This is like home for them at this point, but it's a scary spot to be in.
Yeah, I would love to ask them, why do you like this? Like, why do you like being...
What's wrong with you?
But apparently they do. I would never phrase it like that, but it is what I mean. Because seriously, this team has been in perilous positions time and time again. Even on some of these World Championships runs, I look back to like EUIC when they were able to win it at that point in time too. Having some really tough games, but they're always able to claw back. What an exciting team. And I got to admit, this does feel like a little bit of a relief to see this team playing this well right now, just in day one of the playoffs, but is playing this well. And it's like, that's right. We did watch that team win the World Championships, and we did see how good those players are. So I'm glad that Peru Unite is also remembering how good they are right now. It's up to DreamHack though to remind themselves of the same fact, because they have put themselves in position. They're the same win-loss as Peru Unite, go out of the regular season, for crying out loud. So let's see them bounce back potentially in this game number 3.
Yeah, it would be very exciting to see it, obviously. I think there are going to be a lot of people rooting for both squads. It would be wild to see a Worlds without your world champion, but it's happened before. You have Fennel win Worlds, and then you don't see them the next year. It would be very interesting, but Peru is trying to make sure that that is not the case here.
Yeah, they want their invite back for sure. They're fighting for it. Obviously, they would also love to prove that they are the best in this extremely competitive region, right? Becoming the Latin America Regional League champion would be massive, and there we go. Machamp finally getting on the board at the same time as Mega Charizard Y takes to the sky. 2 KO streak. Spraggles, they heard you on the hot mic. Kadazera knows you want more from them.
Yeah, I mean, they need it. They don't need to do it just for me, but if I'm the motivation, I'll take it, guys, all right? Here we go. Machamp, massive play right there. Palma moves in with a Supercell Slam, picked up immediately by Machamp. Bliss assistance onto Kaduzera as we have the Zacian peeling out, looking for the KO, slashing that sword into the Blissey. Big time Metal Claw takes one. Will they continue their push to the top path? It's possible they're just looking for some experience right here, but with multiple members, Peru is going to decide how they want to play this, and what they want is this objective. Regirock, easy secure for Peru. No one from DreamHack's able to stop them.
Yeah, I think DreamHack's kind of happy with the timing of that whole situation. That could have been catastrophic for that tier 1, but a lot of things enter the map at that exact moment that distract from Peru Unite from that moment. They need to take down that Regirock, and everyone wants to get another full clear of their central area to have as many of those buffs as possible. But this fight rages on again. It's again Tempo, the first one into the fray.
I mean, this is just a really tough moment there from DreamHack. They were kind of mildly ripping Reggie Alecki right there, and boy, that did not pay off for them at all, just giving it up to Peru, essentially. Machamp looking for a moment right here, and instead it catches a Metal Claw. The Zacian moving through the slow beam on the Charizard. Oh boy, this is not going well. 50 points into the bottom path, and Peru continues their domination in game 3.
Really, really intelligent play from Draken on that slow bro as well. You're going to want to use that Unite move as quickly as possible. And also, there's no need to wait for the Charizard to use the Unite move before you pop that Unite. Just grab him now. We're slowly getting into the time of the match where this Charizard is going to have to be very careful about using the Unite move, lest they won't have it for the final stretch. So, big play there. It will be Zaidu's caught in a dangerous spot, and Mega Charizard Y will take this opportunity to Mega Evolve. We have a Nemo at level 13, almost level 14 on this Palmon. Joining the phrase, they jump into the mix. Zaidus with his Solar Beam will be enough damage to combo for the Machamp KO, and Blastoise falls as well. Anemo not done. Supercell Slam jumps in front of 3, and Mega Charizard Y does everything they can to bail on this tier 1 defense.
Wow, this is just, I mean, devastating here for DreamHack. They even expend a Unite move, not dangerously, but pretty dang late out of the Charizard, hoping that they can get some value, hoping that they can pick up a KO or two, get themselves back in this match, kind of pull themselves out from these deep trenches that they've been dug into by Peru, but Peru crushing it. An easy secure at this top objective. Level 14 on the Palmont right now. This is very bad for DreamHack. I mean, their chances of moving forward are slipping away from them, and unfortunately, every time they move, it's like they're sinking deeper and deeper into the quicksand that Peru Unite is providing.
Yeah, you can see here, we saw the mini map right there at the tail end, and Teleon getting that 48 points. And the DreamHack has clawed their way back up a little bit in points, notably over a 100 point, or under 100 point deficit rather, which means that DreamHack could, through small scores, catch up in this one. But Groudon has spawned in, final stretch ready to go.
Man, here we go. We just have Peru continuing to chip at them. They did this last game too. The heals from Blissey should be able to avoid the damage that they took last game from this strategy, but Peru gets to decide when they want to move in this moment. Machamp not able to pick anything up. Supercell Slam just being charged there by Palmont, almost as a warning, saying if you come in, we're ready for you. Here comes Machamp. They grab the Mew.
Oh, they double down. Mega Charizard Y also grabbing them, but they get the Buddy Barrier for the side up. Just enough shields for allow them to survive. survive and use their own Unite move. Mew not going down there is so massive, and DreamHack Esports is scattered. Lucky with the most HP right now, but they're getting forced into the face of the support core. Caxola pushed away by Draken, as well as Peru Unite also have to nurse some of their wounds. And Nemo on the Palmont goes down in the midst of that fight. This Zacian rather untouched, but does not want to contest the ground on, especially when they know they have the points lead and vision of all the players of DreamHack who are still standing.
Well, it's all coming down to this here, Zoinks. I think DreamHack is going to need to make a massive play right here. The Oblivious right there, giving them the ability to not get pulled by Machamp. Big time Solar Beam misses, however. And now it's time for DreamHack. They have to do something. They have to score. They have to make a play. They're eating Solar Beams. Charizard looking to charge its Unite move in the back line. Can they get it in time with only 35 seconds left on the clock? DreamHack needs to fight.
I mean, their playoff lives are on the line right now, and Anemo is joining yet again. Huge punch, hits multiple targets, applying the paralysis. Submission gonna slow them down only momentarily, but Peru Unite has forced them all the way outside of the ground on pit. Charizard Y can ignore the walls, but they can only buy so much time. There was 15 seconds left, and Teleon on a mad dash to score. I don't think 27 points will be enough for the difference maker, and they won't even be allowed that, as we have a great rotation by the Psyduck. Kea on the defense is gonna block them from the score. Draken won't make it to the tier 1, but Peru Unite will 6-0 in day number 1.
Those are your world champions, and they are playing like it right now. DreamHack had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They couldn't do anything against this squad. Game 3 was unfortunately a disaster for them, while putting up an incredible fight against Peru the whole way. Peru, as you just mentioned, flawless here on day 1. 6 wins in a row, punching their ticket to day 2 and getting that much closer to their spot at Worlds.
Man, and I'm really glad we got to see that level of dominance in game number 3 to see what happens when Peru Unite is kind of shifted a little bit in the drafting phase, right? DreamHack Esports takes a big pivot in their game number 3 strategy, tries to get some of these major meta threats, but Peru Unite relies on some old favorites. The Zacian for tempo, the Palmont for Anemo, and it is just so good when those two players are playing on some of their comfort picks. You can see some of these major fights. You got Kea Psyduck just absolutely crushing it. Slowbro buying them space and time in a lot of these major moments. Huge work for Peru Unite. You see this is our final fight, kind of DreamHack's last chance to come back in this matchup. And again, just shut down in every angle. And Nemo, your player of the game on the Palmont. 7 KOs, 2 feints, 7 assists.
Yeah, amazing game from Anemo there. I love this play of Palmont rather than one of the squishier Pokemon that might dive onto the side of DreamHack here. But it really looks like Peru could do no wrong in this series or throughout the day so far. They are absolutely on fire.
Yeah, I like it a lot. That Moltres actually adding into their ban favor is Peru Unite afraid of letting that one go. Maybe if we see Peru Unite end up on the purple side of the draft screen, I think we could see a little bit more Moltres potentially as a first pick option, but not needed by Peru Unite as they were in the second pick position for the entirety of this series. That orange side win rate record getting boosted for Peru Unite in this second day of competition.
Yeah, I mean, what a series for them. I have to say, you know, DreamHack, the thing I liked about DreamHack here is I do feel like they were trying to give some different looks at this. They didn't really ever change up what they thought they needed to ban. So obviously they had an idea of what was the most devastating stuff Peru could throw at them, but they just didn't have an answer for this squad today. Peru was too good.
Peru is too good. We're going to be seeing them play in day 2 of competition, seeing if they can fight for that Latin America Regional League title. I can't wait to see who takes down that one. That is going to be interesting. I mean, Stamina Force Peru. What a crazy top 3 that we're going to be covering soon. But of course, the story is not quite over for DreamHack Esports. We are going to be seeing them likely compete in the last chance qualifier for Brazil in just a few weeks. So DreamHack Esports have another tournament to prepare for, but this will be their exit of the first ever regional leagues at 4th place in total.
I mean, there's just so many good teams in LATAM. It's
4th place is huge, like genuine.
Yes, it's such a tough league. I mean, it's incredible to make it this far against so many amazing squads. It is our one league without any kind of well, for lack of a better term, dud teams, you know, teams that just aren't really making anything happen. Every single team in LATAM is an absolute unit. Like, what a squad the whole way through. So to make it this far is impressive, but yeah, you're going to need to make it up in the last chance qualifier because your tournament's done.
Yeah, and even more impressive than all of that is a 6-0 to start the day from Peru.
Yeah.
Just truly flawless dispatching of both Infamous Gaming and DreamMax Esports now. I don't know. This is... I want to say it's a new look from Peru Unite. We said it's kind of an old look. This is that Anaheim look at this team yet again. Oh my goodness. Level 9 at 2:53 into the match and level 13 at 6 minutes into the match. This is ridiculous. It's just after the 4 o'clock for anybody keeping track at home. That is absurd. This Palmont got off to the races so quick.
Yeah, really strong stuff. I mean, they just had such an amazing fight early. That was so brutal. It's one of those fights that went so poorly for DreamMax, it's really hard for them to come back. If you're a great team and you don't give up any of your huge moments after that, you're just ahead all game.
Yeah. I mean, Pokemon Unite's a game that gets talked a lot about the factors of comeback experience or mechanics and moments like that. Truly, the best teams are the ones that don't allow that to happen. They say, cool, we know that that's in the game. We have ways of shutting that down. So really fantastic stuff from Peru Unite. And we're actually going to have the opportunity to talk to one of the players. We're going to be bringing Anemo in to talk about that amazing matchup. Anemo, congratulations on beating both teams today, 6-0. Flawless on your match count.
Hello, thank you. I'm kind of surprised that we did it like 6-0 because we noticed teams, they are pretty good. So we are very happy right now.
Yeah, I mean, such an amazing start for you guys. I have to ask, throughout this league, I mean, it feels like LATAM has been the hardest region to play in. You guys are 7-7 in the regular season. What has been the trickiest part about playing against all of these amazing squads all year?
Maybe that they already know how we played, how our style is. So they were like finding strats to counter most of the things that we usually do. So it was easy for them, like, yeah.
Okay. Well, an amazing day today, but it does not get easier for you. You have to play against Stamina Esports next, and if you could beat them, then you got to play against Force Gaming. I mean, I know these teams are your rivals. How much prep have you done for Stamina Esports, your next opponent, or is that all going to happen tonight?
Oh, actually, it's going to happen tonight because, as I told you, we were not expecting to go that far away, to be honest. But we were training, so we are going to keep training tonight. Also, we are like we want to go against Stamina and Force again because they are friends, yeah, but they are also rivals, as you say.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we all want to see those matchups. I think I'm not alone in wanting to see you all at Worlds. There are so many teams from LATAM that I need to see at Worlds, but truly, I'm rooting for Peru. I have to see the world champions back at it. If you do make it to San Francisco, what region do you think is going to be the toughest to face off against?
I think it's going to be Japan, pretty sure. They are very strong right now.
Yeah, they look good. They look good, but hey, so do you. So do you, Anemo. I can't wait to watch your matches both tomorrow and potentially at future tournaments as well. Hopefully the World Championships. Anemo, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to say goodbye to you, but good luck in your matches tomorrow. Good luck in your preparation tonight. Hope you also can fit in some sleep there. But we can't wait to see you compete against Stamina and maybe Force Gaming tomorrow.
Thank you, and goodbye.
All right. Thank you very much. I mean, of course, it's always great to talk to the champ, right? Very exciting stuff. As he mentioned, Japan, one of those, scary regions to play. But at the same time, I think LATAM is right there with them, Zoinks. As we're taking a look at our bracket, you've seen Peru Unite climbing on up that mountain. And it really is an absolute gauntlet to make it to the end, to get yourself a spot at Worlds. You have to take down all of these unbelievable teams. Well, Peru has started out phenomenally 6-0.
Oh man, I mean, they're both talking about one of the reasons the regular season was so hard is because so many teams had intel and data on them. Well, now Peru Unite also has that asset. After an entire season of regional league competition, they've had the chance to prep against Infamous, against DreamHack, and now becomes the opportunity to prepare against their next two opponents, Stamina and Force Gaming. I cannot wait to see who is crowned our Latin America regional champion, because the contest, the battle for that title has been so exciting all season long.
Yeah, just incredible stuff. I love watching LATAM. It is such a strong region. I do think there are no question multiple teams throughout the world that are world class. Like we just saw at ACL, a team like Dignitas make it all the way to the end, basically all the way to third place. But if I was looking at the two most powerhouse regions in the world, for me it is our newly formed LATAM region that's just absolutely monstrous. And of course, the team that had two teams win at ACL their world spots, Japan. Those two regions clashing at Worlds is going to be incredible.
Yeah, I don't want to count out any others too. We had an EU team win EUIC, which feels like leveling up that region overall. And North America's got some very hot teams as well, which we are going to be covering very, very soon. North America about to begin our first two rounds of the playoffs. I cannot wait. And I know Wonder Chef had an opportunity to talk to some of the players who are going to be competing. Let's cut away to that. We'll see you with NA on the other side of this.
We're here with Riker from IX Gaming. Glad to see you here on the interview again. And you've got a very important match in front of you. In fact, several very important matchups. But my first question to you, I've got to ask, of course, you're on a team that qualified for Worlds in a huge underdog story the last time, and you're in a somewhat similar situation, I would say. Regional finals, have to make a pretty big bracket run. Is this just another day in the park for the team, or is this, a lot of stress?
Obviously, there's like a little bit of stress, anxiety, but we have been actually talking about this a lot. It's like, all right, we're back to where we were last year. It's fine. We've been here before. We can do it again. So there's a lot of motivation for that. And we're just really excited to be in this position, to even have this, like, be a part of the conversation that, oh, hey, we could get Worlds again, like let's do our best and try.
Yeah, I mean, definitely up there as far as your chances as well. Of course, we've all been very impressed by what the team has been doing. But now I got to ask, your first matchup is up against Extinction. First question about that matchup is, how much have you prepared specifically for them versus how much have you prepared for the rest of the bracket? Because both of your teams have the unique situation of having to theoretically play every single other team to qualify.
Mm-hmm. So we actually have a lot of respect for Extinction. Like, some of us are good friends with each other. We're always rooting for them when they're also on stream. So like we plan for them an even amount that we plan for everybody else. We think it's going to be a really good set. We think it's going to be close, but obviously we think we're going to come out on top, but I think it'll be close. I think it'll be a really fun set for people to watch. I'm sure we have surprises for them, and I'm very sure they have surprises for us. So we're excited.
Ooh, okay. I would ask you what the surprise is, but then it wouldn't be a surprise. I'll ask one final quick question, though. Pretty big changes, pretty decent changes in this last patch. And, of course, the Moltres being available as well. So the meta's shifting a little bit in our matches we've seen so far. Do you feel like the meta shift is strong for the team, or do you think it's something you've had to adapt to more? Because you usually have some pretty interesting comps.
Yeah, for us, there definitely are things we have to adapt to, like our weird IX flavor comps definitely have some either struggles or like good matchups in the what has changed. You'll still see a lot of our normal flavor stuff when we play, but we think we've adjusted pretty well.
Okay, well, of course, we always love seeing what you bring to the table, and that's going to be no exception here. So good luck. I know you've got a lot to prep for, and we'll see you very soon in your first match.
Yes, thank you.
We're here with Bora Reach from Extinction, of course, about to play their first match on the regional finals. Of course, glad to see the team here, but I got to ask, it's been a little bit of a rough early season for the team, for a bunch of players that we know are literally world-class players. How has the team been feeling about making their way back up towards the end of the season?
Yeah, you know, we start off the year kind of rough, but like you mentioned, every one of these guys are a Worlds player, so I think we're definitely above our 5th seed as far as talent and skill goes. We're all really confident. We're just going to take it a set at a time. You know, I think we're very confident to all the teams above us. They're all good teams, but I think if we play our game, we've done the work, we've done the draft. I think we're stable now. So.
Okay, and then now you have the unique situation of having to play against every single other team in NA if you want to qualify for Worlds. Well, I guess technically all but one. Now, how much have you prepared for your current match, and how much have you prepared for all of your future matches?
Yeah, I think IX, 2 games versus them this year, I feel like we kind of were on rocky waters when we first them, and it kind of affected our matches. This time we're a lot more concrete. I think we're a lot more stable, so we're really prepped for them. We're just going to focus on the one in front of us. I think we've done the work to be prepared for the 2 matches after potentially as well, so I think we're good.
All right, well, if you win this one and the next one, you've got a day to prepare, but a lot of work ahead of you, so I'll let you go to get prepared. Your match is coming up very soon. Appreciate you joining us, and good luck in Thea Sky Ruins.
Appreciate it.
Time for North America. We've gone through 2 regions setting up our matches for tomorrow, and now only one remains. And it's going to be battles between all of the X team names: IX, Lunex, and Extinction. Of course, not in that order, but of course we are back here. I'm Wonder Chef, joined by Kello once again to see one of our teams go home, unfortunately, and one of our teams make it even further in the bracket. But between all these X teams, we are going to have our first match be IX and Extinction, which I definitely have not been mixing up at all.
No, not at all. We are perfect at what we do. We don't mess it up at all. But you know what? Let's head on over to our regional standings here. As you mentioned, IX Gaming up against Extinction, the 4th and 5th seeds there, battling it out against each other, and then who ends up winning out of that one will go up against Lunex Gaming. So ending that season there with the 9 victories, 5 losses. Otherwise, well, today we won't get to see them. They are going to be waiting in the back lines. Evil Geniuses ending the season with the 11 wins, 3 losses, and Dignitas already earning themselves that world qualification spot with the 12 wins and 2 losses there. So a big spread across the board there, but yeah, in the end, it's going to be between these 2 teams, and I think in terms of their records, it's pretty close.
It is. And one thing about North America to point out is that these teams are kind of a clear top of the scene. You know, like some of the other ones, we got some really close ties towards the end, but this one, we know our top 5 is just based on score alone. And of course, our first match will be IX and Extinction. Extinction, a team, obviously, and if you've all heard the interviews that I just did, Extinction, a team that they didn't do all that well at the start of the season, but they're made up of literal world-class players, and they are starting to make their way back up. But the question is it too late, or have they finally found their footing? IX, on the other hand, have been just a fun upset team the entire time. Same thing with Lunex. They will be playing next, whoever wins this match. And then, of course, they have to go up against EG and Root Dig. So a pretty tough road for anybody.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I feel like in terms of the NA, it's a tough road ahead for whoever ends up getting to continue on first. But, you know, as previously said by some of these players, it's one step at a time. You've just got to focus on this match ahead. And then, you know, whatever's to come, well, focus on that later. So for the moment, IX Gaming up against Extinction, and we'll refresh your memories on who the players are on either side. I know we already got to have that sneak peek during those interviews, which you did a fantastic job there. But in terms of these 2 teams, you know, they've already gone up against each other like everybody else twice. In the end, Extinction, they did end up coming in that rank 5 position because they did end up losing to IX both of those matches. But we have Rex, Metallic, Yeet Fan, Bora Reach, and a Trader LGC there. So their ranks fifth in NA with an average score of 384, KOs 13.53, and damage. I don't know if this is damage dealt or damage taken. I think this might be damage dealt, with 214k.
there's a in that number there's a 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah, it's like, I was about to say, literally 1 through 6 in that number. It was like playing like some sort of puzzle game here. But the puzzle is, how does Extinction continue winning? Because this is slightly different than how their roster looked at the start of the season. They had some shifts around, and again, I mean, you look at these players: Rex, Metallic, Fan, Reach, Trainer LGC, and I know you literally just said those names, but every single one of these names should be familiar with people who have watched UCS in the past, right? I mean, there's so many teams here that have qualified for Worlds, so many players here, so many players that have come from teams that are just some of the best that we've ever seen. But to see them have a losing record at the start of the season, it was weird. It was certainly weird. So we'll see if they can continue with their upwards streak. On the other side, though, Team IX Gaming, they are just always so fun, right? They got fun personalities, fun play style, fun picks, just fun everything.
Yeah, just really fun to talk to as well. But we have Wailord, Breezy, Riker, Smuglax, and Aliko. For those of you that did need that refresher, but yeah, as mentioned, they did end up sweeping the series set against Extinction. So in that first part, it was the 2-0 with IX winning. And then we only had, in week 5, that previous week, them going up against each other, and it was a bit closer there because it actually ended up ending in the 2-1 victory towards IX Gaming. So it's not unheard of that Extinction can take a game off IX Gaming. It's just a matter of whether they can flip it around and win 3 games against them here today, or whether IX Gaming are just going to continue dominating against Extinction. But we have our bands locked on here. Zapdos actually making an appearance here, even though I feel like we haven't actually seen it. We've seen the other bird though, which Liko is going to lock on in first pick, being that Moltres.
Yeah, when I was talking off camera to Riker, we're talking about how well Moltres has been doing over the course of the weekend, and it seems like IX seems to agree that it is a strong first pick choice, and I do like seeing that. Seeing it's going unanswered in a lot of these games is pretty surprising to me, so that's one way to deal with it. If it's not banned, it's just automatically pick it. We can see what else they can pick around it too. It's a pretty flexible Pokemon, pretty flexible starting duo as well for Extinction. We saw Daddy Leon do really well in that Vaporeon earlier in the EU today, and Snorlax has been a real big MVP Pokemon in general.
Oh, 100%, especially receiving those recent buffs. But fun little stat fact here that I have between these two teams. Both of them throughout the season did end up finding a lot of success, with Snorlax having the same win rate at 55.56%. So Smuglax playing that was their most played Pokemon, being a total of 9 pickups. So yeah, Rex being able to take that one away, which was also their most played Pokemon as well, I think is a big pickup for Extinction against IX there.
Knowing the specialists on the other team and which ones overlap with you is so important. But okay, some interesting picks coming towards the end over here. You and I talked earlier about Galarian Rapidash, how fun it is. We didn't even get a chance to talk about the Charizard Y, a very early pick for the side of IX Gaming, surprisingly early. And then we are going to see the Mamoswine, which was doing really well the past few events this season, but just hasn't been as popular today, I would say. On the other side, though, we got an evolution comp. When's the last time we saw 3 evolutions?
Yeah. I feel like it's really been a hot minute. I guess in terms of maybe it's the experience share change that we ended up seeing come across the board. Having that maybe, you know, the evolutions, they've always been known to have that great early game presence, getting that level 4. So, I mean, I still feel like they have that great early game, but it can be somewhat more easily to go and counter that one this time round. I guess one thing though, with Extinction, yeah, all of their Pokemon, great early game presence, whereas IX Gaming, it's more of that late game. You have that Mega Charizard that you have to go and get online, and even with Smuglax, they have to try and get their evolution. But I feel like from the get-go, SwinUp is actually a pretty good aggressor.
Yeah, it's the middle stage I think that's awkward, right? Where just the middle levels where it's like a SwinUp, you're
teenage stage.
I know the awkward acne stage, but yeah, it's pretty strong right at the start, and then once it hits Mammoth but in the middle, like it can be strong. You can still Icicle Fang people, but it's like a little bit weirder to try and be in the right place at the right time and stuff. So we'll see how they can do with that. We also saw the Galarian Rapidash not evolve for quite a while in a previous match earlier today. So yeah, there are definitely some potential evolution woes. However, Moltres, the way that Moltres has been running their path gives me a lot of faith in how this is going to go. But we'll see. Our first match of North America, IX Gaming versus Extinction, game number 1.
Look at how cute this little Eevee is in their Hollowware, throwing those stars. That is absolutely adorable. You know what? Charmander is also adorable. Their Hollowware too, but I don't know. It's just something about the. It's like a magical girl Eevee.
Yeah, I like them. I love all the like when they're Eevees, all the different Hollowware, and certainly I know this is why you cast the game, is to get a chance to finally see these. But it's been so long. It's been so long since we've seen all these evolutions, like I was saying, and that is going to lead to a pretty aggressive early game, theoretically, right? Once they can evolve. I feel like we didn't get a chance to cast with you on the official broadcast when the evolutions were really big, right? Obviously, you're doing a lot of the OC stuff, but it's evolution time now.
Evolution time is here. We do have Glaceon that has reached that level 5. JL still looking for that at that level 4. Otherwise, downstairs, it's going to be a 3-person push from IX Gaming, all successfully emptying out their Aeos energy because Rex wasn't there inside and Espeon was just unable to defend that on their own, which means all of that experience ended up going to the side of IX, and now they have that Rapidash evolved.
All right, so a lot of the early awkward evolutions are kind of being cleared pretty easily, I would say. I did think there was going to be a lot more early aggression in general from the evolutions. I mean, that's kind of what I was just saying, but they're playing pretty passively so far. And I mean, a few of them, they do take a little bit longer, right? Like, so Glaceon is not going to be like level 4, be aggressive. The Vaporeon obviously is just going to be a little bit more defensive in general, but you can still try to play to be a little bit annoying, and that's not really been their goal. So I do think that they're going to play a little bit different of a strategy than I was expecting. And right now, everybody just gathering in center.
Yeah, I guess they all have that icy wind, so they needed to go get that level 6. Otherwise, those birds have spawned on in as Rapidash is trying to Dazzling Gleam them down. We do have that Heavy Slam missing out on that Rapidash, meaning Extinction need to go and retreat because IX Gaming, well, they're making moves in the top path and now heading towards that bottom path.
Ooh, both of these evolution Hollowware, by the way, are so good, so good. They're so cute when like they're just on the Eevee. It almost looks like it doesn't fit, but yeah, both the evolutions of these ones are awesome. We will see if we're going to see a big combo with the Espeon, though. I do have to say, I really have been kind of just like praying that we get to see more of the Espeon like one-hit combos that we saw from Reject in Japan, and we just haven't seen too many teams from the other regions actually go for that. Right now, again, just getting a little bit of a slow time. Okay, they're going to get a double KO up top. It looked like there was a glacial stage, so that might have set that up, but that's the first aggression we've seen.
Yeah, so definitely finding some momentum now in that top path by Extinction, getting some points on the board. But the thing is, there is a Regirock downstairs, and Snorlax and Espeon are now outnumbered. Moltres is going to try and shred that down as Rapidash is potentially looking for a pick to go and zoom out to this Espeon. They found the Vaporeon, though.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, it's just going to build them a lot of space. They probably should be able to take this for sure now, using the Unite from the Mega Charizard Y, who has finally evolved, and I do like this from Extinction. They're just backing up. They're saying, nope, we are going to lose this fight. You can take that goal zone. It's an unfortunate loss, but they are scoring a good amount in this top path, as you can see right there on the picture-in-picture. The Regieleki going down all the way too. Probably going to be defended against, but it's just going to apply a little bit more pressure. So it's a wise choice when you're going to lose a situation. It's a sign to try to take as much as you can from another situation, as so much is going on all the time in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I suppose it's like if you're losing one path there, then you've got to try and take an advantage in the opposite path there. And I really think getting that Regieleki to go and put the pressure onto IX Gaming, although I don't really feel like it's really stopped them in their tracks, considering they were able to soak up those birds in that central area. And I think this is a really smart call to leave Smuglax, who's currently in that awkward teenager phase. Luckily, they're not rebelling and being like, I don't want to stay here on my own. They're actually doing what they need to and protecting that bottom tier 1 pad.
Right, they're actually getting a lot of time too. Oh, look at this. Wailord so low, finally gets taken down, and a little attempt. Oh my goodness, so hard to take down Galarian Rapidash. I don't even know if that's possible. The zooms just getting out of there, and just gonna waste a little bit more time. Not a bunch of huge KOs out of that situation. It's a pretty slippery team in general from the side of IX Gaming. It's going to be pretty hard to take down Moltres. Always a lot of mobility, a lot of tankiness. Hard to take down Galarian Rapidash. And if they do choose to use the Unite, hard to take down Charizard unless it really, really wants to be in the fight. So Extinction, they're going to have to find their moments. They do have some great burst damage. I think a lot of this is going to be if Metallic can find the dunks to start off these combos.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be a matter of whether they can find a pick. Otherwise, Liko is going to wait in that tall grass, is going to receive some shielding from Eldegoss. Rex poking on out with their heavy slim. They have found Smuglax, who does end up getting targeted by Glaceon, but great Espeon Unite there to go and create some space for Extinction and ward off IX Gaming.
Lots of buffs for Espeon in that last patch, and we get a chance to see some of them just a little bit extra damage on some things. Nice free take on the basement Reggie, that Reggie Rock for Extinction. And they are just going to rotate up top. The Regieleki has spawned as well. Looks like a little bit of experience in the center area. Not sure if they really want to try to take the fight here. Rucker getting very low. Unite being popped from... Oh, no! The Conqueror Crash unfortunately missing, as we're going to see a huge glacial stage on this right side. A Unite coming out from Buzzwole is going to take down Charizard once again. Charizard falling a lot in these fights right after I said it was hard to take down. Same thing here, maybe with this Moltres, who has stayed up far longer than they probably should have. Can they get a return KO? They will, and that's going to be at least a nice KO on the Buzzwole in exchange.
Oof, that was a great dodge there by Bora over the wall. That way they don't end up getting caught out by that Mamoswine. Otherwise, up in the top path, Regieleki is sitting there, and Extinction... I feel like it was trades either or, but I guess Extinction ended up winning that fight because they gained that space to go and take this Regieleki uncontested.
Right, and just every time that they KO this Charizard, it's also just preventing it from really trying to scale as hard as it possibly can. They are still doing really great levels for IX Gaming, but I mean, specifically the Charizard, you want it to be kind of above and beyond everybody else, and right now it's just kind of staying at par at that level 12 spot, as we're seeing already level 13 on the side of Extinction. They're going to be pushing, no, maybe not so pushing their advantage too much. They were checking to see what kind of defense was showing up from the side of IX Gaming, and it's more than they can handle. So everybody just going back to farm and a little bit back to some more passive playing, which means I get to talk more about the Evolution Hollow-Air.
Well, actually, Vaporeon doesn't even have a Hollow-Air there, but Snorlax does, and I've got to say that Snorlax Chef one is definitely a top-tier Hollow-Air in my books.
Well, I'm a fan of the Chef ones. Ooh, okay, immediately jumping in, catching Vaporeon out of a position, immediately goes down, but the Snorlax is able to kind of split them up in a nice just way to get out using, I mean, just a normal level of mobility from the Moltres. That's why I said it's so hard to take down. That also gives it a shield as well. We are going to see Registeel go down to about half. It might reset if nobody's careful, and that's a lot of damage on Snorlax. Nobody really was able to back that up. Registeel going down. It is going to go the buff to IX Gaming. It was Galarian Rapidash at the end that was able to take it. Glacial Stage is coming down. This could be the last fight. Setting up for the final moments. I mean, we're about to get the spawn right now.
Yeah, we already have multiple Unite moves being utilized. Rapidash still has theirs on hand. Snorlax does too. But IX Gaming, knowing they have the numbers advantage, are going to shred down this Rayquaza. Snorlax coming in the fray as they go in with a power nap. But after all of that from that sidelines, Bora Reach on the Espeon coming in with the snipe for Extinction.
I mean, what a great secure option it is, but everybody's up and there's so many points in everybody's pockets. This is a pretty awkward situation. Now, we are going to see most of Extinction backing up to play defense, but they're behind. They need to find an opportunity to score. I mean, they do have these shields. I mean, it's really, really nice to have the buff, but I mean, how do you actually coordinate this, right? I mean, they have a speedster on the other side that has a lot of points in pocket. You got to make sure that everywhere is defended. You still have a tier 1 goal zone up, but so do they. And a minute left. I mean, a minute and 10 seconds left. That's a pretty good amount of time. They can take some time. Any score here from any one of their players will give them the lead, but it's all about the counter scores. And what that's actually going to mean is most of IX Gaming is going to go up top.
Yeah, well, we only have Bora Reach that does have that Rayquaza shield on hand, but they're actually going to prioritize those other members to get in those dunks first. So now that Extinction have the lead, Snorlax is going to end up getting another hundo as Bora Reach is reaching for the stars towards that home goal. Yes, they do, and are able to continue holding that lead. But we can see on the picture-in-picture, IX Gaming, they've managed to go and break down 2-tier pads of their own and are continuing down towards this tier 2.
Right, this isn't impossible yet. There's 2 members missing, but 1 from each side. The Unite coming out from the Charizard. They've got to make usage of this. I mean, they've got to get a big KO, but that Snorlax is invincible on that goal zone. They can't do enough damage, but no damage really the other way quite yet either. And 9 seconds left. It's more about now just finding any points. Nobody's going towards the home goal zone. 4 seconds left, 3 seconds left. We got a few points in, but I mean, that was only like 10. I don't think it's enough.
Oh my gosh, that Espeon Unite move though, to go and stop IX in their tracks from going and getting in their dunks. We'll have to see what the ending score ended up being, but Extinction took the victory with quite the lead at 615 points to 409. So first game win over to them.
Wow, yeah, I mean, it ended up as a base race. We almost never see that in Pokemon Unite, where 2 teams are just going the complete opposite path and then just seeing which one can score more faster. Unfortunately, when you do have that buff, that is going to be a pretty significant advantage as well. I mean, we got to see, whoever it was that was scoring in that center base, the center goal zone, they were not able to be stopped because of the buff. And on the other side, we did see such a strong defense up in that top path. So really, it all came down, of course, to who was going to be able to win that final objective if you do go for a base race like that. Still, though, it's really cool to see both teams kind of go for that. And the fact that our final fight happened down here on the bottom is really interesting.
15 seconds before that, Rayquaza did end up coming on in. Multiple Unite moves being utilized, and Extinction, multiple of their members get wiped on out. And even though IX Gaming, they had that opening there, you can see it there on the highlight for a reach coming in through that bottom chokehold and with that Psyshock to go and get the steal. But I guess with multiple members down, they did end up getting a full utilization of the Rayquaza shield, but I think they ended up playing it really smart. They ended up having those 2 members without Rayquaza shields break that tier 1, and then you had Snorlax continuing on through, Rex also not having a shield, going and breaking tier 2 as Bora Reach was pushing through the flux zone there to make it to that home base. And unfortunately, with the Rayquaza shield, Smuglex on Mamoswine was just unable to go and stop them. But in the end there, we have Glaceon, Trader LGC, racking up the MVP rating there with 4 KOs, 2 feints, and 2 assists.
And 90,000 damage dealt. That is a lot of damage, and it was an interesting pick to me, but it worked out really well. But I mean, obviously, this could have really gone any direction, right? This was a very scary game, I'm sure, for both sides, and it was scary in the final fight, and then it was scary in the take on Rayquaza, and then it was scary and the scoring afterwards, and it was scoring the defending after that. So not a single safe moment for any of these teams. Wow, that damage, actually, compared to the rest of the damage in the game, that 90,000 is actually pretty ridiculous. But yeah, I just gotta say, like, the strategy seemed like they worked to me. You know, I don't think there's anything that looked like it was just completely shut down. It was just down to just a lot of fights.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it wasn't really a lot of smaller fights. It was more just those big team fights. It felt like there was a lot of downtime during this match where they were somewhat just respecting each other's space here and there. But then, yeah, when it came down to the wire, knowing how much was on the line in that bottom path to just go all out, despite that final stretch not being there, I guess, yeah, just relying on those cooldowns, but even then it just wasn't enough. So with Extinction being behind, being able to secure that Rayquaza enabled them to get the lead, but definitely got to give it to IX Gaming. I think in terms of, you know, knowing that they couldn't defend against whatever shields came their way, to go and push up in the top path. And they did make a great push, but even with all of them standing on pad, score shields alone to give him the speed boost to Bora was enough to go and get enough points.
Yeah, and one thing too that I got to point out is JL on the Vaporeon was up top and saw them kind of walking past as one big group to try and score up top, and that vision gave Extinction the knowledge that they needed to just go for this base race situation, know exactly when they needed to back as well, like exactly how to distribute all of that. So a lot of really smart macro plays in general from them at the end of the game. Like you mentioned perfectly, the way that they distributed like who was scoring and who had shields and just all of that was really smart. So just good stuff to Extinction. A close game one though. This one could be another set that goes the distance, but we got to see IX make a comeback.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. In terms of the history between these two teams, Extinction have never successfully completed a full set against IX Gaming. Yes, they have managed to take that one game win during the 5th week of the regional leagues, but yeah, they've never taken this set. But it's just a matter of whether they can keep this momentum gaining or whether IX Gaming, they're going to come in full fist swinging. But Bands locked in, Zapdos, Surfetch, and Zacian, along with Psyduck, Machamp, and Blissey for the side of Extinction.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is pretty standard Bands, I would say. We are going to be going pretty similar, it looks like, as far as first pick as well. The one thing is the Zapdos. I'm really interested as to why exactly that one's being targeted out. Zacian is definitely a player ban, which you love to see. All right, we might just go the exact same draft.
I was gonna say, do you not remember week 5? I believe it was Extinction. Wasn't a trader who was the Zapdos that ended up getting a win? Was it Extinction?
I thought it was EG.
Oh, was
yeah,
it? Okay.
Yeah. So
no, it was EG. No, never mind. Was it okay,
it was Curious. I think it was Curious.
It was Curious.
Yeah. So, one of these ridiculous players from a Worlds team last year. I know they're all so good. But yeah, so we are going to see a few shifts now. Well, I should say, a couple shifts. Really interesting to see Scyther picked so early as well. The ordering of IX Gaming's draft is always really interesting, but they always have some sort of strategy they're going for. Wait, what is this? This is Scyther, right?
Evolution?
Is there a chance that this is...
I'm just looking at the evolutions. Scyther?
Yeah,
nah, I'm looking at these Eevees.
That's true. We could have 4 right here. Actually, Umbreon final pick here would be amazing. Umbreon against a lot of these shields that we're going to get would be just an excellent pick. Okay, we are going to see that. I like that quite a bit. But my bigger question is, are we going to see Scyther Leafeon, or is this going to be like a Scizor? Because that would be obviously really weird, but I don't know. I mean, I guess you probably just go Scyther.
I'm pretty sure it's Scizor.
Really?
I could be. Oh no, I think it's Scyther. I actually don't know, to be honest. I don't know. It could be either or. But last thing, well, one thing's for certain, we don't have to question it, is going to be that is a Latios, not a Latias.
Right, which I will say incorrectly a lot, but these are just weird comps. Lots of interesting comp decisions right here. I mean, not like they're bad by any means, but it's really interesting to see what exactly they're going for. The Galarian Rapidash is awesome, but it's a little bit more uncommon. They've obviously shown that Bora on this Espeon is awesome, and I mean, is it really going to be metallic on the Latios? That's so interesting. It's very weird. I wonder, there's no chance that this was like a redraft or something, right? Okay, they're switching. Wait, what? Okay, JL on Latios, metallic on like a more brawler Vaporeon. I actually don't know what's going on here with these comps. This is very bizarre to me, but we're in for a treat, I will say, with both these comps.
Yeah, that's really interesting because looking at the history between these teams, JL, their top 3 picks were Blastoise, Hooper, and Slowbro throughout the season. So to see them pivot over to Latios seems like the Pokemon aren't matching here, but maybe they're just cooking up something different. And I'm really very interested to see how this ends up panning out, because yeah, it's a bit unusual, isn't it?
It's extremely unusual. I'm trying to think if there's anything in particular about Latios that would... No, I just don't even understand, if I'm being 100% honest here. I just don't understand what's happening. Okay, yeah, we'll see if this is some sort of secret unique strategy, if we're going to be going to a redraft, or if I don't know. I really just don't know. But regardless, that it's really cool to see some of these picks. the Latios has been a really interesting. Okay, game is paused. I'm gonna guess it's some sort of a redraft. But Latios would be interesting to see. We've seen a lot more Latios recently, right? And that would have made a lot more sense, playing a little bit more as a support. We've seen it being played more as a damage dealer as well. But Latios is pretty strictly a damage dealer, and it's fun to watch. We've seen a lot of teams try it. Unfortunately, it hasn't always worked out in the recent times. But playing it as a support, maybe that would be funny. You know, you play Latios as a support, you play Latios as an attacker.
I wouldn't put it past these players. Honestly, the amount of variety we see, the cooking in terms of, okay, here, we're going to chuck on an experience share on this Pokemon to see if it'll work. You know, they could have been cooking in the back lines for all we know these past couple of weeks. This could be some secret tech, who knows? Or it could be a complete mistake, because we do have that pause. So I guess we'll wait and see whether this was intentional or not for JL.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume there was something weird there. I do wonder if we, like, at what point during this draft something went wrong. Assuming that something went wrong. The Scyther pick potentially, or Scissor pick as a second pick, would be really interesting, especially alongside if we do end up having that Leafeon. There were a few picks that made it seem like some of this was real, and obviously Scyther is an extremely strong Pokemon. I mean, we just literally saw basically like a 2v4 or 2v5 comeback from an Emo in the previous game, where it looked like they were about to lose, but they did manage to make the comeback. So okay, looks like we are going to see only maybe one change or two changes to the draft. So a lot of it looks like it probably will be still good, as we're looking at the average MVP score.
Yes, so we can see 3 members up there tied in the NA region, with the 78 average MVP score being Toon, Vin, and Chris Smith there. Two members from Evil Geniuses. Otherwise, Zealot and Celeste both receiving the 77 MVP score, and Kyrios in that 76. So yes, in terms of the confirmation, I think it's going to be the 4 Pokemon on either side are going to be the same, and then the last pick for each of these teams will be different, as we are going to be getting a redraft. So just to confirm for you folks there.
Yeah, of course we're going to see a lot of pretty high scores here from the 2 teams that are waiting in the in the top 2 spots, I should say. One of them being in the semifinals, one of them being in the grand finals, and one of them having already qualified now for Worlds. Celeste is from Lunex, which is going to be our next match on broadcast, so we are going to get a chance to see why he's been pretty dominant. I would say a lot of these stats pages, we get to see average score as well. Toon, highest average score, which is pretty interesting. I guess playing a lot of pretty mobile Pokemon, also playing I hear a lot of Pokemon in general, but I think Zoinks will give you that stat later.
Yes, I know. I know I was talking about it before the broadcast, looking at all the nitty gritty when it comes to the stats and all these different picks. But I mean, in the end, picks are important. In the end, that's what is a really key component. But also scoring goals. I mean, in the end, it's most points scored gets the win, and looks like Dignitas have that down pat, having multiple members up there, and well, also average knockouts, because look at this, 3 members from Root Dignitas up there in terms of the top average knockouts. Toon once again leading the board with the 6 average knockouts, and Otter and Zealot with the 5, tied with Celeste, Lunia, and Trainer with all.
I feel like there's a good chance there's a few more people with 5 at the end of this this graphic, but Toon standing above the rest. Got a chance to talk to Toon a little bit at ACL. Always fun to talk to be honest. Big fan of a lot of the members of that team in general. But all right, we're going back in. Yeah. It looks like this is the redraft, so we'll see exactly at what point things were different. Okay, so they're actually just going back in. I think they maybe have redrafted into in the blind pick mode. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, as I said, bans are going to be the same. We're just going to have the 1 change on either side. So Smuglax locking in the Mamoswine rather than the Umbreon like we saw in earlier, and it's just up to JL here. So I'm guessing this, well, I mean, they could still lock in this Latios for all we know, but yeah, it's up to, we'll see if they'll pick up something else that seems to be more up their alley in terms of supporter and defender picks that we've seen. throughout the season from them, and it's going to be Vaporeon. This is more looking like JL.
Yeah. I was gonna say the Vaporeon made sense. It was only once we got to the Latios that it was like, what? Like what? What is that?
Switch around,
And then because then they switched with Metallic, and I think that was just them messing around. But yeah, certainly the Vaporeon makes a lot of sense as the pick for JL. When they switched, I was confused, and certainly seeing this Buzzwole from Metallic makes a ton of sense. A classic pick from Metallic that we've been seeing for quite a while. So the rest of the draft, though, the only other difference is the Umbreon being changed out for the Mamoswine here, which we did, of course, get a chance to see Smugglex on the Mamoswine already. So pretty similar, but again, I have to ask: is this going to be a double speedster, right? A double assassin with the Scizor, or sorry, with the Scyther, or will it be a Scizor, and that will kind of be, I don't know, the first one that I've seen all season, I guess.
Well, only time will tell which of those two Pokemon we'll end up seeing out on the field for IX Gaming, who are over on the purple side, Extinction on the orange. But look at that, a really early KO within the first 30-second mark. Hooper ends up getting taken down in the top path.
Wow. Yeah, lots of aggression. I'm surprised too, honestly. I guess it's a path that you could certainly see a KO from. Pretty good amount of damage, of course. Having Metallic up there on the Buzzwole can be pretty scary. Looks like they were able to get the reverse KO though on the support on the other side, and then another KO bottom. What is going on here? These teams are ready to fight.
Yeah, they're really just hacking at each other this time round, especially considering I feel like last round they played quite passively towards the beginning and middle sections of the match there. So I guess just picking up these KOs, try to create some spaces. We do have some birds coming on here, but it looks like we have a numbers advantage in the top path for Extinction with 4 members up here.
Can they push their advantage? They're actually going to be rotating around really fast. I mean, obviously that's a big advantage of having Galarian Rapidash, who's already evolved, is that you can rotate around really fast, really fast. And that's exactly what they're doing. They'll be up in top path for a moment, then they'll go down and get something in the center area, then they'll go back up to top path, then they'll go to the enemy center area, and they're just all over the place. But right now, the one that's going all over the place is this Scyther, who was sent all the way back home. And it's low 5, so it looks like it may be staying a Scyther. JL getting extremely low as well. So we'll see how this kind of double assassin works. Scyther plus Leafeon can be a lot of damage. They're both chasing the same thing too.
Yeah, that's the thing. They can deal a lot of damage, but in terms of their team composition overall, they are quite squishy. Only really having that Mamoswine there. But you know what? I guess damage does the job as Riker is able to go and shred down that Snorlax as Scyther ends up just getting out with minimal HP back to safety towards that tier 2, but unable to stop the dunks from Extinction.
Ooh, a nice Icicle Fang in. That was really well done. Smugglex getting that initiation, and that's a big pick for them at this point in the game. They haven't really found too much mileage yet. Oh, can Breezy escape? And they're actually not going to chase him down. Interesting. They're maybe a little bit afraid that Icicle Fang will just lead to a really big KO. And I mean, I guess if you Icicle Fang into a combination of Scyther and Leafeon, you are just done. You are just not on the map anymore. You are going home.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. It's up to Smugglex to go and get these setups, these isolations. That way they can go allow their speedsters to shred up whoever they end up catching on out. Even if they are only at that Piloswine phase. Otherwise, we do have our first objectives spawning on the map. I mean, you know, I know Regidrago was there, but nobody ended up taking Regidrago. But surely, quickly enough, we do have Regieleki being taken down in the top side by IX, while Extinction are focusing on taking this Reg Ice and dunking in some goals into that tier 1.
Poor Regidrago always being ignored. We are going to see Regi Ice go to the side of Extinction, and pretty tough to deal with defender here. And I don't mean like little defender, I mean actual person defending a goal zone. Moltres is doing a lot of AoE damage, a lot of burn ticks, and of course just being very tanky to sit on there and just hit these wide AoE autos. So they're not even going to continue to try and make that happen. We are going to just back up, and now is when we're starting to see them play a little bit more safe, I think, like they were in the previous game. That early game was pretty goofy, I guess is the only way I can put it. There were some weird little like pseudo invades and some interesting fights and some KOs that maybe shouldn't have happened, but everybody was just kind of I don't know, put on their clown shoes and having fun. Not to say that it was bad plays, it was just like a weird start, right?
I didn't know that we were going and visiting the circus today, then, Chef. Just saying, I put it on their clown shoes. I know there's some clown holoware, or like just a holoware that I know they can go and equip. But one thing that is equipped is this Leafeon with their Unite move. They don't actually end up finding any value from that, though. Not able to pick up any KOs.
Ooh, can they take down this Moltres? No, Moltres is so difficult to take down. Nice Icicle Fang, but not really on a target that matters all that much, and you are getting KO'd in return. Still not a Mamoswine, so it can be a little bit squishier for the moment. Look at how far Moltres moves. It's really, really wild. Okay, big dunk. Nice catch there from the observers, as that's going to even up the score pretty heavily as we're hitting this halfway mark.
Yes, and we do have 15 seconds left until that second Regieleki does end up spawning on in. IX Gaming just circling their pad, trying to keep to safety while they secure whatever wild Pokemon is available. Rapidash diving on in, but quickly dashing away back to safety and really just trying to chip away as much as IX as they can. Big pick onto that Moltres!
Ooh, it finally goes down. They're going to Icicle Fang the Buzzwole as well. Lots of Unites coming out. I mean, that Galarian Rapidash one is going to be a big one. A KO onto the Vaporeon, but it looks like Scyther will get KO'd in return. And we're seeing a lot of more mileage out of the Hoopa Unbound. Oh, Borreach not going to be able to deal with that situation. Was able to delay them just a little bit longer with that Unite, but there's only so much you can do. That will waste the rest of the time on the Hoopa Unbound, so maybe they're going to have a chance to fight back and steal this Regieleki, which they're stealing away the Regieleki. What is happening? What was that?
You literally called it before it happened, pushing the Regieleki over to their side. Regieleki's like, no, I'm going back home. They are going to reset their HP bar, ready for the next brawl. But meanwhile, Extinction, they've decided to send 2 of those members to shred down this Regirock, while IX Gaming, it looks like they're not fully committing to this Regieleki just yet. They want to make sure to soak up whatever wild Pokemon has spawned over to their side, especially these buffs.
You know, when we say you're stealing an objective, we don't mean like literally stealing it, like taking it away physically. But honestly, that's a cool little strategy. You know, if they're getting pretty low and they're going to take that kind of for free, you can just maybe push it all the way back into your side and force reset it off of that and just waste their time. I'm not sure I've ever seen a team do that, but I like the idea. That is going to be Borreach getting just bullied by an entire group of enemies who now, they check the tall grass and Metallic goes down. Double KO for Liko, and now only one person left to defend. I mean, it is going to be the Snorlax, but how well can you defend this gold zone? Oh, perfect overdunk. Perfect 49 overdunk. No, 47. So close.
It was close.
It was close.
It was very, very close. And it's still, you know what, in terms of overdunk numbers, that is actually a pretty decent one. But yes, that is going to draw the line so close between these two teams, as there's only a 2-point difference, with IX Gaming leading at 194. But you know what, after all the resets and the shenanigans that happened up at the top path with Regieleki getting stolen and resetted and all of that, Extinction are going to be the one to go and secure that. With only a little more than 30 seconds left to go until the final stretch. Is it going to crash? It crashes on in.
Ooh, yeah, they could have defended that. There's not a whole lot else that they need to do, but I guess they were just, maybe they're baiting, right? There's a few of them sitting in that tall grass you can see up in that northwest, so they wanted to see if anybody was going to follow it up, and nobody did. So no big ambush is going to happen, but I do like the attempt. You see, they're still sitting one person up there, Scyther. There's now, though, a lead for Extinction, which is pretty big, giving up that lead, right? I mean, obviously you only had a 2-point lead. Maybe you're not even sure that you have the 2-point lead, but we know, of course, with hindsight and observer power, that they did give up the lead. Extinction can play a little bit more defensively here. They don't need to be the ones to make the first move.
But that's the thing, the call came up with it's a close battle. So Extinction, unless they are really good at math on the go, whether they actually are 100% secure, know that they are in the lead or not.
Right, and at this point, who knows if they know or not? But at this point, you're going to have to fight anyway, right? I mean, it's not like you have enough of a lead with only like 12 points or whatever it is. I mean, it's 18 points, but they are going to certainly have to fight, especially with these comps. I mean, this is not a huge back cap comp. This is not a huge score comp. This is not a huge defensive comp. They're just going to walk in. The Unite being used from the Mamoswine tries to get the engage, but they're actually going to back up and resettle, but a huge heavy slam. They are going to pump the power nap as well. Going to launch a couple members, and it's going to be Smuglax going down 5v4 and kind of backing up and resetting.
Oh, but a great heavy slam from Rex there onto Wailord as they dive in once again. Emerald two-step going to go wipe out multiple members, and now IX Gaming have the numbers advantage. But wait a minute, we actually have that Scyther also getting taken on down, as I think we had members trying to retreat. Wait, no, we had the retreat from Liko and returning back with a Phantom Force on the Moltres. That was actually pretty good tech there.
Oh, they stopped the score up top. The 50 dunk did not go in, and they managed to basically one-shot Leafeon. That's huge. And we do see IX Gaming trying to burn down Kyogre. They're getting it very low, but we have Bora Reach here, who was able to steal it away previously. They've got to be careful. I mean, that is such a good secure option. There's not a lot of great secure on this team's in general. It's going to get very low. It's coming down to the side shock a little too early. The heavy slam, it's going to be Galarian Rapidash.
Galarian Rapidash to go and get the secure for Extinction. They already have the point lead here, but they are just going to go and get that safety buffer with another hundo up in that top path. And well, multiple members of IX Gaming are not there, so they're not able to stop that. But yeah, that is going to be second game win over to Extinction. There is only one more game that they need to win in order to continue their run in the playoffs.
Well, and I mean, so close too. I mean, we've had some really close little moments here, but Extinction has just been ahead at the end in like these tiny little situations that mean so much in the final fights. I can't believe that they didn't end up getting the Psyshock secure right there. It was just a little bit early, but the fact that they were able to pick that back up with the Galarian Rapidash is huge. And so these objectives going the way of Extinction have been just gigantic for them. Regardless though, it does seem like this Espeon has been a really big problem for IX Gaming, something they might need to think about in the future. And again, it doesn't seem to me like any of these comps just like didn't work out in general. It really just came down to the final decisions of the game.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it was really close between these two squads. We literally had a 2-point difference at one point, besides Reggie Alecki crashing on through, giving that advantage to Extinction. But yeah, in terms of this fight, IX Gaming, they ended up getting the majority of KOs onto the side of Extinction. And I know we ended up, was it the Leafeon that attempted to dunk up in the top path,
Yes.
gets wiped on out, rather than focusing on shredding down the Kyogre. So I suppose it's a question of, well, should they just focus all of their energy on the Kyogre rather than backcapping there and risking getting knocked out?
It's a tough decision, right? Because literally like 1 second more and Riker would have gotten that Hundo Burger ran. They would have stolen back the lead, and then they wouldn't have had to been the ones to burn down the objective. And if you're not doing that much damage to the objective and the other team has to start doing it, then obviously first A, you're going to have an advantage in that fight, and then B, it might be slow enough that, I mean, we saw them get their final scores in like 3 seconds left on the clock, right? So it might have been enough. It's one of those moments where I don't want to say that it for sure, I would never say that it was the wrong choice, but it unfortunately was not the winning choice, right? In that particular situation. And it was a good attempt, but boy, I mean, the fact that Vorreach was just barely able to get back up into that spot and just land not only the stop, but the KO. It was literally just like a one combo KO. Really unfortunate for IX Gaming, who now have a really big hill to climb, 0-2 right now against Extinction.
Yeah, that's the thing. They need to go and win 3 games in a row if they're the ones that want to continue their run for a world's spot there. But yeah, in the end, we ended up having a Rapidash trader LGC picking up the MVP rating there. But I guess in terms of this fight, in terms of this match, once again, I feel like it was somewhat really heating up towards that beginning. We had some really early KOs, but it somewhat mellowed out.
Yeah.
Towards that middle. Yes, we still ended up seeing, some somewhat big team fights, but even then, I feel like a lot of these objectives don't really get contested as much.
I agree. You can tell that these two teams have they've played each other quite a bit, right? I mean, not just necessarily even as these teams, just these players have played against each other a lot over the past few years, even. So they definitely know each other quite well, and you can tell that they really don't want to like push the push the limits against the other team, because they know they'll be punished for it. I mean, very, very strong teams, very historied players. I mean, the majority of these players in general were at Worlds last year, so you can just kind of see that in their playstyle, right? A lot of other teams, they'll really just go all out against each other, but a lot of backing up, especially once we hit that 5-minute mark, they are just playing very respectfully and just waiting for the full team fight. So a pretty kind of normal standard game that one would expect. Not a lot of huge playstyle differences. Obviously some really great playstyle choices and macro decisions, but I do like the fact that they are playing pretty patiently. However, now that you have to win 3 in a row, IX Gaming may need to change up their style a little bit, maybe play a little bit riskier and just try to win out more confidently for 3 games.
Oh, well, you know what? Yes, game 3 is shortly going to be prepared here. We do have confirmation that IX decided to choose first pick position this time round. So having that purple side, and the map is going to go back to... Well, it's like, well, not go back to, but go to Groudon, because we have that Rayquaza, Kyogre, and then Groudon locked on in automatically. And then it's game 4 and 5 where they do end up getting to select that one. But I have another... Well, I'll hold my fun stat here for the moment, as we have some other stats on the screen in terms of our average assists for the NA region.
Oh yeah, again, the you can see the averages start to kind of even out, especially towards the end of the season. We saw average kills, we saw average KOs, average score, average. Well, I mean, I guess the score was a little bit more varied, but average MVP points. Everything was like within a few points of each other, just because these teams now have just played so much, and you can just kind of see what the averages in a high level game. So we are going to see, if they can break the average here, because IX Gaming, they need to make a statement. I feel, they need to get some sort of big mental boost, or try to kind of break the opponent mentally a little bit with something big here, because they've got a lot to win.
The thing is, what is this something big going to be? Because, well, across these 2 games, now into the 3rd, these bans are going to remain the same. Zapdos, Sirfetch'd, and Zacian banned away by IX once again, and Extinction are going to look away that Psyduck, Machamp, and that Blissey. But, could this be the play here? I did mention in terms of Snorlax, this was one of the most successful Pokemon picks that both of these teams ended up finding throughout the season. So Smuglax taking that away from Extinction, this could potentially be the play here. We'll have to wait and see.
Also just feels like if your name is Smuglax, you gotta at least try the Snorlax once, right? But the question is, does Extinction go with Moltres, right? Obviously Moltres is a lot newer as far as Pokemon that people are picking right now, and it looks like they might not. The Umbreon pick not being banned is really interesting in this set, and as it has been, so I do like that as kind of a counter to the Snorlax, who's going to be getting a lot of shields. But this does give an opportunity for Moltres back to IX Gaming, and honestly, I think, well, I mean, I was gonna say maybe you pick it now, but if they're already showing that they're not willing to pick it early, maybe you don't need to take it yet. And we are gonna go back once again to this site there. I guess they were really an enjoyer of that. And okay, stealing away this evolution from who was playing it before? Oh, it was Trainer.
Yeah, that was in game 1, so we didn't even see it in that game 2. But taking that pick for themselves, I guess, just looking for more of an early game presence here for IX Gaming. But we have Rapidash and Espeon being locked on in, and I feel like Bora Reach has played and showcased an incredible Espeon across these 2 games that they play. We have Clefable being locked on in. It has the 8% encounter rate, but this is one of the Pokemon that ended up being affected by the most recent patch that we had. I believe it was buffs to Moonlight and another move. I can't remember what the other move was.
I think it was Healing Pulse, whatever it heals with before it gets its true moves.
Oh yes, it was.
Yeah, and then there's like a little bit more healing and on its Unite. Yeah, so I mean, not like it didn't already do enough healing, but I mean, more healing is always welcome. And now the other thing we gotta talk about is Metallic did choose this Moltres as a final pick, and Metallic Moltres to me sounds like a very scary threat. This entire comp is very scary. We are going to see another 3 evolution team versus a 1 evolution team. For some reason, that just seems to be the story today. But I mean, what a weird, interesting comp in general from the side of Extinction. Does look quite scary to me, though.
I think IX Gaming, knowing how much is on the line in terms of this is their last chance to stop Extinction in their tracks, because if they do end up getting this win, well, IX Gaming, they are out of the competition. So it seems like they're more relying on these comfort picks this time round. So yes, they did end up giving up that Moltres, but I suppose Moltres is one of those newest Pokemon, only being released available to play this week. So maybe, I guess, not having as much experience with that, they just want to go back to what they know and hopefully have more success with that.
Yeah, I like that strategy a lot. I mean, I will say the Moltres didn't look bad by any means, but I mean, I guess it was now our first loss for it, I think, on broadcast. And yeah, again, giving it up to Metallic seems like quite a scary choice to me, but match point for Extinction up 2-0. IX Gaming needs to make the comeback. We'll see if they can win 3 games in a row, but they're going to have to start with this one because we're going to get into game number 3.
Yeah, they are currently at the bottom of that mountain, and they have a very steep way to climb up there, but heading that Ponyta into that central area. No invades this time round, as we have JL trying to put the pressure onto Breezy. Meanwhile, this Clef is going to end up getting some little stacks for their special attacks.
Well, and now it's gone. But if you're not in sync for stacks, you're not playing Pokemon Unite. That's what I always say, and I will try to say it every single broadcast because it's still true. Not a big deal to...
We need a counter on that one.
Oh, it's going to be infinite. I mean, the amount that we've seen over the years, maybe a little bit less recently, but it used to be all in for stacks all the time. Now, this top path is pretty scary, honestly. It's going to be very, very difficult to push any sort of advantage against Extinction side. I mean, this Vaporeon plus the Moltres is a very hard to take down duo, and you can see they're actually just playing pretty far forward. They are going to be chasing down, trying to get the KO, but not going to be able to quite find it. Regardless, the damage that you're going to be able to do on them is going to be pretty insignificant, especially when you have a pretty non-aggressive support here with the Clefable. You're probably going to be playing pretty passive paths.
Yeah, especially when you don't even have that Scyther fully online yet. It's only at that level 4 mark, so definitely needs to get some more experience over to their side. But Extinction are looking to starve IX Gaming by Rapidash taking away that blue buff and leaping over the wall to freedom, away with their prize.
I love seeing strong Galarian Rapidash players just like move around the map, right? They just, I mean, they zoom. It's a fast Pokemon, even if you're not that great at playing it. But when you see somebody who really knows how to get past everything and knows the exact pathing for everything, I mean, it is just, it's buttery. But we're going to see a little bit of a fight for this Regidrago, and it's actually taken by the side of IX Gaming. They had the numbers disadvantage there, but they did manage to seal it away. I think that was Water Gun, which is quite a strong, secure move, even before you do manage to get another option. So I'm not sure exactly what that was, but nice to see at least that objective being focused on, because it gets left alone a lot.
I feel like Water Gun on Sobble or Drizzle there is such a great secure tool earlier on, especially when you have those stacks. Otherwise, up in the top path, we have a 5-person push from IX Gaming up against 3. While they do have the numbers advantage, they're just going to get some heals and not over push their presence on that T1, instead backing away for this first objective to spawn.
I almost wonder if they should continue to push. I mean, that's their comp, right? They are really trying to just push together as one group, get all the healing off the Clefable, but they're getting split up right now. Regirock helping them split up, but they are going to get the secure at least with the Scyther, who's a little bit too far away to get any more of that healing. So unfortunately, they will go down in exchange, and for reach damage. Oh, what a huge Unite! Amazing! Catching every single member still up from the team of IX Gaming, and they are almost all going down. And the other thing going down is this goal zone, almost certainly. We'll see if they break it with a pretty small overdunk, extremely small, but they just want to push their advantage after winning such an incredible fight.
Yeah, it's those amazing plays that just pave the way to go and really put the avalanche onto IX Gaming. 5-person catch out with that Espeon Unite is massive, but now Extinction able to go and continue starving IX Gaming by soaking all of this experience up for themselves.
Yeah, they are not giving them a drop. Oh, well, we're going to go for a little bit of a pause. But at the moment, I mean, we can say that Extinction is pretty significantly in the lead. I mean, there's really not that much that can be said about really the chances of IX. They've got to find something. Luckily, though, the one thing I will say, despite the fact that they are losing in kind of every situation at the moment, is that their comp is really built around committing to one big team fight, right? That is really usually what you want when you're playing Clefable, is you want everybody to gather around you and just run together as one big group and just be undefeatable, unkillable, and just be too tough to deal with. But when they played that last fight, the big fight up top, I would say that they were maybe playing a little bit more hesitantly, and the Clefable wasn't exactly staying with the entire big group. And maybe it was just that they really wanted to try to secure and then get out, which they did manage to secure. The problem was they just didn't get out with that amazing Bora reach Unite move. So maybe once they actually finally feel like they're fully committing to a fight, it was a lot of alliteration, we're going to see a different side of their team comp.
I think, yeah, that's the thing. In terms of the game that they have to play, sticking together, I guess somewhat in terms of Extinction's composition, really counts as that, as we saw demonstrated. Espeon Unite move, but also having a dazzling gleam from a Rapidash. If you're all bunched up together, you're all going to get hit by this dazzling gleam. So, yes, that's the plays you need to make. And we're actually going to go in with a replay of that last play from Extinction there. Smuglax, yes, diving on in as IX Gaming just trying to get some protection from this goal. And yeah, wow. That Espeon Unite move. Okay, so I stand corrected. It was actually 4 members because Scyther wasn't amongst the mix just then. But still,
yeah.
Catching 4 members in that Unite move is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it was everybody that was there, right? I mean, Scyther was already gone, so they couldn't be the 5th, unfortunately. But yeah, I've talked about it before, and of course, for people who maybe have only been watching more this season or even last season, there was a while where Espeon was the absolute meta, and it was in every single game. It was just so hard to deal with. Now then, of course, we got all of our bans and stuff, and things changed. But okay, we are going to jump right back into a fight. It looks like for Regieleki, as Extinction's going to be really low. Pretty much everybody on their side. We are going to see the Umbreon Unite pop to get a little bit more shielding. I'm not sure if anybody. Yeah, okay, yeah. So we're just going to back up. A little bit of an awkward fight. Couldn't really see how it started, but everybody really low on both sides. So just a reset.
Yeah, in the end, Extinction are the ones that ended up securing this Regieleki, but they do have Whale Lord and Liko to go and shred that up. So Extinction not actually looking to push that advantage. Instead, once again, just soaking up whatever experiences come their way.
They've got to, oh my gosh, I mean, there has to be so much found from the side of IX Gaming, just in general. Their levels are, I mean, you could potentially make that back for sure still. The big problem right now is score, where they just don't seem like they're a comp that is really scoring a lot, and they may need to just like full commit to crashing into some goal zone, right? I mean, both tier 1s are still up, obviously only 6 points in, so maybe you just have to full commit, especially, you know, you see it maybe an entire team at an objective and you just decide to push the opposite goal zone, which is exactly maybe what's happening right here. But they do need to just fully commit to this, and they are going to be taking the Reg Ice up top to give buff to everybody else, but lots of points in this goal zone, and that's nice. That's going to be pretty close to evening them up. A huge overdunk as well, 39 points. Love to see it. That's a really nice, well, I was going to say a really nice way to even things up, but they're actually losing the score lead now with a tier 2 goal zone broken on top.
I mean, I guess that's the thing. Yes, you do end up getting that advantage down in that bottom path, winning that defense attempt from Extinction, but I guess losing out on a Reg Ice, but also a tier 2 pad. Yeah, 135 points on the board. They're still behind. I mean, yes, it's worth it in the end, but still, I feel like they ended up getting less than they bargained for. I don't know if that's the same. That's incorrect.
No, I think it makes sense, right? Sometimes you get more than you bargain for, and then sometimes you get less than you bargain for, which is
doesn't work.
Yeah. It's like shrinkflation, right? It's just it happens a lot now in the current day. But we are going to be pushing pretty aggressively towards this bottom tier 1. 3 minutes and 42 seconds left, so a lot of Unites probably going to be popped very soon. In fact, right now is the answer, as we do see the power nap, and that is going to make sure that everybody runs away on the side of Extinction. They are going to lose as well. LJL. So 4 people up. I mean, they want to take this Regieleki, but I don't know. You only have 4 people. It's a little bit scary. Unite being popped by the Inteleon as well, and you can see just so much damage to everybody here. Can you heal back up? I mean, Whaler just barely alive, and they should be able to heal the rest of the team as, I mean, Extinction just melts. You can see how having the team all together underneath that Moonlight feeling can just mean so much.
Wow, wow, wow. That was incredible from IX Gaming to be able to knock out multiple members of Extinction, gain a bunch of experience, but also take that Regieleki, which is now going to keep Mora Reach on that Espeon preoccupied, while IX Gaming are able to go back and get whatever wild Pokemon experience is available on their side. We now have that level 13 Scyther online, the highest level on the map so far. So, I mean, now they've hit level 14, so this could be potentially the comeback that IX needed. It's just a matter of whether they can continue this momentum, because Registeel's getting shredded on down up here.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, that's a really nice take. We're seeing so many secures from Galarian Rapidash today. That's going to be a really nice little buff for Extinction, and by little, I mean, not really all that little. They really do need that. They don't even have anybody at 13. They need to maybe, okay, finally we're going to see at least a trainer hit level 13, but I mean, they would love to see somebody else up at that limit. It's pretty wild, actually, that we get a chance to see the 14 Scyther. A huge jump compared to the rest of the game in general. We are going to see some more level 12s, but I mean, this is going to be tough. They got to deal with the Scyther. If they can do that, if they can solo target it out, then I think this is Extinction's game, but easier said than done.
Yes, we do have Groudon being poked out by Breezy here. Going to go back for some healing from Clefable, even though it isn't needed. Liko sticking towards the wall is going to lock down a liquidation, but it isn't really going to chip away a lot of damage as Umbreon's able to tank that and get some healing back from that Vaporeon. IX Gaming's tournament lives are on the line here. If they are to make these plays and remain in the competition, here we go.
Oh, and Scyther takes it. They burn it down so incredibly fast. Another nice KO coming out from Glaceon, and that's going to be only 3 members now. I'm sorry, only 4 members up for the side of Extinction. They are going to be hunting down a few more. Bore Reach extremely low, Rex extremely low. They are going to take down Bore. That's huge, a huge defensive Pokemon. Same thing now with this Umbreon, a big score in the center goal zone, but it's only going to be, I think, what, 52? So yeah, only 52. Not going to be enough to deal with this huge score lead that they're about to get. Now, we are less than 100 points away, and we are starting to get some respawns. 2 members still down. 5v3 as they're going through, trying to get some more points and pushing this bottom tier 2.
The thing is, this is risky. Groudon buffs can be transferred if any of them end up getting knocked on out. But another Hundo Dunk from that Snorlax just to go and provide their buffer. A great block to go and get that isolation onto that Moltres means they're able to go and wipe out the front line of Extinction with Vaporeon and Umbreon getting taken on down. And now that they know they have the numbers advantage, they're going to continue taking that step up the mountain by getting some more dunks in. And IX Gaming, 10 seconds remaining, they remain in the competition with their first game win.
All right, we're talking about, an underdog story here to see if they can make it up. This is a great start. I mean, this was a really smart decision during the end of this game. Also, man, I know it's going to break it was about to be a 3-set streak of 3-0s, but nope. IX Gaming not letting that happen. The choice that they made on when they decided to burn down the objective was huge. I mean, that would have been really easy to mess up, but the fact that they were so confident in actually making that decision and then following up on it, the moment that they saw that anybody was too far out of range to try and challenge it, I think was so incredibly smart. And especially when you're in a situation where your entire season life is potentially on the line, to be able to make that call and kind of have that mental fortitude is very impressive. And certainly that'll only fuel their their power right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a boost to their morale in terms of, oh, hey, look, we can actually do this. They can win these team fights. They can continue that momentum. And I think it's just having that confidence in themselves. And I feel like, yes, going into this second half, IX Gaming, it just seems like they ended up flipping that switch, winning multiple of these team fights, being able to gain that experience back during that, and then just continue that momentum to victory.
And our MVP will be Riker on this Glaceon, doing a ton of damage, 7 knockouts altogether, 7, 2, and 8. So a lot of assists as well. I mean, you can actually see the power of this comp, right? Where everybody has a lot of assists on the side of IX Gaming because everybody was fighting together as a team, as a group, all just grouped up. And really, it does tend to work really well if you can kind of get that first pick, right? You get the first KO in a fight on a nice target, and then all of a sudden they just can't deal with your numbers that are just all so close together. So really nice way to make a comeback. And once again, we're seeing Moltres lose on broadcasts. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, no longer that 100% win rate there. And I think this was actually a really great pivot from IX Gaming. Lico, I know they ended up playing it in the first 2 games, and it's not that, you know, they didn't play a bad Moltres. They played a good Moltres, but I feel like in terms of the Pokemon that they know they're comfortable and confident with, it's definitely this Inteleon. This was their most played Pokemon throughout the season. So I think this was a great pickup for IX Gaming. It's just a whether they want to stick with this, whether it ends up getting banned on out, or whether Extinction decide to take it away. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, this is definitely the start of some momentum. So we'll see how the adaptations go. And yeah, the Moltres thing is really interesting, right? Where I feel like when we watched, especially when we watched Volticons play Moltres, they were so comfortable. You could just tell they had practiced a lot of Moltres. They knew exactly what they wanted to do with it and how to do it, and it was just looking incredible, right? And it's not that these teams aren't looking good with Moltres, but they're looking like Moltres is kind of like another pick, you know, just like any of their other picks, and it's doing what it's supposed to do, right? But it's not doing like the what we saw from the previous regions where it's like, oh, this is a 120,000 damage game where you also have the highest healing in the game and the highest damage taken in the game, and you also got 4 KOs in the first path. You know, it's just like, it just feels like kind of just normal. And I'm not sure whether or not that's just a lack of experience playing it in a competitive setting because it is new this week, or if it's that the other teams just have like better answers to it, or what. There could be a million different things, but all I know is it's not doing quite as well, and it's not deciding the game like we saw in some other regions.
I think that's a really good point. It's not one of those Pokemon that it's a be-all, end-all somewhat kind of thing. It's, oh, okay, the team has secured Moltres, it's all over, we cannot go and fight back and contest that. It's definitely defeatable, which we have seen demonstrated during this set so far. But in terms of Riker in this heat map, mainly prioritizing up of that top path overall, but even then, I feel like they are definitely scattered all about the map, or looking at that, focusing on those objectives down in that bottom path as well.
Yeah, I love the heat map. I'll always say that I love the heat map, but when it's just kind of the entire like up and down path or in the center, you know that things have gone quite well, probably because it just means that they got to rotate exactly to where they wanted to go all the time. They didn't get stuck and have to farm a lot. So good stuff. And again, this is the start of potentially some momentum. I do think that maybe we're going to see a pretty big switch from Extinction as far as their draft strategy goes. I don't think IX is going to switch all that heavily. Now, of course, I could be wrong and things could change based on what happens in the middle of the draft, but I think going in, at least, IX, what they've kind of chosen, not only within this draft but also the previous draft, it feels like it's something that they really want to go to and they feel comfortable playing, and it just didn't work for them 2 games ago, unfortunately. It was just like, of course, these have been very, very close matches anyway, but I think Extinction trying to flex over and take advantage of some of the picks that have been kind of unbanned, including that Moltres, it might not be exactly what they want to go for. They might just go more comfort picks themselves.
Well, the first step when it comes to draft, especially as we head on into our 4th game here, is going to be the map selection, because now that we've rotated through the 3, we do get to choose whichever map, which IX Gaming have opted for Groudon map because Extinction decided to go with the side that they wanted to go, and they have first pick position. So they are now on that purple side. And I did say I had a bit of a fun stat fact earlier on, which we put it hidden, and now this is actually a good opportunity for me to bring it up, because in terms of the season record, Extinction have actually found more success on the purple side with 15 victories to 9 losses, whereas they had 3 victories and 7 losses on orange. Whereas IX Gaming they were found more balanced success in terms of it didn't really matter what side they were on, because they had 8 wins and 7 losses on purple side and 7 wins and 7 losses on orange. So I feel like first pick position for Extinction, this is where their comfort is, and it's just a matter of whether IX Gaming, they can go and decide which ones they want to prevent first pick happening, because we have 3 supporters being banned on out by Extinction. Well, what are they going to go lock in first?
Well, I mean, Hoopa's available. You maybe could consider Hoopa first pick. I don't know. That's maybe a little bit wild of a thought, but I mean, you leave only a few options up. Oh, okay, they are going to go for the Zacian. They do want to try to control that top path, but that does give IX Gaming some pretty good options. We haven't seen Zacian versus Moltres on the top path yet, so that could be an interesting choice. Wait, no, maybe we did see it. Maybe he did, and it did really well, maybe? Actually, I don't remember. The games are definitely blurring together for me, but it looks like maybe this...
Zacian's been banned.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I meant in a previous set earlier today.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Zacian's been banned for good reason.
Yeah, this set, no, we have not seen it.
Right.
I don't know whether you maybe dreamt about that last night. I can't see into your dreams. I'm sorry.
I didn't get enough sleep last night to dream. Let me tell you that much. But no, this double evolution kind of combo has been popping up a lot so far over the course of today. And ooh, our first Crustle, I think, at least the first Crustle for our matches. I don't think we saw it in the other ones as well as this Miraidon, who, I mean, B Miraidon was looking so good in the Latam region.
Yeah, it really was, and I feel like this is a great counter in terms of the reach that it has, especially up against this Inteleon. Yeah, that's the intention there. I didn't want to be cheesy and say it.
I wanted to be cheesy.
I didn't want to make a silly joke, but I guess you went and did it anyway. But I think Miraidon is a great pick here. But we actually have Trainer locking in this Pormot paired up with this Eldegoss. So be interesting to see what we have IX Gaming round off with. And it's going to be another attacker being Cinderace. What do you think about Cinderace?
I am a big fan of Cinderace.
Right now.
I love Cinderace. I'm sorry, I played a lot of Cinderace, and you know, I did just get a chance to cast the Electrode Volleyball World Tour, and Cinderace is supposedly the best Pokemon in that mode. That's what the meta teams are playing. So, you know, I'm a little bit of an Electrode Volleyball stan here. But no, actually, I'm quite a big fan of how Cinderace is right now. A lot of teams have been using it to really strong effect. It's not going to be there all the time and always useful, but the big question to me is choosing it alongside Inteleon. It seems like a pretty risky situation. You are a very squishy comp.
I think it's not only that. I feel like Cinderace is also very experience hungry. It really needs to get those later levels in order to go get that attack speed boost online, because, well, earlier on, you know, those basic attacks, they're not as fast. So that's the thing. It's just feeding a lot of experience over to Raikar there. So whether we're going to actually end up seeing them in that central area, we'll have to wait and see. But even then, I don't know, going up into a Pormot and Eldegoss combination there, I feel like we've seen Trainer play some pretty incredible Pormot games this season.
Oh yeah. I mean, Pormot has been a real interesting addition in general to the meta, right? It was kind of pretty weak for a while, and some people were trying it. It was doing kind of okay sometimes, but specifically right now, it has been in a lot of games, and it's got to find its targets. It's not going to have a bunch of really hard support this time around, so we'll see how well they can make it work. As once again, we're still match point for Extinction, but IX Gaming, with a win under their belt, has to carry the momentum in game number 4.
Yeah, they are 1/3 up the mountain there. There's still 2/3 to go and climb, but a very early KO onto that Scyther, sending them back to the Pokemon Center, is really going to put Wailord in a bit of a pickle against this Gossifleur and Zacian.
Yeah, this is a tough path to go against. Very aggressive, lots of damage, and they're going to outrange you when you're this poor little Eevee. We are going to have Riker come up top to help, but not going to be an aggressive center area Pokemon to really help. You know, they're just really kind of trying to help and farm some experience. So we will see how that goes. I wonder if we are going to see a shift, by the way. Obviously, like Scyther being only level 3 right now, they could try to take maybe the second wave of the center area XP. But right now, of course, we're focused on the birds.
Oh, but look at this. We actually have a 4v3 up at the top path. A great rock tomb to go and get that isolation onto that Scyther, meaning Extinction able to soak up all of the birds for themselves and really shut down this Eevee that really needs to evolve along with this Raboot. And once again, getting caught on out. These rock tombs are incredible.
I mean, it's Rex on the Crustle. We've seen it before. One of the scarier Crustle users to me. And yes, these have been amazing rock tombs. I mean, one rock tomb, especially early in the game when you don't have a lot of your mobility yet, can be kind of a GG. You know, you're getting sent back to base early. And I like this aggression too. Extinction, they want to try to shut down this momentum, right? An early lead is going to at least, you know, kind of put the ball back in your court. And they do manage to take a little bit out of the center area. They're going to rotate back, but they've already got points. They've already got KOs. They've already got some stolen experience. They're going to get this center Regidrago. So everything really going in Extinction's favor. They just got to keep it up.
Yeah, so far so good in terms of Extinction. IX Gaming, I mean, they didn't even send that Raboot back into the central area to go and contest any of those buffs. Instead, pivoting down towards that bottom path, but that does mean they are still stuck at that level 6, and well, they're not even at that halfway mark, close to level 7.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. We are gonna, I mean, potentially play a little bit more passive for a little bit, just because you kind of have to. But the problem, I mean, at least you can see there's a lot of I don't really know what to call it, but the kind of like makeup experience on the Raboot right now, where it's like if they manage to get like 1 or 2 more final hits, they might be able to get that level 7 points. But this has just been so well controlled by Extinction. They're doing a really good job of playing this comp, especially again using Rex to do exactly that with the Rock Doom and make sure that they are just in complete control physically of this path.
Yeah, we do have that Reg Ice spawning up in that top path, as it is going to be a 3v3, a great muddy water to get a stun onto 3 members, but also give them vision into that tall grass. But we do have Inteleon coming to join the party as they do lock in this liquidation onto Rex. Isn't wiped out just yet as they set up another rock tomb to try and get an isolation, but Trainer actually ends up getting knocked on out amongst the mix, and now this is IX Gaming's time to try and gather some experience from this Reg Ice. If they can get the secure, yes they do.
Ooh, very nice. I mean, this is what they needed to start fighting their way back into this. And I mean, Riker gonna get a ton of experience from that now up there at level 8. And that's one of the problems with Palmot, is that it can be a little bit squishy and a little bit committal, right? A lot of times, if Palmot is your highest level Pokemon, you almost, I mean, it's not that you don't want that, but it's like a little bit scary because if they jump in, they have to physically jump in, make themselves vulnerable. And if they get solo targeted, they do not really have, especially without like a hard support, they don't really have the ability to stay up in these longer fights. And so one big pick can give a ton of experience the other way. 2 objectives in a row too for IX Gaming, by the way. So I mean, they are fighting their way back into this really well.
Oh yeah, there are level 9s across the board except for that Vaporeon. Meanwhile, Extinction, yes, they do have that level 10 Palmot, but the thing is Crustle and Eldegoss are still at that level 7, so a bit more dispersed levels across the board for that side. Otherwise, we do have a search for some wild Pokemon in the central area, but it looks like they've already been taken away.
Ooh, Willow trying to get out and probably should be able to here. There's not that much offense. Yeah, now that Vaporeon's a little bit higher level, they're going to be very, very hard to take down. And this is, like I said, probably a little bit more passive of a game, but the more passive that this gets for the next, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes, the better I think it is for IX, because they really want to just get levels. They want to kind of free farm. They want to scale higher, because I mean, once we get to this late game, the concept of having both the Inteleon and the Cinderace on the same team is just so much damage. I mean, that is ridiculous. As long as they can be protected, I mean, Scyther as well is going to be huge damage, so it's just going to be a very high damage team. They've got to be careful really as well for the rip and flip, because the amount of just auto attack damage that IX Gaming has is wild.
Yeah, that is actually a really good point, and I suppose that's why they have been able to successfully secure 2 objectives so far. Otherwise, a Whale Lord does end up getting caught on out. They are going to dive underwater, but it isn't enough to go and escape that KO from Bora Reach. Another Reg Ice has spawned on the map, as we have Crustle doing a great job of zoning on out the team, as we have an attempt. Blazing Bicycle Kick a little too early from Riker to get the secure on the objective.
Yeah, now they're going to have to defend this goal zone. I mean, the Blaze Kick does come out. They're going to get a lot of damage, but they're just getting dove by Trainer, and it's going to be Cinderace and the Vaporeon going down as Trainer just walking into that back line. Not a good situation for IX Gaming, all getting very, very low, and honestly, if Liko doesn't get out of there, they're probably going to be the next one to get jumped on. An attempt to defend here from Smuglax, just try to play them a little bit longer as Waylon gets back. They are going to lose Umbreon, unfortunately, and they will be able to prevent most of this score, actually. A really nice little delay was all that they needed. Again, when you have that much ranged damage, it is going to be hard to push an advantage like that, and that could have been a gold zone gone. That could have been a huge lead taken, but we are pretty low score, I would say, going to the 3-minute 30 mark. Still a chance for somebody to break some goal zone, but 72-47, not that many points.
You know what? I think it's not only this range damage that IX bring to the table, it's Wailord on this Vaporeon. These muddy waters are actually proving to be quite viable for the team in getting multiple stuns, but also just creating some space. Once again, another shred onto this Regieleki that the Cinderace is focusing on, and it looks like Scyther is able to go and seal the deal. Another objective for IX Gaming.
They are in pretty full control of these objectives. I mean, I think it's what, every single one except for one going their way. We'll see if this Regidrago goes their way as well. Not as important, but no, this is going to Trainer. But again, of course, this Regidrago is not going to be hugely important. They are going to have to split up and maybe deal with this Regieleki, as it's only going into the tier 1, but an interesting brawl up top, and Trainer picking up a double, I think. No, they're going to go one apiece, but it doesn't matter. I mean, 2 members of IX Gaming going down. They've got to be careful. But again, it's going to be hard to push down this gold zone. Jumping in the back onto Riker. Riker getting so low, manages to escape.
Yeah, they do manage to escape. Wailord trying to buy some time with another muddy water, but they're not able to go and prevent this break from extinction. They are now in the lead at 151 to 93 points. 10 seconds left to go until the final objective spawns on in, and now they have that HP regeneration buff from Reg Ice to go and assist them.
Ooh, and they're spawning. I mean, this could be a quick burn. They're actually just going to initiate immediately. Metallic taking a lot of damage off the bat. A huge Rock Tomb, but no real follow-up from Extinction. They just want to back up and heal and make sure that they get the initiation that they want, and I think a lot of that is going to be off of Trainer LGC. We can see up there up top, if they can jump into that back line, take down one of these 2 hard carries, whether it be the Inteleon or the Cinderace, that could be game over pretty quickly. And not only that, I mean, potentially season over, certainly tournament run over for IX Gaming. They've got a huge chance here. The longer that they wait, though, I think the closer that we get to ending up having to kind of go for the rip and flip. So I do hope that somebody finds some sort of initiation. Right now, Trainer LGC a little bit far away from the rest of the pack, so they might be able to do something big here as IX Gaming.
Oh my gosh, the shred from that Miraidon. IX Gaming, yes, they have that range damage, but having this Thunder to go and chase down these members along with this Rock Tomb as well, we can already see a KO being taken onto that Cinderace, and this is Extinction's time to make a move as we have Scyther pushed up against the wall.
Oh no, 2 members down, 2 big damage members down, and now the support as well. It's gotta have to be this Scyther. I mean, they are actually hiding down here in this bottom left tall grass. I think they might have just found them, and if they can find them, although that's huge that they know where they are. Groudon getting extremely low. They know that they're not close enough. A huge steal would be big here, but no, they can't. It's going to be Zacian. Metallic taking the final hit on this Groudon. Every single member up, but the respawns are starting to come in. 30 seconds left, so we need to return push immediately on the side of IX Gaming to even make it to the other side of the map right now. But unfortunately, that Scyther went down so late. I don't know if they're going to have a chance. Multiple members falling. That's their Inteleon going down once again, and at this point it's looking impossible as Extinction is going to close out this set 3-1 against IX Gaming.
Oh wow, just that poke damage and also the bush checking from Extinction really worked in their favor against IX Gaming. They found that pick towards that bottom path, took out one of the risks being that Cinderace, and after that, IX Gaming just ended up collapsing like dominoes. But congratulations to Extinction for that match victory at the end there, 375 to 93. So that does mean it is the end of IX Gaming for this tournament run.
That's a bummer to see, but I mean, with all things considered, I think the last chance qualifier is looking quite strong for them. They, I was actually talking to them before this, and they said that, if they were going to lose, they wanted to put on a good show. And I said, there's no doubt about that. One way or another, certainly IX Gaming is going to put on a good show, and that is what they did. So some close matches that really went down to a lot of final fights, but Extinction, they really have found their clutch right now. They are just finding their spots in the perfect moments. They're not crumbling under any sort of pressure. They know exactly when to initiate in all these final fights. Their timing has been perfect with scoring, and LGC Trainer LGC, going to be our MVP on this Palmot. I was curious how it was going to work out solo, and I would say pretty well.
Yeah, definitely pretty well there, considering they ended up picking up 8 knockouts, 2 feints, and 7 assists, being able to dish out 57k damage dealt and taking 46. So definitely receiving those pollen puffs from that Eldegoss to try and sustain those fights. But yeah, in the end, there was some momentum from IX Gaming despite the rocky beginning. After being able to secure multiple objectives during that middle section, but in the end it comes down to that final objective that is the most important of all, that they just were not able to get their hands on.
Yeah, there was just too much aggression from the side of Extinction for IX to deal with it. I think they have this extremely strong backline, and they've got some pretty strong defense to try and stop people from diving them, but they were caught out in a spot that there really was nowhere to back up to, right in the middle of that, I guess the kind of the southeast section in that tall grass of the objective pit. And we saw, of course, first Trainer LGC was kind of threatening coming in from the top path, and they were all like looking up there, and they're like, okay, well, let's not get flanked easily here. But then Metallic actually just jumped across a wall right into their back line, who was trying to hide in some of that tall grass, and was able to take down immediately. It was one of the 2 big ones, and then they lost so much damage. Scyther attempted to go back in, but like you said, get pushed against the wall. So just so much space control. They were quite literally sandwiched from all sides from all of the things that Extinction were doing. So really good stuff to them, to Extinction, for being able to clutch out that last fight so incredibly well. It was definitely not a guaranteed win at all. The amount of damage that was potentially there on the side of IX Gaming was ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, 100%. But in the end, I think in terms of this Maridon pick from Bora Reach, I mean, Espeon was so valuable to them in those previous games, but I think Maridon going into this team composition really shined in that final fight, just being able to lay out those thunders to go and, chase down whoever it ends up locking onto, being able to bush check with that, but also having that charge beam to do the same whenever they did find the pick. And even then, Rex, some great rock tombs throughout this match as well to go and get those setups, and that just really allowed the rest of those damage dealers to shine and shred them on down.
Yeah, I mean, those rock tombs were MVP play for me, for sure. I would definitely put Rex up in that MVP position, just as far as, especially early game, it was just able to secure so many early KOs, which led to them being able to be more and more aggressive throughout the game. And something like Palmot really gets a chance to pop off if it's slightly above level compared to the people that it's fighting. If you're a little bit below level, it's so hard to get anything done, and that's just kind of true for a lot of, I think, the brawler type Pokemon in this game. So it was just a really nice way for the team to enable other members of the team, and working together is clearly right now a really strong point for Extinction. It's great to see them kind of playing at the level that we all knew that they should have been playing the entire season. And unfortunately it happens, I mean, this is a new format, a lot of player shifts as far as teams and roles and stuff for not just Extinction, but every single team, lots of different teams. So it took them a while to find their footing, but now the fact that they're pretty low seed and they've just found their footing means it's a very scary situation for every other team in NA, I think.
Yes, I think that is a really good point, right? But the thing is, in the end, they ended up making that run. They got where they needed to be. It's just a matter of, okay, we found our footing now. Can they continue this run up the ladder? They've already won their first set. They still have another set to go today, being Lunex Gaming. yeah, it's just a matter of whether they continue this momentum there. But even then, you know, looking at this heat map, I know Trainer ended up going into that central area, but really just focusing up in that top path on this heat map. So going back and doing their objectives, but really putting the pressure up here, I guess, considering that's where those... It was the buff reggies that were up the top path, right?
I think so.
Oh, it's escaping me now.
But I mean, the interesting thing here is that it's the heat map shows Trainer LGC on the opposite side of the top path, right? So it's not really on their own side defending. It was a lot of being aggressive, right? I mean, I think the left side is there.
Yeah, you could see them.
Yeah, because the center area that they're in a lot is the left side, which is theirs, and then they're just constantly attacking, constantly putting pressure, getting those stacks in. You can see, of course, with the attack weight. So that's probably a good place to have your heat map show that you were, and pretty high average XP per minute as well. I like to think that like 1600 is a pretty good average for like a kind of a hard carry, so maybe a little bit lower than that, but as a Pokemon that doesn't really tend to farm quite as much and is in a lot more of the fights, that's actually looking pretty good, especially when you have the COAF or whatever we are calling it, the K plus A cough, the cough, yeah, the 7.5 cough.
A KFA? Yes. I think there's a lot of different names that all of us have been using. I know Soph likes the KFA, whereas Doob likes to call it the cough. You can come up with your own name if you wish.
I choose not to, because already we have too many names and somebody's getting mad at me for using the wrong one. But we get a chance to see the bracket now, and of course IX Gaming has gone home. I want to give them one more shout out because they've been an awesome team to watch the entire time. We quite like every person even on that team, you know. I mean, we got a chance to interview I think every single person on that team over the course of the season, and every single one is a fun interview. So it is unfortunate to see them going out here, but again, I mean, hey, you're in the top 5 of the biggest regional event that you could possibly be in here. They're going to earn a lot of money, and it's not over for them yet with the last chance qualifier, and theoretically, I mean, NAIC available for more for these teams that we're seeing in this bracket than any of the others.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's the thing. I feel like in terms of whoever we've talked to from any of these regions, it's been so fun to watch. So they're going to continue on through, but after all of that, IX Gaming, they don't walk away empty-handed for coming in that 5th place position, locking the team down with 12,000 buckaroonies there, and with... IX Gaming and Extinction coming, well, so far in that continuing on to the next spot, they have at least guaranteed themselves a minimum of 18,000.
Pretty good amount of money. Every single set here is now worth, at least, well, I mean, that one was worth $6,000. The next one's going to be worth $8,000, and then $9,000, and then $10,000. Oh, that's how it works. That's the increments. That's why it's weird numbers. I get it. The difference between the numbers are changing. Yeah. Well, almost, because it's 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Then it's 6,000. Then, oh, no, wait. Oh, 6,
I still
8,
feel like
9,
we need
10.
to get that extra 1,000 though.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we definitely do, and not even because the number's uneven. I just really need $1,000 right now, so we're gonna make sure that happens. Whoever the 3rd place team is, just hit me up.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
All right. Legally, we are not. But yeah, of course, there's a lot of money here for these teams, and some of the teams that we even didn't get a chance to see this weekend because they are unfortunately within the bottom 3. Of course, they're going to be getting some money as well. Some hard-fought teams there. I mean, we saw some really strong teams, especially in like Latam, not making it into the top 5. So some of those teams, like I believe, like CACM, certainly well deserving of getting some prizing as well. Huge shout outs to them, and we'll see all of them in the LCQ as well. LCQs are going to be ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I feel like across all of the regions, they're really excited to see whether we are going to have some of those teams stick out with the same roster there, or some switch-ups. But I believe we are soon to have an interview here with one of the members from Extinction. And as I say that, here we have Metallic. First of all, Metallic, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us here. But yeah, congratulations on your first match win of the day up against IX Gaming. Now, throughout the season, IX Gaming, you haven't been able to defeat them. You've lost to them both in the first part and the second part. How does it feel to have been able to get some revenge and take him out of the competition in the playoffs today?
I mean, it feels good. I feel like when we faced them in the past, those were around the times where we were having a lot of roster swaps. Or we had like some last minute substitutions. So for example, like the first time I was on attacker, which is not a role I typically play. So I feel like our team was definitely not at our best, but I feel like now like everyone put the time in, they practice, and we're playing pretty well right now, I'd say.
Yeah, no, there's
I think so too.
Yeah, I mean, certainly they're playing extremely well right now. But now there have been some meta changes, of course, between the last time that we got to see all these teams, yourselves included, and now, and there's been some shakiness in your previous set over maybe some of the choices of Moltres on both sides. So I was curious, since you were the one playing Moltres, how does the team feel about the Pokemon right now, and how do they feel about fighting against the Pokemon? Because we've seen it basically be undefeated in every other region until this set. Basically,
I mean, I feel like Moltres sometimes struggles against Double Mage because it doesn't have a good like dive. It's just kind of, it's like the reason of me going it in the draft was just to spread anti-heal, but unfortunately, even with me spreading the anti-heal, the mages just like didn't die. I felt like it didn't have the impact it should have on the character.
Okay, so it's still potentially, it's not as impactful as it in comparison to some other Pokemon, but it still does the job that it needs to do in terms of that anti-heal. Okay,
exactly.
Okay. Fair enough. Good point. Is that haven't seen much Moltres. This is the first time, so we're trying to learn more about it. But I guess, you know, you're heading on into your next game. It isn't just over for Extinction up just yet. Up next, you have Lunex Gaming. How prepared, how confident are you feeling going on into the squad?
I'd say I'm very confident. I think we have a very good matchup into that team. We've played them a lot, so we kind of know how they play. We know their tendencies. And just off previous records, we've also beat them previously, so I think we can do it again. I'm confident.
All right. Yeah. I mean, you're going to have to. It's going to be tough. But of course, you know, we want to let you prepare for that. So I'll ask you one more question before we go. Of course, you know, so many legendary players on the team, and it feels like we haven't had a chance to talk to all of you kind of over the course of this season. Now we're getting a chance to talk to you a lot more. But any shout outs to anybody, you know, or any, you know, love to send out to people that we haven't had a chance to see throughout the season?
I'd say shout out my managers, Taro, Pigeon, Roaring, shout out them, and also shout out our org owners. They are amazing people, beautiful people, Handdog and Zach.
That's good. It's always shout out the org owners. It's a good work, good PR training. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's great. It's great to see that it's a great org working behind it. Of course, that's going to be questions for another time. You're gonna have to keep on winning so we can ask more questions because we got to catch up with the entire team. But good luck on your next set. It's going to be definitely a chaotic one. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. I hope you guys have a good rest of your days.
Thank you. All the best, Metallic.
I think we're gonna have a good day if we get to watch them more, right? I think that's gonna be a pretty set in stone guarantee.
Oh yeah, it's been a great day here so far. Definitely time. I mean, it's flown by. I know the passage of time definitely eludes us, but we are headed on into, well, this is going to actually be the final match of the day. Well, just for day one. There's still more to come tomorrow, but up next, Extinction up against Lunex Gaming. We are going to have another interview by Zoinks here to ask one of the players from Lunex how prepared they are heading on into their next match up there. But yeah, after the break, Spraggles and Zoinks will bring you that final match.
All right, I am here with Celeste from Loon X Gaming. After a really incredible season, they are now qualified for the playoffs and are in a position to fight for a spot at the World Championships. Celeste, your team has had a really strong start to the season, and you ended up here at the number 3 seed overall in the North American region. You're waiting to find out what your opponent is, but I want to hear a little bit about the regular season. I mean, what do you think was the secret to your team's success to end in such a high finish?
Yeah, I mean, I think we started off pretty rough. You know, I think we started 1-2 the first week, and then we slowly, you know, we grew as a team. We've gotten better. We definitely play more coordinated with each other. You know, just normal stuff. But I think we've reached a point where we can definitely beat everyone and win. Right. So.
Okay. I like that. Celeste, I have one specific question for you. I was taking a look into some of our stats that we have on the background. You're crushing it in damage stats, knockout stats, not only in North America. Like, if we're looking at global, you are leading a lot of the players around the world in a lot of these. Now, the way your team plays, is it just stylistically you're getting enabled for a lot of these big moments, or is it the opposite? Do you like to kind of play on your own solo mission and the team is able to work around that?
Yeah, you know, I kind of just go on my own little mission, you know, like follow me in, guys, like it'll be good, you know. So as long as we follow me, typically, you know, it works out. But if we don't follow me, maybe it doesn't work out.
All right, well, I like how that game plan is laid out. You're going to have a really important matchup here on day 1 to qualify you for day 2 against either Extinction or IX Gaming. How much prep is going into this next match you're playing, or how much prep is going into the day 2 playoff matches?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really thought about day 2 yet, you know? It's like one step at a time. We definitely did a lot of prep last night, but a lot of it's just, you know, you gotta wait to see the play, watch them play. You know, we watch them play, and then we'll go from there. We'll see how it goes.
Awesome. Well, good to hear that the top players are in the same boat as me. All we can do is watch them play. I'm excited to watch your team play in a little bit, though, so good luck to you and the rest of the Lunex, Celeste, and thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, our last match of the day. We are in North America, and this is a very exciting matchup. I've been waiting for this one. I mean, there were a couple ways this could have gone, but Extinction Lunex, Zoinks, this is going to be a great one.
Yeah, I cannot wait. This feels like the true battle of third versus fourth right now in the overall season standings. Obviously, IX Gaming being a bit of a spoiler there, but with the recent Extinction form, I think you got to give it to them right now in this spot where we stand. The battle of the X's, I suppose. I guess IX Gaming also included in that, but this Extinction roster having some recent roster shifts kind of near the end of the season, build out this new team of 5 of Rex, Metallic, JL, Boreach, and LGC, and this team has been crushing it, having a really dominant start today with a 3-1 series win over IX Gaming.
Yeah, very strong series against IX. I feel like they're playing well. I don't know if Extinction is in their Charmeleon stage or if they're all the way to Charizard, but without question, they started the season off rocky, and as kind of Metallic talked about in that interview, they had a lot of different role swaps. They were figuring things out. They took one of the best carries in the world in Trainer, and they were like, what if you don't carry? And then later they're like, what are we doing? Are we out of our minds? You should be carrying. So Extinction is one of those teams that feels like it is like rocketing back towards being one of the best teams in the region, and they've been having a great run. In front of them, however, is a strong team, another team that's also getting better and better, in some ways a spoiler team. I mean, this is the team that beat the best in our region, Lunex Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they've beaten a lot of incredible teams, like some of the best here in North America. The only thing is, they have not beat Extinction yet, which I think is a crazy stat in both matchups between Lunex Gaming and Extinction. Extinction got the better hand of it, even when this was early days of Extinction. They were a little shaky. Lunex Gaming kind of filling that same role at the time. So every single matchup they had has gone to game 3. However, every single time it's been Extinction, the ones walking away with the victory. So we'll see what Lunex Gaming kind of has in the tank. It was cool. I got to talk to Celeste a little bit earlier today about this specific matchup, and they said, oh no, we're not focusing on day 2 at all yet. Like our main attention, our main focus is on this game right here. We want to win, we want to move on, and actually qualify for our day 2 and not just expect to coast.
Well, isn't it interesting? I mean, I wouldn't be focusing on day 2 either. They've lost to Extinction twice. They've beat EG and they beat Dignitas. Yeah, so
we got that figured out.
Yeah, I kind of feel all right about my day 2. I feel a little worse about my day 1 if I run into Extinction, which they are running into Extinction right now. It's going to be a great matchup. I'm really excited to see how this plays out. As you've mentioned, these have gone to game 3. Well, we have a possibility of a game 5. And when you get drug all the way to a game 5, you really do start to find out which team has more in the tank as we are heading into our first draft. Snorlax banned out, Sirfetch'd right on the other side. Lunex is going to be your first pick, and our map is starting with Rayquaza.
I think banning the Zacian makes a lot of sense in this specific matchup. Lumiere doesn't play a ton of that Pokemon. They have a pretty deep Pokemon pool, but just Zacian, we have not seen too much from them. Banning it away from Metallic makes a ton of sense and actually might line up your matchup with the top path just a little bit better.
All right, let's see. Our final ban is Comfey. All right, so they're obviously worried about what could happen. A little Zoroark nonsense, possibly. We've seen some more Sweet Kiss with a few Pokemon. So we'll see what Lunex wants to bring out. They could snap up Charizard Y. We've seen Oblivion on Char Y, and they've had a lot of success. So this would not shock me at all.
Yeah, that would feel like the most lights out first pick option in this scenario, but I guess giving up Psyduck, not something they want to do either. Yes, we'll see how much Boreach or LGC has played the Mega Charizard Y in this scenario, but I mean, this team could also let it pass. I think that would be a mistake. I think Extinction giving this up, Psyduck first pick from Lunex, stylistic choice. Extinction passing up Mega Charizard Y, I'm calling a mistake.
Yeah, that would be wild, but some teams have done it, and people beat Charizard time and time again. It just feels like one of the strongest Pokemon in the meta right now. We've got the Umbreon they're prioritizing, and it looks like we're still cycling through on our last pick right here for Extinction. Wow. Maridon. All right. I mean, look, these teams know something I don't know. Yeah. I'm just wondering if someone's going to snap up Char Y. It feels too good to pass up. It's simply too good.
Yeah, it really is. I don't know. Let's see if Lunex wants to pick it up in this scenario. I guess having the Maridon is just something that Boreach feels so comfortable on. At that point, you just got to get that Pokemon in their hands, I suppose. But yeah, I guess we'll see how it actually plays out in the lobby. Lunaire going to pick up the Moltres, a Pokemon of much debate as of recently. Extinction passing it up a little bit. So we'll see how Lunaire can pull this Pokemon off. And again, we keep bringing it up, Spraggles. A Mega Charizard Y still available for selection, and it will remain that way as Zeraora and Slowbro are going to be the next two selections.
Zeraora getting some buffs. I had a feeling we'd be seeing it pop back into the competitive landscape. It already kind of was there even without buffs, so I'm not super shocked to see it. I guess I am very surprised that Charizard doesn't make it into this. After they grab Slowbro, though, you are kind of stressed out to play it, right? I mean, it feels like they've kind of ruined it, at least for your side. Extinction with our final pick right here. Trainer, considering once again the Palmot, and they lock it in. So we've got ourselves the Espeon, we've got the Greninja, a lot of powerful picks, and we do have a fiery flying thing on the side of Lunex, and that is going to be the Moltres.
Yeah, it seems like a good option. I think the Palmot looks really good here. Like, you basically have double dive, right? In the two of the three electric types on the side of Extinction with Zeraora and Palmot, two Pokemon that want to get up in the mix, but also have good mobility to get out of danger. I think both via Volt Switch, which is kind of funny. But either way, they will have opportunities to get away, with Lunex Gaming's only real anti-dive option being this Espeon Unite. Other than that, Tie-Dye and IMAX are going to be much more focused on setting up plays with this Psyduck and Crustle rather than trying to repel these constant dives. They're going to be focused on Oblivion and Celeste.
I got to tell you, one of the most exciting parts about this draft for me is Metallic on this Zeraora. I really want to see what the plan is here. I think it can be extremely powerful. And then, you know, we talked about the carry potential of Celestial, and now we have Greninja in the hands of Celestial, which is like one of the original outplay carry Pokemon. It feels like it's what you run in solo queue when you just want to absolutely dominate everything, and we're going to have to see how that plays out against Extinction right here. As you mentioned earlier, Zoinks, these teams have met a few times throughout our season, and both times we have gone to the max amount of games, and both times Extinction won.
Yeah, it's always so close between these teams, but it is Extinction crossing that finish line first in every scenario. We'll see if Lunex can kind of change things up. I think this is going to be a very similar situation to what we saw at Latin America. Momentum at the start of the game is going to be important. Potentially the first game of this
Gaming,
series.
your purple team. Extinction, your orange team. Here we are at a best of 5. If I didn't cut you off once today, I'm not doing my job, Zoinks.
Yeah, it's also my job. I got to fill the role of Doomsax and get the gut punch that is. But received, welcomed, and absolutely loved. Love you, Cowboy. Thank you.
I love you too, Zoinks. I'm excited to be casting this one with you, my friend, because this is going to be an exciting matchup, and either of these teams could 100% win this thing and make it to Worlds. That is kind of crazy that we have so much talent in North America. I really don't know how this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, IX Gaming at this point is preparing for whatever team drops here and ends up in the last chance qualifier alongside with them. Ooh, JL going to go down early. A nice quick KO from Tie-Dye on the Psyduck, a player that most of the time I've been commentating them have primarily been playing the Hoopa. Having a swap here onto the Psyduck, we'll see how well they can enable the squad going up against a very, very good team in Extinction.
Question is, does any Pokemon have Hollowware that is in general as awesome as Psyduck's every single
Snorlax
piece
is? The only thing that comes close, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Psyduck is just so good, and what a KO right here. Really nice play from Lunex, getting very aggressive, sending Greninja back to the central area. I should say Frogadier, as they're still working on it. Metallic slowed down up here, only a level 4 currently. Lunaire looking for their 5, and they're gonna get it here very soon.
Yeah, won't get it via knockout, but they have been dominating any of these wild Pokemon spawns. Extinction really starved for EXP up here. You can see the rest of the battlefield, though, has been kind of interesting. See the Slowbro roaming all over the map, trying to catch any Lunex Gaming members if they're out of position. Having a chance to get the KO, but Tie-Dye has just got JL's number in this early series. I think that's 3 KOs for the Psyduck already.
Yeah, and here we go. Metallic squaring off. We have Celestial in the center. The question is, what kind of Greninja is it? It is the Surf Greninja. So they're going to be looking for some of these resets, some of these big KOs. And obviously, if you can start chaining one KO, the dominoes just start falling on the other side. A lot of players playing Water Shuriken after the nerfs, but Celestial still on Surf right here as he's looking for a KO right now. Caught in the mean look, maybe getting a little too greedy, but wow, almost makes it out.
Yeah, I mean, another exchange and yet another tie-dye KO on a JL. Seriously, just has that download completely, but an exchange of EXP. Obviously, you don't want to see the Greninja go down in that situation, but Celeste, I think, pretty happy with that early engage. Talking about those Surf nerfs, I feel like the move itself was nerfed, but the play style almost buffed with how those auto attacks operate now. In a lot of those situations, Greninja very happy to get up in the mix with that X attack.
Yeah, Greninja's got one of those very rare nerf buffs that probably ends up being more of a, yeah, I think it's maybe more of a burf than it is enough, but people will argue this online, and I'm not interested in arguing it.
Yeah. All right, Twitch chat, please go off with who do you think is correct?
Are you team burf or team Nuff or whatever?
Burf versus Nuff, the greatest matchup, second only to Lunex versus Extinction in our round number 2 of the North American playoffs. That will be Greninja taking a KO on a Palmont. Nice work from Celeste to take out Trainer, and there'll be a Regieleki and a Registeel win. Lunex with W's across the board around our first set of objectives.
Yeah, things are going great for them. They're going to try to defend here in the top path. Nice play from Metallic right there, jumping in with the discharge. And now we have the Charge Beam chasing it down, seeing if they can get the Moltres. Not able to make it happen. They're going to sacrifice the Psyduck. JL now running to the top path, seeing if they can chase them, just steal away some of this. Possibly get a mean look if they were overextended, but they were not that far.
Well, yeah, JL feeling a lot safer now that the Psyduck has been KO'd. You know, the Umbreon can rotate a lot more ever since Tie-Dye's off the respawn, but don't worry, the Psyduck will be back into the path momentarily. Rex versus IMAX is going to be an interesting defender battle to watch, but not because of the one-on-one. I think we're going to be looking a lot to see how they enable their teams. This Rock Tomb is a great way to counter the enemy Miraidon. I think that's why we saw it in the draft position we did. Slowbro going to take a lot of early damage, but of course that Oblivious and Amnesia doing a ton of work to keep that Slowbro up and healthy.
Ooh, nice stuff. They go for a pull and they get it. They lasso him right there, and we have the Psyduck actually use their Unite move to peel away from this fight, which means they could decide to engage here. Big time Psychic bringing him right in. Oblivion with the snipe shot using the Psyshock.
Yeah, great coordination between Tie-Dye and Oblivion sets up a fantastic play. Now you got IMAX and Oblivion trying to work on the bottom side, but they are in a 2v3 position. Umbreon's taking quite a bit of damage, and Lunaria there to try to even the score. Eventually, IMAX goes down after extending extremely far, trying to even up that play, but Oblivion, I think, happy to back off. They're already level 10 on the Espeon, feeling very good about their early game so far.
Yeah, and here we have them considering moving towards this goal zone. Only Oblivion there, but we do have 2 members of Lunex kind of waiting for this fight. 4 members of Extinction now kind of slowly rolling towards this. We see Oblivion recognizing that something's not right here. They're kind of slowly getting, oh no, but they are getting caught still. We have the Unite move from Espeon trying to push them back, but no, an immediate KO from Extinction.
Yeah, the rare mid-Psychic Solaire knockout. I don't feel like we see that very often, and oh my goodness, that damage from this level 12 Greninja, enough to carve through a Slowbro at that HP mark. Trainer taking a lot of damage, but they are not done yet. Supercell right into the back corner. That is now a Zero Aura Unite move to chase out the Greninja, but it's less able to get away with the smoke screen. Giant Water Burst Shuriken is going to join the fray, and a boosted auto takes out the Umbreon. The Regirock does fall to Extinction, but Lunex Gaming are going to have to fight this one without that defense buff, and it's proven to be difficult. Extinction chasing them forward as Trainer LGC relatively untouched. That Palmot so bulky and restoring so much of its HP.
Wow, look at this here. Lunaire just coming in, swinging, picking up multiple KOs as we are moving towards the goal zone right now. Metallic getting KO'd. We have Bora now trying to fight back. The Charge Beam Miraidon is not enough. Lunaire continues the dive with this Moltres.
Yeah, I like that play call by Oblivion too. They see like, all right, I have my top path player all the way in the back line. I'm going to break this goal zone even with a small score. Moltres caught in the slow beam, but it doesn't matter. Oblivion takes down 2 in 1 Psychic play. Incredible shot. Zero Aura and Umbreon fall, and Lunex Gaming, they lose that Regirock, but in that team fight, they kind of gain everything else.
Yeah, they've been winning most of these fights. Not entirely, though. This match is still very close.
Yeah, totally.
But they have been mostly winning these engagements. And now I would be worried about this Moltres. This level 12 Moltres is very scary, really tough to take down, and extremely disruptive. Nice pull there from Metallic, bringing them in. We have the Unite move as well. Looking for the KO on Greninja. That's going to be a huge timer, but a very late Unite.
Yeah, big knockout. But yeah, you're right. That timer exchange will be really interesting. Zero not done quite yet, able to stand in the face of the Moltres, and Oblivion just does not want to give away their position, instead and trying to play their life a little bit more, and they play more defensively. That Side Shock will miss, does not hit Rex, and it gives them the room to charge forward. It's Miraidon able to just passively damage enough to KO that Espeon. IMAX with an attempt to steal the Reggie Alecki, but too early on the Rock Tomb. Extinction with all 5 players will secure that objective, as we are 20 seconds away from our final stretch.
Well, that was a great fight for Extinction. I think the Unite move was pretty aggressive a little early, but it just got a Unite timer decrease, and they're feeding it all of the wild Pokemon on their side. So I think Metallic's going to be just fine having that Unite move back for the next fight. However, we have a Reggie Steal on the side of Lunex, as we now have the fight. Ooh, starting already, catching the Umbreon. Do they move in for it? It looks like Lunex wants this fight.
Wow, Jail holds onto the Unite move there too. So much patience. They had the wish for a little bit of damage reduction, but still able to walk away. That's a lot of members of Extinction at half HP already.
Yeah, Extinction in some trouble right here. Rayquaza already at half HP. Here's the slow beam, and we're going for the secure immediately. Big time damage right there. Who gets it? It is the Miraidon. Bora Reach with the secure.
Yeah, Bora trusts in the slow beam from Rex to start dropping that Bright Future Meteor Storm immediately as soon as they see that slow beam. So that impressive amount of damage from an aggressively located Miraidon is enough to take down the Rayquaza. Now, it'll be at least 1 score. Oblivion's going to have their work cut out for them defending this outer goal zone, but not a ton of points in pocket. This is 145 to 309. Now, these are not transferable buffs. If Lunex wants to make a comeback, they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, and they only got 1 minute left.
Yeah, this is a tough one here. One of the toughest parts, of course, we still have a Ray Shield for Metallic on this Zeraora, so at any point they can peel off. We have a goal zone in the top path that obviously Lunex is going to want to move towards, and the question is, who do you keep behind to defend? It looks like Lunex is deciding on no one, which is allowing 3 members of Extinction to walk towards their tier 2 and put more points in. This is going to be a really tricky spot for Lunex, even if they score.
Right, now the question is, Celeste kind of push forward with this offense or recall to try to defend the home goal zone? And looks like they're going to push forward, so they're going all in on this point strategy. Moltres and Greninja getting right into the backline as Lunaire and Celeste decide that dealing damage is going to be the best opportunity for them. A good offense and all that, as they're trying to get towards that home goal zone next. I have to do without IMAX and now without Tie-Dye, as Metallic is taking them down 1 by 1. Falls the Espeon as well, and now it's just the Moltres left. 10 seconds will count down, but it will be without a single member of Lunex, as Extinction sweeps and holds on to the points lead.
Beautiful plays there from Extinction. I love taking the opportunity to score. They recognized that Lunex could maybe win a fight, especially on a tier 1, so they were going to counter score during that moment. They do. They were already up. They stay up, and they win game number 1. Kind of a wild fight around Rayquaza. It feels like it was happening in slow motion, and then immediately Ray was already under half, and everyone just went for it.
Yeah, I feel like we white-knuckled our way through that fight a little bit. I had no idea where it was going to end up in terms of results, but a bit of a Rayquaza moment in game number 1. We won't be returning to that map for quite some time, as we'll be moving on to Kyogre and Groudon to follow. We'll see if that decisive Ray has any more impact on this series. So far, it's working out extremely well for Extinction. I like that play call. You know, you have the Greninja kind of out of the battle, or at least if they're going to rejoin, they're going to be at extremely low HP. I think it's the correct decision just to rip that Ray down.
Yeah, I mean, it was a scary moment for Lunex, and I think Extinction took advantage of it. Saving the slow beam for it also, I think, was just a great way to play that, as we're going to take a look at it here in 1 sec. Just some moments before.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that was big.
Yeah, I like that. I like that SPR moment.
Here we are about 220, and there is our Ray. Ray is already at half right now. We hit the slow beam on Greninja. We have the Miraidon Unite move, Umbreon in the air. Greninja Unite doesn't catch it, and they get a secure. I don't know what the odds of that are. You know, we kind of look at moments like that and say maybe they were 70% to take it, but they went for it right there.
Right. I mean, it was scary. It was a meteor from Miraidon, right? Which the impact, like wait time time between those meteors landing is pretty long. So a pretty huge window, but Lunex not able to capitalize. Instead, it's Extinction gonna be taking the win, and with a 192 scoreline, it's gonna be Umbreon getting the player of the game for JL with 1 knockout, 7 feints, and 11 assists. I mean, this Umbreon took 88,000 damage. I think 3 or 4 of those were from Tie-Dye's Psyduck. JL and Tie-Dye definitely had a duel in the early game.
Yeah, they did. It felt like the early game Lunex was in control. Extinction started coming back and then just had an incredible fight there at Rayquaza. Take a look also at Bora Reach here. Ooh. You know, they first picked this Miraidon, right? And this thing you walked away with 10 knockouts. So obviously this was a big pick for them.
Yeah, a Pokemon to be on the lookout for in the remainder of this best of 5 series for sure. Whether that's a Lunex picking up and sealing away that option, or even if they want to dip their toes in the Miraidon ban pool. I don't know if that'll ever get to that point in time, but we'll see. You talked a lot about how you wanted to see it, though, Spreggles, and I thought Metallic really rose to the occasion on this Zera Aura. We weren't seeing a lot of those like really crazy pull discharge plays. I think I saw one at least, but the Unite moves felt like every single time for this Zera Aura, they were resulting in a big team fight swing.
Yeah, I mean, we had a few very impactful Pokemon in this match, and that was an incredibly close one here for game number 1. Bora Reach, obviously, with absurd amounts of damage, 95,000 damage. We also saw Oblivion, the attacker, player on the side of Lunex, have some huge moments as well, picking up multi-KOs. And then Lunier's Moltres, really tough for Extinction to deal with.
Yeah, it has been one of the major factors, I think, of this day number 1 of our playoff coverage. Obviously, the first time that we have seen Moltres viable for competition at any of our UCS level events. But, I mean, what a splash it's already making. Really excited to see that Firebird get to work. And there it is, our score graph. You can kind of see here Lunex Gaming really dominating so much of that early game. But when Rayquaza starts becoming a factor, Extinction remembers the old ways of Pokemon Unite and is able to get the win there.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, the question is who feels, well, not better walking away from that match. I think you always feel better walking away with a win. But if I'm Lunex, I'm not that discouraged by that. It did feel like it was incredibly close. And in fact, you were ahead through multiple points. So we're going to have to see how they want to adjust moving in here to our next game as we head to our second draft. Does Charizard make its way in? Is there any way we get to see Moltres again? And do they want to do something about Bora's Miraidon? Are they convinced that maybe he doesn't have enough left, back in his roster pool? We'll see.
It's interesting because I feel like you draft Crustle and Greninja at 2 Pokemon that I think would be great at shutting down that Miraidon, right? Like on paper, I think those are awesome answers, but just comes up a little bit shy. It will be a Slowbro ban. Very interesting. They do not want that same scenario. If Celeste is going to be your main carry, they do not want a Pokemon on the other side who can just shut it down immediately. Slowbro going to be taken away. Rex going to be looking for new options in this game number 2.
Yeah, and here we go, final ban, and they are going with the Comfey, so they want to get rid of this once again. Lunex is going to be our first pick, and the map has moved. No longer Rayquaza, we are playing Kyogre here. Our first pick.
Yep, Psyduck probably a really good option in this situation.
It was really good, yeah.
Yeah, Tie-Dye gonna pick it up too. It is interesting. Overall season stats on the Psyduck. I mean, Tie-Dye's played this Pokemon 12 times for a 58% win rate. So extremely good statistically on this Pokemon. One of the better Psyduck players in the region. So cool to see Tie-Dye lock up that comfort pick. Let's see what Extinction wants to respond with though. Obviously, the Zacian not gonna be the option for Metallic. And now that Slowbro going away. JL could return to the Umbreon though, which was pretty solid for them in that first game. Looks like Rex is gonna get their turn with the Umbreon.
Ooh, and JL on Vaporeon here as we're heading over to the next couple of picks for
Saw
Lunex.
this a lot in their last match.
Yeah. Let's see. Moltres, I feel like, is huge for them. I would not be shocked to see it again. It was really good.
Yeah, this Pokemon was phenomenal, and we see it locked in yet again. I mean, this new meta Pokemon, and I really do like IMAX on this Crustle. Again, I think it matches up quite well into Bora Reach's Miraidon. They gotta find that sauce that is shutting it down still, though, because Bora able to put up almost 100,000 damage and 10 knockouts, so still looking extremely strong. 2 electric types selected so far for Extinction. They could go with the Palmot yet again, and there it is. Celeste picking up the Zoroark. Reminder for everybody, the Night Slash build is the most recently buffed moveset, and Celeste one of the only Night Slash Zoroark players in North America, so we could be seeing that new fresh moveset.
All right, final pick here over to the side of Extinction. It is going to be Trainer. I like Trainer's Mimikyu. I think he's one of the best Mimikyu players in the world. So we'll see if he wants to bring that into this match. And he does.
Okay, yeah, it feels like a pretty solid option, especially into a Zoroark on the other side. Reminder that Slowbro Unite move not being available due to the ban phase will allow a trainer to kind of have a similar opportunity with the Mimikyu Unite move if it comes down to it in some of these major moments. But still, we'll have to see where this matchup goes because these two teams are extremely close between the two of them. That first game, I think, actually more of the exception rather than the rule in terms of score differential.
Yeah, and here we go, getting ready for our next match. Lunex Gaming down a game right here. They're going to need to pick this up. The item choice on the Zoroark is very interesting. Though that is an item selection for a Night Slash build. I don't know if that's what he's gonna. I don't know if that's what he's gonna be playing, but that is a classic Night Slash, like faster attack version of that build, which I think is very fun. It was kind of popular in Japan for a while in some of the eastern regions. So we'll see if that's what we're going to see in this game. Oblivion back on Mewtwo, a Pokemon they're also known for. I thought their Espeon looked great, but maybe with the too strong dive Pokemon on the side of Extinction, they don't want to bring that back out.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a selection based on the enemy composition, but at the same time, they're also great on this Pokemon, like you just mentioned. 83.3% win rate on this Pokemon during the season. So a great option for Lunex Gaming to be picking up with this Mega Mewtwo Y. Stat-wise, really backing up the argument for that selection.
Yeah, now we have Trainer on the Mimikyu. I'm curious to see what kind of Mimikyu we have as we head into this game. We have Lunex Gaming, your purple team, Extinction, your orange team. Extinction already taken down IX, and momentum has been a huge factor in all of our games today, by the way, Zoinks.
Yeah, earlier on, I don't know what happened. I didn't get to finish my point about it, but I was saying that I think that Lunex Gaming, the first match...
Lunex Gaming is your purple team, by the way. Extinction, your orange team. Please continue.
Thank you so much. I thought the first match would be, or first game of this match would be the most important game for Extinction to win, and so far they've done it. So let's see if Lunex can put a stop to this as Extinction off to the races already. This Moltres back to work yet again, though. So much devastating damage even in the early game. Let's see, Celeste's gonna be joining the fray. JL getting chased down, and I believe that is in fact Night Slash.
It is Night Slash. They were not able to hit their combination, but they did pick up a KO, having to retreat from this fight here. Tie-Dye with full HP, and now we have Rex coming up to actually help here as we have Celestial grabbing a berry and coming back to this fight. 3 seconds until these birds, Zoinks.
Do you go cut in this scenario just for like with no support healer? Anyway, interesting. Here's the Night Slash combo, chasing down just shy of knocking out that Mimikyu, maybe stopped by their own team's Rock Tomb. Either way, that Vaporeon wants to get the KO to Celeste, and they will not be able to do so. Rex on this Vaporeon chases them down, but Luniere's Moltres gonna take that KO.
I gotta say, I do love it. It feels like these teams are playing to prove a point with some of these plays right here. I mean, that's just like a greedy move from Vaporeon. Not a bad move, I don't want to say that, but it's definitely greeding for that KO, which was very possible. However, I mean, you're going against a Pokemon that has like 18 different ways to dash away from you.
Yeah, Zoroark is certainly not lacking in mobility in any sense of the word. Right now, poor Tie-Dye has not been able to get as many KOs out of their opposing support player in JL. This time, Umbreon a lot faster to that level race. Here goes the Zoroark combo yet again. Rex able to dodge the Night Slash combo this time, but will not be having a chance to secure the Regidrago as Lunex Gaming will pick up that one relatively uncontested.
It looks like they're sharing the central area here on Extinction, a little for Trainer, now a little for Metallic as they come up here looking for a big fight, and they take a KO right away. Luniere gonna have to peel back towards this goal zone. 3 members there could be kind of scary. No, make it 4. Rex is also here. Luniere able to grab the berry, and they're holding on for dear life. Here comes the Crustle, but they're a little too late, and it looks like they're gonna pick up another KO.
Yeah, and not able to stop that score from Metallic, so 29 points will go in. Great coverage by Rex to make sure that everybody can make it away. JL adding a mean look to that one, but now everybody's at about half HP, and Celeste has joined the fray on this Zoroark. Unable to find any KOs, and in fact is dispatched of by Metallic. Rock Tomb on the far end of the damage will take out the Umbreon, but that feels like a pretty tough consolation prize. Extinction absolutely crushing it here in the early game.
Look at these metallic pulls, man. They're just so satisfying. Charging up the boosted, boom, moving into the fight and ripping them back to their side. Really difficult to deal with because obviously, you know, you have the Zero Aura just able to pop into an engagement. You don't know exactly where they are in that moment, and they use that to their advantage, and then they pull you back to their side. Really hard to get back towards your team or survive.
Yeah, a magnetic Pokemon player and personality, and so far it's working out great. Ooh, Miraidon gonna take down that Zoroark. So Trainer actually using that Play With Me Mimikyu Unite move to shut down the Zoroark right at the end when they're trying to use that Midnight Daze. But at the end, it will be the Mimikyu doing so much damage from range and even up close and personal. The Shadow Sneak chasing the Mega Mewtwo Y, not even getting the KO, but then immediately turning around and hitting the objectives. Trainer is everywhere right now.
Boy, this has been a hard one for LUNX so far. I mean, they've had a few moments, but it does feel like Extinction is getting the best of a lot of these fights. So just take a look at the levels here. Level 10 on Miraidon, Mimikyu, and 9 on the Zero Aura.
Yeah, this is absurd. LUNX Gaming really needs to find a path to victory quickly. This is a best-of-5 series, but the way the Thea Sky Ruins feels tilted right now, it feels like it's in favor of that orange side tenfold over. So Extinction currently have the opportunity to fight a Regieleki on top side and send it towards that tier 2. Very few members of LUNX Gaming even within the range of that, except for the Zoroark inside of it, of course.
Yeah, we've got a fight happening in the top path here between these two squads. There we go. We see Celestial very low already. They end up going down. Is there anything that they can do to stop this on the side of Extinction as the push now heads their way? 1 KO goes down. We get the Mimikyu, and now they're heading towards the objective.
All right, yeah, we got Tie-Dye and IMAX really low on HP, so you don't love to see your support core down there. It would be a Moltres Unite move, but not enough to secure the Regieleki. Instead, it is going to be walking towards that tier 2. Extinction able to late rotate and take that win. Celeste is not able to illusion enough to get away from that Miraidon charge beam, and Bora Reach able to sweep across that enemy central area player.
Wow, I mean, this is not going well for LUNX. Here they come, looking for another pull. It's not able to happen, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, this is just horrible for them. Look at this charge beam. Look at Miraidon just, you know, level them with this crazy artillery special attack damage from afar. LUNX Gaming way behind here in game number 2.
Yeah, this Miraidon has been so impactful. Now multiple games in a row, with if you consider Extinction's last match they played on our broadcast. Like, it is so phenomenal, and looks like they're going to be pushing for a fight on the bottom side as, yeah, Zora get into the mix right now. The big Night Slash combo, but will not find the way to land on Rex. Has to play it a bit safer. IMAX, on the other hand, is going to take up the role of offense as they rubble rouse into a big position forward. Rex will go down. Celeste finally takes a major KO. Regirock's at about half HP. Zera Aura Unite move will jump into the mix, but is LUNX Gaming who are going to secure the Regirock and get the buff, but Extinction will take everything else. All 4 members up except for the Vaporeon, and they will slide into that first tier 1 goal zone, leaving it at 1.
Wow, some real fortunate math there for Extinction. I know no one was aware what that goal zone was going to land at, but they're very happy it landed at 1. What a moment for them. Here comes an easy 25. It goes in. They could continue to push if they want. They can also peel back here. This match is just all Extinction right now.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned before, Thea Sky Ruin feels tilted right now in favor of this orange team, and they're crushing it. I mean, good that Extinction was able to put in a solid overdunk on that bottom goal zone. I believe it was an even break on that tier 1, just kind of in favor of forcing multiple Regieleki fights down that path. They will have an opportunity for a third, as we have about a minute on a Regieleki on the top side of the map, but with Extinction kind of playing this a bit safer, looking to pick up Unite moves on the Mimikyu and the Zera Aura, it might not be as easy of a bout as I'm talking about.
I think the tough thing that we're going to be dealing with here from LUNX is just a lack of levels on certain Pokemon. Things are a little healthier level-wise on the side of Extinction. We're not out of it by any means, and I'm worried that their attacker is just not going to get the kind of value that Miraidon is getting. This Mewtwo, I don't think it's going to have the same impact in our final moments here. Obviously, LUNX way behind, Extinction way ahead. They do not need to make a play. They get to react to whatever LUNX tries to do and see if they can punish them here.
Yeah, I think if you're a LUNX Gaming, you're kind of going on an all-in strategy. Start things off with a Mega Mewtwo Unite move and see what can get from there. Getting a straggler against Extinction right now just feels so impossible. I mean, even if you do, Mimikyu's going to be there to try to pick apart your backline as soon as you jump in and give that other team vision.
And you're trying to get some information here. Having to eat a charge beam, take a lot of damage right here, getting pushed around, stuck in a mean look. Are they going to go for this here? Metallic moves in, trying to pull them back, and they do. They get a catch on the Zoroark. Zoroark running in right now, Zoinks.
Yeah, they're trapped by the Mimikyu Unite move. So it was the Mega Mewtwo followed up with an Ice Slash combo, but it's not enough to get any more KOs other than the Zeraora. Umbreon and Vaporeon extremely low, but those two evolutions are able to back up far enough. Shadow Sneak gets onto Lunaire, and Trainer is going to jump into the midst. They might begin to regret that as Oblivion gets the KO with that Future Sight. Umbreon and the Vaporeon trapped in that Rock Tomb. Tie-Dye pulls them back into the fight, but Oblivion is now caught between deciding, do you fight over the Kyogre or do you focus on these enemy Pokemon? Tie-Dye gets into that Psychic Power state with the Psyduck, and Lunaire takes advantage. They take down the two evolutions, and now the Kyogre is favored for Lunax.
Yeah, here we go. A nice secure for Lunax. What a fight. There was a charge beam in there that was hitting like 3 members of Lunax. It was chaotic for them for a moment. And now they're scoring in the bottom path. 46 into this goal zone. Can they make it happen? They don't. We have the Zoroark score first here, but with these Kyogre buffs, they're still pretty healthy.
Yeah, they got some room to work with. Obviously, Kyogre, one of the stronger end game buffs that you can receive. It's going to be a lot of room for Lunax Gaming to work with, and so far they're crushing it. Yeah, at this point, I think we got a series, Spraggles. Lunax Gaming with a bit more life in their lungs as they are going to be bouncing back up and tying this series 1-1, and finally, Extinction's momentum might have been quelled.
You know, I was doubtful of the Mewtwo in that final fight, but it actually had some big moments, but not just Mewtwo. I mean, this Moltres has been an absolute monster for Lunax both games.
Yeah, it's interesting as a Pokemon because, I mean, honestly, as a caster, it's kind of interesting. As a Pokemon, I haven't really got the download on what it should be doing at any given point in the match quite yet. You know, like, we have certain Pokemon that are hyperscalers that I'm not expecting to join fights until later on, or some Pokemon that are so strong early, I'd love to see them constantly rotating. It feels like Moltres is actually finding itself in the former camp a little bit, or at least how Lunaire's playing it, and wants to hyperscale as much as they can. They were entering a lot of those fights a little bit later, but every time they did, that Moltres had some impact.
Yeah, and we had some big moments here. This game really felt like Extinction was just dominating most all of it until some of our final moments here. Just perfect counter punches. There was that Rock Tomb that caught Umbreon. Some perfect counter punches here from Extinction every time Lunax decided to move in. Feels like they really couldn't get much done until Ray.
Yeah, I mean, what a moment to wake up, for sure, as soon as that end boss objective comes in. Yeah, these charge beams were one of the major moments, but here we go. Here's that final fight, that triple stun, and you can see Celeste going exactly for that Miraidon and kind of gets punished for it. Trainer shutting down that play immediately after, and we saw this, the two evolutions finally going down, and that gave Lunax Gaming enough room to actually take down that Kyogre.
Not shocked at all to see the player of our game is Lunaire on this Moltres. I think one of the biggest issues is if you don't take it down and you take down 1 or 2 of your opponents, the amount of recovery in this thing's kit just makes it so hard to stop at that point. So you could kind of just, you know, hit a few boosted attacks, reset your heat wave a few times. All of a sudden you use that heat wave to recover, and then you're right back kind of at full HP to fight your opponents. And look at this, most damage on the team, took the most damage on the team, recovered the most damage on the team. I mean, like Lunaire just across the board, a force on this Pokemon.
Yeah. Interesting with how many fire birds are available in the game for Lunaire to master. This feels like the second one they're really prolific on. Blaziken, of course, being the first. I'm sure their Ho-Oh's mean as well, and probably got some great Charizard games. So Lunaire really leaning into Pokemon Unite's recent releases in that flavor, and Moltres being the most recent option. Like this build as well. This Cursed Incense, I think, pretty impactful, slowing down that Rex recovery on the Vaporeon.
Yeah, I've seen a few players running Curse on it so far, and I think that's pretty strong. Obviously, if you can get your stacks, you're never going to get more special attack than stacking special attack specs. So you can see some huge value there. The focus band for some of these prolonged fights. When a Pokemon has a lot of recovery in their kit, and also, you know, it's relatively bulky, focus band can be pretty amazing because the longer you're around is the longer you're around is the longer you're around, and on and on and on.
Yeah, bit of an eternal flame situation for this Moltres if you got that focus band in the mix. You can see here, like I mentioned, Lunaire not really rotating a ton in this match, favoring the top path primarily for this entire event, even showing that red dot towards that tier 2, as that just shows how many Regielekis Extinction was forcing down for Lunex to defend against. But in the end, it's Lunex game and having a major moment in the end game. And I guess you could kind of say that storyline about the first game as well, right? Like they had a good setup, but then Extinction shutting them down around the Rayquaza. Lunex Gaming shutting them down around the Kyogre. Guess we'll have to see how things turn out in the Groudon battle that we're about to see for game number 3. If anybody's paid attention, though, the sides are going to flip. Extinction will be on first pick for the first time in this series.
I'm seeing the stat distribution here on Moltres, and it's fully maxed out in the crowd control department. I guess I'm confused. What does that mean? Like, what does it do how does it control the crowd?
It's Unite, right? It's like that big stun that we're talking about, where it's like,
okay, all right, I guess
if it hits multiple targets, I'm sure that's like a pip that it counts on our little bar graph. I'm trying to read the crystal ball that is our stat distribution, and so far I might be coming up empty.
Well, I'm just curious because it doesn't strike me as a Pokemon that has much crowd control, but yeah, it's like taking damage, is in the fight the whole time. Maybe it's like stunning or slowing in a way that I'm not expecting.
Count for like a slow?
If burn counts, maybe burn counts. That would be interesting. All right, well, we're getting ready for our next one. Yeah, that would be a lot, right? It's in there the whole time. Here we go. Our next draft. Do we see Moltres again? I don't know. It might be banned away.
Yeah, I think that'll be a really good idea from Extinction. It might be time to change up your ban phase, and they've already done so. Psyduck is already a new look for Extinction. That is a Pokemon that has been in the game 2 games in a row. Extinction choosing first pick and banning away the Psyduck is a big rotate, and now they're going to throw even another one in. They're going to take away that Blissey.
Yeah, here we go.
I ban Comfey Blissey, or do you give up the Comfey ban as well, is the big question mark for me.
I don't know. I mean, they're very concerned with it. So yeah, I'm not shocked to see it again. I think they have their number a little bit with this. They recognize if we let them have that, we might be giving up the game right away, and we can't do it.
All right, so Extinction did this against IX Gaming a little bit earlier today, a triple support ban, and I believe in this situation, JL picked up the Eldegoss at this point in time. Well, we'll see if they stick with that or if they're kind of going to try to force Lunex Gaming to something else. But either way, triple support ban, first pick support could be an extremely aggressive but effective strategy.
Yeah, I would. Ooh, and they're going for a very aggressive Pokemon. Machamp made it through, so Machamp is going to be picked up first by Extinction. There are a couple strong picks from Lunex here. I wonder if we see the Moltres Umbreon or something like that.
Be good.
I feel like when you've lost a lot of your supports, Umbreon just fills every role, so it wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, and with kind of Blastoise falling out of vogue a little bit, it feels like Umbreon's stepping up to that pedestal even more as of recently. But, Lunaire's still hovering this Moltres, which would be interesting, right? Celeste picking up this Zacian. Both these players can rock that Pokemon, but we've even seen Zacian head into the central area today. It has been a pick that we see a little bit in that center, especially if you're going Claw. So Celeste will probably be sticking on this Pokemon, I have to imagine.
All right, we've got our next couple of picks over here to Extinction. Moltres is available right now. It's something they could take. We have a couple of supporters that they're hovering here, but obviously they wouldn't be taking both of these into our next map here.
Ooh,
Spriggles, they lock in.
Yeah, I would love to see out of the side of Lunex Gaming. We see if Lunaire wants to pick it up. I talked a lot about their Firebirds. Talonflame from this Lunex Gaming squad has 100% win rate, by the way. So I would love to see something like that. However, with no range attacker selected so far, it's usually going to be Oblivion's Camp. I think we're going to be looking at something in the attacker role as LGC picks that one up as well. So Bora on the Espeon, LGC on the Latios, so no Miraidon locked in this third game.
Okay. I mean, I'm liking a lot of this. This is an exciting matchup here for our Groudon map. I mean, we've got Trainer possibly, if they keep it, hovering the Latios, which is a really strong Pokemon, especially if it can get online and scale. It just becomes incredible near the end. We've got a Decidueye on the side of Lunex, able to outrange even some of the longest range Pokemon in the game, but really susceptible to dive. There's only one Pokemon on the other side, though, that you need to worry about, and that is Metallic on Machamp.
Right, which you're not too worried about. And Also, this Machamp pick, well, it is just such a strong Pokemon on its own, right? It stands its own ground, but there's not very much crowd control. The Metallic is really going to have to worry about. Wow. Spriggles, I feel like so rarely do we see two front-to-back teams play against each other. Like this strategy we see so rarely in Pokemon Unite these days, but we're going to have a game very much predicated on early damage from the range and see if anybody can capitalize on top of it. And we'll see if Celeste wants to stick to that rule on this Zacian, or if they're just going to be leaping into the battlefield to start things off, because either way, Decidueye could play either role, early damage or that sweeper.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how Decidueye does here. I think Decidueye gains more and more value the less dive that's on the other side, the more coordinated your team is. Yeah. This thing is pretty incredible. I remember it had like a big moment in EU at one point where everyone was kind of crazy about this. I think Toon played it one time and I was like, this is actually the best thing ever. So we could be seeing a little bit of that here. Decidueye in the hands of the right player in the right team is amazing. Here we go. Extinction, your purple team. Lunex Gaming, your orange team, all tied up in our best of 5. The winner of this moving on to day 2. Their chances at a world slot still open.
All right, my biggest question mark will be around that Decidueye Spraggles in the bottom path here. How quickly can they get online? Obviously, this poor Rowlet early on, not very tanky or anything like that, but also is running both the Excel Bracer and that attack weight. So really focusing on that late game with the Decidueye, trying to get as many stacks as possible, both in the form of KOs and early game scores.
And here we're going to try to see how much we could secure, but it looks like almost all of that went over to Metallic, sitting on 10 Eos energy already here. We have Trainer moving up to the top path here on the Latios. Obviously, Latios now is in an interesting spot because you want to get every single last hit with this Pokemon. It's extremely important. And Trainer is going to be running Draco Meteor. I was wondering which version we would see. This is going to be the long-range Meteors from space.
All right, today's forecast, cloudy with a chance of Draco Meteor. This is Latios's, I would say, the more unpopular moveset, but recently buffed, right? In the last time that Latios was touched. So we'll see if that impact is found in this specific scenario. Obviously, if they can get that stacked up, they will be doing tremendous amounts of damage as long as Lunex Gaming stays relatively in the same location.
Can I tell you something about your cloudy with a chance of Draco Meteor? I enjoyed it immensely. I thought that was great.
You know,
really good.
Wow. Hey, and I'll say that means a lot.
Hey, well, I'm also trying to raise it. Earlier, you said a lot of your emotional state was hanging on some of these games, too.
Yeah, I could use a win, and this is a big one. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, so far, it's looking good on the top side, forecaster otherwise. On the bottom side of the map, we having more exchanges, but this Rowlet still looking for the Dartrix evolution. I think Oblivion should be able to pick it up with this next last hit, but now Celeste is showing the fight. Eject button from the Hoopa will get them out of range. Both players able to get back to that goal zone, but Lunex Gaming not done with this top path agenda. Big rotate up here for them.
Here we go. The Draco Meteors rain down, and we see the Machamp moving in, trying to take down IMAX. IMAX does go down here, but Celestial is trying to punish them for this. Do we have a KO on the other side? Huge Draco Meteors here, and so far, no one is down from Extinction. Reggie Drago, even stolen by Bora. I mean, come on.
Oh, Bora Reach, just the epitome of insult to injury on this Espeon. They got every buff you could want. A 3 KO streak. This Espeon lighting them all up. I mean, great looks for them. The only thing you'd like better maybe is the Latios to be picking up these hits, but damage to opposing Pokemon will still get the job done. Wild Pokemon, what we're hunting for at the moment. So this Latios already at level 8. I think we're dropping 3 meteors per shot now. But yeah, we'll see right here. Yeah, 3 so far. Trainer looking real good so far in this early game.
Yeah, this is a strong start for Extinction. I mean, Lunex tried to punish them with that fight, but it didn't work at all. They lost every single way they basically could there. And now an objective, however, over to the side of Lunex. So they're coming right back in this, and they're moving towards Bora Reach.
Yeah, and look how afraid Lunex Gaming have to play around this Espeon. I mean, you cannot really risk having a big dive, but we have play roughs like Exolair will slow them down momentarily, and the Meadlow keeps them just outside of the cookie jar that is the Citrus Berry. So no HP rest restoration for the Espeon and Lunex Gaming, finally having a chance to push this offense on the back of a Razor Leaf Decidueye, by the way. Either way, Latios gonna pick up the knockout onto that Razor Leaf Decidueye, thanks in part to their telekinesis. Latios, what a fun game this is.
This is a very fun game, even though I have to assume this was an incorrect moveset here for Lunex.
Interesting. Yeah.
The only reason I say it, and it's not that you can't play a Razor Leaf game and do great. You absolutely can. The only reason I say it is the items just don't add up to me. If they were the items we remember.
No scarf.
But yeah, there's no scarf. Was there a muscle? Maybe there was a muscle.
There was muscle. There was muscle.
Okay, you know what? Maybe they don't even care about scarf. I guess it's possible. But now you'd want scope lens though, right? I don't know.
I really have no idea. Either way, this is going to be a good old-fashioned game of Pokemon Unite that I'm a big fan of. So big work in the bottom path for Lunex Gaming, finally getting on the board. It feels like they didn't get a ton of KOs, but at least getting scores on the board is the name of the game. They are in that 90 points now. Extinction going to be trailing for the first time in this match so far.
All right, we have Trainer just landing the telekinesis. The nice thing about this telekinesis, the second shot is just that stun, and then you set up an easy Draco Meteor where you do a ton of damage and you start charging your stacks. Just kind of perfect.
Yeah, all things coming up Latios in some of these exchanges. So Trainer real happy about that scenario. Rex on this Vaporeon trying to duel against the Umbreon. They're used to having that Pokemon on their team, and now they have to play out the fight, play rough in from Celeste on this Zacian. But that's a Vaporeon Unite move as a get-off-me tool. So far, it's working out okay. At Latios Unite will target into the Umbreon, maybe not the intended target, as Max will Wish Heal and get that Pollen Puff to back him up. Celeste on a solo mission, 1v4. They're held in place. Umbreon to give them the Buddy Barrier, but even that's not enough as Metallic joins the fray and gets a KO. Vaporeon also adding one up to the chalkboard as Rex gets another KO. Regirock will totally leash, but Umbreon, not the type of Pokemon that can really dash in and steal the Regirock away. Extinction wins the defense buff, but Lumiere was able to solo down the Regieleki in the top path.
Yeah, we're going to see how Lumiere can handle this as they're making their way bottom. They may be just giving up this goal zone, especially after that KO on the Umbreon, and they are, it looks like. They're going to give up 33, another 40, and possibly another 40 into this goal zone. Yes, they do. 171, 110. We have the scores in the top path here, and they do decide to break to kind of even things up. So we're only about 20 points between these two squads here. Lunex still in this game, but look at the play here from Extinction, getting aggressive and getting caught for it.
Yeah, JL a little cheeky in this scenario, and I think very likely, never mind, Hoops Unbound Unite move. And you see the immediate pivot from IMAX and Celeste go, okay, fair enough. We will just walk away from that team fight, take it a little bit later, and bait out a pretty important Unite move. So that Hoopa will not have that supportive opportunity. However, Extinction going to take full advantage of having vision of all 5 members and get some big scores on top.
Yeah, and here we go. Rex having to use their Unite move on the bottom path right here. Big time Unite from Trainer. They're going to be looking for a huge Draco Meteor here, and it lands, but doesn't quite pick up the KO. Incredibly close, but no one goes down here. Another Draco Meteor, but they're able to peel away from it. That Latios is quite stacked up now with Aeon Power, and these Draco Meteors are hitting hard.
Yeah, this is a dangerous spot right now. The deluge of meteors is ready to go, and Latios is, I mean, it feels like they're taking out half a Regidrago HP pool with every cast of that move. So very, very scary. Like you're saying, they do need to farm up their Unite move, but we have just under a minute until our final stretch. Both teams are going to take this time to level up as quickly as they can. Lunex Gaming actually looking for some levels in their support core department, but Extinction is kind of tied up there. Vaporeon going to just eclipse into that level 11 stage.
Yeah, and here we go. Bottom path with an objective, top path with an objective. Lunex has some information. They have enough to know that they don't see anyone from Extinction, and there's an objective down there. And now, even if they just pan over to it with their camera, they can see the damage raining down on it. That's going to be a Reg Ice for the side of Extinction, the extra HP regeneration. And for Lunex, they're going to have a Regieleki walking. 15 seconds now until this fight. Metallic actually trying to start it right away. IMAX going back in right here. Interesting play. Decidueye with a Unite move in a weird spot also.
Yeah, they eject button to relative safety, but that Latios Unite still did some damage. They are gonna, there was threatening all-in damage on the ground, but that Draco Meteor actually hitting towards the top side. IMAX gonna take so much damage. Wish damage reduction isn't even enough, and they do go down. It passes over to the Decidueye, something that maybe Oblivion's thankful for, but Tie-Dye also takes so much damage. Forced into the sky for the Cotton Cloud Crash. There for the backup around Celeste. The Espeon Unite move has a big push away, and the Eldegoss will go down, as will Sea Dog. Metallic with a big knockout there.
Wow, I mean, what a play. I think the biggest thing I'm just shocked by, this meteor damage is absolutely absurd right now. I mean, it's crazy. As we do have Oblivion trying to fight back in this moment, Razorleaf able to give them some decent recovery and can hit multiple members of Extinction. Groudon getting so low, though, this looks like the Draco Meteor is going to have an easy secure, and it does.
Yeah, I mean, how do you out-secure that, especially with a Razorleaf on the other end? That is going to be Extinction with a big power-up boost, and they are withstanding every offensive push from Lunex Gaming, basically accepting the push forward from Lunex so far with a minute left on the clock. That is 5 Groudon buffs to work with and 3 members of Lunex Gaming just waiting in the respawn chamber as they are going to try to form a defense, but I don't think there's enough time, money, or space, Spraggles. Looks like Extinction are going to be taking the lead in this series again.
Yeah, what a great match for them. And I mean, look at the damage from Trainer. I know it has a Groudon buff right now, but just in general, the damage here on this Draco Meteor is absolutely insane. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of great plays that allow them to set up that stacking ability on the Latios. You were mentioning how good telekinesis can be to kind of enable that moment for them against opposing enemy Pokemon, and JL just doing a little bit of a dance just to, when the moment catches you, you just got to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, surely, you know, no bad blood between these two squads at all.
Yeah.
That's just one of those, hey, we're all dancing in this moment, aren't we, right? Okay.
Everybody gets along extremely well here, but as the clock ticks down, no friends in a playoff series, as Extinction will take the lead 2-1 over Lunex Gaming and threatening match point. Extinction, your ranked number 5 team, having a chance to push their way into a guaranteed 3rd place spot.
Yeah, and you know, they're a scary squad. Both of these squads are scary for the next 2 teams coming up too. I mean, yeah, I don't know which I'd rather face right now if I was Evil Geniuses, because their spot to Worlds is not yet locked in, and they could be running into either of these squads here. Extinction, again, as you mentioned, up 2 games now to 1 on Lunex. There's nothing I'd like more than to see Lunex even this thing up and head to a game 5, because this is just a really exciting series.
Yeah, it's so fun. I mean, we got treated to some pretty fun movesets this time around, right? Draco Meteor, we saw a Razorleaf Decidueye, a lot of really interesting picks in this game number 3. But yeah, this series, so fun between these 2 teams, and it's always gone the distance. I think that's a part of what makes it so exciting. It's also a part of what makes me really hope that both these teams travel and compete at NAIC, because that would be really, really exciting. But that is neither here nor there. Right now, it's Extinction on match point in this set.
Yeah, man, these meteors, look at this damage, dude. Just unbelievable. Trainer, 9 knockouts, 0 feints, 11 assists. He's got the 911 right there. Amazing. Call an ambulance and for everyone on Lunex with this damage. 111,000. Yeah.
Bring it out again. You know, or is this a once in a series style of play? Or do you think that now that Lunex Gaming is aware of this option for Extinction, they'll have better counters in mind?
It's a great question. I actually think they had a counter, and I think it was a misclick. I could be wrong here. I would love to find out, but I'm convinced that Oblivion was planning on playing Spirit Shackle and sort of go toe-to-toe with the range of Latios here. Like, basically, every time Latios has to take that minor stop to throw a Draco Meteor, it is also going to catch a Spirit Shackle. Well, it didn't happen here, obviously, in game number 3. And damage is absurd. Also, you know, it took almost no damage. There was no one that could get to it.
Yeah, it took, wow, 17,000 total damage. Didn't get fainted a single time. And yeah, we saw the KO numbers on the Decidueye earlier on. Listen, if it wasn't a misclick, I think I'd be telling my team it was. So let's hope they shift it up going into game number 4, because Lunex is now with their backs against the wall. Will need to reverse sweep in this situation 2 games in a row to get the win over Extinction, a team that they have not found a way to do so yet throughout the entirety of the regular season. Competition-wise, Extinction just have Lunex Gaming's number, and well, so far the numbers are coming up the exact same direction. We are going to be heading into undetermined map territory now. We've done our rotation through Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Groudon. It will now be up to the losing team to decide side choice or map choice, and the other team to decide the opposite.
And here we go, taking a look at our heat map. I mean, trainer all over the place with this Pokemon, but spending a lot of time in the center, kind of controlling what was happening there. And then, of course, we were taking a look at the stat distribution, the damage dealt, and the knockouts. Absolutely insane on this Pokemon.
Yeah, a little bit of a work in the assist department, but when it comes to damage dealt, that is where LGC is really shining on this Latios. Cool to see this Pokemon be so strong. Sad to not see its partner in the Latios in this game, but I think they were doing just fine all on their own with this fantastic Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it was great. You could have seen, I think, I actually was a little surprised that we wouldn't have seen Bora swap for it, even though I think Espeon is probably a lot more dominant early, which is what they wanted. Great plays
there, too. From Bora's Espeon, especially in that early game. We saw them dominate that like first Reggie Drago fight with a KO streak of 3. I mean, really, everyone in Extinction is humming right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Extinction is playing fantastic. We're getting word from production. Lunex is going to be first pick in this next match, and Extinction has chosen the Groudon map.
Interesting. All right, so we return to Groudon 2 games in a row. Does not surprise me. A lot of these North American teams really prefer this map. It feels like maybe a bit of Kyogre in EU, but more Groudon here in North America. But either way, I think the biggest thing that makes sense is Lunex is going back to that first pick position. They liked that a lot more. They were still able to get power picks like Moltres and Psyduck when in that spot. I think that's what they're going to be targeting a lot in this game number 4.
Yeah, no question about it. And interesting fact, at least from a few of the people I spoke to at ACL, it seems like kind of Japan and some of the Eastern teams like Rayquaza the most. So you've got like a different flavor around the world as to which map you like. For me, it would probably just be whatever is in ranked at that moment, because it would be what I'm playing over and over again, right? I mean, it feels like that's like a comfortable zone for you. But some teams have strategies that feel like they work really well in particular maps.
Oh yeah, everyone's kind of got their preference. I'm a bit of a Kyogre individual myself. I know Wonder Chefs likes whatever Electrode Volleyball is played on. I'm not sure the map name in that case, but yeah, that's basically where we all end up in in our own preferences. But cool to see these teams kind of develop different strategies for these different maps, because if you're paying close enough attention, these compositions do alter slightly from map to map. Sometimes just the meta's just good no matter where you end up, looking at you, Machamp, but there are some Pokemon that excel a bit in different scenarios.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what they want to bring out here in game number 4. Now, if this was the normal matchup between these two squads, it would have gone just like every other one did. Game 3, 2 games up, Extinction wins this thing. Can Lunex change it now, or is this just kind of the way it goes? Even if they win this next one, does Extinction have their number and beat them in game 5? We're gonna find out. Everything on the line for Lunex right here, and Extinction looking to move forward in this bracket.
Man, Snorlax ban rate just skyrocketing today, eh? Like 6% now, Slowbro right alongside it, just double defender bans, trying to force Extinction into an awkward spot. You could consider an Umbreon 3rd ban from Lunex Gaming. You're leaving a lot of good Pokemon on the table, but man, you know one Pokemon we have not talked about at all in this matchup, Spraggles, is that Mega Charizard Y.
I know, and it's not made its way into any of these moments, and neither team is picking it. I'm a little shocked, but there are some power picks that they're focusing on, and when you have a meta with so many strong Pokemon, you're gonna leave something out there that you would love to pick. First pick to Lunex here. We have the Psyduck available. We're gonna see if they want to grab that. Tie-Dye's been pretty incredible on that. We also have, I mean, a lot of really strong choices here that they could go with. Something to steal away something from your opponents, perhaps. We'll see.
Ooh, Blissey, another option. It is interesting to take away both the Slowbro and the Mimikyu now. So 2 options for that solo shutdown Unite move. Maybe there's a world where Metallic plays the Zarina again, but that would be one of the only realities in which they have a Unite move that acts in a similar fashion. But Lunex Gaming going to kind of take their time on their damage core, instead pick up Tie-Dye's Blissey. Even with that Psyduck available, they are going to first pick onto that Blissey support.
Here we go. We've got Rex on the Umbreon. We've got Metallic on the Zacian. Next couple of picks over here to Lunex. These would be some powerful choices. Yep. Once again, we've got Duck, and once again, we have Moltres.
All right. Bigger, fiery Duck. Now, we'll see what the final two options are for Lunex. I mean, that's a lot of damage core players to pick out of. Reach going to return to this Miraidon, having a great tournament on this Pokemon up until this point. JL will go on to their iconic one. Okay, I think with a Slowbro and a Mimikyu ban, a Celeste Zoroark should come at no surprise. Let's see what Oblivion wants to pick up. So I think the Greninja could be good here. We've seen teams actually bring out something like the Dragonite in this position in the past. And of course, we saw them play Decidueye a little bit earlier on, but how about we totally rotate away from that and we go triple melee for Lunex Gaming? We talk so much about front to back. How about we just go all in on the brawl?
And you know, we do have a shutdown unite move, still a single target. It's just a little different the way it works here, but we are considering Mega Charizard Y on the side of Extinction. And yes, we do have it. I think that's going to be very, very scary. Oblivion now on the Garchomp. I mean, no range on the side of Lunex Gaming, really. This is an odd look for them.
Like, kind of the only opportunity for Oblivion is they're changing their items. They're gonna actually be matching what Lunaire was playing earlier on in today's competition with the Cursed Incense and Special Attack specs. Tidal gonna make a couple of swaps as well, but Celeste again gonna be going with this Night Slash build, gonna be chasing down Bora Reach again. This time they will have to contend with Rex's Umbreon, but won't have to deal with the Slowbro or the Mimikyu.
Huh. I mean, Lunex's composition, it makes me go, huh. Like, I literally out loud went, huh. It wasn't even intentional. That's just what it made me do.
Yeah, they're going to have a good opportunity to close the gap at any given time, right? Both Zoroark and Garchomp and even Moltres are very good at getting up in the mix. The problem is, how quickly can you do that? Well, Bora Reach is going to be outputting ridiculous amounts of poke damage before these fights even start. Lunex Gaming might be taking a lot of these fights at half HP or less.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? I feel like if you can get Bora, shut it down, things are going to be great for Lunex. If you can't get Bora, right? If Bora Reach can just kind of stay around these fights and rain damage in, you're going to walk away from this game with 130,000 damage on Bora Reach.
Yeah, and then we haven't even started factoring in the Mega Charizard Y amount of damage that LGC will be able to provide. See if they got anything there. In this situation, I think if you're IMAX or maybe even Tie-Dye, you might want to consider a central area invade towards this Charmander, but right now it is going to be Celeste versus Trainer. I feel like I've heard this one before in the central area, as they're going to play out that path to really high impact players. I think I talked about it off screen, but either way, Spriggles, I forgot, it's your turn.
Hey, Lunex Gaming, your purple team. Extinction, your orange team. Extinction up one game here in this best of 5. They win this thing. They're moving forward in our bracket. They'll face off against Evil Geniuses. They'll look for their spot to Worlds. Lunex will be done here in our tournament. So everything on the line for Lunex.
Interesting to see Lunex bring this Moltres into a different battlefield, right? So with Oblivion playing this Pokemon, it will be hanging out in the bottom side of the map and be contesting with that Miraidon in the early game. JL gonna be taking a bit of early game damage, and I think with 3 players hunting them down, it will be an early KO. Leonair actually pretty happy to take that one, get leveled up just that much faster on this Garchomp.
It gives them a lot of information in the bottom path, obviously. They know that that means that Charmeleon is down here. We'll see how they want to play this fight because of that. Oblivion in some trouble right here, getting pulled back there with the foul play. We're going to see if they can take anything from this. And now up at the top path, we have 3 members fighting on this goal zone. Celestial just running away.
Yeah, Tie-Dye able to get some damage in, but the Zoroark knows those KOs are out of their grasp, but maybe if they rotate quickly enough down to the bottom side of the map, there'll be enough low HP targets that they can play a bit of cleanup on this Zoroark. Not going to be the case either. They're actually going to choose to enter into the enemy central area and see if they can pick up some of these buffs, as Trainer's Charmeleon going to be a bit slower on the clear. JL now for the backup.
Yeah, and here they come. Celestial now peeling out of this central area here. The Night Slash rings true and picks up the KO before they can head back through that hyperspace hole.
Man, I gotta admit, it feels good to see Celeste play the Night Slash Zoroark again. Feels like Columbus, Ohio, and AIC all over again. Boy, we've been doing this a long time, Spraggles. Either way, Regidrago spotted into the middle of the map. Lunex Gaming with the favored fight. Extinction forcing one on the top side against just that lone Gabite. Blissey gonna pick up the Regidrago buff and try to go back up their path partner, as Gabite holding it down on the top side solo for now.
And here we can see in the top path, we do have the Mega Charizard Y, level 7 right now. We have the Zoroark looking for their level 8. They should tick over to it pretty soon with some of this experience. You want to get 9 on Charizard. Obviously, this gives you the ability to use your Unite move and become Mega Charizard. One of the most impactful Unite moves in the entire game. Getting a huge buff now that they have the Megas as well.
Oh, yeah. And you get the Set Sun, which is just real fun. You know, get a little bit of champions up in the mix as well.
Yeah, it's exciting to set Sun right there. That's true.
Love setting Sun. Well, that will not be happening yet, as Lunex Gaming takes a very early KO. As this fight actually pivots, big pull for Lunaire with the Dragon combo will actually take 2, as they are hunting for their own level 9 and the opportunity to evolve the Garchomp, and they will catch Metallic with the tail end of the Dragon Claw, but they'll lose the 1v1. Metallic takes them down with the empowered Metal Claw.
Yeah, wow, that was so unbelievably close. You cannot see the HP bar there, but Bora Reach able to push the Blissey around now, and it finally goes down. Bottom path, this one's going to be free for the side of Lunex Gaming, having a stronger start to this match than we've seen them against Extinction in the past few games.
Extinction, though, no worse for wear. As Regieleki able to take it down, they got it postured up for a big fight. Again, that Mega Charizard Y is available, trying to get in position, and they will take to the sky. Mega Evolved, and Situation will pave the way as Regieleki breaks that goal zone, or at least makes it defenseless. So Mega Charizard Y gets in an instant 40 score. Will stack up a few times after that.
Here we go. Looking for a fight here. Lunaire gonna rip through them on this Garchomp right now. Not much Rex can do in this moment, being pulled back in by IMAX. And here comes Lunaire looking for this fight again. I mean, they know they just Mega'd, so they don't have their Unite move yet. And we're gonna move forward with Garchomp. Big time Garchomp Unite move and Moltres to pick up the KO.
Okay, so Oblivion sneaking in some abilities to get the KO, but that's a lot of resources spent just for a couple of knockouts. Obviously, you know that Extinction spent a lot of theirs, so you'll likely be around the same timer. IMAX looking to see if they can set anything else up on this Psyduck, as Tie-Dye has to play it so safe on this Blissey for now. They do have the Bliss Assistance, which could be a game changer. And wow, somehow Zoroark was able to sneak 40 points into the bottom tier 1 or tier 2 goal zone. They get out with a lot of damage, but they still make it out with a 40-point score. That is that's wild to see.
Yeah, it is. Nice KO there. Wow, Hoopa not able to make it back. Huge damage there from the Moltres. Big time burst, level 10 on the Moltres. You know, the highest level on the map for both sides is going to be their center area Pokemon here. We've got Charizard at 11, Zoroark at 11. Charizard, though, that has that Unite move that's just such a game changer. We'll see how they want to use it, getting ready for this next fight.
Yeah, I can see them recalling currently, jump into that portal. They have the opportunity if they wanted to immediately rotate to the top side, but looks like that won't be the battle plan. Instead, forcing a fight on the bottom side, it will be a Charizard Y Unite move just to take out the Zoroark, as Celeste will be down. The only Unite move they had to spend, but it is a big one.
Yeah, and here we go. They're moving towards this objective right here. We have the Regis already being ripped apart. Garchomp coming in, Bliss Assistance, but it is too late. The secure by Extinction.
Wow, big push though by Lunaire. Has the Bliss Assistance and is feeling this fight right now. Another Dragon combo hits multiple targets, but it's actually them a Rhydon that will take down that ground type Garchomp. Big charge beam from them hits them the entire way through that battle. Moltres is still an ever-present threat, but they're on the outside looking in right now as Oblivion protecting the center of this map as Extinction reeling back and just leveling up instead.
Yeah, we have Lunex Gaming here up still on the scoreboard. Zoinks 155-72, 4 minutes on the clock. This is a better start to this match here, but we still saw a great fight from the side of Extinction. Moving in, looking for a KO. Celestial not able to make it happen, not able to go up into the air for their Night Slash, getting taken down.
Yeah, another one of those situations where they see 3 enemy Pokemon, easy resets, quick combo, but just getting KO'd before they could set up any of that. Oblivion takes an aggressive stance as they jump into 2, but they actually jump backwards and secure that Regieleki. Big play. Lunaire grabs 3 players all in one Dragon combo, but that does force out the Mega Charizard Y Mega Evolution. Trainer able to take down that Garchomp, and they're looking for even more as we do have this Moltres in the backline. A battle of the sky for fire type supremacy, and this time it's Trainer winning the fight.
And here we go. I mean, they were looking for a possible Charizard KO right here, but no, they stay towards this point, looking to see if they can take Umbreon down. Now 2 more members of Extinction have joined the fight. They're pushing back on the pads right here, these tier 1 pads. I know Trainer's upset when that happens, but when it's his side, it doesn't matter. He needs to defend these pads.
Chill on the jump pad as long as you need. Either way, they will make it back to their goal zone and have a chance to recall. Extinction hold on yet again, but they are still falling behind in the points race pace here, Spraggles. Obviously, experience, they're doing just fine, but Lunex Gaming is going to be adding even more to their total score. They're looking for a big overdunk with the Garchomp and Blissey combo, but they will have to give up this basement objective, very likely to the side of Extinction.
Yeah, it's heading over to Extinction right now. They're going to have this buff moving towards our final objective, possibly the final objective of this series. Lunex is behind here. They have to win this match. They're way up on the scoreboard, but, you know, these last few fights have not looked impressive on their side. It just looks like they can't get enough damage onto the side of Extinction, and with this extra buff, this extra healing, they might be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, in this game 4, it feels like Lunex Gaming has been a bit desperate for some of these moments, and they're already going to start hitting that Groudon. Here goes the Garchomp jumping into the backline, but it's the Mega Charizard Y Unite move, and they somehow take out Celestial in the midst of that fight. Moltres also goes down. Oblivion and Celestial already gone. Garchomp the only damage dealer left, and it's just out of the support court. Make it 0. All 5 members of Lunex Gaming are wiped off the map, and Extinction just takes the Groudon for free.
Wow, beautiful stuff from Extinction. What a fight. Good night, Lunex. Well, good night if they can score enough. 235, 154. With a single hundo burger, they are up, but they're not yet. They're down by a single point, Zoinks. With over a minute left, they definitely can score again if they push, but if they didn't, they would lose this match by 1 point. Now we have Extinction waiting for their moment. They're going to find out where they're at here in 1 second, and it's going to tell them that this is a close match, meaning this score is very, very tight, and they don't know if they're ahead. Here they come to try to make a play.
Wow, this Hoopa, one of the most threatening score-based Pokemon, in my opinion. They do have quite a few points in pocket, but enough that they could get a quick score. Obviously, the mobility doing them a lot of favors in this situation around these goal zones. Umbreon passive broken with that Egg Bomb. Rex pulled back in. Celeste wants the damage on that player, but they will not steal the Groudon buff, at least not in that exchange.
Here we go. They're looking for this goal zone. Umbreon could score right here, but no, Hoopa scores right here. This is going to put them up with only 30 seconds on the clock. Can they stop them? Charizard takes to the skies once again and starts burning through Lunex Gaming. No one on Extinction has gone down, and the KOs continue as they are fighting on this goal zone. They're trying to stop them, but they can't. 4 members of Lunex are gone, and Lunex, well, all 5 are gone, and that's true in multiple ways. They have been knocked out of these playoffs by Extinction in game number 4.
Wow, I mean, momentum just all behind Extinction. The wind in their sails from rank number 5. They barely claw their way into the playoffs here in the North American region, contesting with some of our other NA teams like Citadel and T-Gang, and Extinction is able to pull it off, and not only that, climb the playoff ladder. They dispatch IX, they dispatch Lunex. Extinction holding on to being the only X team in our playoffs.
Amazing stuff from Extinction. What a day they have had. And this has been the story of every single team moving on from their first games. They have then won their next series, right? So no matter who it was, that momentum carried them through to the next game, and the team that's sitting there on ice watching them were not able to take them down. Lunex having an amazing season, but getting dispatched here before their opportunity to fight for their world spot.
Yeah, in tomorrow's day 2 competition, I think whoever's going to be starting off in that grand finals position, you better be wary. The momentum has been tremendous in all 3 regions. It's a great point, and Extinction making it look expertly good today in a 3-1 win. Let's take another look at some of the major moments in that matchup. I love Lunaire's Garchomp in this game, but it felt like Extinction was able to just repel so many of these advances from Lunex Gaming. This Zoroark just getting shut down in a lot of exchanges, and even Lunaire's Garchomp also just eventually biting the dust.
Yeah, I mean, amazing stuff here from Extinction. I thought Bora was going to do absurd damage, and we haven't seen the numbers yet, but I'm pretty sure they did. However, I do think the Mega Charizard, the Pokemon I was shocked we didn't see at all in this series, was the biggest playmaker of the match.
Yeah, I think you probably got to give the series MVP to Trainer overall. I mean, that Latios game in particular, this Mega Charizard Y also looking fantastic. I think Bora maybe taking some major moments at the same time, but Mega Charizard Y just showing why you have to respect this Pokemon. If you're not going to ban it, you better have an answer to it. An Extinction proving that Lunex Gaming did not have the answer key.
No, they did not. Great game for Extinction. Our player of the game, Rex on the Umbreon. A massive match for everyone on Extinction, of course. They are going to be moving forward in this tournament. They had a great one here. You know, we saw some, signs of life from Lunex throughout this, but boy, that final fight, they just could not deal with Extinction.
Yeah, I mean, what a run for this team so far. Rex on this Umbreon, 33,000 damage dealt, but of course, tanking 46,000 damage. But how about 12 assists for this player, running that foul play and snarl build, just being so tricky to take down, not to mention setting up for a lot of great moments. Surely makes Boar Reach's job a bit easier of getting this early damage done when Rex is teeing him up all the time.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, your defender, your support, they really set up a lot of moments for your squad. We do see the damage numbers here. We have 85,000 for Bora Reach, but as I was assuming, LGC Trainer, 95,000 on the Charizard Y. On the other side, they just could not keep up with the output from the side of Extinction. I was wondering what they were going to be able to do against Bora. I mean, unfortunately for them, not too much. And I was also wondering what was going to happen with this Charizard, and as I also suspected, a lot. Charizard Y is a crazy Pokemon. I'm kind of shocked we didn't see it in any of the games earlier.
Yeah, I mean, held in reserve, but maybe Mega Charizard Y was kind of ticked off that was the case, because when they did show up, I mean, they looked so good. LGC, obviously a master of so many different Pokemon as available Pokemon to play. They swapped roles and things like that. And yeah, on this damage dealer, they are crushing it. Great look on the Mega Charizard.
Yeah, without question. Great look for Extinction. I feel like they're really coming alive here, It's just they had a really interesting run throughout our season, I think, and I'm just excited to see the Extinction that we all knew existed, but really wasn't showing at the start of our season.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to see what happens in tomorrow's competition. I know a lot of players on Extinction have not had the opportunity to win a regional title ever throughout their entire careers playing. So they will have an opportunity tomorrow as they have earned their spot in our day 2 competition to go up against Evil Geniuses. And then if they can win that, Root, Dignitas after. Jeez, North America's got some tough teams.
They really do. I mean, what a day we've had in NA. Obviously, IX Gaming had a really solid run throughout the leagues, but unfortunately stumbled here in the playoffs. And then you have Lunex, which is just absolutely cooking some of the top teams in North America, but really can't seem to figure out Extinction. They just have their number every single time they've run into them. It's funny, they might have done better against the 2 much higher ranked teams.
Yeah. Oof. Jeez, I mean, the sky's the limit, right? I guess we'll see what ends up happening for Extinction. Lunex Gaming, on the other hand, yeah, just can't find a way to beat this team. I mean, Extinction just have the answer. It's so nuts.
I don't trust this crowd control stat. You're trying to tell me that Foul Play Snarl Umbreon has no crowd control? Something is wrong, all right? I'm not going to question the heat map. We all know how I feel about the heat map. I'm a heat map truther, but I don't know about this crowd control stat.
Look at how good the assists. I think it's just that's how much better their assists were compared to the crowd control. Maybe Rex missed every foul play. We don't know.
True, we don't know.
How not me defending the crowd control stat.
Can't believe everyone's against me with this crowd control. It's clearly not real.
All right, well, either way, I think we're gonna be getting Rex in here in just a moment to talk about their win, and we do. Rex, what an amazing matchup. Congratulations on qualifying for day number 2. You enter into the playoffs ranked number 5. You're able to take down 4 and 3. I mean, how's the team feeling right now going into day 2?
Very ecstatic. I feel like I had to calm them down after we got the last objective. I'm like, guys, there's still plenty of time to lose. Let's focus on getting the pads. But yeah, we're all very happy. Obviously, put in a lot of work. Had a lot of tribulations leading up to this point. So very happy with the results.
Awesome. Yeah, tell me about your run throughout this season, because I feel like you guys were the worst best team in the league. You guys are incredible, and you're just stumbling at the start of the season. You're moving through roster, difficulties, and now you're showing up here at the end of the season, almost looking like the final boss of North America.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously it was kind of hard at first trying to like get Metallic to get used to jungle and things like that, like having Machisel. So we're trying to fit pieces, trying to figure things out, and it just wasn't clicking, right? Like sometimes it's the pieces don't mesh the way they're supposed to.
Yeah.
So ultimately we got to trainer and then picked up Yeet Fan, and eventually we got JL due to other, reasons, but ultimately that's just been the best fit for us. Obviously JL's a great support player. Having Bora on attacker has been great, and obviously having Trainer back in the jungle is, I think it was paid the most dividends.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I gotta ask about that match that you just played. Obviously, you versus Lunex has been a really fun rivalry match, but it's always favored you. You guys have had their number every single time. The first 2 games in the regular season, you beat them, and now you beat them in the playoffs. I mean, what's the secret to success against this Lunex team?
The secret is, here's the secret. We were in talks of getting picked up by Lunex. They didn't get picked up by them. Got picked up by Extinction, and Extinction has like a little rivalry with Lunex. And I promised the org owners on Extinction that we will never lose to Lunex. So anytime we play into Lunex,
I love that.
Anytime we play into Lunex, we lock in and make it play even better than probably any other team. I told the guys, I'm like, the team that we most likely could lose to would be IX. I didn't have any like doubt in my heart that we could handle Lunex. So
awesome.
Well, you've got a couple tough teams ahead of you. If you want to secure your spot to Worlds, you're going to need to beat EG. And then if you want to win the entire thing, you would need to beat Dignitas. Tell me about those 2 matchups in front of you, and how do you think you guys are going to fare?
I think I'm pretty confident to EG. Dig, I feel like probably be a little bit harder just due to how disciplined they are. Like anytime we played against Dig, they always seem to be very on point. Like those one of the few teams that we play against that were like, okay, we really got to be disciplined and be on point with our skills and coordination. They always seem to give us the most issues, I feel like.
Gotcha. I got to ask one more question here, Rex, before we get you out of here. You are, throughout all 3 regions, momentum has been one of the most important factors. The team that won the first game won their second game against the number 3 seeded team. Do you think that's like the biggest factor in this playoff structure, is if you can win early, you could just carry that momentum, or is there something else going on here?
I think so. I mean, I'm so used to sometimes starting down 0-1. So I don't know. It's been kind of nice starting out 1-0, right? Like it's been a lot better on the mental, but I think there is some truth to that. I think that is very beneficial starting out game 1. It allows you to maybe try things or maybe take more risk that you probably wouldn't take if you're down 0-1, right? Because if you lose another game, now you're down 0-2. So I think there's definitely some mental factors in there.
Yeah, well, Rex, I want to say congratulations. This is the best Extinction has looked all year. I cannot wait to see what you guys are going to do tomorrow, because I think the team is phenomenal and you are absolutely humming. So good luck in your games coming up. And once again, Rex, everybody from Extinction, congrats, brother.
Thank you, brother. Bye.
All right. What a win. What a day. It really did feel like every team that had to fight their way through it just got better and better and better as they went, like taking down harder and harder opponents. Really impressive.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I knew the playoffs was going to deliver. Like when we learned about what this format was going to be like, when we saw the strength of some of these regional league teams, but I think it's delivered in spades. But so far, so good. Really liking what these teams are bringing to the table. And now the teams that won out today, I can't wait to see them tomorrow. But Spraggles, I think it's time to bring in the rest of our casting talent. And by that, I think I currently mean just Kellosaurus. I believe Wonder Chef had to dip a little bit early. So hi, Kello. What a day of matches it was.
It has been really fun, but yes, Chef has bailed in on me. It's only me here. But yeah, really, really great day 1, and it's not over for the weekend just yet.
That's right. The playoffs are not over. I mean, we've seen some exciting stuff early on here, Kello, but I cannot wait to see where we go from here. We're going to take a look at our brackets right now in our playoffs to see where we are heading tomorrow, where we decide everything. In EU, we saw Volticons Unite face off against Los Caducados, taking them down, go up against Team Peps. If Peps won right here, they would have qualified Komai for Worlds. Not able to make it happen. The momentum once again, or I guess for the first time it would be, pushes Volticons into the next fight against Komai. That is going to decide a world spot, and then the victor of that is going to face off against BH3.
Man, what an interesting match. Obviously, Komai Volticons to start our day tomorrow for a world spot. Like, that is so hype. Make sure everybody is waking up early for the EU bracket. But next up, we have the Latam bracket. Peru Unite, your defending world champions, taking down Infamous, taking down DreamHack, and now they're going up against Stamina Esports, one of the hottest teams in Latam this season. And whoever wins that gets to play Force Gaming, one of the most terrifying teams worldwide.
Yeah, what a bracket here in LATAM. I mean, again, we are watching the team that won their first game win their next game. Can they keep the momentum, though, going into day 2? I mean, if anyone could, I guess would be the world champs. Now we're going to take a look here at North America. If you're not just joining us, you saw some of these games here with Extinction. Kello, tell me about it.
Yeah, so we had IX Gaming being knocked out by Extinction, and Extinction continuing on through to knock out the number 3rd seed, just like the other 2 regions, being Lunex Gaming. But up next, first up tomorrow for the NA region, they are going to be going up against Evil Geniuses, and whoever ends up winning that one will continue on through to the grand finals to go up against Root Dignitas and securing their world placement spot.
Yeah, I mean, what a huge matchup, right? Extinction, EG. I kind of love talking to Rex right there and hearing they didn't stress too much about Evil Geniuses. They think they have their number. But for Root Dignitas, this one's going to be a little tougher. And I think that's true. I mean, Root Dig has kind of emerged as one of the best, if not the best team in the West here. So I'm not surprised that they feel like they are extremely, diligent in their play, extremely disciplined. EG has been incredible, though, and that's going to be quite a game to start off North America. No question about it.
Yeah, I can't wait for that matchup as well. I feel like Lunex Gaming and Evil Geniuses are very different stylistically as well, so it'll be curious to see what Extinction does in terms of preparation for that matchup, where it's going to have to be a completely different landscape than they had against IX Gaming or Lunex. So, I mean, what an exciting start to day number 1. Day 2 just looking great as well.
Yeah, day 2 is going to be incredible. Make sure you are here bright and early to watch all of it, because we are going to know most all of the teams heading to Worlds from our regions. Of course, we have, the last chance qualifier, the final stretch. It's not over for the season of Pokemon Unite, but for our season, this is one of the biggest moments, and you're going to know who is representing each region very soon. Head on over to Pokemon.com/broadcast so you can find out when we are going live. Of course, follow the channel and do all of the other things that you're supposed to do on the internet. Whatever you're supposed to do on the internet, do all of the things when it comes to interacting with Pokemon Unite. No question. Let's talk a little bit about the day before we say goodbye. Zoink, some final thoughts.
Yeah, I love seeing the momentum, right? It's our first chance to ever run this ladder playoff bracket in this region, in any of the EU, North America, or Latin America regions. And already it's giving us some really exciting results. Excited to see some teams that, we had a bit of question marks surrounding have big power-ups, namely Peru and Extinction right here at the end of the season, and truly look like they're hitting their final form, which, I mean, what a time to spike. But I'm just glad we are, what we thought they were capable of, they're pulling off.
Kello, some final thoughts.
Yeah, just to carry on with what Zoinks was saying, a lot of these teams, it feels like they've just unlocked their final form. Flipping the switch there, the fact that we ended up having all 3 regions across the board having the number 3rd seed knocked on out of the competition really just goes to show the evolution of these teams. And it's just been an incredible day 1, and I feel like it's going to end up being an incredible day 2 as well.
Yeah, I think no question about it. It has been very exciting. It's always exciting to see a team go on a run, which is what we've had for every single region. Can they keep that momentum going into day 2? I'm not sure. It's always tough when you have this big break between day 1 and day 2. And they're also running into bigger and bigger threats as we go. I mean, waiting in the wings for EU, we have Komai. We also, of course, have Evil Geniuses for North America. The final boss being Force Gaming and Latam. And I knew who the second place team was, and someone talked to my ear, and now I forgot it. Who's second in Latam? Stamina. I'm so dumb. I'm like, why am I forgetting the second place team in Latam? So there you you go. It's going to be incredible. I cannot wait to see who is heading to Worlds. So many great teams will make it. So many great teams will not. Make sure you are there live. We will see you all then. Do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are until we're live tomorrow morning. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Stamina is number 2.
Stamina.
Stamina.